What would it feel like to be a magic genius from birth but suffer from a mana disorder? When one door closes, another is sure to open. Let's follow the journey of Lewin Aiden, the young man who fell into such a predicament. When he was just born, he was seen as a light that would illuminate the world. Lewin was also very different. The story begins on the day the butler and his father were talking. The butler was preparing to leave for a trip to gather marine resources. A young Lewin sincerely warned him not to take the road near the southern mountain range because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Begin departed, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning. It wasn't until late at night that he hurried back. It turned out that Begin had listened to Lewin's advice and taken a detour, but it was precisely because of this that he himself had avoided a disaster, because according to what Begin heard, that place had been attacked by monsters. No one who took that path returned safely. It was from this moment that Lewin's innate talent began to be noticed. Begin believed he could sense the mana in the air, although he didn't know how. But his father sensed that Lewin was the future of the Edel family, and it was true. When Lewin turned 6, he could already sense mana and summon it after just 1 year, and then when he turned 10, Lewin became the valedictorian of the entrance exam at Xnit Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Jaden Kingdom. Along with that came the title of genius. At that time, Lewin was a bit arrogant, believing he would surely bring his family to new heights, but in the end, this was as far as he could go. On the first day of class, Lewin realized he was nothing. While the teacher repeatedly urged him to cast magic, Lewin seemed to struggle greatly with it. Even he couldn't understand what was wrong with himself. For the first time, Lewin and everyone else realized that he had a mana disorder. At that moment, everything inside Lewin seemed to shatter. His body couldn't cast magic even a meter away. For a mage, a body like this was truly pathetic. And then everyone realized he came from an ordinary family and had no talent at all. From then on, their attitude did a complete 180. Just an accidental shoulder bump in the hallway, 2 male students immediately showed their contempt. To all the students who were jealous of him at Xnit, now Lewin was just someone with no magical ability, a useless guy who couldn't cast magic in a magic academy, of course. Now he was their favorite toy. At times like these, Lewin could only feel helpless. Sobbing, he asked himself if he could ever become a mage. Lewin Adel, the one who entered the academy with the highest score, the one who had higher expectations than anyone else, the one who worked more diligently than anyone else because of the mana disorder curse, had become magically crippled. Was that the end of everything? No. Lewin thought everything had ended at that moment, without knowing that a miracle was still possible. The story of the forgotten genius continues as a new challenging journey begins to unfold. At the very bottom of despair, a blinding ray of hope and a system message appeared. Treasure has been activated. The system screen is forming. Meanwhile, Lewin felt like he was falling into the depths of the universe. When he groggily woke up, he didn't even know where he was. The only thing he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep into water. A cryptic line of text appeared before his eyes. It stated that he was the incarnation of Araka, the destroyer of worlds. This giant god was the one who had brought Lewin here. His appearance was nothing like a human's, nor did he resemble the heroes Lewin was used to seeing. He had no time to process any of this. Its lips moved as if it wanted to say something, and then Lewin's pupils dilated in utter astonishment. A few hours earlier at the Xnit Academy training ground, it was Lewin's turn to practice. Professor Hido kindly told him to just do as he was instructed. He just had to create a fireball and hit the dummy. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Lewin knew very well that a fireball was a type of magic that any student could perform with ease, but for him it was different. This time, Lewin wasn't sure if he could do it. At the professor's command, Lewin was determined to succeed. An orange flame gradually formed in his hand, growing larger and larger, like Lewin's fierce determination. The male students were a bit surprised that he could gather that much mana. Lewin thought he would actually succeed this time. But the familiar feeling struck again. His hand trembled uncontrollably. Despite his desperate inner pleas, the so-called mana disorder had defeated Lewin once more. He couldn't bear it any longer and voiced his surrender. However, Professor Hido still urged him to try and cast it. Lewin wanted to, but he was afraid it was impossible. According to Hido, he was now a senior student. If he couldn't even cast a basic spell like a fireball, how could he possibly pass the graduation exam? Even Lewin felt he was completely useless. This training session was for target practice. Lewin couldn't even cast a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, becoming even a third-rate mage was hopeless. Mocking laughter erupted again. They labeled him the disgrace of the academy. Lewin was already used to this kind of bullying, so he didn't pay it much mind. The thing that made him break down was the fact that he'd had no hope from the start. It was all due to the curse that had plagued him for the past 6 years. The mana disorder. Although Lewin had tried to hold on for all these years, now he was starting to ask himself how much longer he could endure. After the training session, Lewin was walking alone as usual. Trailing behind the crowd into the main hall, he wanted to be left alone, but trouble found him. 2 male students deliberately approached him and provoked him with sarcastic words. One of them smugly and repeatedly called him stupid Lewin. Their words were getting more and more out of line. They moved on from mocking his achievements to saying his home and territory were in the boondocks. They intentionally called the Adel family obscure, not very wealthy, and with no reputation. Lewin's patience was wearing thin. He could take it when they targeted him, but they should never have insulted his family. The male student was immediately silenced by Lewin's powerful punch. It was so powerful, it sent the guy flying several meters. Lewin was furious because of his big mouth. Even with a bruised face, the male student still wasn't scared and shouted loudly. Lewin didn't hold back anymore. He knew the guy was Ben Phone, and a nobody who dared to mess with his father and his family. The other student with Ben phone fearlessly charged forward. Unsurprisingly, he was overwhelmed by Lewin's punch. He couldn't get up for a moment and knelt like a dog. What Lewin didn't expect was that Ben would dare to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no fear of being expelled as he unleashed a stream of mana, a large one, towards him. Although Lewin's fighting skills were good in terms of mana power, he was completely outmatched. His entire body was paralyzed. Professor Hido arrived to intervene, but he was a second too late. Lewin was hit by Ben's massive mana blast. He thought he was going to die just like that. Now Lewin stood before a giant god and the system message. Faced with this, he still couldn't understand what the heck was going on. Lost in a strange magical space, and meeting a mysterious man made him wonder what was happening. Even though he tried his best to listen, he could only hear one last garbled word. The deep voice rang out again, this time clearer. It was definitely his name, Lewin Adel. And then from the void, a faint sound also emerged, seemingly calling his name, Lewin Adel. Lewin Adel. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a blonde woman. It turned out to be the high-level healing mage, Helen. Her face was filled with worry. "Are you awake?" Shaking off his daze, he was startled. He slowly sat up. "Where am I?" Seeing this, she quickly supported his body and gently replied, "The recovery room." "It's all right, you don't have to force yourself to sit up." He wearily held his head. "I'm fine. A little dizzy, but I can sit." As he spoke, he wondered to himself, did I just pass out? Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious cloaked man, a mysterious space. What was that system voice? It was still so clear. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Helen, how long was I unconscious? She replied, almost a day. She continued, "You're very lucky. God must have been watching over you." He was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "Am I completely fine now?" A flicker of worry crossed her face and her words were hesitant. "We still need to keep you under observation, but you look remarkably well for someone who was just hit by a direct lightning strike. There are no wounds, no burns, or any internal damage whatsoever. I've never seen a case like yours before." In all his years of life, he had never witnessed anything like this, so he couldn't help but be stunned. What? Is this even possible? He stared at his own palm, gradually lost in thought. Lightning is a terrifying magic that can incinerate a body in an instant. What's more, I took a direct hit. How was my body completely unharmed? Suddenly, Professor Hido entered, interrupting his train of thought. "Excuse us for a moment." Hearing this, Helen bowed and reminded him, "The professor is here. I'll go check on the results now. If there's any problem, let me know immediately." Just then, you instinctively looked up. He approached and stood in front of the bed. He crossed his arms and calmly asked, "How are you feeling?" You replied, "I'm fine." The stern expression on his face softened a little. "That's a relief. He informed you about what happened after you fainted and that a meeting was being held among the professors about the incident. He looked straight at you while you just silently bowed your head and listened. First of all, Ben Pham will be expelled for using powerful attack magic with intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the Adel family, and for unfair treatment and bullying. The teachers have decided on this verdict." "Yes." Your face darkened as you mumbled, full of remorse. "But I also fought back against Ben," he immediately replied. "Of course, you will also receive punishment. Considering what happened, you will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month." You nodded slightly. Yes, it seemed he still had some concerns. "Also, I want to ask you this. Are you in possession of an artifact?" His question made you look up. "What?" "You must understand, it is a legendary weapon, left behind by an ancient sorcerer with an endless source of mana." You quickly waved your hands in denial. "An artifact? I definitely don't have one. If I had something like that, I wouldn't have been bullied." He narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand on his chin. His voice lowered. "In any case, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Adel family must have used it for the benefit of the family." Unable to hide your curiosity, you spoke up. "But why are you asking me, Professor?" He focused his gaze on you, his deep, sharp eyes seeming to pierce through your very thoughts, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, he recalled the earlier scene and recounted, "There was definitely a red light enveloping your body, right before the lightning bolt struck. It looked like a high-level artifact was protecting you, deflecting Ben's spell." Hearing this, you looked blank. "What are you talking about, Professor?" You thought to yourself. "An artifact? What is he talking about?" Suddenly, you seemed to realize something. "Wait a minute, don't tell me it's related to the dream I just had." Then you immediately denied it. "No, I must be crazy." He sighed softly. "Even though I don't understand what happened, I'm sure you don't have an artifact." "All right then." He turned and left under Louis's gaze. "Get some rest." You stared thoughtfully at his retreating back. You told the professor you didn't know what happened, but he didn't say anything more. What is the professor thinking? Left alone in the room, you sat in deep thought for a long time. What you had experienced was just like a dream, and that strange voice. The artifact, Draka, the world destroyer, and the player. You tapped your forehead repeatedly, muttering, "I think there was one more phrase. What was it?" Louis hesitantly uttered, "Status window." Immediately, a blue panel appeared in midair, making you widen your eyes in astonishment. As if seeing a ghost, you instinctively backed away, screaming, "Ah! What the hell is this?" Helen heard the noise and rushed in. She saw your bewildered expression. She asked, "Louis, are you okay? Are you not feeling well?" You pointed at the blue panel floating in the air, stuttering, "No, it's not that." "Can you see it?" "The blue panel in front of me." She looked confused. "What are you rambling about, Louis?" "There's nothing there." "Are you sure you're okay?" At that moment, an idea flashed through your mind. No way. If she really can't see it, then this can only be seen by me. The status window displayed your information. Louis Adele, incarnation of Draka, the world destroyer, the result of the pursuit of infinite power. The sorcerer Draka perished along with his world. For Draka, who was born lacking mana, strength was the source of his power. Player. The artifact of Draka can open a status window and can achieve limitless growth by completing quests. Strength, 150. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 1,550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, you quickly changed the subject. It's nothing. I'm just a little confused. She gave a helpless, wry smile. Haha, that's not funny. Holding the test results in her hand, she happily announced, the results are completely normal. You can return to the dormitory now. You smiled, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. Yes, thank you. Louis summarized all the strange events that had happened today. You survived after being hit by a lightning bolt, the man with red eyes you met in another dimension, and the status window that only you can see. And then you remember the first status window you saw in your dream. It said you were the incarnation of Draka. Perhaps the artifact of the sorcerer named Draka has been transferred into me. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. On the training ground, a strange window appeared before your eyes, startling you slightly. But curiosity quickly overcame everything, causing you to click on it. On it was your first quest. Repeatable quest. Because you have become the player linked to Draka the World Destroyer. You must train your body to prepare for the process of power progression. Punches, kicks, spinning kicks. Perform each action 100 times. Reward, plus 10 strength points and a new skill unlocked. After reading, you rolled up your sleeves to begin. Your face still showed a hint of doubt and confusion. Punches and kicks? Are those really related to strength? How can this help me become a sorcerer? But this wasn't the time for questions. I have to try it first. With that thought, you took a deep breath. 1, you swung your right fist. The count went up by 1. Then you swung your left fist. The count went up to 2. You let out a small laugh, a hint of satisfaction in your smile, as if you were sure of victory. Great, it's increasing. At this rate, I'll be done soon. Maintaining that momentum, you threw another punch. You shouted along with the rhythm of your strikes, but the punch count remained at 2. You carefully examined the quest again. Frowning, it didn't go up this time. You thought, I guess it won't count if I swing my arm incorrectly. That thought made you much more serious. All right, how to punch correctly. The moon hung high in the quiet sky, while everyone was deep in sleep. You were panting heavily as if you'd been chased by a dog for an hour. You rested your hands on your knees, exhausted. Finally, then you smiled in satisfaction. It's done. The status window appeared. Quest complete. Distributing rewards, plus 10 strength points. Skill unlocked. While wiping the sweat pouring down your face, you glanced up at it. Wondering, what's the reward? Suddenly, you felt a refreshing stream of energy gradually flowing into your body. You exclaimed, what is this feeling? It was gently flowing through your veins, something more fundamental than mana. You clenched your fist, your fingers tightening. Your arm trembled slightly with excitement. I've really gotten stronger. A new skill? I have to try it right away. You took a deep breath, raised your hand, and swung it forward forcefully. Let's see. With just one punch from you, the air in front of you was instantly torn apart. Feeling like you'd won at life, you smiled with satisfaction. The strength infused into my magic has really gotten stronger. The air resistance, speed, and destructive power. Everything had truly changed compared to before. While constantly marveling at your new power, you suddenly remembered. What about the unlocked skill reward? Status window. With just a soft call from you, it instantly appeared in mid-air. An internal power circle, replacing mana with strength. The mana circle is replaced by the power circle. From now on, all spells and movements are affected by the player's strength. You wondered, replacing the mana circle with a power circle? Then you placed a hand on your chest, feeling your heartbeat. Does this mean my mana will be replaced by strength? Anyone who senses or learns mana has a circle surrounding their heart, the mana circle. It plays a major role in releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana. A sorcerer can control it. You close your eyes, slowly sensing the faint movement in your chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than other kids my age, but because of my own defect, they're useless. Suddenly, you opened your eyes wide as if you sensed something. Your mana circles had really disappeared, so the powerful circle spinning wildly in its place must be the power circle. At this thought, you were stunned and taken aback, but that shock was quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle instead of a mana circle. You can't be a sorcerer without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what the mana circle could do, what would happen to you? A hint of sadness appeared on your face. Will my life as a sorcerer end like this? But being pessimistic now was pointless, so you quickly regained your confidence. It's too early to despair. I have to try it first. You held your hand out in front of you, focusing all your will into a familiar incantation. Fireball. Immediately, a surge of power erupted from your palm. In the blink of an eye, a fierce fireball formed. Looking at the flame before you, you exclaimed, so fast, how is this possible? You couldn't take your eyes off the flame, and it looked so much stronger. The moment you saw the size of the fireball, you realized. Louis grinned with delight. This is definitely the power of the artifact. As Louis held the flame in his hand, he thought to himself, because magic has a basic activation mechanism, it needs about 10 seconds to recharge before releasing this power. He calculated it himself, but I can completely bypass that 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with the power in my body. The main character is always the strongest. He clenched his hand into a fist. This is the power of a treasure. Suddenly, something strange appeared in front of Louis. He was curious. What is that? Turns out it is the system's notification window about the berserker mage Draka, who couldn't release energy normally. He created this ability: focus the mana into your body and you will not be affected by your own magic. When casting magic, an enhancement effect will be added to the attack, and it will inflict additional psychological damage. He read the information provided by the system and thought, focus mana into the body to attack. How do I do that? He kept wondering in his head now, thinking about it seriously. Louis realized that Draka guy also had a curse. A mana disorder curse just like me, and he focused mana into his fists and feet. The more Louis understood, the more he couldn't believe it. Why would he create a method like this? Just then, a quest notification appeared. The main character snapped back to reality and exclaimed a quest. The quest is to practice using the berserker mage method. Use your power and magic to attack the target for each target. Hit, you will gain 10 bonus points. The main character seemed a little suspicious. Attack a target. He narrowed his eyes. I have never thought of this method. If I could become a mage. If I follow this method, Louis reached out and grabbed the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand blazed with brilliant sparks, as if wanting to burn everything down when it was done. A satisfied smile appeared on Louis' lips. The system immediately announced quest completed, strength bonus plus 10 afterwards. Louis collapsed to the ground. He looked up at the starry sky with satisfaction. I have finally completed the quest. I remember every time. I failed at the magic release step, but I never expected to succeed now by using my fists. Louis curiously recalled, how did Draka even exist? I want to learn more about this, but my body feels so heavy. Oh, suddenly strange sounds were heard. Oh, what is that? Is he sleeping here? It looks like he trained until he was exhausted, but is he really sleeping here? Should we wake him up? Voices echoed in Louis' head. Now what is going on? Did I die and go to heaven? Wow, how could he die? He took a direct lightning strike and was completely fine. That is scary, the chatter continued. Louis slowly opened his eyes. What is all the noise about? Everyone was startled. Oh my god, you are awake. Louis, you scared us to death. Louis calmly stretched. What is wrong? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you have seen someone sleeping outside or something? They nodded. Of course it is. What noble would ignore a warm blanket and a soft bed to sleep out here? Of course it is strange. They were suspicious. Hey Louis, were you drinking or something? He did not seem to care and waved goodbye. What the hell are you talking about drinking? I was tired, so I went to sleep. See ya. Everyone stood there helplessly. They chattered among themselves. It is like Louis has become a different person. Someone asked doubtfully, how so? Suddenly, a male noble student turned back and saw something. His voice was a little curious. But that scarecrow has been beaten to a pulp. Only the post is left. What about it? Did Louis do that? But they immediately dismissed the idea. Nah, no way. At the noble dormitory, Louis walked up to a blonde friend. He asked, what is it, Louis? He asked, you were out all night. This is Jackson Damon, a 6th-year student at Exon Academy. He kept asking what is wrong. You have never left the academy for so long. Before the main character brushed him off, you do not need to worry about it so much. He may look like this, but that blonde guy is the eldest son of the Jamin family, a famous mining family. But at least he is still kind to a failure like me. Jason continued to joke around. Do not tell me you went to see some girl coming back only now. But this guy has one weakness. He is a drunkard and a womanizer who often sneaks out of the academy. He would not stop talking. Could it be that after being struck by lightning, you have finally learned how to enjoy life? All right, hurry up and tell me what you did last night. Louis threw something at him. What nonsense are you talking about? I need to take a shower. In the bathroom. Louis was in a relaxed mood, stretching out. This is the life. Suddenly, he remembered something. That is right there is still the quest. Let us check it. Louis called out quest. The notification board appeared. Repeatable quest body training. Since you have become someone who can connect with Draka, the destroyer of worlds, you must train to strengthen yourself. Each punch, kick, or spin adds 10 strength points. The main character sighed. The reward is still the same, but the quest requirements have doubled. He submerged himself. Maybe the quest requirements will keep doubling like this later on. I knew it. This will not be easy, but thinking about it, if I can become a magic user with this method. 1 month later, Louis was still training. The quest can be repeated once a day, but the reward is the same while the requirements increase if I do not complete the quest that day. All progress will reset to 0 the next day, but if I do not miss a single day's quest, Louis panted. The quest requirement does not go over 3,000 reps a day. If I trained any more, I would probably die from overwork. He spun lightly on his heel. Finally, the training quest board updated. All stats like punches, kicks, and spins were completed. 3,000 reps in total. But the bonus points were still a meager 10. The main character had been training like this for the past month, and he also got a new skill. Body art passive increases the body's abilities. The body becomes more flexible based on the training process in the dormitory. During mealtime, everyone was buzzing. What is with Louis lately? He never even dared to blink during class before. But now he is passed out sleeping like that. The other person immediately retorted, is that all you have seen lately? He has practically been living in the training grounds, and he only practices kicking. Someone spoke up. Hey, leave him be. Is this the first time he has acted weird? They chattered. He is probably just doing that to cope with his mana disorder. It will not work anyway. For Louis, a month passed, just like that. I have completed the quest and got a small clue about Draka, but I could not find the name Draka in any of the records. It was the same everywhere. Not only that, but things like Destroyer Player, Quest boards, system status windows. There were no clues at all. He could not stop wondering. Draka, who is he? At this moment, the status window appeared. Louis Andal, incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of worlds. A question always remained in Louis's mind. Who was the one giving me this power? Suddenly, a loud voice called out. Louis, over here. It was Jason. The main character was curious. What is it? Jason asked back. Have you heard? He was confused, heard what Jason's face showed a bit of apprehension. So you've not heard anything. That is why you can read so leisurely. Louis asked again, did something serious happen? Jason glanced to the side. The head of the Andal family is here. The main character's eyes widened what Jason repeated. Louis, your father. Heavy footsteps sounded. Louis pushed the door open, panting non-stop. Father, everyone immediately looked over. His father exclaimed, Louis, my son, you are here. The two of them chose a private spot to sit. The main character spoke first. It has been 6 years, hasn't it? Since I turned 10 and entered this academy, father, have you been? Well, his father nodded. Yes, I am fine. He did not forget to ask, and what about Louina? His father proudly said, your sister. She has grown up so much. She is even practicing swordsmanship on her own these days. She says she's going to protect her weak older brother. Louis laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. His father waved it off. That girl has always been so bold. Louis's expression suddenly changed. Father, he affirmed, I am living very well right now. His father was confused. What do you mean? Louis emphasized again, I am really fine. I am not hurt physically or mentally. The head of the Andal family took a sip of tea. His voice was unusually calm. Louis, actually, I came to the academy and to ask for your opinion on leaving this academy. He comforted, if things are too difficult, you can return to our territory whenever you want. I know you have faced many hardships that you have not spoken of. Right? Yes. He understood clearly. I already guessed the reason why you came here, but father, I think I have found a way. Louis persuaded him. So please promise me one thing. His father was surprised at promise. The main character was resolute. In the upcoming exam, I will get a good score in the practical tests in return if I fail. Then from now on, I won't do as I please anymore and will listen to you, father. After I promised to get a high score on the practical exam, father saw my determination and returned to the mansion after our conversation. And so the exam that the main character had long awaited finally arrived. The proctor spoke up. All right, pay attention. He stood on the podium and began to explain the rules. Today is the exam for Introduction to Magic. Please note, any form of cheating will result in a failing grade. A voice announced, you may begin the exam. The main character gripped his quill pen tightly. The school exam has 2 parts, a written theory test and a practical test. The practical test consists of 4 parts. They include target identification, magic measurement, practical combat, and one-on-one dueling. He was someone with a mana disorder. For the past 6 years, our main character has always achieved a perfect score on the theory test. But in the practical exam, Miko of the Gaji Hill family always ranked first. Louis' fist tightened. However, this time would be different. Everything will change, he emphasized. However, this time will be different. Louis was betting on it. Because I will definitely take first place in this practical exam. After the written tests were over, suddenly a voice called out Louis. It was Jason. He walked over and said, you've been acting a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? He nodded. I'm going to try a new method. Jason was surprised. Huh, really? What kind of method did you find? A scornful voice rang out. Louis, what are you doing here? It was Miko. He crossed his arms arrogantly. Don't tell me you plan to take the practical exam with that body of yours with your mana disorder. It's useless. Louis touched his chin. So what? That's right, I'm here to compete. But Miko didn't intend to let him off. Louis, as a model student, if I were to give advice to someone who has failed the practical exam 6 times like you. His voice was filled with mockery. I'd say, instead of coming here to be humiliated, why don't you just give up right now? Louis retorted. Who knows? I don't think your advice is useful. Miko patted his shoulder. I think you're misunderstanding something. Do you think someone with a mana disorder can actually complete the exam? He was also quite annoyed, wondering to himself, what's wrong with this bastard? Miko gritted his teeth. He used to be so meek, so why is he acting so confident now? How annoying. He issued a challenge. I'll show you in the one-on-one duel, just you wait. Finally, the exam began. The first part of the test was target identification. Its official name was the multi-target takedown test. The rules were very simple. The test measured the number of targets hit with a single spell. However, this year's test was different from the previous years. The difficulty was increased with the targets now moving continuously. The candidates took their turns one by one. The organizers announced the number of targets hit. First up, Hawk 1 target, next Angelina 0 targets. The highest score was only 4 targets. As a result, this year's average score was abysmally low. The next person got 3 targets. The teachers in the back frowned. Humph, we only increased the difficulty a bit and the scores have already hit rock bottom. The quality of this year's students is so poor, but a voice suddenly chimed in. Professor, it might be a bit too early to be disappointed. It was Professor Eric, a professor in the magic potion department and Miko Gaji Hill's uncle. He looked very proud. It's almost Miko's turn, please watch. Professor Eric seemed to greatly anticipate his nephew's performance. There he is. As he prepared to attack, a thought lingered in his mind. Watch closely, Louis. He was very confident. I don't know what you're planning, but this, he thought, is the difference between you and me. Then he unleashed his spell. A series of targets were hit by the powerful attack. Everyone who saw it exclaimed, wow, that's Miko for you. He hit so many targets with just one spell. He's probably going to be first again. Professor Eric approached. What do you think? The boy is worthy of the Gaji Hill lineage, isn't he? He boasted endlessly. At this level, Miko is truly the pride of our academy. He will definitely be this year's student representative. Suddenly, an interrupting voice cut in. That's enough, Professor Eric. I believe we've seen enough of this year's batch of students. The one who spoke was Professor Xion Ignis. The headmaster of the academy and his 7th-tier archmage Professor Hadel persisted. Why don't we stay a little longer? It's almost Louis's turn, Professor Qian asked Louis. You mean Louis Andel? Professor Hadel confirmed. Is that kid still at the academy? He then agreed. All right, for the boys' enthusiasm, let's stay and watch. It won't hurt to watch for a bit. Louis rubbed his wrist. All right, this is a good chance to test my power. The instructor called out, Louis, you may begin. Louis, with a fireball already in his hand, replied, yes, sir. A brilliant flame radiated from his body, sparkling as if covered in gold dust. Everyone who saw it was astonished. What is that? What's happening with his casting speed? The students also started murmuring, whoa, how many targets was that? I honestly can't tell. Impossible. By now, Miko was gritting his teeth in anger. He reminded everyone scornfully, hey, don't you all know Louis has a mana disorder? Even if he casts 1,000 times, who knows if he can even hit a target? That useless trash can't do anything properly. But unbeknownst to anyone, the power-up system had been activated. Time refraction activated distorts time for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200%. Movement speed increases. Time distortion duration exceeded cooldown, 5 minutes. Louis recalled the skill he had recently learned, time refraction. It allowed him to move with incredible speed, abnormally fast to anywhere he desired. In other words, he was now like, the energy radiating from the main character was immense, overwhelming everything around him. A brilliant flame enveloped and protected him as the professors watched intently. The students' eyes widened in shock. It's done. Louis smirked triumphantly as splinters of wood flew through the air. 27 targets. The supervising teacher's face went pale and he broke into a cold sweat. Louis stood there, panting. Looking at the destroyed targets, whispers started to spread. What was that? Did he cast magic on his hands? And then just punch the targets. 27 targets. That's a new record for the number of targets hit in this test. How could he move that fast? Did he really just hit the targets with magic-infused fists? This is all too surprising. But then everything fell silent until a single clap broke the stillness. It was the headmaster of the academy, Xian Ignis. He was the first to stand up and give Louis a round of applause. Louis, that was absolutely outstanding. While everyone was still stunned by his extraordinary achievement, even the headmaster acknowledged him. People began to cheer. Yeah, that was amazing, Louis. Congratulations. But among the cheers of congratulations, there were still those who refused to acknowledge his ability. Some were angry, some were silent, and some were just confused. But what could they do? A loser is still a loser. Of course, Miko was among them. Judging by his furious expression, he certainly couldn't accept this outcome. But he could only have an internal monologue. Louis, that brat. How is this possible? He gritted his teeth and his brow furrowed deeply, but he could do nothing, as the cheers of congratulations echoed all around. He stood there in silence, but his heart was rejoicing. Being praised and acknowledged by everyone was something he hadn't experienced in 6 years. It was clear he hadn't received a single compliment in years. My chest feels so warm right now. Louis stood tall with a gentle smile, sunlight illuminating his youthful face. His eyes shone with pride in himself, and the feeling of being acknowledged. Yes, this is the feeling I've always longed for. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, an annoyed Eric spoke up, casting magic on his hands and then punching the target. You call that magic? I've never heard of such a magic. From the sour look on his face, it was obvious he refused to accept it. Hadel immediately retorted, but you know magic has no limits. It's a field where anything is possible. His expression grew serious. If everything had to follow a rigid framework, it wouldn't be called magic. It would be mathematics. Exactly. If you always stick to the rules, how can you ever improve? But Eric still wanted to argue against Hadel. But Louis, before he could finish, Xian signaled for him to be quiet. The headmaster then spoke gently. Today, we have witnessed a student perform a miracle. His face was beaming with delight. It was a miracle of magic that felt like it wasn't a miracle at all. How did we meet? However, it seems the professors are disagreeing on this. Everyone was silent, as if tacitly agreeing with the headmaster. Eric angrily refused to accept the truth. Damn it, that Louis guy stirred up a whole mess. Who knew it would turn out this way? Jason threw his arm around Louis and shouted, Hey, the ultimate sorcerer is here. He almost collapsed to the ground from Jason's heavy arm, but he just whispered, let's go. Hearing this, a few people approached them. Oh, it's Louis. Everyone started greeting him. Hey, how did you do that in yesterday's practical exam? He greeted them back, but was at a loss for words. Questions from his classmates kept bombarding him. Louis, you know my name, right? We've been classmates for the past 6 years. He quickly escaped the crowd, thinking to himself, until yesterday, I was just a nobody. And a nobody in this school. Louis turned his back to the crowd and quickly said to Jackson, I'm heading back first, okay. Even now, he still couldn't believe how quickly everything had changed. It all changed in just one night, so I can't get used to it yet. To be honest, I'm more comfortable being alone. Even so, he knew one thing for sure. Of course, there are still plenty of people who don't like me. He slowly opened his room door. Some blonde punk was standing inside his room. Hearing the door open, the guy spoke up. There you are. Hey, you entered my room and you're talking to me like that. What are you doing in someone else's dorm room, Miko? He asked with a scowl, his gaze sharp enough to kill. Miko turned around, walked towards him, and spoke in his condescending tone, scoring a few points. With that thing that isn't even magic and you're already walking around with your nose in the air. Your arrogance is nauseating, so I came here to remind you not to get cocky. His words were so ridiculous, it was infuriating. But he shot back immediately. Isn't it just because you lost face, when your score was lower than the person you've looked down on for the past 6 years? Oh, so that's all he amounts to. So that's all he is. Just saying, that was enough to make his blood boil and send him into a rage, lunging to grab Louis's collar. What did you just say, you bastard? Meanwhile, Louis's face remained impassive, showing no emotion at his outburst. He calmly took the hand, grabbing his shirt and gently pried it off with little effort. It was this very calmness and ease that surprised him and even made him tremble. Miko was a bit stunned, his eyebrows knitted. What the hell is this? This loser is this strong? He couldn't believe his eyes. Miko, we both need to graduate, Louis said, leaning in close to his face, his eyes filled with more anger. If you really want to bully me that much, then wait for the exam. Let's have a fair one-on-one fight during the combat test. Louis' voice was low, but it made him break out in a cold sweat. He slapped Louis' hand away. Miko glared at him angrily. You think you're skilled enough to fight me? A guy who fails everything. Louis immediately shot back, just you wait. You'll find out whether I'm skilled enough. What is skill anyway, and who's judging it? His gaze was steady as he stared right into Miko's smug face. Miko turned to leave, but not without shooting him a sharp glare. Pass the next test first, then talk. He walked away, but his mind was still racing, thinking about his sworn enemy. Such an arrogant bastard. He'll probably fail today's practical exam, let alone the combat test. Tesk. Look at Miko's angry face. Isn't it just adorable? Makes you want to punch him, hey. Then suddenly he pulled his hand out of his pocket. But that guy, his hand was still trembling. Is he really a sorcerer? He wondered. No matter how many times I see this statue, it never ceases to impress me. A massive goblin statue stood imposingly in the middle of the testing area. Practical exam number 2, mana performance measurement. The testing area is an academy treasure and a rare artifact. There are only a few like it on the entire continent. Kingram, the ancient goblin from 500 years ago. The great sorcerer first turned the goblin Kingram into an artifact while it was still alive. Trapped inside this artifact, Kingram absorbs mana and serves as a magical punching bag. This mana performance measurement test requires students to cast magic on Kingram and to earn points. Louis asked Jackson, so that means all we have to do is cast our most confident spell at that statue. Jackson replied to him, yep, short and sweet. But that goblin is famous for being a ridiculously tough grader. Anything over 20 points is considered great. In front of them was a student with an emo haircut and a deep purple aura. He looked pretty capable. Thunderstorm Blast. He immediately cast the spell at the goblin. The goblin spoke up. Go back to school, you 1-point sorcerer. It's not too late to drop out. The student was completely stunned. People started whispering. I thought he did well. Guess it's not as easy as it looks, huh? Everyone was sighing at the goblin's strict grading. Next step before me. The student returned to his seat, looking dejected. He was in a terrible mood. Unbelievable. A female student came forward. Haha, now it's my turn. She raised her hand confidently. Watch this closely. Ice Sphere. She cast the spell. The goblin grunted. I certainly won't forget you. Impressive. She asked excitedly, really? Yes, Kingram replied, but he didn't let her celebrate for long. He immediately threw a bucket of cold water on her. That's the first time I've ever seen such trashy magic. Is that all? Wow, so direct. He bluntly gave the girl 2 points. Hearing this, she burst into tears, unable to accept it. No way. I did the best I could. The others continued to step up, but didn't do much better. 5 points. Get out of my sight. Who could take a score like that? It's normal to scream. What the hell? He continued his nitpicking. What kind of bland magic is this? Did you mix it with water or something? It's 100% mana, you damn goblin. He was so mad, he swore. The supervising teacher immediately spoke up. Jackson, stop shouting. Get back to your seat. He managed to prevent a terrorist attack on the minds and ears of the other students. It wasn't me. Jackson scratched his head, feigning innocence after being called out. He quickly ran back to his seat. Next, Miko Gary Hill, the supervising teacher, called out. His face looked like he'd been through hell and back, as dark and stormy as a thundercloud. But as it turns out, that was just his expression before casting his spell. Waves of mana struck the goblin statue. Kingram spoke up. Gary Hill, I'm a little disappointed. Are you the son of Josh Gary Hill? When asked, he proudly replied, that's right. I am the third son of Josh Gary Hill. Proud. Michael Gary Hill, you're proud. Ha ha, he said contemptuously. Your father was a sniveling idiot who begged me for extra points. Michael Gary Hill, you're far more pathetic than your idiotic father. 27 points. Hearing this, he angrily shouted at him, you're just a lowly goblin, how dare you say? Such nonsense. The supervising teacher immediately intervened. Quiet down, Miko. The teacher called the next person. Next, Louis Adele. Here he answered immediately. Louis stepped up, looking emotionless on the outside. But inside, he was a nervous wreck. Phew, I'm suddenly getting worried. Let's just try. I can do this. A flame appeared in his hand. He raised his head and introduced himself. I am Louis Adele. It's an honor to meet you. His gaze was determined, his expression unchanging. How strong. Ho, this is the first time I've seen your face. He was slightly surprised. But never mind. Let's get on with the test. He didn't seem to care much while Louis and his magic were ready. The flame burned as brightly as his eyes. I'm not sure if that's significant, but a student immediately recognized Louis' magic. Is that Pyroblast? His face screamed, holy shit. Some other students also recognized it immediately. That's a tier 4 magic spell. Others were shocked and couldn't believe it. What? He can do something like that? Kingram questioned him. What's with that stance? He changed his stance to cast the spell. Here I go. Louis leaped off the ground. The mana that was in his hands was now at his feet. Maybe Louis is trying to cosplay Son Goku since he has that flying nimbus. At first, everyone thought he would use his hands, but he decided to pull a fast one, leading everyone from one surprise to the next. Having moved the mana to his feet, he used his long legs to kick straight at the statue. King Grim and the supervising teacher were both incredibly surprised by his performance. Impossible. How could that kid transfer mana from his hands to his feet and then make it explode in an instant like that? The teacher was left wondering. All the students were stunned. One of them spoke up. Didn't you just say that was a tier 4 spell? The other person answered right away, no, that's not right. The power of that attack had to be at least tier 5. So Louis landed after that divine kick with his 3-meter legs. You mean he's at least a 5-star mage? He panted as if it were his last breath. But a mess of thoughts ran through his head. What's wrong? I cast my fire tyrant correctly. Louis was still a bit worried. But why is King Graham's reaction so strange? Did I do something wrong? He finally spoke. You? Who are you? He wondered. What? I already introduced myself. I'm Louis Adele. Before Louis could finish, King Graham cut him off. Are you Draka? The question made his face pale instantly. Draka, I have always been waiting for you. With only those blood-red eyes, you could imagine his desperate and longing expression. King Graham's voice echoed. I have always been waiting for you, Draka. That whisper cut through the silence, spreading confusion. The surrounding crowd immediately buzzed with whispers. Scrutinizing gazes raised countless questions. Draka, who is that? Did he mistake Louis for someone else? Curiosity mixed with doubt spread through the air, causing many to furrow their brows. Memories of the 2 long months he spent scouring all related documents suddenly flooded Louis's mind. He had flipped through every old page, digging into ancient records, but had found absolutely nothing. I've searched the related documents for 2 months, but found no trace of Draka. I can't believe King Graham knows him. Louis's face immediately darkened, a gloominess covering him, because he truly understood the deeper meaning behind his confusing words. You know Draka? Louis asked, his voice full of surprise and a glimmer of hope. In response to that probing question, King Graham uttered a single, concise word, full of weight and certainty. Yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Louis decided to take full advantage of it. He quickly asked a few more questions, hoping to find out even a little more information about that mysterious person. So, can you tell me more about him? A mysterious smile flashed across King Graham's stern face. He murmured, how interesting. I never expected to meet his incarnation at this academy. His deep voice once again uttered incomprehensible words. Strangely confused, Louis blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of his words. What does incarnation mean? Suddenly, an abrupt question from King Graham interrupted Louis's thoughts. What is your name? Though surprised, Louis quickly answered the abrupt question. It's Louis. Louis Adele. All right, Louis, I will remember that. King Graham spoke, each word seeming to be engraved in his mind. He stood firm, his massive body like a towering mountain. So large, it seemed to block the sun from Louis's perspective, casting a huge shadow over him. As King Graham started to turn and leave, a sudden voice stopped him in his tracks. A voice called out, immediately halting his departure. Excuse me, sir, before you go, could you tell me what Louis's score is? That question echoed. There are too many people here. I will tell you after the evaluation ends. This magic is not something I can evaluate. King Graham's cold, decisive verdict struck like a bolt of lightning. The person opposite him shouted in shock. What? What are you saying? He couldn't believe what he just heard. Indignation was clear on his face. According to the school's rules, you are required to provide an evaluation for the academy. This pact must be observed for 500 years after the death of the Archmage Frey and Shinnet. Kakashi tried to cite the regulation, his voice filled with frustration. Enough! King Graham cut him off with a fearsome shout. It echoed all around, carrying an incredible threat. You dare mention the rules to my face? For all these years, I've been the one evaluating brats who don't look anything like mages. His face was extremely tense, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury, making the other man flinch immediately. His voice stammered, I'm sorry, but I don't care about that selfish guy. King Graham roared, his contempt clear in every word. But a pact is a pact. I will give you the score. He fell silent. His gaze, sharp as a dagger, made the other man swallow hard as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly showing his extreme anxiety. It's either 0 or 100. What will it be, little destroyer? King Graham's deep voice was aimed directly at Louis, who reacted instantly. A bright smile appeared on Louis's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied with a determined look. 100 points. Of course. The news spread like wildfire through the academy's halls. Hey, did you hear? King Graham gave him 100 points on his test. Immediately, whispers followed one after another. Huh? You mean King Graham? Who did he give it to? Another person asked curiously. Surprise was evident in their voices. I heard he gave it to the legendary last-place student, Louis Adele. The people around them began to murmur, their faces showing complete shock as they processed the stunning news. Just then, a stern voice rose up, breaking through the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Hido. He walked towards Louis, his eyes scrutinizing. You're causing trouble again. Startled, he immediately turned to the voice. Professor Hido, why are you here? Louis asked with some surprise. Professor Hido sternly crossed his arms, stepping closer to Louis. The news that you received from King Graham. 100 points has reached the headmaster. After hearing this, he has decided to give you a reward, because this has never happened before. Professor Hido's words carried a special gravity, showing the importance of the matter. Here, take this first. With that, he handed Louis a scroll he was holding. Louis read the words on the scroll aloud, his expression confused and skeptical. The treasure storage room? What is this? Without further explanation, Professor Hato simply beckoned to him, then turned and walked away. Follow me. After a fairly long walk through silent corridors and past mysterious doors, Professor Hato stopped before a room with a tightly shut door. The door looked ancient and majestic, as if it had stood for centuries. When it was opened, a cold draft wafted out. Professor Hato gestured for Louis to enter with him. As they went deeper inside, Louis looked around and said, "Wow, I had no idea a place like this was here." His curious eyes explored the unfamiliar place he was now entering for the first time. Everything here was completely different from anything he had ever seen in the academy. Of course, Professor Hato explained, this is the only forbidden place in the academy. Hearing that, a question formed in Louis's mind. The only forbidden place in the academy? So why did he bring me here? Curiosity mixed with a little anxiety started to creep into his mind. Eventually, they both stopped at another door, which was shut more securely than any other door. Professor Hato stopped and turned towards Louis. His gaze was stern. "This is the way to the treasure storage room. I'm only allowed to go this far." He looked at the professor, a sense of unease rising within him. "So I have to go in by myself?" "Yes, go on in. I'll wait for you right here," as he reassured him. Finally, Louis went to open the door in front of him, countless questions still swirling in his head. "I don't know what's going to happen, but he said it was a reward, so I might as well check it out." With a mix of courage and curiosity, he pushed the door open. Stepping inside, Louis found himself in a room, though empty, was overwhelmingly vast and shrouded in a chillingly dark atmosphere. A dim light shining from somewhere was just enough for Louis to realize the sheer size of the place. So this is the treasure storage room. He looked around. Even though there were no items on display, he could still sense the presence of countless valuables. "There are treasures here I've only ever heard of. This must be Archmage Ixchinit's vault," as Louis was engrossed in his observation. He was immersed in the overwhelming atmosphere of the vast and gloomy treasure room. A deep voice suddenly spoke from right behind him, making Louis jump. His body tensed as he whipped around. "You look so lost." He turned around. "Who is that?" Louis wondered. His cautious eyes searched for the speaker. The voice continued, its tone profound, as if it could read the deepest thoughts in Louis's mind. "As if you don't realize your own true worth." Just then, Louis realized the voice was unusually familiar. It was King Graham, sitting firmly on a chair in the very center of the room. King Graham. Why is he here? But what caught Louis's attention and completely shocked him was his appearance. He was no longer a lifeless statue. Instead, King Graham was there in his true human form, vivid and powerful. He was no longer a stone statue, as if he could easily read Louis's mind. King Graham explained, his voice deep and warm yet mysterious, "Surprised that I'm no longer a stone statue? This is the only place I'm allowed to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana that fills this room, we can exist in our original forms, not as artifacts anymore." After listening, he replied softly, "I see." Louis looked up at him. His eyes were full of doubt about what King Graham had said earlier. "By the way, what did you mean when you said, 'I don't know my own true worth'?" King Graham's sharp teeth seemed more prominent, giving off a terrifying aura as he spoke. "It means exactly what I said. You have no idea what your true worth is. Even the magic artifact you're using is the same as Draka's." King Graham's next words were like a dagger straight to Louis's heart. It made him realize a shocking truth. He knows about the magic artifact, Louis thought, completely astonished. King Graham looked down at him again. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce through all his thoughts. "That's one of the rarest artifacts in the world. How did you get it? And what is your relationship with Draka?" King Graham paused, waiting for Louis's answer. But Louis just looked back at him seriously. His voice was filled with curiosity and a bit of helplessness. "I've been wondering that myself. Who is Draka?" He looked at Louis in silence for a moment before he began to explain, his tone filled with nostalgia and reverence. "He was an entity who wished to become a god. One day, he visited the heavenly tribe where I lived. Back then, he was small, short, and rather unsightly. Yet, his power was so extraordinary that no one in the heavenly tribe could match him. On top of that, he grew stronger every day. So even if all of us elves attacked him at once, we couldn't defeat him. We respected him. He lived among us like one of our own. He taught us language and magic to me, the future chieftain, for almost 100 years. What? 100 years? How can a human live for 100 years? Louis looked up at King Graham again, his eyes wide with utter shock. His rational mind could hardly believe what he was hearing. King Graham grinned slyly, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light of the room. Perhaps because he was not human, the assertion hit him like a powerful blow, revealing an unbelievable truth about Draka and raising countless new questions in Louis's mind. His true identity is the Black Dragon, Dracagonia. King Graham's words landed like a massive, unbelievable shock to Louis. Louis choked out in surprise. "So, dragons really exist?" Shocked by this revelation, he asked again softly, just to be certain about the information he had just received. "Is it really true? Don't you know that dragons are the source of all magic?" He answered swiftly, without any hesitation. Indeed, Louis recalled having heard of this before, but it was only an unsubstantiated claim. "I thought it was all just a legend." Louis's mind was thrown into chaos as his long-held beliefs shattered. In the face of this shocking truth, he interrupted Louis's thoughts with another piece of information. "However, Draka couldn't use magic. That's also why he created a fighting style like yours, by using magic on his own limbs. Do you understand what that means?" King Graham paused, posing a meaningful question to him. He was starting to understand. A spark lit up in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. "So that's why." Draka must have been treated the same way I was in the past, he immediately thought. He pictured a mysterious figure completely shrouded in robes. I think I understand a little now. And Kingram continued, his tone growing darker. Draka created an ability that only he could use. A way to turn magic into physical power, just like you do. By mastering that power, Draka became the most powerful being in the world. However, he wasn't satisfied with that and continued to expand his power endlessly. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. Louis was once again stunned by this new information. He destroyed everything, so that's why he was called the World Destroyer. I can't imagine how powerful he was to be able to destroy the world. Awe mixed with fear crept into Louis's heart. As he imagined that terrifying power, a familiar system window suddenly appeared before him with new information. You have earned the achievement, finding traces of Draka. Reward, Title Elf's Comrade, Skill Elven Fury. Spirit Trang, Incarnation of Power. You've obtained the title Elf's Comrade. Title Effects. Increases affinity with elves, allows communication with elves. Louis read each line, touching his chin in thought. Huh? Why did I suddenly get a reward? Communication. Huh? Well, it's better than nothing. Though confused, he accepted the unexpected gifts. The system window updated again. New skill details, Elven Fury active, borrow power from an elf's rage, and immediately increase your power. Strength increases to 300 for 30 seconds. The effect will gradually increase. Under the skill's effect, cooldown, 3 minutes. With a serious expression, after reading the reward details, Louis mumbled, this seems like an upgraded skill. As he held out his hand, a shiny blue orb materialized, fitting perfectly in his palm. But the orb already had several cracks, as if it had existed for a long time and suffered a lot of damage. What is this Trang, Incarnation of Power, he wondered. It just appeared in my hand. Louis wondered with a mix of curiosity and worry as Kingram stood up from his stone throne, his massive figure, blocking part of the light in the room. It seems you just received a reward from a Draka quest. He used to stare into empty space and talk just like that. Kingram's words served as confirmation for Louis. He no longer doubted what was happening. Then, still holding the blue orb, he looked up at him with questioning eyes. In that case, do you know what this is? He replied confidently. Bring it here, let me see. He bent down to look at the brightly glowing orb in Louis's hand, examining it carefully before commenting. It's Trang. Do you know anything about this item? Eager for information, Louis asked. Kingram replied profoundly. An item? It's not an item. It's an incarnation. Louis looked back at the orb in his hand doubtfully, hardly believing his ears. What? This thing is an incarnation? And Kingram began to explain, his tone confident as if he had witnessed it all. He was always by Draka's side. How could I not know him? Looking at its current condition, I guess Draka sealed him in this spirit stone before he died. He continued to explain Trang's nature. He is an incarnation of power. Though he's called a spirit, he's not like any ordinary spirit. He has a hot temper. Every day he would beg Draka for limitless power. But if you can satisfy his desire, he will also grant you infinite power. Kingram concluded, revealing a powerful but risky pact. You mean the incarnation will be revived from this stone? Louis frowned, holding the orb higher. It now seemed to have slightly more cracks than before. Tiny hairline cracks were starting to appear. That's right, so you don't need to worry too much, he reassured. As Kingram finished his sentence, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly developed more cracks, the fractures growing larger. The orb looked like it was about to shatter. Louis held it, watching it crack further, his heart pounding. It's breaking, he silently screamed, but instead of what he had imagined, a small object appeared in his palm. As the smoke and shards from the orb dissipated, Louis stared at the creature, surprise written all over his face. This is a bear? It then rubbed its eyes and cursed at him, its voice shrill and annoyed. You brat, you dare call me a bear? This bear can talk? A talking bear. But his curious question, and surprised exclamation of it being a bear, made it grind its teeth in anger. Stop calling me a bear, you little punk, it shouted, growling as its cranky voice echoed, in the vast treasure room. Feeling Louis had crossed a line, the sulking bear Trang pointed right in his face. Stop calling me a bear, Louis said helplessly, but you are a bear. His face was a picture of shock and confusion as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. A talking bear? It turned red with rage. Hey, are you deaf? It stood with its paws on its hips, steam practically coming from its head as it rattled off insults without a pause. How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear. Then what are you? He wondered. It crossed its arms and laughed confidently. I am an incarnation. I can become whatever I want. Let me show you. It put on a spirited and determined face. Watch this, I'll show you my power. Hearing that the boy on the other side waited expectantly. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. Its face turned pale as a sheet. How embarrassing. After a moment of silence, it panicked, as if it couldn't believe the ironic truth before its eyes. Huh, what's this? Where's my power? The boy's face clearly showed a what the heck expression. What's it doing? It suddenly spoke. It must be because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me food. The boy observed and judged. Why is this bear so rude? He gave it some bad news. There's no food here. I don't even know what you eat. It was like a bolt from the blue. It screamed in despair. What? No food? Why is my master so weak this time? The boy was confused. My master, too lazy to even talk, it ignored everything. It curled up into a ball like cotton candy and fell asleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy. Wake me up when it's time to eat. The boy was completely exasperated. Huh, what's going on? It called me master and said I was weak. He gently placed the sleeping Trang on his shoulder. The innocent scene in front of him made Kingram unable to hold back his laughter. He old habits, die hard. Seeing it again made him feel a bit nostalgic. Seeing you and Trang reminds me of the old days. He seemed to be lost in memories of the past. Remembering the days of confronting Trang and Draka in the old place when they were still in the Celestial Tribe, the string of memories ended in the vast treasure room. He sat majestically on the chair, his gaze fixed on the boy Louis Adele, the little destroyer who carries Draka's will. "What do you intend to do?" The boy asked back. "About what?" He quickly replied. "The power you hold will make you stronger. It can lead you down the right path or it can devour you. I ask again, once you become strong, what will you do?" Hearing that, the boy pondered for a long time. The reason he wanted this power was to protect his loved ones from monsters and to bring honor to his family name. It was to prove himself to those who looked down on him. He smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, that's enough. I have too many things to protect. I can't let this opportunity slip away." After thinking it through, he looked straight ahead with more determination than ever. "I will live the way I want for my loved ones, my family, and myself." Realizing the young man before him was quite impressive, he nodded in satisfaction. "I will look forward to that future of yours." The boy learned more about Draka thanks to Kingram, and each passing day still began with quests. The only thing that changed was... On the training ground, Louis was training hard. He wiped away the sweat pouring down from exhaustion while reminding Trang, "Wake up. Are you planning to skip a meal or something?" Hearing the word food, it woke up instantly, its eyes sparkling and its mouth watering profusely. "Food, huh?" As if the food would be gone in a second, it quickly climbed onto the boy while waiting for him to cast a spell. It had already opened its small mouth wide. The boy glanced over, saw its gluttonous look, and felt helpless. This little guy is crazy about food and eats a lot too. It intently scooped up the 3 flames burning on the boy's hands. Streams of blazing red fire coiled and flowed into its mouth. After eating it, patted its chest in satisfaction, then let out a loud burp. "I feel much better now." The boy thought to himself, "The food I'm talking about is the power obtained from quests. Trang eats my power. Trang, the incarnation of power, a 1-star spirit, the only one that reacts to the primordial essence of power. Power is directly proportional to the vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged the 7 thrones with the black dragon Dracagonia and was destroyed after it ate and drank its fill. Thanks to the special companion skill, his strength points increased. He praised it. "You're useful after all." It puffed out its chest proudly. "Of course," the boy confirmed. "So every time you get stronger, I get a maximum of 100 strength points." It explained, "If I reach 2 stars, it will be 200. 3 stars will be 300. It keeps increasing like that. Before I was sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing that, the boy's scalp tingled. 31 stars, 3,100 strength points. I don't even have 1,000 points yet, and I'm already this strong." It seems what he just heard made him feel envious, wanting to quickly become as strong as back then. How did Draka do it? Besides quests, are there any other ways to increase strength? Realizing his thoughts, it gave a sinister laugh. He. "Now you understand my value, don't you? If you want to know, get me a drink," the boy threatened. "It's fine if you don't talk, don't blame me if you get starved." Seeing that even a worm will turn, it shyly replied, "All right, I'll tell you." It explained in detail. There are many ways to increase strength. For example, doing high difficulty quests to get better rewards, or crafting items that increase strength, or finding treasures, or you could even cook elf tendons to make pills. Then it threw a bucket of cold water on him. But those methods aren't suitable for you. He wondered why there were so many ways. It plopped down on his shoulder. It crossed its arms, pouted its lips mockingly. "You need at least 1,000 strength points to do those things. Your strength is increasing too fast. Your body is still at a toddler's level. There's no room for adjustment." His lips tightened. His eyes were silent in thought, and here I thought I had gotten stronger. Turns out, I'm only at the beginning stage. So the goal now is to reach 1,000 strength points. Regardless, he still had to continue training as before. He trained every day to increase his strength, and when his strength reached 930, the 3rd test, the practical combat test, officially began. As soon as they arrived at the arena, Trang, the bear, asked, "Are you having a combat test today?" The boy was filled with confidence. "Yes, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Usually mages attack from behind, so there's a chance their spells will hit allies in the chaos. This test is to check the risk management skills of the mages. This might be the most important part." At that moment, Jackson was taking the test. He used all his strength to cast a fireball spell. But ironically, instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight towards the knights. It scared the daylights out of them. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't aim at us." The monster standing next to them was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The proctor, observing from the side, could only shake his head and sigh wearily. "Jason Damon, you're eliminated." He was dejected and lifeless. He hunched over and walked out amidst the ridicule of his classmates. "Sir, the Foreign Knight Squad is here to assist with the exam to ensure the safety of the students, as well as to evaluate the coordination between both sides. The test lasts for 10 days based on the scores achieved. Each person will fight different monsters on the last day. There are a total of 13 students in the top scores." Since it's the last day, everyone was very curious about what kind of monster would appear. Suddenly, the entire arena shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Everyone's face turned terrified. A brown-haired boy spoke up. "What's that sound?" A giant creature appeared. Its body was huge, its face fierce, with sharp fangs revealed in its roar. Its appearance made everyone panic and scream. It's a hydra. Hydras live in scattered herds across the land. They are many times larger than humans, and their intelligence is not inferior. Their nature is violent. So wars often break out between hydras and humans. The surrounding students' eyes widened, sweating bullets. "Professor, are you sure this test will be okay? What if someone dies because of the hydra?" Professor Hato calmly explained. "You are all mages, so you must always be rational. Treat this as real and do your best," although fear still lingered in their hearts. but they replied loudly and clearly, "Yes, sir." A moment later, the official test began. As soon as it was released, the monster roared wildly and charged forward. It used its muscular arm to rush at the knights, forcing them to quickly raise their shields to block. While they held back, the huge Hydra Miko in the back took the opportunity to cast his ice magic. Ice arrows flew out one by one in the direction of his hand. Ice spears. Unfortunately, those arrows only hit the ground. It launched a surprise attack from the air. By the time everyone realized it, it was already above them. Someone screamed above. The professor, observing from the side, also shouted worriedly, "Miko, get out of the way." But his whole body was frozen, his body trembling uncontrollably, even though he muttered about getting revenge for the other day, but fear prevented him from moving. Sensing the situation was bad, the professor had to intervene Earth Prison before the monster could attack Miko. Thousands of vines grew from the ground and bound it, much to his amazement, furious at being tricked by these people. It screamed and struggled wildly. Although it was tied up, it was still very aggressive. It reached its hand towards him and roared. Seeing this, he panicked and quickly backed away, his face turning pale. He was completely drained of color, and the result of his pathetic performance was Hato's cold voice. "Michael Gary Hill, you are eliminated." His uncle Eric angrily slammed his hand on the table. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, he failed again. He intended to interfere with Louis' test, so he immediately turned to talk to Headmaster Tyrion. "Are you going to continue the test?" Hearing that, he turned and asked, puzzled, "What do you mean, Eric?" At this moment, he revealed his purpose. "It's Louis' turn next, right?" He replied, "Yes." His face was clearly sarcastic. Louis is the only one who received a perfect score from Kingram. If we judge the other students the same way as Louis, it would be a bit unfair. Wouldn't it? He slowly raised a hand to stroke his beard. "I understand your point, but we don't have any other monsters." He revealed his true nature with a wicked smile. "No, we do. When the Forest Knights brought the sea monster, they also brought a goblin with them." The headmaster thought for a moment. Using a goblin for the exam is extremely dangerous, but with Professor Hato and the barrier present, and the knights on the front line, he was truly curious about Louis' capabilities. The long hallway in the magnificent castle was lit by torches everywhere. Hato leaned wearily against the wall with his arms crossed. His eyes were fixed on the young man clanking out from behind a large door. He called out softly, "Louis." Hearing that, he looked up bewildered and greeted back Professor Hato. The professor approached with one hand in his pocket. He spoke softly to warn him, "I have to tell you something before the exam starts. For today's test, your part will be more difficult than the others." Louis still didn't understand his words. "Huh, what do you mean?" Professor Hato was very worried about him. "The Academy has high expectations of you since you received that perfect score from Kingram. Many people are saying that it wouldn't be fair for you to fight the same monster as everyone else, so your test will be more difficult than the others." Louis frowned. "Harder means," the professor replied, "your target won't be a sea monster, you will be fighting a goblin." His words made a person and a bear widen their eyes in surprise. A goblin Trang blinked her round eyes and quickly replied, "Aha. So your first real enemy is a goblin, huh? This is going to be fun to watch." The scene changes to a large, strong hand clenched tightly, pulling hard on a large iron chain. It was a sturdy goblin of terrifying size with an orange-brown body roaring fearfully. Two men assigned to guard duty watched it fearfully. The blonde one, Gason, turned curiously to ask the person next to him, "Eric, is this the sea monster leader?" The black-haired man scolded, "You idiot, that's a goblin." He frowned in disbelief. "A goblin? Impossible." He gripped the sword in his hand. "I admit my suggestion was a bit vague, but to be this reckless. But they can't possibly let a student fight a goblin in an exam like this. How strong can a student possibly be?" Goblins are similar in shape to sea monsters, however. They are many times stronger. They can crush a skull and break a person's spine in a single swing. Eric gritted his teeth and glared at the person behind him. Angrily, he asked, "Are you sure about this? Even knights have a hard time capturing them." Hato replied with a serious face, "I'm sure. It was the headmaster's order." Eric scoffed. "Ha," he said mockingly. "You must be betting your life on this test." "Huh, yes." From a distance, the clacking sound of black leather shoes approached them. A magnetic voice was heard. "Yes, I am betting my life." Eric looked over at the newcomer with a surprised face. You are." The two faced each other. He stared intently at the man. "I am Louis, the exam candidate." The man asked again. "You?" Eric looked the young man up and down. He couldn't help but think contemptuously, this kid is going to fight a goblin? How could he possibly fight this thing? But Eric was still focused on Louis. "The professor and I will protect him," but the boy coldly walked right past him. Eric was startled. Where is he going? His face grew serious. "Hey, you're going the wrong way. What are you doing?" Louis replied as if it were obvious, "I'm preparing for the test. You're in the wrong position. You should be in the back." The man reminded him irritably. The boy affirmed to Eric, "I will stand here." The man frowned in confusion. "Ha!" Louis' turquoise eyes were ice cold, his face extremely serious as he explained, "My spell is a little different." Eric raised his voice. "If you stand in front, we won't be able to protect you. It's not as easy to deal with as the sea monster." The boy once again affirmed his stance. "Yes, I know," but the man maintained his attitude. "Why are you joking around with your life like this?" Louis waved his hand and shrugged off his cloak, looking just like a modern-day CEO. He didn't bother to explain much. "I have no other choice." With that, he stepped toward the goblin. Seeing him act so recklessly, Eric couldn't help but worry. His brows had been furrowed so tightly this whole time. "I don't see any fear in him at all. He must be different in some way." Professor Hato, who had been observing from behind, finally spoke up. "Louis, get ready." Then he shouted, "Your test officially begins now." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers with a click. In the blink of an eye, the shackles on the large goblin's hands flew open and fell to the ground. Its freedom had officially begun. The goblin erupted, roaring in every direction. It charged straight toward a few soldiers with swords and shields, and toward Louis, who was already in a fighting stance. A spark of fire magic shot from his hand, flying straight up past the astonished soldiers next to him. Eric shouted to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? He dares to confront the goblin head-on. Don, what is he planning to do? He couldn't stop it in time. The goblin and Louis clashed along with his blazing stream of magic. The goblin growled loudly, raising its hand to summon magical power. The ground rumbled and cracked. Louis advanced, shouting fireball, and threw it straight at the goblin. The rumbling sound of destruction, the fiery clash of two beams of magical power was intense. It lit up the entire area. The bystanders couldn't withstand the explosive force of this battle. Everyone was caught in the fiery clash between Louis and the goblin. Eric's gaze was still fixed on the battle, and then his expression turned to one of utter amazement. He dares to use a close combat spell in this situation. Professor Hatto waved away the smoke and dust in front of him. He must have predicted this moment. Louis truly did not disappoint his teacher one bit. Of course, he was the only one. The others standing by were already gawking, peeking with one eye closed in terror. Even those in the stands were the same. The arena was now filled with nothing but smoke and dust. A soldier stood frozen, not knowing the outcome of the battle. A student daring to fight a goblin in close combat. I hope he's still alive. Before anyone could recover, a familiar back in a black shirt appeared from behind the cloud of dust. Even Eric was startled. He's still alive. The sight of the boy's face shocked him even more. He was still standing firm, and Louis was in a stance, ready to attack again. Hatto's expression was the same, but now it held a clear look of satisfaction, his face beaming with pride. Suddenly, a hand slapped Louis on the shoulder. Hey, it was Eric. His face was not pleased at all as he angrily reprimanded the boy. You were almost killed. The boy calmly looked up at him, still completely unfazed, but he still answered politely. I'm sorry, but if I had warned you, would you have let me charge in? Hearing that Eric didn't know how to respond and could only ask why, the boy shifted his gaze toward the enraged goblin. We don't have time to talk now. Let's hurry and finish this test. The goblin was now clearly more furious than ever. Eric moved past Louis, waving his hand and warning him. Stand back. I know you're strong, but this thing is very dangerous. As if that wasn't enough, he opened his mouth to warn him again, his voice considerably louder than before. Stay put and let me handle it. Ignoring Eric's words, Louis quickly ran forward. Stopping right in front of the man, he turned with a solemn face. This is my test. Eric, who seemed to not be listening, kept asking, what? Louis maintained his determined expression. Please let me finish my test. A giant and ferocious monster appeared. Its body was enormous, at least 5 times bigger than Louis. He observed the monster seriously with iron-willed determination. Behind him, Guder also looked quite tense at the risk of an attack. Suddenly, he focused his concentration completely unwavering. There are 2 reasons I can be this brave. He then recalled the goblin's possession skill. The title I received from Kingrim will allow me to speak with the goblin. The ferocious monster shrieked. Don't come any closer. All of you set me free. He wasn't scared at all because he understood what it was screaming. To others, it was a ferocious monster, but to him, this goblin was terrified of being surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the urgent quest he had received to attack first and defeat the enemy. The reward was an increase of 30 strength points and a skill unlock. With the player's eye, he smiled confidently and charged forward without hesitation. This is a truly worthy reward for me. I have to repeat the same boring mission every single day, and in just this one mission, I earned as many points as 3 days combined. Whoosh! He dashed forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He summoned a fireball and leaped like the wind, to Mr. Guder's amazement. In an instant, his fist clashed directly with the giant monster lunging down at him. This created a massive shockwave, sending sparks flying everywhere. Taking a direct hit from him, it roared in anger. With a bang, the fiery vortex sent it flying. The objective attack the enemy in front was quickly completed. He smirked. It's not over yet. The monster roared, its fiery red eyes glaring as it gnashed its sharp teeth with killing intent. I'll kill you. The monster leaped high into the air, pouring all its power into this surprise attack. It yelled, I'll smash your head in. Its strike made the ground tremble violently. Luckily, thanks to his long legs, he dodged it with ease. After landing safely, he meticulously observed the monster's every move. I have to find its weak spot. He used time refraction to advance, and Captain Guder was astonished by his incredible speed. How is he so fast? While moving, he prepared his fire attack. I need to get close right now. He instantly closed the distance. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could react, his fist slammed right into its stomach. It shrieked in pain. Among the knights, someone's jaw dropped in amazement. He's not even flinching in front of the ogre. What in the world is this guy? Someone hid behind a shield to avoid the sparks. The students were in an uproar as well. What's going on? Hey, look, the ogre is counterattacking. It swung its powerful fist at him, but he blocked it with his bare hands. Unwilling to give up, it used its other hand, but he blocked that as well. He aimed a kick at its hand, but the monster suddenly caught his leg. It then mercilessly threw him like a sandbag. His body spun in mid-air like a leaf in a storm. He then landed on the wall like Spider-Man. Before he could recover, his eyes widened in shock as it hurled a flaming fist towards him. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. A large chunk of the wall behind him shattered. He landed lightly as the monster turned its head to face him. It snarled with clear hostility, "You inferior human." He dashed forward as quick as a flash. He spun, preparing a kick that stunned the monster. He then unleashed the spinning kick he had been practicing for a long time. It connected right with its head. The ogre fell, shaking the ground and sending pebbles flying everywhere. He jumped onto its chest, wanting to finish this quickly. He activated the skill, Ogre's Fury. A swirling red aura erupted from his hand. The monster broke into a cold sweat, trembling as it asked, "Are you really human?" He replied, "You don't really need an answer for that, do you?" Its eyes widened in disbelief. You can understand me? It asked. Not paying it much mind, he prepared his skill and lazily replied, well, you can understand me too, can't you? Before it could finish, Tyrant's fire energy, a hit hotter than free fire, slammed into its face, stacking with the ogre's fury effect. He entered a berserk state, which made it harder to control the flow of energy. His pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth, seemingly in pain. The flames surged, engulfing the monster's massive body. He stopped. The monster's body, charred black, was completely defeated. He wondered cautiously, is it over? Trang, who was watching from afar, was impressed. Not bad at all. He even exceeded my expectations. He stepped off the monster. Exhausted from the fight, he was panting heavily. Everyone around was completely astonished. Did he really defeat the ogre? Looks like it. Awesome. Everyone cheered enthusiastically, praising him endlessly. Go, Louis. You're so cool. Eric looked visibly displeased. I can't believe he actually won. In contrast, Headmaster Tyrion Shinit smiled with deep satisfaction. The amazed whispers continued. Some still found it hard to believe what had just happened. He really defeated that ogre all by himself. How is that possible? The guards quickly moved in to inspect the monster's body. Mr. Guter approached him and asked a question. Lewin Adele, who taught you those spells and combat skills. He replied, no one. Mr. Guter's face still held a hint of doubt. I taught myself. He looked very serious. Yes? He turned to the professor who was standing nearby in deep thought. Professor, how did I do on the test? The professor was silent in thought for a long while. After a moment, he spoke. I thought there was no way you could handle it, but I never even got the chance to stop you. He looked straight at him. You always surpass my expectations. He wanted to confirm. So, you're saying, I passed? Just those words made the entire hall erupt in cheers. Amidst the smoking rubble, the handsome Louis smiled confidently. The status window appeared, confirming mission complete. At the same time, an urgent quest appeared, just like before. The reward was the skill Player's Eye and a bonus of plus 10 strength. He was quite surprised. Huh. Player's Eye? Looking into it, he found it was a skill that allowed one to see the essence of all things. It can collect and digitize all information, unlock the stealth skill, and allow the user to see others who are in stealth. Trang, standing on Louis' shoulder, looked quite excited. Player's Eye, you say? Now you're a real player. He turned to her. You know about this skill? She giggled slyly. Of course. It's something only a player can possess. With her hands on her hips, she enthusiastically explained, you can see enemies using stealth. They will have a faint outline around them. That's useful, he remarked. Suddenly, the status window popped up. Minimap unlocked. Minimap, he wondered, while she grinned with delight. This function lets you observe everything within a 500-meter radius of your location. Additionally, this skill lets you view the status of any chosen target, and the amount of information you can access depends on the target's level. She crossed her arms, flashing a smug, toothy grin. There are plenty more surprises. You've got a new toy. You should test it immediately, she suggested. Look at that unconscious ogre and try activating Player's Eye. He glanced down at the massive body. Just look at that ogre. He concentrated, channeling his energy to use the skill. A status window slowly materialized. It was real. It displayed the monster's information, from its name, origin, and traits, all the way to an overall assessment. He was so amazed that he exclaimed, this is incredible. He wanted to test it on other subjects. His next target was Professor Hido, but it only displayed his level. He suddenly realized, so there are things I can't read. The information is restricted. Trang immediately replied, of course. You can't read the information of people at a higher level than you, especially if their level is much higher. She raised a finger seriously, as if giving a lecture. Once you get stronger, the amount of information you can access will also increase. He listened intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he touched his chin. His lips curved into a calculating smirk. I see. After the combat exam ended, the rumor of Lewin defeating the ogre spread like wildfire throughout the academy. On campus, he and Jason were chatting on a stone bench. Jason teased Lewin. See how everyone is talking about you? Lewin seemed bewildered. I don't know. It's the first time I've experienced this. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approached him. Excuse me, the girl began shyly. Her eyes sparkled with affection. You're Senior Louis, right? It wasn't just her. Two other people also came forward, holding out lunch bags. You were so amazing during the third exam, Senior. Please eat this when you're hungry. As soon as he took the bags, they shyly hurried away. He was flustered by how quickly it all happened. He awkwardly held out a bag to Jason. Do you want one? Jason yelled in shock. What? He flew into a rage. How can you be so disrespectful to the ladies, who struggled with their shyness to make you lunch? Lewin was confused. Why are you getting so bent out of shape? He looked at his friend, who was now sobbing with jealousy. He thought, this Jason guy. When I used Player's Eye on him, his status window said he had great potential. He moved over and patted Jason's shoulder. For the past few days, I've been checking everyone's status, and yours was the only one that showed high potential. He wore a serious expression, but his eyes were filled with trust and resolve. Jason, just push yourself a bit more. I'm sure you'll do great on the next test. Jason was confused. What's this? Are you feeling sorry for me? He immediately denied it. Feeling sorry for you? Of course not. I'm just saying you have a lot of potential. Your skills are good. You just need to be more confident and work harder. He was that surprised? Yeah. You told him not to slack off anymore? He just chuckled and said, all right. For the next test, my goal is to get into the top 10. He said helplessly, that's going to be tough. One moment he was joking, the next, he had a serious look on his face. Are you really serious? Sometimes even I can't believe it. Confused, you ask. What do you mean? He confided. I wonder if you're the same Louis I've known for the past 6 years. A look of surprise crossed your face. Oh. Louis looked up at the vast blue sky. Yeah. To be honest, even I find it hard to believe sometimes, so I get how he feels. He suddenly remembered, oh, that's right. There have been some rumors going around about you lately. You asked suspiciously, what kind of rumors? He continued. People are saying you're going to surpass Miko Gary Hill, not only becoming the valedictorian, but also the Academy's representative. You didn't seem to care at all and stood up wearily. I don't care about that. Let's head inside. Afraid of being left behind, he quickly scrambled to follow you. What do you mean you don't care? This is the year of the Grand Festival. In May every year, representatives from famous academies gather, and a magic festival is held to select the best, and every 8 years, all mages go to the Olympia Congress to choose the strongest. The Grand Festival happens in a year with both events. The Grand Festival is a national competition, where the brightest students from the academies showcase their abilities. The winner of the Grand Festival, it not only brings a huge sum of money to themselves and the academy, but they also receive countless privileges. That's why the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited to one individual competitor and a 30-person team. The top 31 students from each academy will participate in this major competition, and the individual competitor in the Grand Festival will be the student representative. In the academy cafeteria, everyone was eagerly discussing the upcoming festival, and there was a lot of speculation. I wonder who the student representative will be this year. I bet it's Miko again. At your table, everyone was also discussing the matter. Jackson was the first to speak. Of course, Louis will be the representative. The orange-haired boy next to him agreed. That's right, he's the only one who got 100 points from King Graham, he recalled, munching on his food. And from what I recall, every time Miko participated in the Magic Festival, you guys remember how he did, right? The brown-haired student at the table quickly replied, yeah, I remember. The team competition was fine, but in the individual round, he ranked 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student laughed mockingly. That's why they call us a bottom-tier academy. The bottom-tier academy that sucks at team competitions, and is useless in the individual ones. Lunchtime was over, and people were clearing their trays, but the discussion hadn't ended. The only way we can get rid of that nickname is Louis. You guys agree, right? Exactly. Louis, what do you think? Your expression was serious. The test isn't over yet. You told yourself it wasn't time to get cocky or excited yet. After all, the person chosen for the Grand Festival is the top scorer on the test, and gets a recommendation from the professors. And the 4th test, the one-on-one fight between me and Miko, is coming up. You stared straight ahead, your eyes filled with determination. That's why I have to focus on the test. You swore to yourself. Right now, all I can think about is beating him to a pulp. 4 days later, at the training grounds, a practical combat test was taking place. Louis leaped into the air, unleashing a spinning wind kick. Dripping with sweat, it was clear you'd been training for a while. The status window continuously updated. You have achieved 1,000 strength points. You have received the title Apprentice No More. Trang stretched its joints. I've finally been waiting for this day. Time to level up, right now. It crouched down, focusing all its inner energy as the surrounding air flowed into it. Sensing it was enough, it leaped up, landing lightly on your shoulder. A powerful flame erupted around you. Quest difficulty has doubled. Reward value has tripled. It focused intently, compressing the flow of fire into its hands. It gulped. Its tiny body stood straight, head tilted back. It tried to use its inner energy to unleash the power. A moment later, a fiery power, blazing like the sun, exploded in mid-air, spreading wide enough to incinerate everything it touched. It turned to look at you. The intense heat of the flame made you instinctively shield your face. What is this? This flame. You seem to have just realized something. Your eyes widened, pupils shrinking as you stared at it. Elsewhere, Eric stood by the window with his arms crossed, deep in thought. So that's it. He was recalling the scene of Louis defeating the goblin, his face twisted in annoyance. Damn it, I ended up having to give him points. He imagined you declaring war on Miko, wondering if Louis Adele could actually defeat Miko with his current strength. The thought of Miko being defeated by you made him quickly dismiss it. That's unlikely to happen. He clenched his teeth, considering more possibilities. If he wins, Miko's spot in the Grand Festival and his valedictorian title will be in jeopardy. The Gary Hill family must remain at the top of this academy. The muscles in his face tensed as if he were suppressing a simmering rage. By any means necessary. Back at the training ground, Trang had reached level 2 and looked exhausted. The surrounding wall of fire had weakened significantly, but in return, you gained 200 strength points. A burning orange flame was in your hand. You stared at it, impressed. Trang looked at you. You seem a lot stronger now. At the same time, it expressed its gratitude. Well now, thanks to you, I managed to reach 1,200 strength points this quickly. It put its hands on its hips and puffed out its chest proudly. With a bit of narcissism, it giggled, its mouth stretching into a toothy grin. It scratched lightly under its chin. This is just the beginning. The quest, difficulty, and rewards have increased. You both stared intently at the status window. Let's see. Regular quest, physical training 2, Complete all of the following tasks. Punches, kicks, and spinning kicks, 5,000 of each. Run 15 kilometers and complete combat training to receive 30 strength points. Louis looked at it and thought, I've already increased the intensity of my training, so this shouldn't be too hard. He turned to ask it, so what's this combat training? Suddenly, its expression darkened into a villainous smile. Remember when we first met? I told you I could turn into anything. You replied, yeah, I remember, it said smugly. From now on, I can transform. But there are still some limitations. So can you turn into a person? Not until level 5. Turning into a human is really hard. You asked, then what can you turn into? Its face turned mischievous. Want to see? Suddenly, a small whirlwind appeared and surrounded its body. The whirlwind gradually grew larger. When it dissipated, a tattered and mysterious scarecrow appeared, and you couldn't help but laugh. Is this a scarecrow? Seeing you weren't as surprised as it had hoped, it got angry. What's with that reaction? You chuckled. It's nothing. It's just not what I expected. It boasted. Don't you dare look down on this scarecrow. Back when Draka first started sparring, I was his training partner. You wondered, sparring, you mean you were the target, right? It confirmed firmly. Exactly, I'm very useful for the quest. From now on, you'll have to practice combat with me every day. It made a whirlwind spin around itself, looking mysterious. My power is still weak, so I'm only at the level of a third-class mage for now. Deep inside the scarecrow, it cackled slyly. Once I regain my strength, I can handle anything. Then, I'll be able to take on dragons and even demons. Finding this interesting, you wanted to try it immediately, so let's do it now. What do you want me to turn into? You boldly suggested a mage. As if you'd hit a nerve, it went into challenge mode. Oh ho, all right then. Train gathered its power, creating a magic orb. It transformed into a scepter with a blazing red gem. Holding the scepter, its muscles instantly bulged. Even if I hit you, it will only cause a shock. It won't cause any actual damage. Louis stood calmly. And what about you? Hearing its response, he was unfazed. You raised an eyebrow. I see. The perfect sparring partner. It didn't waste a single moment. It immediately cast a fireball. All right, take this. With that, it launched the powerful spell at you. It was nothing to Louis. You deftly leaped out of the way. You were incredibly excited. You were sure Miko must be training right now. You couldn't wait to challenge him. But completely contrary to your thoughts, at this very moment, he was in Eric's room, staring at a leaf. That bastard is getting on my nerves. What do we do now? Eric was furious. You brat, how dare you speak to me like that? If I had been a bit stronger then, I wouldn't have listened to another word. He cut him off with a wave of his hand. Just shut up. I heard it was thanks to you that Louis' score was raised. Eric flinched. Miko sneered openly. It's obvious, isn't it? You were the one who came up with that whole goblin incident, weren't you? His expression was murderous as he slowly stepped forward. Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If the family finds out, I doubt you'll get out of this alive. He couldn't believe his own nephew would dare to be so insolent. He was furious but couldn't do anything. How dare you talk to me like that? He urged impatiently. Now stop whining. Figure out a way to deal with this. If he becomes the academy representative, a firm reply came from his mouth. No, that won't do. I have an idea. A small jade green vial rested in his hand. Take it. He recognized it at a glance. This was an ignition flower, a type of awakening herb. This flower grows in the northern illusionary zone. This is a rare herb used to create special elixirs, he instructed. Drink it, and you'll achieve an awakened state. Your mana casting time will be greatly reduced. He was worried, but it removes the sensation of pain and also makes it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. The man stared intently at him. Correct. In other words, you won't be able to see anything. You've been paying attention in class, haven't you? Miko didn't understand what his uncle was saying at all. But why do you want me to drink this? You must. He got angry. Are you insane? In front of the man, he seemed to have lost all his rights. You have no say in this. You already lost to that guy. Do you want to bring more shame to our family now? However, he knew all too well about Professor Haido's sharp eyes. But this is too risky. He knows my abilities well. If he finds out, I'm done for. The man scoffed, patting his chest. Have you forgotten who I am? The stimulant inspection is my job. What a professional cheater. He had planned everything meticulously. Take this. It will help cover your tracks. The remaining purple vial was placed in his hand. After you drink the ignition flower, take this one. He reassured his frightened nephew. Don't be afraid. For the Gary Hughes bloodline, this is the only way to advance. So are you going to take it or not? I can't believe he's asking me to use something like this. He continued to hesitate, experiencing a deep internal conflict. Finally, the one-on-one combat exam had arrived. At this moment, warm sunlight was blanketing the exam location, the Mana Barrier Plaza. Everyone looked down excitedly, the sound of chatter and laughter echoing continuously. It was always like this whenever the combat test took place. The testing area was always packed with people, and this was the final battle. Luin and Miko stood facing each other, staring intently. The atmosphere became tense. A few rustles were heard as footsteps quickly moved forward. Luin's expression became serious. The final test is finally here, a direct confrontation with Miko. He stood with his hands on his hips, listening to Trang's reminder. Your opponent knows you specialize in close combat. It'll be tough, if he's prepared for it. Luin scoffed. But what if I manage to get close to him? She nodded, replying concisely. Then one punch from you should be enough to take him down. The man standing between them spoke up. To make this test as close to a real battle as possible, A wide variety of terrain elements have been prepared and arranged in the arena. He asked, "Are you ready?" Both replied in unison, "Yes." Lewin looked at Miko, feeling that something was wrong. He frowned, thinking, "But that bastard Miko." He had a strange expression on his face and his whole body was tensed up. Lewin made a preliminary observation. His condition looks unusual. He looked at Miko, who was gritting his teeth and staring at him, but hadn't made a move to attack yet. He's not acting arrogant like usual. Something's not right. I should use Observer's Eye to check. Then Lewin used the Observer's Eye skill. A circle emitting a blue light appeared before his eyes. An information panel appeared above Miko's head. Michael Gary Hughes. 3rd class mage, high potential, magic casting ability 2, special state, hidden berserk. Lewin was suspicious, wondering to himself, berserk? I've never seen that state before. Plus the system window says it's hidden. Did he do something to hide his use of an illegal substance? He recalled Eric before the test started. The students were checked for banned substances. But wait, the person in charge of that inspection was Professor Eric. Could it be that Miko's uncle Professor Eric let Miko use something and then covered it up for him? The man announced the match rules. Listen carefully, students. There is only one thing forbidden in this battle, and that is dark magic. You may use any magic from the 4 elements and points will be awarded based on the tier of the magic you use. Then he explained further, you don't need to worry about your opponent. Inside the Mana Barrier Plaza, the power of magic is reduced by 99%. Now, are there any questions? Seeing Lewin raise his hand, the man spoke up. What is it, Lewin? Miko's expression stiffened when he heard the question. If one of the 2 participants uses a banned substance and is discovered, what happens? Hearing this, the man replied in a stern voice, that student will be disqualified from the competition and will fail this test. It could also lead to expulsion depending on the severity of the issue. But why do you ask? Lewin glanced at Miko, then replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. The man spread his arms. Signaling for the 2 to move apart, he then announced, to your positions. Lewin stood in place, clenching his fists. For now, that's all I can conclude. And since I'm the only one who can see the status window, no one will believe me. Lewin's gaze became determined. I have to find proof. The 2 stood facing each other. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The man took a deep breath and shouted, ready, the moment he said, begin. Lewin and Miko immediately charged forward. Miko condensed a sphere of blue light and shouted, go to hell, Lewin. Immediately after, green vines erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around Lewin's legs. He instantly moved his feet. The vines were quickly snapped. The crowd in the stands gasped in amazement. What? How did he break free so quickly? Could it be that Miko's spell has no effect on Lewin? Lewin thought to himself, excellent, the Mana Barrier Plaza. Reduces the contestant's mana power, but not my physical strength. He then immediately charged towards Miko. Miko used another spell. A pink light formed a skull that opened its mouth and spewed fire at Lewin. Miko growled, did you think that's all I have? With his fire roar, he unleashed a blazing flame straight at Lewin. He used his flash skill to deftly dodge the erupting flame. Then Lewin quickly turned and ran. The flame chased closely behind him, seemingly homing in on him. Lewin quickly jumped to dodge it. He hid behind a rock. The scorching heat was spreading all around. Lewin shifted slightly to look behind him. Reduced casting time and increased mana. Those are the effects of the potion Miko used. Miko laughed maniacally. Stop hiding. Come out and face me, you coward. Lewin focused, recalling what he had learned. He's definitely more worked up than usual. That potion must be. An image appeared in Lewin's mind. The awakening herb. Ignition flower. He listed Miko's symptoms. Trembling hands, extreme excitement, reduced ability to feel pain, and difficulty distinguishing between friend and foe. It's too obvious. Meanwhile, he was still laughing loudly, taunting him. Come out. Show your face. Come and face me. Lewin narrowed his eyes. The only thing that hasn't shown up yet is the pain suppression effect. He stood up to face Miko, speaking with a hidden meaning. So that's why you're so confident. It's because of that thing, isn't it? He was startled and exclaimed, what? Lewin calmly looked at the panicking Miko and said a name. Ignition flower. His expression became stunned upon hearing Lewin's words. But it doesn't matter. To beat you, I don't need stuff like that. He raised a hand tauntingly. Come at me, Miko. Lewin shot forward like an arrow while using the time refraction skill. Miko summoned ice and snow while cursing inwardly. Damn it, how is he so fast? A shield of ice created by him appeared in front of Lewin. He didn't flinch, shouting, useless. Lewin's leg swept forward, a flash of yellow light. It flashed before Miko's astonished eyes. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. What kind of magic is that? Is that kind of magic? Is that even magic at all? Down in the arena, Miko summoned a 3rd-class magic. Fiery blast. He shouted, take this. Lewin counterattacked, clenching his fist and unleashing a seismic strike. As the punch landed, Miko's fiery blast was sent flying. He staggered backward continuously, his large frame seemingly in great pain. The crowd in the stands gasped. He used earth to block fire. Miko was knocked back and fell to the ground with a thud, crying out, Arg! No! Suddenly, his pupils contracted in terror and his entire face froze. Miko looked up at Lewin, who was looking down on him, his voice dropping. Stay away from me. Lewin snapped his fingers with a cold smile. Don't be so pathetic. Take this. Miko saw Lewin's thumb and middle finger touch, his voice trembling. What? His hand moved closer and closer, the yellow light flashing with it. After a soft snap, the scenery inside and outside the Mana Barrier Plaza returned to normal as Lewin's 2 fingertips separated. That yellow stream of light grew larger and shot towards Miko. The crowd in the stands all jumped to their feet, only to see on the arena thick dust and smoke obscuring their vision. But Miko's eyelids drooped slightly. The scene before him was somewhat surprising, because Miko was now bowing his head, chuckling. "Louis, you dare look down on me." As soon as he finished speaking, he was just scratching his forehead when Louis rushed forward and headbutted the side of his face, not giving him a chance to counterattack. He continuously unleashed a flurry of punches. With a thud, Miko's entire body slammed into a boulder, then lay sprawled on the ground. His whole body trembled, but his laughter echoed. "So weak, and you think you can beat me?" It didn't hurt at all. Lewin thought to himself, to take so many consecutive hits and still be this conscious, Miko could die from excessive shock. His hand grabbed Miko's shoulder, intending to pull him up. Continuing like this would be very dangerous. Right after that, his entire body was lifted high by winding green tree trunks called the prison tree. Lewin raised his hand and spoke, "Sir, Miko used a forbidden substance." The man approached doubtfully and asked, "What do you mean? Why would Miko use a forbidden substance? Are you sure? If you're lying, you could be disqualified." Lewin's voice was resolute. "Yes, I'm certain. Because it's possible the use of the forbidden substance was concealed," he continued, "or someone discovered it but turned a blind eye." The man hesitated. "You mean?" Louis said in a low voice, looking nearby, "The person who has access to rare ingredients and is responsible for pre-match inspections." He also turned his gaze towards Eric. His voice rang out again. "In this entire academy, there's only one person who can do that," and Lewin appeared hesitant. "Come to think of it, I believe Professor Eric is also Miko's uncle." "Wait, so does that mean Professor Eric has?" Eric rushed over in a panic. "Lewin, do you know what you're saying?" "Yes," he snapped irritably. "You're saying Miko used a forbidden substance and I turned a blind eye, huh?" Yet Louis was not afraid at all and calmly replied, "Yes, I have proof." Hearing that, Eric was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" "Yes," he burst out laughing. "Very well then, let's test him again." He started to walk away. "There's no need, sir. After all, you've already used a type of spirit elixir, a special one to hide his symptoms." Eric became flustered. "So what do you want now? Where's this proof you mentioned?" Louis touched the large tree trunk, smiled, and replied, "Let me show all of you with your own eyes." Immediately after, there was a loud explosion. A yellow light flashed from the middle of the tree trunk. His hand remained in the same position as before, his fingers still spread open. Louis looked at the large chunk missing from the tree trunk. "This is from my forehead flick earlier," he argued. "Let's assume Miko's magic power increased through training, but there's no way he could take so many hits and still be conscious enough to laugh. In his current condition, I think his skull is shaking violently, and he has at least a few broken ribs." His eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't care, and just burst out laughing. Louis spoke up, and yet he's still laughing as if he doesn't feel any pain at all. Eric's expression stiffened when he heard him ask, "Do you have anything else to deny Professor Eric up there?" Tyrion Ignis shot up and raised his voice. Professor Eric, seeing his guilty expression, he immediately had his answer. Tyrion Ignis angrily shouted, "How dare you do such a thing in a sacred place like this? Professor Eric, follow me to my office immediately." Hearing his furious tone, Eric hesitated and looked at his nephew, only to see that the boy was unaware of the current situation, and how serious it was amid Miko's mindless laughter. Then the test also passed quickly. The corruption of the Gary Hill bloodline was exposed. The sound of people gossiping echoed in the hallway. "I heard Professor Eric got fired and Miko was expelled. I also got a new nickname." Someone put an arm around Louis' shoulder and chuckled. "Hey, saint of expulsion." Louis thud, thud, thud. Steady footsteps echoed in the quiet space. Now Louis was standing before a giant door, and the space around him lit up. Because Louis was summoned by the headmaster, he felt as if time had stopped. No sound reached his ears. Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Louis immediately looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. His eyes were filled with disbelief because now Lewin was standing in a large grassy field. In front of him was a red chair. Lewin looked around doubtfully. "This is the Adel territory," he mumbled to himself. "No, it doesn't seem quite right." Then Lewin looked at the object in front of him again, and that is, he looked at the chair and realized the Theron throne, the seat of the Supreme Mage. "Why is it here?" Tyrion's voice suddenly came from behind. "What do you see, Ha Lewin?" He immediately turned his head to greet him. "Ah, hello, sir," he spoke as he walked. "This place was created by the Eyes of Mandalore." "Have you heard of the Eyes of Mandalore?" Lewin followed closely behind and replied, "Yes, I have," as he understood it, Malorok. He was the leader who started the war of invasion against the Six Lands of Frelia. Legend says he had the ability to make a person see what they desire most. After his death, his corpse was refined into a treasure. Tyrion Ignis glanced back and continued, "The Eyes of Manarok are the treasure that helps you see what you want to see. What appeared before you just now is what you desire most." Lewin lowered his head slightly as a thought flashed through his mind. "The things I desire most are to restore the Adel territory, and to become the most powerful mage," he suddenly asked. "Are you curious about what I see?" Lewin asked curiously, "What do you see, sir?" Tyrion smiled faintly, his eyes full of warmth. "A world where everyone acts according to their role. Students are students and mages are mages." "Yes." Now the two were standing before a door, he continued. "Of course, that's not easy," Lewin replied softly. "Yes." With a creak, the thick, heavy door slowly opened. As Lewin was about to step inside, he turned to look back. An image of him holding the championship trophy being tossed high into the air by the other male students. Resounding cheers of "Louis won, Louis won." Then an image of Louis in a graduation cap, with a voice announcing "Congratulations to the valedictorian Louis Adel." The corners of Louis's mouth turned up slightly, forming a faint curve that was hard to see unless you looked closely. Scene change. In the quiet space, a soft sound was heard. A cup of tea was placed on the table with an invitation. "Have some tea, Louis." Louis nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." Tyrion Ignis silently watched him lift the cup and take a sip, waiting until Lewin had finished his tea. "I called you in because I have something to ask. You will give me an answer, won't you, Tyrion?" Ignis clasped his hands together. His voice became serious. How did you know that what Miko used was combustion harmony? Luin said nothing. He seemed to be organizing his answers in his head, then he listed the signs. Miko's attitude was not the same as usual. He was aggressive, but also restless. Not to mention the amplification and flow of his mana were abnormal. Therefore, I deduced he used combustion harmony. And Tyrion Ignis asked again, but from what I saw, you seem certain, not just guessing. Why is that? Luin frowned and explained. The mana barrier in the hall only reduces magical power. It doesn't affect physical strength. And what I used was physical strength, not magic. He told himself not to mention the Eye of Gardic. Louis' voice lowered. I'm sure he was suffering from excessive shock, yet he could still laugh and show no signs of pain. That could only prove he used the substance. He silently praised. The boy is only 16, but he's so perceptive. He immediately noticed even the smallest changes in his opponent. Not to mention he acted so calmly in that situation. Combined with his perfect magic-wielding ability, Tyrion Ignis placed his hand on the table and spoke in a resolute voice. As the headmaster of this academy, I deeply regret this incident. I sincerely apologize to you, Luin. I will ensure the Gary Hugh family cannot harm you. After saying that, he stroked his long white beard and said, one more thing, I have a proposal. Louis was stunned by Tyrion's words. Would you like to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy's representative? Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The Academy's representative? A position that everyone covets. When I came here, I had a vague guess. Louis closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm himself. He seemed to be thinking about a very serious matter. Tyrion listened intently for his answer. Thank you, sir. I feel very honored to receive this offer, but Louis' voice became hesitant. You know that, I still lack experience. I haven't had a single real battle in the past few years. He lowered his head slightly, his voice growing quieter. During that time, I couldn't do anything. I have no achievements because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a gathering of the most talented people. I don't know if I can do it. Do I have enough strength to compete with them? Tyrion Shinnit's voice rang out, making Luin look up. That's not a problem. As a judge at the Grand Festival, he raised his index finger and said, with certainty, I think you deserve the title of champion candidate. He hesitated and asked, what, sir, champion candidate? Yes, Tyrion Ignis said while stroking his long beard. I assure you, you are a very promising contestant. What's more frightening is a blush of embarrassment appeared on Louis' face. When he heard him speak, you will be a secret weapon that no one expects. And Tyrion Ignis let out a long, satisfied sigh. To them, you are a mystery. They have no information about you. They don't know you, what techniques and fighting style you will use. And of course, they won't be able to find a way to counter you. Hearing that, he rejoiced inwardly. Is that so? I'm always at the bottom, so they're not wary. They don't have much information on me like they do on Miko. It seems easy to pull off a surprise this time. Louis' two hands clenched the hem of his pants as he heard him ask, what do you think? Will you participate or not? After putting on a thoughtful expression, he gave his answer. I will do my best not to disappoint you, sir. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Tyrion Shinnit spoke. Just in time, eh? Please come in. He looked at the visitor and then said to him, Louis, I think a physical skills class will be more useful for you than a magic class. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills. When he heard the greeting, are you doing well, little helpless boy? Luin was momentarily stunned. This is. The visitor was Guder Piranti. He laughed teasingly. What's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me? Louis recognized this person. He is the captain of the Knight Order in the Foreign Territory. He's one of the only Eric-level knights in the Jaden Kingdom. He remembered this was also the person he met in the third test. Looking at Guder sitting in front of him, Louis couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe I get to take a physical skills class with him. He then spoke up. First, I need to confirm a few things. Yes, sir. Guder asked, I heard Professor Heido say, that you are a special mage because you can only fight in close combat. Is that true? He nodded slightly and replied, yes, that's right. He gave his assessment of Louis. From what I see, your movements are quite good. Quick and clean with no wasted movements. He froze when he heard Guder say, but to be honest, I can tell just by looking that you've never studied martial arts. He said in a low voice, your techniques might work on that goblin from before, but against us, you'd be completely red no matter how strong you are. Opponents with good physical skills can all predict your attacks by the way you move. And your shoulders and hips. His hands resting on his knees tightened slightly. Louis thought to himself, he's right. My techniques are all repetitive movements from quests, so they're not very applicable in a real fight. Suddenly, Guder shot up. But don't worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the most basic things. He looked straight into his eyes. So shall we start now? After that, the two moved to another training location. Guder's voice rang out. For a knight, the most important thing is footwork. A firm stance makes your sword swing stronger. Moreover, your feet will help you predict the next move of the enemy. So your first lesson will be how to step correctly. He sat on the platform and spoke. Only when you learn how to walk correctly can you use physical skills. Louis held out his hands with a serious expression following Guder's words. Cheonmu is the martial art commonly used in knight training. His punches were thrown out one after another. A whooshing sound echoed in the space. He slowly stood up, watching Louis punch the air, and said, this martial art consists of a total of 36 forms, not to mention swordsmanship. He was still training diligently, his hands clenched into fists, his whole body. Louis prepared to lunge forward. Punch after punch hit the air as the sound of slicing wind echoed continuously. But nearby Guder stood with his arms crossed silently, observing Luin's every move. His expression turned serious, remembering what he had said earlier. I was wondering. Luin had asked back then, what do you gain from teaching me martial arts? On top of that, you have to come to the academy every day. So why do you? Gooder had answered at that time, just think of it as a form of investment. Hearing that, he asked doubtfully, investment? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have met someone with the potential to become a talented mage in the future. If I can contribute to supporting that person. Louis remained silent as Gooder continued. It would be a worthy investment, right? After that, he bowed deeply. Then I'll be in your care, Professor Gooder. Suddenly, he coughed dryly and shyly suggested, about that. Calling me professor sounds too awkward. Just call me Hyung. I'm only in my early 30 seconds. Hearing this age, Louis was startled and amazed. Huh, no way. Back in the present, he was still training diligently. Louis punched from one side, then the other. Gooder watched calmly from nearby, somewhat satisfied. This kid is pretty good. He's got guts. Gooder remembered before, when he was examining the goblin's wounds, he heard whispers and chatter. What, the goblin's jaw is really broken. Seeing Louis kick high again, he thought to himself, a close combat mage who's stronger than a goblin. What an interesting kid. And just like that, 3 weeks passed. Louis looked at the system notification. The physical arts skill has leveled up. Physical arts has reached level 10. Receive the title, My Body is a Weapon. Reward, increased effect of the mage's frenzy skill. With the mage's frenzy skill, you can now channel magic throughout your body. He said to Trang, mastering Qianmu is pretty useful, huh? It laughed with delight. Of course it is. It took me that long just to reach level 3. Louis looked at the notification. Strength 2,130. His hand gently clenched into a fist. This power is immense. I can feel it very clearly. Trang let out a breath. The speed at which you're gaining this power is even more terrifying. It took Draka over 1.5 years after meeting me to reach 2,000 strength points. I wonder if it's due to the difference in time perception between humans and dragons. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. Louis saw Jason running over breathlessly. Louis asked curiously, Jason, what's wrong? He put his hands on his thighs, panting, and asked, have you seen it? He asked back doubtfully, seen what? Jason replied, the list of participants for the Grand Festival. It's been posted at the Academy gate. Louis was stunned, wondering to himself, the Grand Festival. As memories flooded his mind, a voice echoed, first place, Lewin Adele. At the opening ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium. Because of that, I became the target of envy and suspicion. In response to this jealousy, I have acted pathetically for the past 5 years. All I could do was watch from afar as Miko received everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewin and Jason were rushing towards the Academy gate. When they arrived, they saw a crowd of people gathered in front. When he saw the contents of the announcement, he couldn't help but let out a cry, attracting the attention of everyone around. Louis couldn't believe his eyes. I really became the representative. The male students also recognized him. Huh, it's Louis. Then they ran towards Louis, shouting, congratulations on becoming the representative, Louis. I will cheer for you at the Grand Festival. It took me a long time, but I finally became the Academy's representative once again. Louis beamed at everyone. Beside him, Jason was so happy he was crying. Me too. My name is on the list. 31st place in the group competition. The scene changes to another place. Haido praised, I was very surprised when Sir Gooder said you had mastered it. Qianmu, his voice faltered. As an S-class student at the age of 16, sometimes your genius talent scares me. Then Haido's tone changed, becoming firm. I believe you can do it, Louis. And so the preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly. Just in time, we arrived at Antoon, the venue for the Grand Festival. Everyone was now waiting for the train to arrive, murmuring among themselves, we're boarding the mana train here. This is my first time riding it. I heard it's extremely fast. Louis stood in the crowd. Conversations echoed in his ears. There are only 2 transit points in the Jaden Kingdom, but they say that in the Jacob Imperial Federation, there are over 100 transit points. Of course they are an empire, while we are the smallest of the small nations. Louis and Jason frowned at the same time when they heard someone click their tongue. Country bumpkins. Making such a fuss over a simple mana train ride, Hanker spoke disdainfully. Stop being so rustic and shut up. Jason's voice snapped, what? Then he angrily shouted, you bastard, are you done talking? Louis listened but remained silent, not interfering. He recognized this guy. That bastard is Hanker, Miko's lackey who participated in last year's magic festival with him. Hanker didn't care and continued speaking. If you think Louis is going to perform some miracle at the Grand Festival, just give up. He's so arrogant just because he got a high score in the first semester. The student next to Hank chimed in, that's right. The representatives from the other academies are like phantoms. We would have a better chance of winning if Miko, who has fought against them, was chosen as the representative. Jason trembled with anger upon hearing that announcement. Anyway, I won't accept Louis as the Academy's representative, so you all better look out for yourselves, he yelled. What? Lewin was silent. There are so many bastards who want to benefit, even just a little, by clinging to the Gary Hill family. But I have to do well in this competition, even if it means being on the same team as those bastards. Trang, on his shoulder, chuckled. Lewin, you're in a tough spot, aren't you? Hank glanced towards the sound. Miko would be very pleased. Louis gave an ice-cold smile. Dogs remain loyal to their master even when their master is about to be kicked out. Hank stepped towards him and raised his voice. Did you just call us dogs? Lewin laughed. Good, I tried to speak clearly as possible for someone with your intellect to understand. So you get what I mean? He continued, just because you're the Academy's representative. Before Hank could finish, he cut him off. Listen up. Louis' voice turned serious. Today's Grand Festival will be on a completely different level from the magic festivals you've attended before. If you get good results, you'll have better opportunities than the Gary Hill family could ever give you. Hank laughed as if he'd heard something ridiculous. Of course, if we get good results, things will be like that. But is that even possible? The participants in this competition are all monsters. In the end, our fate is to be stuck in the Jordan Kingdom, working under the Gary Hill family. You should stop dreaming. His voice remained calm. We can do it. Lewis turned and walked away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity is the most important thing. It's best we eliminate any hindering elements to our team spirit. Seeing this, Hank called out after him. Does that mean you'll compete without us? He gave him a cryptic reply. On the way there, you should reconsider who your representative is now. Hank gritted his teeth in anger at Louis's words. And there's no Gary Hill family here to recognize your loyalty. He furiously shouted, you're ruining your first individual match. I won't listen to any of your orders during the Grand Festival. Hissing sounds echoed continuously as the train moved swiftly through the forest. Inside the cabin, everyone looked outside and exclaimed, it's so fast. Trang, on his shoulder, laughed heartily. What's going on here? The world has become a much better place. In my time, the fastest mode of transport was. His face looked extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, footsteps were heard near the door, followed by a voice by Louis and Jason's ears. Ah, I thought I smelled a loser somewhere around here. 3 male students were standing there. The one in the middle spoke mockingly. Well, what do we have here? The country bumpkins from the stupid academy? Louis looked at the crest on the speaker's chest. That crest. Toyota National Magic Academy. From what he knew, the Toyota National Magic Academy was the only training school in Toyota, the Sand Kingdom built on a desert, famous for its ancient history. They were especially known for honing their swordsmanship and bodies to the absolute limit. Lewin looked over doubtfully. But what are people from the Toyota National Magic Academy doing here? Seda raised his voice. Hey, you from the stupid academy. Where is Miko Gary Hill? Surely, he didn't run away because of some setback, did he? I was planning to have him take care of us this year, he said, laughing loudly. Take care of us like a slave. Seda waved his hand at those near him. You're in charge of last place again this year, right? Let's all get along, shall we? Trang covered her mouth and giggled. Oh my, you're so patient. To think, Lewin can just sit there and listen to all this. Lewin looked at the jeering Seda, thinking, I didn't know before since I've never been here, but it seems our academy is treated very poorly. But his gaze shifted elsewhere nearby, only to see Hato staring intently at a notebook, acting uninterested. Lewin understood. The professor had no intention of interfering. The Grand Festival is a competition between students, and now his position was simply that of an instructor. He lowered his head slightly, his eyebrows furrowed. Right now, the authority and responsibility for the entire team rests in my hands. The academy's representative. Seda walked over to Hank, resting his arm on the back of the chair. Hey Hank, where's your representative? Miko Gary Hill. At least he was interesting. But Hank remained silent. Suddenly, a voice made Seda turn his head. Miko is probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to heal right about now. He saw Lewin standing up straight, full of confidence, looking Seda right in the eye. Hank spoke with a hesitant voice. That's our academy's representative. Seda was skeptical. Him? The representative? This is the first time I've ever seen him. With that, he turned and walked towards Lewin. His footsteps were like drumbeats on everyone's hearts. No one dared to breathe loudly. Seda stood face to face with Lewin and introduced himself. I'm Toyota's representative, Seda Manjiri. What's your name? Unafraid, he calmly replied. Louis Adele. Louis's voice deepened. And I think that's enough of a greeting for our first meeting. If you're done causing trouble, then get out of our cabin. Seda's voice turned hostile. What? Louis raised a corner of his lip. But of course, you'll apologize for calling us the stupid academy before you leave. And with a polite attitude, that's what I mean. Louis repeated himself. Shouldn't you apologize before you leave for calling us the stupid academy? I mean, a sincere apology. A vein popped on Seda's forehead, his voice as cold as ice. What did you say? He moved closer to Louis. Did you just tell me to apologize? Then Seda turned back and furiously yelled. Hey Hank, didn't you tell him who I am? Hank's whole body trembled. Well. Hearing that, Seda became even more furious. You can't even handle something so simple? Let me teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Seeing him act like this, Lewin understood. So that's how it is. He looked at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. This is why the Grand Festival participants are scared when they see the Toyota Academy students. Lewin looked at Seda with determined eyes. It's because they're being bullied by Seda Manjiri. He could feel an atmosphere of fear enveloping the entire cabin. They're doing this on purpose, to demoralize everyone before the match. Lewin was so angry he clenched his fists. So the Grand Festival has already begun. Suddenly, he smirked provocatively. So, you want to test me? Seda reacted as if he'd heard a joke. Huh. Has this bastard really lost his mind? He said as he prepared to throw a punch, not forgetting to threaten him. You think I'm scared? Don't come crying when I hit you. Before he could even throw the punch, a loud voice shouted, Seda, stop. Seda retracted his punch, pulling his hand back. His voice became hesitant. Professor, the man spoke sternly. Can't you just sit still? What are you doing before the match? Trying to make enemies already. He looked at Hato sincerely and apologized. My students were too disrespectful. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize to you. Hato also gave a slight nod and an mm. Then the man pushed Seda hard and yelled, Seda, go back to your seat. Immediately, he was still not resigned. But, Professor, Seda turned back and shot him a hostile glare. Just you wait. Louis watched him walk further away and fell into deep thought. It's just as I thought. It wasn't going to be easy from the start. But in another cabin, an angry voice rang out. Professor, why did you stop us? Seda still couldn't understand. You were the one who came up with this method, so why? The professor lowered his head, sighed, and asked back, You didn't see it? He was stunned. Sir, what do you mean? Seda was startled. Yes, sir, he said upon hearing his teacher's question. Didn't you see him smiling? He recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier. That professor, Hato, from the Xenix Academy. He was smiling as he watched you, as if he was waiting for you to make a move. Sir. Seda cautiously voiced his thoughts. It's just confidence, sir. The man sighed again. I'm not so sure. I don't really know either. He recalled the aura coming from Louis. I think there's something more to that kid Louis that we don't know about. He's not like that Miko, Gary Hill you fought last time. After that, Seda, hearing this tone, knew that things were not as simple as he had thought. The train continued to move. After the Toyota group left, the atmosphere in the cabin changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss, Hey, what's the first match? The first match is a group battle, without the representative, so you're not in it. Lewin wondered if they could do it. Hank raised his voice, full of determination. Of course we can. We can't lose. Someone agreed, shouting with spirit, That's right, we can't lose to those bastards. Lewin looked at everyone, satisfied. Just a moment ago they were full of ego and jealousy, but now they're so united. Everyone asked with concern, Are you okay, Lewin? Why are you so worked up? Those guys were born knowing how to fight. Yeah, he's right. If we actually fought for real. Lewis' words made the group pause. But don't you guys find it annoying? He emphasized every word. They look down on you, openly disrespecting our school's representatives. As a representative, if I just sit still, what will happen? Lou's voice rang out again in the train car. They'll definitely get a kick out of it and look down on us even more. One person hesitated. Well, that's true, but he cut the other person off. If we do nothing, then we're just the stupid academy kids they say we are. Do you want that? The whole group looked down as Louis asked, Do you want to be looked down on forever? Suddenly, he raised his voice. It's because you always back down that they've been looking down on us all these years. Louis continued. So, what do you want to do now? This isn't the time to be disunited because of our egos. Someone pushed Hank forward. We plan to have Hank as the goalie in the Seeker Ball match. What do you think? He scratched his head in embarrassment. Me? A goalie? Lewin was somewhat satisfied. It seems Miko's little follower has agreed to join. It should be like this until the competition ends. Suddenly, an announcement was heard on the train. Next stop, Anton Duchy. Then a voice urged, We've arrived. Everyone, grab your luggage and get off. Anton Duchy. It is a state within the Zenith Royal Federation. It's also the only state recognized as neutral territory by the Empire. Therefore, upon setting foot here, even 1,000-year-old enemies must temporarily put aside their hatred. If bloodshed occurs in Anton territory, the Zenith Empire, as the ruler of the Six Lands, will step in to adjudicate the matter. That is why large-scale international competitions are held in Anton, such as the Mage Association's Grand Festival and the Swordsmanship Association's Great Sword Tournament. The male students stared blankly at the crowd and chattered. So this isn't the Zenith Empire? Someone's voice cut in, Idiot. It's not the Empire. This is just a royal federation managed by the Empire. One person pouted. Is there really a difference? Jason looked around. This place looks like another world. Huh. Our Diamond District is already impressive, but this place. Louis' eyes drooped slightly. So this is Anton. He looked at two men chatting cheerfully, as expected of the kingdom's capital. Then he looked over at two girls who were laughing with delight. Everything had an ancient feel, and everyone seemed so relaxed. Yes, Lewin thought to himself. Coming here really makes our home seem so small. Suddenly, a voice rang out. We'll be heading to our accommodations now. Everyone, please get on the carriages. After that, everyone boarded the carriages, which then proceeded down the road in a line. The chaperone sitting opposite Louis and Jason spoke up with a reminder. I'm saying this just in case, but even by accident, do not go to the other academy's areas. But his eyes glanced at Lewin. Causing trouble now is not a good idea. He became flustered. Sir, why are you looking at me when you say that? Suddenly, Trang looked in another direction and shouted, Hey, look over there. Lewin looked doubtfully and asked, Huh, what is it? Trang raised its eyebrows. That, it continued. I just caught a very interesting scent. His eyes widened in surprise. What scent? Suddenly, Trang jumped down from above. It stood on Lewin's foot and spoke. It seems Trang had sensed it and said, The remnants of Draka are here. Scene changed to the next day. Exnit Academy's lodging area. Jason sleepily watched Lewin quickly put on his coat and asked, Huh, Lewin. Going on a date? He didn't answer and rushed out like the wind. The system screen lit up in front of Lewin. As he ran, he asked Trang, Are you sure? It nodded and replied, Of course. It'll show up on the minimap in a bit. When they arrived at a place with a sign that read Vibrating Memories Workshop, Trang exclaimed, We're here. Louis slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked around and remarked, I thought the Black Dragon's item would be in a more special place. This place looks so normal. Louis stroked his chin thoughtfully. It should have been somewhere like the black market, or in the basement of some rich guy. Trang put his hands on its hips and laughed. The remnants of Draka. are useless to ordinary mages. To them, they're just trash. When he used the immunity appraisal skill, his eyes suddenly widened. Then, a brilliant light flashed out, shooting towards the man and startling him. A ring floated within the light. System information, player's intrinsic treasure. A treasure that was also Draka's first failure. Its immunity ability helps resist physical effects on the player's body. Increases the ability to nullify physical damage. Seeing this, Louis asked doubtfully, "Failure?" Trang laughed and explained, "This one is a little special." It explained that not only does it resist attacks, but it also resists normal physical touch. You can't even be hugged by a loved one. Trang laughed awkwardly. That's why it's called a failure. But you still need this. Knowing he couldn't refuse, he could only nod while looking at the system screen. Increases strength by 200 when equipped. Louis nodded. A 200-point increase in strength. I want to wear it for that alone. He then tried the ring on his middle finger. Louis looked at his hand, very satisfied. Great. It fits perfectly, as if it was made for me. He said to the shopkeeper, I'd like to buy this ring. How much is it? The man laughed and gestured. Just take it. It's been here for so long, I have no idea how to take care of it anymore. Louis could only suggest, then I'll buy something else. The man laughed again. Be my guest. He walked down the aisle, looking around. Having the player's eye is really convenient, he thought, seeing the rarity of the books appear before him. Louis thought to himself, it can even determine an item's value. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a dazzling yellow light coming from a book. Information appeared. High rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Louis was startled. This is. As he reached for the book, a hand suddenly appeared and blocked him. He stared in shock at the white-haired girl before him. This is. Information appeared above the girl's head. Irene Prios, S-rank mage, very high potential. Louis recognized her. Irene Prios of Seki Women's University. The Pluto, king of mages, the supreme mage, Terron Adamus. Irene Prios is one of the 11 successor mages personally chosen by him. Louis' expression grew serious. They say she's a genius about to reach S-rank. He looked at Irene, recalling the information. But she's already S-rank. It seems the rumors downplayed her abilities. She said in a low voice, let go. Louis didn't yield. I was here first. Irene's hand kept his pinned. Judging by your uniform, you must be from Ixnit Academy. I'm Irene Prios from Seki Women's University. You've already found what you came for and are just browsing now, right? I, on the other hand, came here just for this book. She suggested, if it's no big deal, could you let me have it? Louis frowned, thinking, so that's it. She must be buying this book for the Grand Festival. He asked, so, what do you need this book for? Not many people would normally want a book like this. Irene's voice faltered, I. She pulled her hand back. She turned her slightly blushing face away. It's for an assignment. I can't go into detail, so just leave it at that. Louis guessed, it's probably not a school assignment. Maybe it's related to the Pluto? He suddenly spoke up. Then you should take it. It's important to you, so just take it. No more words needed. Being yielded, the book made Irene stammer in her reply. Huh? Oh, thank you. Louis went back to his search. Now, what should I buy? Irene watched him go, a hint of confusion on her face. When he returned to the dorm, after Louis told them what happened, a barrage of questions erupted. You met Irene Prios. What did you talk about? Is she as beautiful as they say? Jason and Hank asked excitedly, their eyes gleaming. Where did you meet? How? Louis was speechless. One question at a time, please. Jason looked up sadly. I'm so jealous. My dream is to touch Irene's hand just once. Hank seized the opportunity to brag. How pathetic. I got to see Irene at the Grand Festival too, you know. I even sat next to her. Jason cut in irritably. Oh, come on. That doesn't count as talking to her. Louis endured their childish bickering. What? Look at yourself. You haven't even gotten close to her. But then he remembered something. Hank spoke up. I mean, she's strong, no doubt. But she's always ranked second. I hear she loses to number 1, Doompram, every year. It stresses her out, I bet. Jason jumped to his feet and yelled, that's nonsense. How dare you talk about my Irene like that? Hank sighed. Since when was she your Irene? And it's not nonsense. He's the number 1 at the Zenith Military Academy. In other words, in these 6 lands, he is the most recognized person among his peers. He added, not to mention he's also the wielder of the light sword. Hearing that, Louis was surprised. A sword? He remembered that book. So that's why Irene needed that book. He needs it to defeat. As far as Louis knows, being a swordsman isn't all that great compared to other weapons. A magic sword doesn't grant much power. Besides, mastering swordsmanship isn't easy, Hank added, but this Doombram guy is different. His light sword is an S-class treasure. As for his skills, they're at least on par with a regular knight. Jason let out a long sigh. Mastered swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and an S-class treasure too. What is this? It's not just Saturday and Sunday anymore. Not to mention you live in a townhouse, your dad's a big shot, and you're handsome. The girls must go crazy for him. Hearing him complain, someone said, can someone like that really exist in this world? Louis remained silent. He thought of Irene, a 5th-level mage at only 16 years old, and a swordsman who always takes the top spot. Louis frowned in silence. Can I win when facing these geniuses? He recalled his encounter with Sita. Surely no one would pay attention to someone like me. But Louis closed his eyes and remembered Tyrion Exnit's words. It's no exaggeration to call you a championship contender. He thought to himself, I want to give it a try. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, shouting, "You guys, the lineup for the opening ceremony is out." Hearing that, a determined glint flashed in Louis's eyes. Good. He then stood up and walked towards the door, straight into the light from outside. Shining on the grand festival, his cloak fluttered in the wind, a declaration that things were just getting started. Right after, he thought to himself, the starting lineup has finally been announced. Louis's expression was very serious. He looked up, waiting. Our opponent is. After looking at the bracket, he was surprised and thought, what the hell, a match against the Idiot Academy. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. Well, this will be too easy. It was Seta. He arrogantly approached and taunted. Fighting you guys just gives us more time to fool around. He immediately turned and thought, the Oyota Academy students. Louis looked at them without a trace of fear, but inside he was thinking, fighting these guys is the most troublesome. He scanned the group, considering that they were notorious for playing dirty. Not to mention the guys behind him, who upon seeing them, whispered fearfully, damn it. Why them? Yeah, they look really scary. Hearing this, he thought to himself, many students at school have been traumatized by them. Seda arrogantly mocked them. You guys are so weak you can't even get us excited. So damn boring. Hearing this, his lackeys roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Seeing the crowd whispering, he said in an arrogant and challenging tone, I can't believe we get to fight the Idiot Academy. It's like winning the lottery. Hey, aren't you afraid they'll hear you? Who cares? What can they do? They can't do a damn thing. A sinister smile spread across Louis's face as he thought, all right, I'll take this chance to show you. He then clenched his fist proudly and thought, we're not the same as we used to be. Then he spoke heroically. I've been waiting for you too. He immediately approached them and provoked, quite a lot of people are participating in the grand festival, huh? Hearing this, the other guy angrily asked, what do you want? He moved closer and said softly, I'd like to make an introduction. Then, he aggressively yelled, a pleasure to meet you all. I am Louis Adele, the representative of the so-called Idiot Academy that you're all talking about. Louis continued, I don't have much to say, just one small request. With a sinister and intimidating look, he continued, never call us the Idiot Academy again. It's unpleasant. Hearing this, Seda gritted his teeth in fury. He bared his teeth menacingly and threatened, I'm tired of being at the bottom of the rankings. From now on. Louis looked straight at them and declared, surprising them, I want to be number one. The others reacted violently, cursing, if we don't call you the Idiot Academy, then what? Stop your pretentious bullshit. Hearing this, Seda said irritably, do you think this is some small-town competition? The words number one are really grating on my ears. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he thought of the old man with white hair and silently thought, I am. Louis declared confidently and loudly, the ace up my sleeve. He had made up his mind. I will never back down again. The scene shifts to a white building, where the other group was discussing animatedly. Who is that guy? Louis Adele. The group discussed it, puzzled. I looked into him. I heard he used to be at the bottom of the class. The bottom of the class gets to be the representative? One of them replied irritably, I'm not sure. But I heard at the start of last semester, he suddenly did a complete 180. His grades skyrocketed. Hearing this, Seda looked bewildered and asked, a 180-degree change. The other guy continued, yeah, that's probably why he's so confident. He then recalled the old man's words, there's something about that kid we don't know yet. Right after, he sighed and said, I'm probably just overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretched, and said, that arrogant bunch, I'll teach them a lesson. His face was full of confidence and pride as he said, in our school's traditional way. The scene shifts to the XNet Academy dorm. Louis' group has gathered to discuss their plan. Tomorrow is the mana grenade throwing event. The format is a team battle. Except for the representative, all team members can participate. He then began to analyze the situation, a strategy for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw mana grenades at a Midran golem. The team that defeats it faster wins. At that moment, a team member asked him, without you tomorrow, I don't know if we'll be okay. Then Louis stood up and announced, it's true our individual abilities don't match Oyota's, but with my strong belief. He encouraged the group, but I believe you will win. Hearing this, his worried teammates looked at him in confusion. Win how? Seeing their reaction, Louis stood up and said, this is a team battle. If we coordinate, we will definitely win. He then laid out his plan, let's start by dividing into smaller groups. Hearing that, Hank was surprised and exclaimed, small groups? Louis already had a detailed plan in his head for dividing into groups and he told everyone, Group 1 will heat up the grenades. Group 2 is responsible for transport. Group 3 will attack the golem, and Group 4 will hinder the opponent by healing their golem. After hearing the plan, the group began to whisper animatedly. It would take forever to defeat the golem that way. That's right, Oyota has 30 people attacking at once. If our side has fewer attackers, and it's not like they're weak either. He looked at his teammates sincerely and then shouted, what's wrong with all of you? Hearing this, Hank looked bewildered and went, huh. With a very serious face, Louis said firmly, do you remember what I said to them? I said we would be number one. And I was serious. He then slammed his hand on the table and yelled, whether you participate or not, I will still give you my all. He stood before them and tried to persuade them. When Oyota lands 1 hit, we will land 2. 3 hits. Oyota's members are all exceptionally skilled, so they can afford to use the traditional method. If we do the same, it will take us too long. Seeing this, Gayson declared with a determined look, all right, I believe in you, Louis. Kanker beside him agreed, me too. Right after that, The rest of the group, fired up, also declared, "Us too, we believe in you." Immediately, Louis looked at them and assigned tasks. "All right then, Hank will be the commander. Zola, Min, Mora, Ayaka, Freya, you will heat the grenades." Then he turned to the others to give more orders. After the grenades are primed, Taemin will transport them. He stared intently at the plan, considering it. "I've divided the teams based on each person's abilities. I was only able to do this thanks to my innate skill." He then used his special skill, Observer's Eye. He looked at his teammates to assess them. The ability to see through a person's skills. With it, I can minimize our disadvantages and focus on everyone's strengths. Everyone was now full of faith and discussed excitedly. "This time it will be all right, won't it? Yeah, we actually have a chance to win." Seeing everyone so fired up, he thought to himself, when people are put in the right teams, they gradually become more confident. Everyone was happily discussing. "I'm not good at throwing, but I can heat one up in 5 seconds. "What are you talking about? I'm a great thrower." Seeing this, Louis was very pleased and thought to himself, "Thank goodness." Seeing everyone talking and laughing happily, Louis felt better and thought, everyone has started to become more confident, and their faith has been strengthened. Suddenly, someone burst through the door in a panic. His face was covered in injuries as he collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked and screamed out loud. He cried out, "Fulham." His mouth trembled as he spoke. Seeing him in this state, Louis was extremely worried and rushed over to ask, "What happened to your face? Are you okay?" The boy gathered all his strength and stammered, "The Toyota guys." "What about Toyota?" After a long pause, Fulham finally managed to speak, much to Louis' surprise. Their representative called his gang out, and they dragged me away. Now, the scene shifts to the Toyota team's room. Seta saw him walk in and exclaimed, "Oh wow." He looked at him with contempt and said, "See, I told you he'd come. So, what are you going to do, huh? You think you can do anything to us?" His face was extremely serious. He shot a murderous glare at him and said, "Seta Manjiri, get out here." In that room, Louis raised his voice and yelled for him to come out. "Seta Manjiri, get out here now." Seeing this, Seta laughed scornfully and cursed, "Damn it, is this guy insane?" Then he stood up, walked up to him, and gritted his teeth, saying, "What gives you the right to act so high and mighty all the time, huh?" Just then, Louis shot a murderous glare at him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said in a harsh voice, "What gives me the right, huh?" Right after that, he applied force with his hand, instantly bringing him down and forcing him to his knees on the ground. Seta's face was filled with horror as he witnessed this, thinking to himself, "What is this strength?" He immediately stood up, his face filled with rage, clenched his fist, and yelled, "You bastard!" Seeing this, Louis quickly dodged his punch, and very swiftly, with a single move, he twisted his arm, making Seta scream in pain. His face was menacing as he threatened the others. "I'm warning you, if you dare touch one of my people ever again, it won't just end here." Seta, now severely beaten by him, collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. His underlings saw this and rushed over in a panic, asking, "What's wrong?" "Seta, are you okay?" His face was contorted in pain as he clutched his shoulder and let out a pain cry. Louis stood before him and said in a threatening voice, "So, want to make a bet with me? Back in their own territory?" When Louis told his friends, they were shocked and surprised, yelling out, "A forehead flick?" The whole group was stunned. Still not believing their ears, they blurted out, "If we win, Toyota Academy's Seta Manjiri will get a forehead flick from you? Don't tell me it's a forehead flick like Miko's." Just then, he announced more good news to everyone. Not only that, but he also has to apologize to us in front of everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was ecstatic and surprised, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, we definitely have to win this time. This is great motivation. Haha, our only job now is to win." Just then, someone ran in and announced, "It's time to head to the Inten Arena. Everyone, get ready." Soon after, the group arrived at the Grand Festival, the festival of mages from all 6 lands. And historically, the mages who gathered here, everyone looked incredibly confident. They all became key figures in changing the fate of the 6 lands. The audience was incredibly enthusiastic, cheering their hearts out. "Go XNet Academy." Louis' face was confident and content as he thought, "I never thought I'd be a part of this place. A place where historical legends are made." Right after that, the announcer shouted to get everyone's attention. "The opening ceremony has ended. All students are requested to return to your seats." The group immediately went back to their seats. Suddenly, he ran into someone. It turned out to be Seta, whose face was filled with rage. He gritted his teeth and said, "Prepare yourself. I won't be careless this time." After that, he stormed off. Watching him leave, Louis paid him no mind, thinking, "The opponent I'm aiming for now is not you, Seta Manjiri." Suddenly, something caught his eye. He had noticed a young man over there. That person was Doom Pram. Looking at his face, Louis thought to himself, the winner of the Magic Festival and also the top student of Zaynat Military Academy. He looked at him with great determination, thinking, "If I advance to the later rounds, I'll definitely have to face him." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "You must be the troublemaker, right?" Louis immediately turned and realized it was Irene Prius. She then turned to him and asked, "You were causing a commotion all over the place yesterday." She continued to question him, leaving Louis completely stunned. "You even went to the Toyota Academy to cause trouble." He was completely shocked and asked, "How did you know?" She began to walk away. She answered, "This place is small. I'm sure everyone here knows by now." Hearing that, he felt embarrassed and replied, "Oh, is that so?" I didn't cause any trouble. It was just a small chat. Right after, she turned back and said to him, "Anyway, since you let me have that book last time, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't make yourself stand out too much." His reply then left her completely stunned. "Just like you, right? You're hiding your own talent too." Quick as the wind, Louis ran off, bidding her farewell. "See you, I have to go. We have to get to the first event." Seeing that, she was so stunned and surprised that she just stood there frozen. Soon after, the competition began. In a few minutes, the mana grenade throw will begin. The first two teams are XNet Academy and Toyota Academy. At that moment, Louis rallied from the morale of all his team members. Ready? Everyone then encouraged and motivated one another. "Let's show everyone our strength. Show them we're no longer the stupid academy." The entire team then confidently entered the first event. The mana grenade throw has officially begun. Everyone, including the audience, was confused and turned to each other asking, what's going on? What are they doing?" Seeing the formation his team had arranged made everyone wonder. Because up until now, victory in group competitions has always depended on individual abilities. Arranging a formation like Knights was a strange sight for everyone, even for the other mage teams watching. They were also very surprised when they saw it. They've split into two groups, one for warming up and one for throwing. Whatever. Toyota will win for sure. But he remained perfectly calm, ignoring everyone's whispers. They're just the ones who act like they're on top. The stupid academy is just that, stupid. That's why they're in last place. They probably don't know that some things are beyond human limits. Even Irene's group held their breath in anticipation. As for Irene herself, she was just as surprised, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Right after that, his team shattered one of the stone golem's arms, to everyone's amazement. Look at the XNet team's golem. One of its arms is gone. Seeing this, he immediately ordered his team, "Everyone, keep up the pressure." He immediately shouted out commands. "Kenko, the heating speed is good. Mora and Ayake, you two assist with transport. Chia, Sun, aim for the right arm." The members immediately received their orders and carried them out. Instantly, they destroyed the right arm. At this point, Seda was so furious he was clenching his jaw. Seeing the situation, he was fuming and cursed. "What the hell are you idiots doing? How are you losing to the stupid academy?" Right after, he pulled out the control panel, shouting, "These bastards are strange. They're healing the golem. So it's not getting any weaker." Seeing this, he went absolutely mad with rage. He could do nothing but curse, "Damn you, Louis Adele." As for Irene, she was deeply impressed and exclaimed, "That's truly impressive." Watching everyone in Louis' group fighting so hard also made her reconsider. The reason XNet Academy overcame Toyota's advantage in individual skill was because they used strategy. She greatly admired him, but for this strategy to be effective, one must have a precise grasp of each person's abilities. She then recalled that moment when he found the book he needed in an instant. Watching his team members execute the plan so flawlessly made her admire him. He was even able to group the members based on their individual abilities. Her gaze then turned to him as she wondered, who is this person, really? Why have I never seen him at the magic festivals before? At that moment, in his hands, he was creating an enormous energy sphere. Then, Jiasun threw that ball with all his might. "It's over, you monster." Very quickly, that power caused the stone golem to shatter into pieces. Witnessing this scene, Seda's face went pale, and he stood there completely frozen. He was furious and let out a cold snort. Right after that, the giant stone man collapsed. Seeing this, the group cheered wildly, "Woohoo! We did it! We won!" Right after that, the whole group rushed over. In the Grand Festival's first event, a match everyone thought Toyota would win. The whole gang joyfully ran to hug Lane in celebration. The victory went to the Academy of Idiots. After securing the win, they were ecstatic and told each other, "So the Academy of Idiots isn't at the bottom anymore. Now Toyota is. In that case, what should we call them? Flunking Toyota? That sounds painful as hell." Right after that, the referee announced the next event. The Capture the Flag match between Academy representatives is about to begin. Lo Win will be competing in this one. His group cheered enthusiastically, making him even more confident. "Go for it, Lane. Beat them to a pulp." At that moment, the referee announced the next match. The first round is between Representative Wayne Adele of Ignis Magic Academy and Seda Mangari of the Royal Magic Academy Toyota. Lion approached Seda, who was absolutely furious. Seeing his tense expression, Seda mocked him. "Why so tense, Lion?" But it seemed he didn't care. He just muttered to himself, "We're currently ranked 20th out of 32 schools, right? That's just perfect." Hearing that, Seda was bewildered and asked, "Why is that perfect?" Lane's attention was drawn to the audience's surprise. He analyzed. "After the last match, people are starting to pay attention to us, but that's still not enough to get rid of the label we've had for so many years." Then he said with determination, "We have to win spectacularly." Lane looked straight at Seda and said heroically, "Only with a spectacular victory against Toyota will people see us in a different light." Hearing that, Seda finally understood and exclaimed, "Oh, so that's it." Then Lane's gaze turned upwards towards the mage's sanctum with determination. "We also need to prove ourselves to the Supreme Mage." The scene shifts to a dark room. The Supreme Mages were gathered, watching the match through an orb. Inside the orb, the image of the two appeared, facing each other. The Underlord Terran watched them pensively, then turned to the person beside him and asked, "Lane Adele." This boy was one of the 11 commoner candidates. Hearing this, the man beside him said in surprise, "You still remember?" He lowered his gaze and explained, I have a habit of remembering talented individuals. That boy is a natural-born genius. That's why he was able to teach himself how to use mana at such a young age. Right after, his face soured with disappointment. That's why I was so disappointed to learn he had mana disorder. Hearing this, Shinit replied in surprise, disappointed? Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were talentless and useless? Terran fell silent, then voiced his thoughts to the others. But I never expected that you would choose such a student as the academy representative. I don't think you did it just for some amusement, like before. Or has the boy broken his curse after all these years? Hearing this, Shinit was silent for a long moment. Then, looking towards Line, he said with great confidence, see for yourself. You'll find your answer. Seta turned and asked him, what are you going to do now? Whether you bind or freeze me, you have to get close first. Or are you going to summon a guardian? He immediately denied it. No, guardians aren't very smart. Confused, Seta asked. Then how are you going to fight? Lane stretched his joints and said, his face full of confidence, he replied, I'll take you head on. Just then, the referee was about to start the match. The moment begin was called, he shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for Seta. Seeing this, Seta refused to back down, immediately using his power and shouting, you'll pay for what you did to me the other day. He immediately unleashed his power, summoning a battle guardian towards Lane. The giant knight closed in on him. But he wasn't scared at all, instantly using the time refraction technique. He skillfully dodged the knight's attack with ease and quickly dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind Seta. Furious, Seta attacked, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, but Lane, unfazed, casually blocked the punch with his bare hand. Lane's face was smug as he taunted, knew it. Seeing his hand was stuck, Seta cursed furiously. Are you going to let go? Lo Wine calmly said, I don't think you should be saying that right now. This made Seta stare blankly and exclaim, huh. It turned out the knight he had created was charging right at him. Seeing this, Seta's face went pale as he screamed, stop, you stupid guardian. The knight got closer and closer, making Seta panic. Furious but unable to do anything, he thought, I can't move. Lion's expression was challenging as he goaded him. Try running now. Suddenly, Seta seemed to realize something. He remembered the image of Lion taking him down with a single blow that had made him collapse. He realized that feeling back then was real. It wasn't because he had let his guard down. The spear tip was about to pierce his face. Helpless, he gave up, thinking, I've lost. He shut his eyes tightly, waiting for the end. But when nothing happened, he slowly opened his eyes to see what was going on, only to be completely surprised. It turned out Lane had jumped in and was blocking the knight's attack. Witnessing this, Seta couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, stunned, thinking, no way. He was repeatedly punching the knight with his bare hands. Seta was in awe. He's attacking a steel guardian with his bare hands? The knight was beaten to a pulp. Lion had defeated it, much to Seta's astonishment. Right after, Lean walked towards him, step by step, making Seta very scared. Seta looked at him with an emotional expression. He stammered, did you just save me? Lane feigned ignorance and replied coldly, save you? Why would I save the person who humiliated my friend? Then, with a dangerous look, he moved closer and said slowly, I want to finish you with my own hands. He then reminded him, remember our bet? Lane flexed his hand and said gently, just one flick on the forehead. His flick sent him flying far away. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, thinking, the sky is so blue. The audience was equally shocked and exclaimed, oh my god. Witnessing this, his academy mates cheered joyfully. The arena erupted in ecstasy. Everyone couldn't stop praising him. So cool. What kind of magic is that? This matchup is so one-sided. And so, Lane attracted the attention of someone else. Mr. Sneak glanced at Terran and thought, here we go again. Terran's face was completely stunned, as if he'd seen a ghost. Many thoughts raced through his mind. A demigod like me, the only mage to reach level 8, known as the Supreme Mage, and yet I've never seen magic like this before. His face was one of utter disbelief. He stared intently at the boy, who was laughing and joking, and wondered, who on earth are you? He was furious. The name Lion Adele flashed in his mind. The enraged Terran bared his teeth, his eyes wide, looking like he could eat him alive. Tyrion Sheenit, he suddenly said in a mysterious tone, tell me everything you know about Liwen Adele. Sheenit was silent for a moment, lost in thought. That kid is a student who always does his duty. Someone everyone thought would give up but never did. He rested his arm on the chair and began to share what he knew. Someone who can turn his weaknesses into strengths and is more of a true mage than anyone. That is what I know about Lane. After listening, Terran's lips tightened in anger. He abruptly pushed himself to his feet. He laughed sarcastically and said, so, you're trying to protect your student from my curiosity, are you? Well, Tyrion, what if I were to just summon Lion here and ask him directly? Terran exclaimed with a triumphant and arrogant look. Shinny replied cryptically, if you intend to force the boy to speak, then I will be forced to stop you. Terran looked at Tyrion in annoyed disbelief. He sighed and then gave a contemptuous smirk at Tyrion's words. You're invoking the mage's right to secrecy, aren't you? The oath of Millie. They stared at each other. Very well, but a little exchange shouldn't be a problem, He looked back towards the orb. The corner of his mouth curled up like a predator who's found its prey. The one to reach the limits of magic must be me. Tyrion stared intently at the orb. Without blinking, I must find out what kind of magic that is. Louis Adele, somewhere late at night. We've only won one round, and you're already complaining. We should be resting now. If we keep partying like this, other schools are coming too, so why are you so worked up? A group of drunk students laughed and joked loudly. Across from them, Louis looked utterly helpless. This is awesome. I always thought if I ever came to N10, I had to visit this place. Come on, Louis, let's celebrate the victory. It's a festival after all. Jackson approached him from behind. Well, Louis, looking 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like a dad, could only sigh wearily. We have Vanillanti coconut juice here, and also Dragon Kiss. 2 delicious drinks were presented before him. Dragon Kiss? He was surprised to hear about this drink. Haha. You know I'm always patriotic, he said, handing the bottle to him. So this is a specialty from your hometown? Of course, but that's not why I ordered it. From somewhere, footsteps were approaching. Just 1 sip of this, and it tastes like you're kissing a dragon. The flavor is top-notch. Jason used his best sales pitch for the drink. Come on, Louis, don't make that face. Just try it. 1 glass will get you wasted. 1 glass and you'll taste its supreme deliciousness. He eagerly invited Louis to try this strange drink. Louis looked worriedly at the bottle in his hand. Behind them, a tall figure stood imposingly. He looked up in surprise at the person behind him. The large young man was Seda, who had lost to Louis in the previous match. Seda Manjiri. The whole group shouted his name in surprise. I know your pride is hurt from losing to Louis, but you should go. Don't spoil our fun. Jason frowned, annoyed, and glared at him. Seda Manjiri. He couldn't believe it. Why is he here? Looking for a fight? I came to apologize. Putting his ego aside, he squinted and tried to force out an apology. Their faces were like question marks. They were utterly shocked to hear him say it. I'm sorry for looking down on you all this time. He bowed his head slightly, trying to apologize as sincerely as he could. After being defeated by Louis in the arena, I realized. He frowned deeply, his voice strained. I shouldn't look down on others just because they are weaker than me. The words he thought he'd never say were finally spoken. But there are many people in the world stronger than me, so to someone else, I'm also just a weakling. The whole group was still reeling from his words. I truly feel that what I've done to you all this time was wrong. Whoa, hold on. Why the sudden change? Jason looked at him, confused, his face beaded with sweat. I know that even after saying all this, it won't be easy for you to forgive me. But I'm saying it just so you know. I am truly sorry. He bowed deeply. Showing his utmost sincerity, Louis looked at him, his face softened slightly, but he remained silent. How awkward. The other guys looked at each other sheepishly, scratching their heads to diffuse the tension. Right, I'm sorry for ruining the mood. I'll leave now. After saying what was on his mind, he straightened up, ready to leave. Seda, a voice called out, making him turn around in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you genuinely sorry? Louis looked at him sternly, half doubting his sudden apology. It's for real. He looked at Louis, his sincere expression saying it all. Hearing that, Louis breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks for the very manly apology. He stepped forward and offered his hand, making Seda's eyes widen in surprise. Emotions welled up inside him, his eyes speaking volumes. He reached out and shook his hand. The handshake was truly indescribable. Yo, this is delicious. What is this? They resumed what they were doing earlier. My friends also accepted Seda's apology, and so we all hung out together. And so, they threw their arms around each other, chugging bottles of Dragon Kiss, drinking late into the night and getting drunk on the atmosphere. Suddenly, Louis's eyes shot open, his face filled with alarm. He mumbled thoughtfully. Jason and the others stared at him, then broke into wide grins. Louis, you're awake, huh? He sat up, propping himself with one arm while rubbing his head with the other. Yeah. The whole gang sat around his bed, watching him. You're finally awake, huh? Do you remember anything about yesterday? You must really like Dragon Kiss, huh? Hank's comment made Jason and the other guy laugh until their sides hurt. Yesterday you were crying and saying, thank you guys for trusting me. At least for now. School life is so hard. Louis was crying, bottle in hand, while Seda clapped in encouragement and the others were crying with laughter. Remembering it made them all roar with laughter again. I can't believe the perfect Louis has a side like this. Ha 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 ha. Now Jason and everyone had something to tease him about. Louis walked down the hall, muttering irritably. Those little devils, I just woke up and they're already starting trouble. It's driving me crazy. He cringed, recalling how Jason tempted him to try Dragon Kiss. What kind of drink makes you so emotional? I have to stay away from that stuff from now on. As he was casually walking, he suddenly heard someone call his name, Louis. This time, he ran into Seda. Did you sleep well last night? Seda ran over, laughing as he spoke. Last night, you two were even apologizing for fighting. You promised we'd be brothers from now on. You both hugged and cried your eyes out. Louis blushed and hurried away while Seda stood in the middle of the hall. He shouted, my friend, see you later. Louis quickened his pace. Aren't you embarrassed at all? Good grief. His face was as red as a tomato. He dragged his weary body onward. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire, he ran into the two-headed professor. The professor's words made Louis flinch. You knew about that too, Professor. But the professor wasn't talking about that. He informed him that someone wanted to meet him. Louis wondered, who is it, Professor? The two stood facing each other. The professor said the person is dangerous, despite their kind appearance. This only made Louis more curious. Who is it? His face filled with surprise when he found out it was the master of hypocrisy, by the name of King Teron. The two-headed professor had to warn him emphatically. Be careful, Lewis. Teron is a mysterious man. He continued gravely. People who hide their true nature like him are very dangerous. Louis stood there, listening intently. Right, that's all I can tell you, he continued. Louis looked thoughtful for a moment. I will be careful, Professor. Louis seemed to be soothing the professor's worries. Okay, after the exam ends today, I will inform you of the time. After Louis told them, the other students were incredibly excited and a little surprised. King Teron? The Supreme Mage is watching us? The whole group exclaimed, some excited, others afraid. Louis stood with his arms crossed and said firmly, yes, that gives us even more reason to win. I've already thought of a strategy. It's called defense if possible. Hearing this, they were all confused. What do you mean? Louis pointed to himself confidently like a salesman. I will run to the goal. The next match is Arrowball. It's a game that uses arrows that can move on their own. They constantly fly all over the place. Each team has 9 members divided into attacking positions, defense, and a goalie. The team that gets more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the game is highly strategic. You have to know when to use defensive spells, when to use control spells, and how to catch the arrow ball and throw it into the opposing goal. Normally, you'd have to consider many factors, but with Louis, the rules are merely suggestions. Someone on the opposing team yelled an alarm. Watch out. He's rushing toward their goal like a blur. The match begins. The other team shouted, Ice Tree, Ice Spear. Their hands gathered ice magic to attack Louis. Another's hand gathered mana, unleashing a giant firewall at Louis. With one hand, he shattered the ice block. With his other hand, he punched through the flames. They used all kinds of magic, but everything was useless. In the stands, even Seta was cheering for Louis louder than the students from Exnet Academy. Go Louis, go Exnet. People gave him strange looks. What's with that guy? He was throwing a fit after losing yesterday. Louis must have beaten him so badly he lost his mind. Probably. Hearing that, he angrily roared, What did you say? Lost my mind? Don't you know that you become brothers after you have a good fight? A student spoke up. What fight? It looked more like you were the only one getting hit. The words cut him like a knife. What did you say to me? The frightened student replied, Nothing. After that, no one dared to say anything to Seta's face, whispering behind his back instead. What's with these representatives? The tall, dark guy stood with his hands in his pockets, thinking, Louis Adele, after my match with you, I became sure of one thing. You will be the mage of the next generation. In his eyes, Louis's image was incredibly cool. Irene Prios of Seiki Women's University. Next is Dalian Menken from Frelia Magic Academy, and finally, Doom Pram from the Zenith Military Training School. And Seta got to fight directly against the best at the Grand Festival. But Lewin is even stronger than them. Not only is he strong, but Lewin also has leadership skills and patience. His image reappeared in his mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't believe that after everything, Lewin still accepted him as a friend. Captain, it's our turn soon. Aren't we having a strategy meeting? Yeah, let's go. So Seta couldn't continue cheering for Lewin. Someone shouted with all their might, Stop Lewin. Go Adele. The 4 of them were desperately trying to stop Louis with their lives. Ice, fire, earth, wood. They used whatever the heck they could. The group shouted back in unison, We're trying our best. Louis, with his agile body, dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He smiled smugly. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Terrified, they hastily erected a thick ice barrier. He let out a grunt and punched, shattering the ice chunks into shards. Ice shards. The whole group fled in a hurry, tripping and falling. Watch out for Louis and you just forget about us. While Louis was disrupting the enemy's formation over here. Jackson caught the arrow ball. He caught the arrow ball. Stop him. Even if they wanted to stop him now. The defensive line was already in shambles, and they were up against Jason, an expert thrower. Take this, he shouted, bringing the score to 2-0. The crowd cheered wildly. Great, another point. After that, all eyes were on Louis. Jason and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense, attacking the gap. He rushed forward at lightning speed. They can't stop Louis Adele. And just like that, their defense was broken. The entire stadium couldn't believe their eyes. Down on the field, everyone was panting from exhaustion. He's a monster. It's no use. We've lost. In a typical arrow ball match, there are usually 3 or 4 goals. But Xenix Academy scored 11 goals, setting a record without letting the opponent score a single one. The signal for surrender has been given. The commentator's voice echoed through the stadium. The winner is Xenix Magic Academy. He and his teammates celebrated joyfully amidst the cheers. All over the arena, our academy won by an overwhelming margin of 11 goals. Yeah, looks like that guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, maybe he really is the top student. The crowd began to gossip about Xenix Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, the whole group was celebrating the victory. Wow, we won again. At this rate, we might actually take first place, huh? As someone asked during the celebration, he suddenly heard someone call his name, Louis Adele. It was Professor Hido. He opened the door and entered. I've come to see Louis. We have an appointment. Tonight at 7 o'clock. His hand on the boy's shoulder was reminiscent of a romance series. The scene shifts to a fiery red sky. The Dark Lord is enjoying a glass of red wine, his gaze distant. Remember not to eat anything before you come, Louis. On that day, an imposing tower shrouded in black and red appeared. As scheduled, Lewin leisurely walked down the corridor. You've arrived, Master. Tyrion Ignis suddenly appeared, startling him. He quickly realized the silver-haired man who had suddenly appeared was his teacher. "Greetings, master." Lewin cleared his throat and greeted him. Tyrion Ignis stood there, observing him quietly for a moment before smiling faintly. "Let's go inside." The door opened, and Lewin and Tyrion Ignis stepped in. "Welcome." A deep, steady voice rang out. Lewin stopped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Following the voice, he looked ahead. A man appeared before them. This guy's magical reaction is incredibly fast. Could he be a dragon too? Lewin's eyebrows furrowed as he tried to remember. Then, a thought flashed in his mind, and he quickly realized. He was the supreme mage, on the verge of becoming half human, half dragon. It was the Dark Lord, Terran. A lavish meal was prepared on the table. "You probably don't know this, but we've met before." But Terran remained calm. "I saw you from a distance back then." Meanwhile, Lewin grew curious hearing that. "Saw me?" Terran spoke as he ate. "It was about 5 years ago. I was searching for the first seat back then. You were on that list too." Hearing this, Tyrion Ignis turned to Lewin and nodded in confirmation. Lewin was surprised, but before he could speak, Terran cut him off. "It seems things are very different now. I'll get straight to the point." Lewin looked up at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. "Can you tell me what has happened during this time?" He thought to himself, so in his eyes, "I'm a mistake." The fleeting thought made his expression more somber. "It's proof that even the Supreme Mage can make mistakes. He wants me to admit it myself to prove that he wasn't wrong." He looked down, guessing his intention. "Please forgive me, sir. Right now, there's only one thing I can say." Lewin's hoarse voice made him pause. He frowned warily. Lewin continued, "No matter how talented you are, your efforts will not be recognized." "Efforts?" Terran rested his chin in his hand, his eyes mocking as if he'd heard an old joke. "Are you two related somehow? Why do you always talk about effort?" Tyrion Ignis seemed to smile kindly as he looked at Lewin. "That's also why I like this kid." Hearing that, he also smiled faintly at him. "If so, what efforts have you made?" A voice replied. "Lately, I've been focusing on martial arts. I overcame my mana disorder by practicing martial arts and gained exceptional strength because of it." His tone grew higher, cold, and mocking. "You can even cast magic? Without any casting time? You expect me to believe that? Or did you simply use some kind of artifact?" His words implied the use of some power-boosting item, suggesting that Lewin was, in fact, just as ordinary as anyone else, and not special at all. "Even I have never heard of such an artifact." Tyrion Ignis hesitated. "Well, it could be possible." "All right, that's enough," Terran said. "There will be more opportunities later." He affirmed, "I will continue to observe you. I wonder if your efforts will have any effect on my chosen ones." Lewin replied unflinchingly, "Please, continue to observe me." He suddenly stood up, surprising Terran. "Now I'm getting a little curious myself," Lewin smiled. "I wonder how different the one chosen by the Supreme Mage is from me." He was slightly taken aback by those words. At the magnificent arena, the frantic and uncontrolled roars of the crowd echoed. "Everyone here is so hospitable," a maid approached. "Oh, are you afraid I'll eat your student alive, master?" "Of course not. It's nothing like that." The two veteran mages sat opposite each other. "Talented mages are always welcome." Terran smiled lightly and shrugged. "I'm just a little curious." The maid quietly poured tea as Tyrion Ignis glanced at him. "Well, has your curiosity been satisfied yet?" Master Terran was inscrutable. "I wonder if you're hiding something from me. But I'm sure you don't have any secrets, do you?" He closed his eyes, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he sipped his tea. "Now I'm starting to get curious about something else." He repeated, "Curious about something else?" You heard him. "That brat was subtly threatening me." Terran shrugged. Tyrion Ignis could only give a wry smile. "Look at him, he's just a snot-nosed kid. That rascal isn't the least bit afraid, while so many other mages tremble before me. How interesting." He chuckled, a hint of anticipation in his voice. In the quiet room, Terran wore a calm expression. "I hope the rascal I've set my sights on can actually do something interesting." Outside, the crowd roared. The door burst open. The sound of other mages' footsteps echoed in the hall. Doompram led the way like the alpha of a pack. He frowned in annoyance. "What's the point of all this cheering? To me, it's just noise." The door burst open and someone rushed in, nearly stumbling. He whispered into Doompram's ear. "What is it?" Doompram asked. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes." The representative, Louis Adele, went to the tower. Doompram shuddered as a fire of rage ignited within him. "The Dark Lord is testing someone else instead of me?" He trembled with rage, recalling the match he had watched. "I've watched his matches a few times. He's caused quite a stir at the Grand Festival this time. Rumor has it he's a tough opponent, because his magic is special. But I don't care. No matter how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he can't be considered my rival." Doompram fell into deep thought. "In my eyes, he's just a freak." It's as simple as that. Reaching his boiling point, he seemed to lose control. Lost in his thoughts and jealousy, the others noticed something was off and watched him worriedly. "What's wrong? Doom, what happened?" Their concern and cautious questions echoed. "I can never forgive you, Louis Adele. The only one he acknowledges must be me." On the other side, a mysterious gate creaked open. Behind it was Lewin. The young man was prompted to step through the door and stood there looking at the black cloak. Before him was Doombram, who was staring straight at him with a slightly annoyed face. "What did you say to the King of Hell?" he questioned, fiercely glaring and baring his teeth. "You waited for me just to ask this." He could not believe someone could be so ridiculously idle. In the middle of the great hall, the man's shouts echoed. His eyes blazed with anger. Answer me. In contrast to his fury, Louis indifferently replied, He did not flinch at his rage. His calm voice rang out. Why should I answer? Though the words were gentle, it was like a slap in the face. This was Doom Pram. He frowned. Without hesitation, he drew his sword as a threat. For no reason at all, the air in the hall grew thick. His sword emitted a cold light. I want to hear it. His voice rang out as he faced his anger. He remained calm, completely unshaken. This guy wants to start a fight. His face hardened. He shot him a glare. Are you challenging me? This is not the arena. He raised his fist in provocation. The two confronted each other with completely different auras of power. If you want to fight, you will get one. He glared and taunted him. The moment the last word fell, the ground beneath them shook violently. A blinding light exploded in front of him. He rushed forward to attack like a whirlwind. Before his reflexes could respond, the danger was right upon him. Their energy flooded the entire grand hall. He is really strong. I cannot see any weaknesses. His initial arrogance was extinguished in the face of his power. Is he really trying to start a fight here? This is outside the arena. He was in disbelief that he was still trying to fight him. He silently drew his sword, preparing for the next move. You too, stop right now. A voice shouted from afar. A sudden shout startled them both. Irene Prius, a girl with long white hair, approached them. Is this a reunion? Everyone is here, she said as she approached them. What reunion? I just was not sure if I should greet you two properly. Irene stood beside him, crossing her arms. She said helplessly, just put your sword away. He remained silent. Humph. He fumed, turned his back, and walked off, ignoring them. The two of them stood watching him leave. Is he always like that? He asked her curiously. Not really, except on days like today. Normally, he rarely even speaks. What does that mean? Louis still did not understand her. Doom Pram gets agitated by matters related to the King of Hell. The image of him kneeling before the arrogant King of Hell came to mind as she spoke. More than anyone, he craves his acknowledgement. The King of Hell rarely summons anyone like he did today, she continued to explain. He probably thinks the King of Hell has taken an interest in me. He stood there, pondering her words. Suddenly, she turned to look at Louis and smiled, leaving him speechless. Were you really going to fight him just now? She asked curiously. No way. That would be like giving up my right to compete, he replied. He probably was not going to attack for real either. He waved his hand, dismissing her idea. He was probably just trying to scare me. So were you scared? Irene asked playfully. The question left him stunned. Doom Pram is like an impenetrable fortress. Normal attacks will not faze him. To him, she continued. But he raised his hand and looked at it. I do not think I would lose either. He clenched his fist, showing his strong will and determination. No matter how strong a fortress is, it will fall if you keep attacking. I am strong too, right? His question made the girl chuckle. You are a strange one, she replied. Anyway, be careful. Doom Pram will not show any mercy. From somewhere, silent footsteps walked away. But after today, he will definitely keep an eye on you. Elsewhere, his determined gaze looked straight ahead. Elsewhere, in the Zenith Academy dormitory, morning sunlight streamed through the windows. So disappointing, truly disappointing. Jason was lying down, sighing deeply. Come on, everyone did their best. Seeing his friend's dejection, Louis patted his shoulder comfortingly. Yeah, getting fourth in the team match without Louis is great. What do you mean great? It is phenomenal. Another friend spoke up. It is a shame about the winning streak, but at least we proved the Academy's strength. He looked regretful and shrugged helplessly. So what is your plan now, Louis? The individual test is next. As they were talking, a cheerful friend walked in with 2 full bags who wants a vanilla Coke. Of course, I am going to win. He replied to the earlier question while taking a can. Thanks, I have to hold the top spot until the very end. He opened the can with a determined expression. This looks good. I am currently tied for first place in the individual rankings. Irene Prius, Chucky, Dalian Mack, and Doom Pram. The names of the most talented appeared. I am competing against these heavyweights for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial. This is a battle for survival. It is a survival battle between 32 representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points and last place gets 1. Players get points based on performance, so the rankings will change drastically. I know you will do well. But are not you going to prepare like everyone else? His friend asked curiously. Prepare what? Louis replied, confused. Yeah. The others are all scrambling to find allies. Jason looked at him and said, is that so? He replied hesitantly. In a survival battle, contestants can form alliances to survive, differentiating friend from foe and knowing how to form an alliance. A strong one is considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will have an alliance. How can you take them all down alone? They continued their lively chat. How about teaming up with Column? After all, in the last Aeroball match, his friend continued. Louis was lost in thought planning. The first person who came to mind was her. The image of the girl with long white hair filled his thoughts. But he did not know if she would agree to join. He was restless, unsure of what to do. Even if she agrees, we will still need one more person. Hey Louis, let's team up. Seta burst through the door excitedly. Seta, he looked at him surprised. Oh right. There is still this guy. Louis' face lit up as he looked at him triumphantly. Don't you dare betray me halfway through. I should be the one saying that. The two of them rushed out the door. Seta is very sincere, a trustworthy person. He glanced at Seta, his eyes filled with hope and trust. Hurry, we still need one more person. With that, he ran ahead, leaving Seta shouting from behind. Hey, besides me, who else is there? He asked as he chased after him. Who should we try again? Forget it, we probably can not reach her anyway. Has she rejected everyone? Or maybe she does not want to team up with anyone. In the middle of the crowd, the two young men stood staring straight ahead. Hey, do not tell me, Seta said, startled by what was in front of them. A bright red banner with a 5-petaled flower was fluttering in the air. You want to team up with Irene Prius, but she is a top contender for the championship. Are you too close? He asked, still in disbelief. A little, he replied to the blunt question. Oh wow. How close. Awesome. So I get to be on a team with Irene Prius, he continued excitedly. Tone it down. I have not even asked her yet, he said, helplessly turning his head. I heard she is rejected. Everyone who is asked. What if we get rejected too? His face flushed with worry and embarrassment. I am starting to feel sick. You were acting like this is a confession. Stop talking nonsense, he replied awkwardly. He noticed something nearby and glanced over. It was Irene. The girl with the distinctive white hair was standing right there, smiling at him. I was waiting for you, Luis. She suddenly beamed and spoke to him as if they were old friends. In a small room, they stood attentively over a large wooden table where maps of the competition were spread out. After studying the maps, they began discussing strategy. Luis spoke first. So, the largest team has 14 members. Irene replied, yes, that team is led by Dalian Mackin of the Frella School of Holy Magic. He is a genius. He is always in the top 5 contenders. His magic is mainly light and holy arts. They knew he was a tough opponent. Everyone looked wary. Seda's eyes were squeezed shut, his brow slightly, furrowed, one hand on his chin. The other arm crossed, making him look even more anxious. He muttered incessantly, numbers are not the problem. And of course, his team is the most formidable one. Feeling that was not quite right, he cut in to interrupt that train of thought, making the two of them turn their heads back in surprise. There's someone even more formidable. Just those 2 words were enough to silence the room. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent everyone had to be wary of. But somehow, the two had forgotten that. He remained unfazed, keeping his serious expression. The content of the test will change depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear, sunny day, with rays of light shining on the ship's deck, making it sparkle brilliantly. It was unclear if it was an omen for a good start or just a fragile glimmer of hope before the storm hit. The supervising teacher checked again. Have you all put on your armor? He then addressed the contestants, who were all looking up and listening intently. The teacher went over the rules once more. Please note, when your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. Soon enough, the luxurious ship brought everyone to an artificial island. Everyone disembarked one by one through the open walkway. Some had tense and worried expressions, which were evident in their heavy footsteps. There were also those whose eyes were full of confidence, ready to face any challenge awaiting them on the mysterious island ahead. As soon as I got off the ship, I couldn't help but hug my trembling body. We haven't even started and I'm already shaking. Luis, on the other hand, stared intently ahead without blinking. He raised a hand to his eyes, observing the island over there, which was covered by a barrier and seemed to phase in and out of view. He spoke up. We just need to stay there for 72 hours, right? Luis, with his calm demeanor and cold gaze, nodded slightly in confirmation. Everyone around was focused on Doom Pram, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Wary of his overwhelming power, the atmosphere on the island was more suffocating than ever. As expected, Doom Pram was really participating alone. Although Louis had already anticipated that, their eyes still showed caution. Seeing this, Irene tilted her head slightly, her voice soft but firm. That's right, but don't underestimate him. Not just the two of them, but everyone understood that being alone doesn't mean being weak. Sometimes, it's the sign of a beast waiting for the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. We can't delay any longer, he suggested. Let's go. We have to take a boat from here to the main island. The other two agreed. Yeah, let's go. Their group's boat was moving slowly across the water. On the lush green water, gradually, it passed through a barrier. She touched it. This is our safe zone. He replied, that's right. It will shrink over time. As soon as they arrived, the 3 of them ran like their lives depended on it. Hurry up, we have to secure a good spot quickly. On the island, the trees were overgrown. Sunbeams filtered through the leaves, shining down on the dense forest canopy, creating a faint halo-like glow. Amidst the tranquil nature, the rumbling sound from someone's stomach suddenly echoed, shattering the peace. It turned out to be Seda. After the 3 of them had settled in a tree like monkeys, his stomach began to protest fiercely. He asked, Louis, I'm not trying to be difficult, but why didn't we get food at the entrance earlier? Louis's expression showed he couldn't be bothered to reply. Looking completely exasperated, Louis could only force a smile. The girl standing nearby saw this and couldn't resist making a sarcastic comment. Weren't you the one who insisted on setting up an ambush first, Sir Seda Mankiri? He became embarrassed, sweat beading on his temples. All right, we're on the same team, you know. How long are you going to keep your distance? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind them. Cutting off their conversation, everyone turned to look. Far in the distance, a massive explosion had occurred in the middle of the forest. A blinding light flared up, making everyone instinctively shield their eyes. The aftershock was strong enough to shake the entire area. He asked in confusion, a fight has started already? Louis stood with his arms crossed, looking down below like a wild beast that had found its prey. His amused expression was clear. Seda, it's our turn. Seda didn't understand the meaning behind his words. He hurriedly asked, huh? Louis reassured him. I told you not to worry about food. Now you'll get to eat your fill, until you're stuffed. Our prey has arrived, he said calmly. Below them, a group of 5 people were moving around stealthily. They cautiously scouted the area like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. Someone in the group couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Why don't we wait a bit and get food later? I'm so tired. The leader looked exhausted as well, but he didn't give up and encouraged everyone. Hang in there. It's easier to find food and water in those places. Suddenly, an ice arrow appeared out of nowhere, shooting straight forward and directly hitting an unlucky member. That person fell backward, crying out in pain, ugh. Meanwhile, everyone else was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Only then did they realize the seriousness of the situation. They scrambled into a defensive stance, shouting, "Ambush! Ambush! Hey there! I've been waiting for you all afternoon." He stood there with a cold smile, conjuring a magic orb in his hand. "I've been waiting forever for you brats to show up." Iron Spear. He unleashed a wave of power. Countless ice arrows flew towards them like a storm. Beside him, Irene also clasped her hands together. Her expression remained unchanged. Above her head, a massive, brilliant blue aura of power shone brightly. It was many times larger than Seida's earlier iron spear, emitting dazzling rays of energy that swirled violently around it. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. That's the level 5 ice magic, Blizzard. A huge source of energy was unleashed with intense power and on an overwhelming scale. It exploded outward like a vortex of light. Rays of energy shot out in long, sharp streaks, making it feel as if space itself was being torn apart. The rumbling sound it created further demonstrated its terrifying destructive power. The sheer presence of it made his eyes go wide. His jaw dropped in admiration. That's Iris Prios for you, casting high-level magic without even flinching. While still casting the spell, his eyes widened in shock because he sensed something behind him. A large mass of energy. The other group wasn't surrendering to a stronger opponent, but was actively counterattacking. The commander shouted, "There are 3 of them in total, including Irene Brios. Attack and defend. Take down as many as you can." The barrage of attacks covered the entire area in a chilling blue hue, and the aftershocks spread out continuously, causing those nearby to raise their hands to shield themselves. The scene before him wasn't very surprising to him. He felt it wasn't impressive enough. Since he never underestimated his enemies, he considered that they too were formidable mages. After all, they were student representatives. Realizing it was time for him to make his move, he leaped down from the tree. A brown-haired young man sensed something was wrong and became alert. He muttered, "I just heard something." Looking at the bushes in front of him, he was certain the last person was in there. Wanting to survive at all costs, he immediately launched an attack straight towards Lewis. The attack pierced through the foliage and came right at him, but he faced it without flinching. He quickly activated time refraction. He moved past each person without any trouble and, in a flash, reached the last guy. His speed made everyone's eyes widen in shock. His body leaned forward decisively, preparing to unleash an earth-shattering kick. He landed a direct kick on the guy, who seemed to lose his ability to fight instantly. The others didn't expect this to happen, so they were shocked, their jaws dropped. To avenge their teammate, someone used the tree prison skill. Countless vines shot up from the ground towards him. Having faced this move before, all he had to do was jump to evade it. At the same time, he conjured a fireball in his hand. Realizing the danger, they decided that running was the best strategy. They scattered in all directions like a disturbed beehive. "It's Fire Tyrant! Everyone, get away!" But unfortunately for them, they hadn't run more than a few meters before Seida's ice darts blocked their path. Like an enthusiastic fan, he cheered excitedly from behind, "Lewin, take them down!" Not wanting to disappoint his teammate, Lewin, like a basketball player about to score, put all his strength into the attack. As for the unlucky guy, even though he ran for his life, he couldn't dodge the fireball. His face turned pale. His eyes wide with terror, he could only scream hopelessly. Ah! A massive explosion occurred, spreading out in a hemisphere. It was like a shockwave sweeping away everything in its path. Trees were blown away, and a blinding light enveloped the entire area. As a result, he was knocked unconscious, lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth. At the same time, his armor's durability had reached its limit, so he was eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. He glanced over at the remaining people. Their hair stood on end as they cried out in fear. With the air of a victor, he calmly said, "So now it's 3 versus 4, huh?" From behind, Irene and Seida slowly approached him. Realizing they had encountered an opponent many times stronger, the leader of the other group spoke up in humiliation. "We give up." He couldn't hide his excitement. "We've got food now." After defeating their opponents and taking their food, they got a lot of supplies. There's even meat. "This might be enough for 3 days. Those guys took good care of it," Seida said, checking the bag with a satisfied grin. Irene and Louis each held a black bag. Thanks. We'll enjoy this." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. It startled Seida. The 3 of them quickly turned their attention towards it. Isn't Darian's team heading in that direction? "I don't know what's going on, but it seems like a big deal. Who would confront a team of over 10 people? This is what you'd call a bottleneck." Irene crossed her arms. "Very few mages can reach this level of power. It's only been a year since I last saw him, and he's gotten this strong." "He's reached that level already?" Seida exclaimed in amazement. Hearing this, Louis became pensive. He's truly very strong. His expression grew serious, almost intimidating as he thought of the colossal swordsman. The door creaked open. The orange sunset light streamed into the dark house. Everything was going as he had planned. Louis remained silent, his expression thoughtful. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to hold a large number of people. On the paper was a large island with countless big trees and hills. Darian's team will probably come here. Yeah, that makes sense. And Doom Pram might come here too. At the mention of his name, his expression grew more serious. He knows there are a lot of people there, but he's still going alone. Isn't that too reckless? Irene voiced her doubt. No, he'll definitely go. It's the best way for him to win. Hearing Louis, she couldn't understand why. 3 kill points, Irene's eyes widened in shock. Every time someone is eliminated, the kill points increase. If I were Doom Pram, this would be a great idea. A truly brilliant plan. I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes. And think about what I'd do, he said with a sheepish laugh. Besides, he's trying to get the King of Hell's attention right now. The only way is to do something reckless. You're so weird. Iron's suspicious gaze made Louis flustered. At night, a figure was lurking outside the house. Did you check how many people there are? Louis asked Irene, peeking through a crack in the curtains. Just one. Knowing someone was prowling around, they didn't lower their guard and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights so he wouldn't be seen. I don't think he knows we're here. Is he coming this way? He watched the stranger with extreme caution. Irene, go wake up Seta. While danger lurked outside, he was sleeping soundly. I'll keep watch. The mysterious figure slowly approached the door, their footsteps rustling. Rustling on the grass echoed in the silent night. He stood before the door as if checking if anyone was inside. Louis was waiting in ambush inside, ready to grab him the moment he stepped through the door. If he's alone, then it's possible. His face was tense. The person entered and closed the door completely unaware. Louis, who was hiding nearby, immediately grabbed his cloak from behind, taking him by surprise. He threw him forward onto the ground. Before the man could react, Louis clamped a hand over his mouth. Irene appeared, casting a magical light directly on him. As his face became visible in the light, Seta was stunned. You're Canalis? Louis let go. The man lay on the ground, wincing in pain. Sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. I wouldn't have come if I knew you were here. Louis kept him pinned down. You're alone? He was extremely wary, his brows furrowed. Right. What about the others on your team? I remember there were 6 others. Seta carefully peeked through the curtain to check the situation outside. Doom Pram. As the name was spoken, the tension in the room thickened. We fell into his trap. He imagined Doom Pram's ferocious face as he massacred everyone. From the start, we were making bold moves. Relying on our numerical advantage, we planned an ambush on Manson's team to score some kill points. The group in dark cloaks was quite large, but then he appeared. Doom Pram leaped down from above, launching a surprise attack on their group. He timed his attack for when we split up to find supplies. Wait, you mean all 6 of you fell for Doom Pram's trap? Irene asked in surprise. No, it was only one of us. We had already prepared for situations requiring a swift defense. But the real problem was what happened after. After hearing the explosion, Darian brought his entire team to attack us. We had to fight Doom Pram while also watching out for other enemies, even though we fought back fiercely. I couldn't hold out. Including me, only 2 of us made it out. But it wasn't over yet. As Canalis and another teammate, both badly injured, struggled to flee, Doom Pram appeared once more. He radiated killing intent, standing before his prey. He had hidden himself at first, watching us silently. He waited until the fight was over and then secretly followed. While we were injured, he recounted, his face filled with rage. He took advantage of the situation to profit from it. What a smart move. Louis couldn't help but admire Doom Pram's cunning. He's sure to benefit from this. So I know this is shameless, but can you let me join your team? He begged pitifully. Huh? Seta was surprised by the offer. He's clearly exhausted, but this guy seems to have a good head for tactics. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. No. Both Seta and Irene were surprised to hear Louis say that. Why not? How did you get away, Canalis? He asked with a cold stare, making the man break out in a sweat. Huh. If it was Doom Pram, how would he let you escape while you were injured? His expression turned serious, like he was interrogating a suspect. The other 2 then realized something was off. Seta pointed at Canalis. Oh, you mean there are 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Pram deliberately let you live. Or 3, someone is watching all of this from afar. Louis' deduction was brilliant, like Conan's. Otherwise, he used the system to check his identity. The result was 5 huge question marks. Identity unconfirmed. The imposter, realizing he had been exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. You're not Canalis. Louis clenched his fist, his expression menacing. A loud sound shattered the silence of the night, startling an owl and causing it to fly away. A large, smoldering hole was left in the floor. All that remained was the cloak. The person inside had vanished without a trace, a clone. Yeah. Witnessing this, Irene and Seta were stunned. Let's hurry. At dawn, as the sun rose over the mountains, Canalis was probably attacked by the person who made that clone. It's highly likely all 7 members of his team have been eliminated. Louis, Irene, and Seta packed up and left early. Perhaps that clone wasn't completely lying. I want to say something about the person who confronted Canalis. The other 2 focused their attention on Irene as her expression grew serious. There's a saying in the Mazzaro Sea. To fight a pirate, you have to use a pirate. Lewin calmly shouldered his backpack. Let's go hunt the enemy. He smiled, his eyes filled with determination. In a large house deep within the forest. Chucky, have you found them yet? They're hiding out on the west coast. Ha ha. He covered his face with a sarcastic laugh. Darian looked at him with a weary expression. I faked almost everything, but unfortunately they still figured it out. Your puppet was discovered? How? Darian asked, raising a confused eyebrow. I don't know. I'm surprised myself. The puppet was destroyed when some guy got a hold of it. He broke into a wide grin, his face twisting into the evil smile of a psychopathic killer. What will you do now, Darian? He pondered, his brow furrowed. Second, Irene Bros. Seta Mankiri and Lewin Adele. All troublesome opponents. It seems he knows them well and is likely planning a counter-strategy. Soon enough. Look out behind you. An ambush. A blinding light suddenly flashed from behind, startling the 3 of them. Holy Lance! Darian charged out, weapon in hand. It's not Louis Adele. He thought he was the one launching the surprise attack. But he was the one who was surprised. An explosion of light shook the entire forest. It was Darian's holy art. Everything was going according to plan. The three of them were actually hiding in a tree, observing. Seta was casually eating as if he were watching a movie. They swarmed in when they heard the signal, but were not even there. He chuckled, an apple in his hand. Irene watched the scene they had orchestrated intently. So what's the plan now? Time to go collect our kill points. Lewis stood up, smiling because the trick had worked. The other two also grew serious, preparing for battle. The scene changes and blood splatters. Darius stared in that direction, shocked. The three people who had been mistaken for their group were cowering, their faces drained of all color. Lewin, Irene, and Seta arrived just in time to help. A temporary alliance, huh? It's worth a shot. Seta seems quite interested in this. There are only 6 of them. Charge. Don't be afraid. One of them quickly regained his morale. He really doesn't know his own strength. He charged straight at them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Seta, a massive surge of power rushed out, surprising even Lewin. The guy who was about to attack was struck by that power and sent flying 100 meters away. It happened so fast that no one could react. Darian's group was immediately stunned to see their teammate sent flying with a single blow. This power. Our 3 main characters were just as surprised. They all turned to look. It's Doompram. Lewin's pupils contracted. He dashed past them at lightning speed, a blue aura surrounding him. With a single slash, Doompram took down 3 people right before their eyes. Wow, you want to join us? Doompram said. It was wary. Irene frowned. It looks like we have another temporary ally. Lewin agreed. Although he was still cautious, this was to their advantage. Let's take out Darius's team first. He began to calculate everything, his sharp eyes observing everything. All the survivors are here. Maybe the match is coming to an end. Why are we the only ones being attacked? It's Doompram. Everyone fall back to the base. The members of Darian's team fled, while Chucky and Darian still tried to fight back. Don't retreat, everyone. Group up and fight. Earthquake. Lewin punched the ground, creating a tremor, to attack those rushing at him. Pitiful screams echoed across the sky. Oh. A voice caught Lewin's attention. He looked up and saw Doompram leap over an unconscious person to land in front of him. He stared intently at him with a stern expression. Lewin Adele. He brushed past his shoulder. His deep, intimidating voice made Lewin's eyes widen. I will end you with my own hands. He looked at him with hateful eyes. A resolute declaration. After speaking, Doompram dashed forward, slashing his sword, leaving Lewin standing there silently. He sighed as he watched his figure disappear. A moment later, in the observation room, in a small, secluded house in the forest, a young man was training relentlessly. We have stopped at base B, near the center of the island. Lewin punched furiously, drenched in sweat after that day's battle. The largest alliance was left with only Dalian, Makin, and Chucky. The temporary allies also vanished with Doompram. Daily quest, punch 5, 0 5th, 000, kick 5, 0 quintos, 000, run 15 kilómetro 1 sobre 1. Combat practice 1 sobre 1. He stopped, looked up at the notification panel, and panted. Good, it's finally done. It's been a while since I've done these quests. The door opened gently, and he turned to look. You're awake? Irene smiled as she came out. Are you training? She asked, walking towards him down the hall. Yeah, I was feeling a little restless. But we just had a huge fight early yesterday. Hearing her question, he didn't know what to say. So he remained silent. Oh, Seta left breakfast for you. Make sure you eat. I'll be back later. Lewin quickly changed the subject. Ah, thanks. On the table was a neat plate of steak and eggs. Irene took a bite of the steak. It was thick, juicy, and cooked beautifully. Oh. Her eyes lit up the moment she took a bite. Delicious, isn't it? He's quite multi-talented. Lewin walked in from outside with his hands in his pockets, looking cool. No. I went to bed last night without saying anything. I'm sorry, Irene said shyly. He smiled, approached her, and reassured her. It's okay. You must have been tired after your watch. Lewin sat at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey, Lewin. As he was about to take a sip, he turned his attention to her. There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What is it? Lewin replied casually. What do you plan to do after you graduate? Irene looked at him seriously. He was silent for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. Your abilities are extraordinary, so I'm sure you won't choose a normal path. The mages competing in this tournament will eventually enter the real world. At that moment, they'll begin a new chapter. Some will join the knightly orders of a certain domain, taking on the responsibility of protecting the nation under the royal army. Some become members of the magic tower, while others join special squads and make a living. Those are the usual paths. Lewin stared thoughtfully at his teacup. What about me? Actually, I don't know. I've never really thought about it. He put down his cup, intertwined his fingers, and said seriously, just last year, I was still the lowest ranked student. I didn't have time to think about the future. His eyes were glued to the table while Irene watched him intently. Back then, I just had to focus on how to become a mage. After this competition ends, I'll probably have a better idea of what to do. I guess I'll go back to the academy. Lewin smiled and sighed. She was still quiet. So, what about you, Irene? I'm the same as you. I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I want to be. I've only ever done what others told me to. Now it was Irene's turn to look down at the table. Things like, Irene, you must become a great mage. She held her cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. He watched her without saying a word. That's why I've made a decision for myself. Irene set her cup down. I want to defeat Doompram first, she said seriously, placing her hands on the table. I believe that by doing so, I'll find my own path. Determination flashed in her golden eyes. It was a resolute declaration about Irene's future path. I'll know what kind of mage I want to be. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. It no longer felt like a casual chat. The fight against Doompram. Every year, Irene was ranked second. Doompram is the mountain she must climb. He was the lesson she had to master. All right, let's do it together. Lewin understood how she felt and smiled. I respect her aspiration, because everyone has their own hurdles to overcome. Hearing him say that, Irene beamed. Thank you. That night, a full moon shone brightly in a starry sky. The safe zone is shrinking faster now. We should probably leave in an hour. The three of them looked out the window together. So tonight, the only safe zones left are the central village and the base. Seda used magic to light up the map in his hand. Lewin said, let's assume Dalian and Chucky are both in the central village. Then taking control of that area would be a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doompram is lying in wait for us. The other two were startled when he said that. But if we just wait for them to attack first, Seda stared tensely out the window, and Irene grew anxious. If so, we'll have trouble with the safe zone. Does anyone have an idea? Humph. He clasped his hands behind his head. Can't we just charge in and attack? Irene was at a loss for words with this meathead. We can't draw attention to ourselves right now. We need to be extremely careful. That's true. Lewin crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought, not having said a word until now. Wait, I've got an idea. Huh. Irene and Seda stopped talking and both turned their gazes towards him. There are only a few people left. Right now, moving up even one rank will get us a lot of points. Like Irene said, everyone is going to be extremely careful. Lewin started to lay out his plan. Besides, we just caused a huge scene with that fight at dawn. It's very likely no one will react to whatever we do. So what about it? Now is our chance to go after Doompram. The other two were shocked that Lewin would suggest such a bold move. Dalian and Chucky just lost all their team members. The remaining survivors are weak. They'll definitely choose to hide. But Doompram, he'll come out into the open, confident in his abilities. Plus, we can't just ignore him. If we do, we'll be in danger ourselves. Lewin frowned, his expression incredibly serious. But where do we find Doompram now? Irene's question was a practical one. How are we supposed to catch him if we don't know where he is? Before Lewin could answer, an explosion from outside blew the door to pieces. A tall figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It was Doompram, his face contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at Lewin with killing intent. Did you sleep well? Lewin's expression didn't change as he calmly faced Doompram. We need to take this outside. The night was still, the air thick with tension and pressure. Lewin, did you get caught by Doompram? Seda moved forward cautiously, worried for him. Lewin raised his hand to calm him down. What do you mean, caught? I'm the one who brought him here. Why would you bring him here? We were supposed to be stealthy and set up an ambush. Seda yelled impatiently. But I never intended to ambush him to begin with, Lewin said, confused. Doompram hadn't said a word. Doompram. He turned to look at him. Your opponent isn't me, it's Irene Prius. He grinned, glancing at Irene, who was tightly gripping her skirt. She was incredibly tense. Seda was surprised by Lewin's decision. Doompram let out a sigh. Lewin crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and sighed in frustration, hanging his head. Irene. She's incredibly strong, but she always ends up in second place. She said she was extremely worried because she always loses to Doompram. He thought of the pitiful image of the girl always turning away in confusion to avoid him and replied, It is about her family, so it is very difficult to get details. She does not like answering many questions. He pondered Irene's serious and determined face. I think this is how she handles things. Trusting in the kind of maid she wants to become unconscious, thoughts swirled in Louis's head as he self-consciously raised his eyes to assess. The small girl trying to fight a great power with a blue light, as if it was about to explode before his eyes. Contrary to the calm observer on the other side, Irene was struggling and drenched in sweat as she fought. She cast a spell, creating a blue orb of swirling power, then gathered all her strength. She pushed the mass of magic forward, shouting Ice Storm. The cold block of ice flashed and shot towards the man holding the sword, defending in front of him. Suddenly, the power erupted with a sky-shattering explosion even louder than a bomb. The sound echoed throughout the forest, making the ground plants and animals tremble. Irene frowned, startled by the surprise. The blue light vanished completely. Only a blazing red power remained erupting and blowing everything away. It was a shield spell. A red orb appeared, surrounding and protecting the area where Doompram stood. A moment later, the orb cracked. The light from within seeped out into the pitch-black sky. Then it exploded. He appeared in the middle, looking as cool as a main character. He was holding a sword. The ground around the circle where he stood was now a large crater. Dust and orb fragments flew everywhere. As the dust settled, the man's cold face was clearly revealed, veins popping on his forehead. His jaw was clenched and his glaring eyes shot fire like a dark lord. Irene had run out of strength. She was drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth and growling helplessly. On the other side, one of the two men crossed his arms and stared blankly, seeing she was about to be overwhelmed. Louis, is it okay to just leave her like that? He looked calm, but his brow was furrowed in thought. He could no longer restrain the urge to help her. The battle dragged on one side, fierce the other exhausted. Doompram with a face as cold as a demon prepared to attack. He swung his sword, sending out a blazing red magical flame, attacking the long-exhausted Irene. She watched in fear and helplessness as the stream of power drew nearer. I cannot dodge it. A man's body moved in front of her, blocking the man's fatal blow. The two of them surfed through the wave of magic. It was Louis. She looked surprised at him in front of her, protecting her. Louis stepped forward to fight Doom Pram. Unafraid and calm, he turned back to answer the girl's unspoken question. I said I would let you attack first, not that I would let him finish you off. Hearing that, she felt relieved and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced over with a smirk, looking like the ultimate boss. I cannot afford to lose a useful teammate like you, even if it is just for the sake of victory. Irene was speechless and deeply moved. Louis turned back to face the aggressive man. He shouted a challenge to Doom Pram. Let's mess things up. Doom Pram snorted. With a contemptuous look, he assessed the heroes. You plan to face me alone. Is your whole group not going to fight? What about that musclehead over there? The musclehead over there is not deaf, you know. His face might look even more like a boss than the main character. Annoyed, he sniped back. What did you say, you dog? Louis approached him. Of course, I will do it alone. Are not two of you too much for him? Wow, such sharp tongues. Neither one will back down. Yes, he was a bit smug. I learned how to face a swordsman from Sir Jotter. He recalled while observing. For a knight, the most important thing is their feet. It not only helps them channel power into their sword, but also allows them to predict their enemy's moves. So if I target Doom Pram's feet, he thought and acted at the same time. The man also leaped up. He raised his sword and charged straight forward, ready for a fierce clash. The timing was just as he predicted. This is the moment. Louis's eyes widened, certain the outcome was in his grasp. So when Doom Pram swung his sword, he quickly somersaulted up, dodging the fierce slash. Louis gave that classic smirk. It looked like a success, but things are not always as they seem. His eyes widened in shock as a shadow flashed past him. People are so unpredictable. Somehow the man had already shot forward. The magic following his sword sliced past Louis. Before his brain could even process it, a drop of blood fell. I am not a knight, I am a mage. Doom Pram roared, powerfully reminding him. Louis was standing unsteadily, clutching the wound on his arm. Drenched in sweat from the pain, he still forced himself to look up toward the taunting voice. He raised his sword again and remarked lightly, that is because they have never seen a true magic swordsman. Immediately a sound echoed out. Doom Pram advanced step by step, swinging his sword with each stride, while he continuously stepped backward. The man yelled angrily, defend yourself, Louis. Louis clicked his tongue, looking troubled, unable to accept this. I have never fought an opponent like this. He racked his brain. Up until now, when facing mages, my method has always been to use time refraction to get close, then create an opportunity to exploit their weakness. Thinking about the man he was facing, he noted, but Doom Pram has overcome this weakness by using a sword. Louis stopped with nowhere left to retreat. Doom Pram had stopped, but Louis stared wide-eyed at the cut through the fabric on his thigh. Blood was oozing from it. The surrounding area was bruised and the blood itself had darkened. Without waiting for him to ask, he quickly explained. This is called radiation impact. As he advanced, this wound will continue to absorb your movements and you will become completely trapped, just like Irene. Doom Pram's expression changed in an instant. He growled menacingly. All right, let's end this. He slammed the tip of his sword into the ground. It emitted a swirling light, no longer blazing red. The power had now transformed into a dark purple. The dazzling power surrounded Doom Pram. Boom, a pair of wings, the color of the purple night sky, flashed open. Feathers from them fluttered around him, blending into the night. The two spectators on the sidelines saw the situation change. Feeling something was wrong, they worried for Louis. Louis's eyes widened. The situation was hanging by a thread. It is level 5 magic. Doom Pram summoned shouting Archdemon. The magic erupted, emitting a beautiful jade-green light. But looking at those dark black wings and each of their feathers, it was clear they were not beautiful or bright at all. Whoosh, a swirling wind blew from him, sweeping away everything around. It was terrifying, it could even blow people away. The two spectators were hit. One was knocked over, the other clung to a nearby rock to avoid being swept away. Both screamed in fear, oh my god. But Doom Pram stood in the middle of the rocky battlefield. The entire path was shattered to pieces by the power from his palm. And where was Louis? He was hiding behind a boulder to escape this monstrous power. That man is unbelievable. Truly worthy of being the annual champion. He is just too strong. He struggled to grit his teeth and tear a strip of cloth from his sleeve, then wrapped it around the wound on his thigh. As he did so, he was startled by a flash of light and looked at his other hand. The 2 rings on his middle finger were emitting light. Over where Doom Pram stood, there was nothing but dust and rubble all around. Nothing remained intact, even the plants were destroyed. He sighed as if deeply saddened. Louis, I had high expectations for you, but it seems I am disappointed. He peeked his head out from behind the large rock like a little mouse. Yes, I admit it. After speaking, he stepped out to face the large imposing figure of Doom Pram. You are truly strong. For a moment, I thought you were an impenetrable wall. Doom Pram glanced over and said venomously, so you have given up. Haha, not that easily. Louis' expression immediately changed. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce right through him. These eyes were like a blade containing power. Yes, a power built from the trust of those who believed in him. He thought of them, then declared clearly to Doom Pram. There are still many people who believe in me, are there not? That is what motivates me to break down this wall. With that, he held out the hand wearing the ring with the red diamond. He held it straight, in front of him, glowing. Doom Pram did not understand this action and raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Humph, you are crazy. Then he lifted his sword from the ground again. Let me teach you a lesson, and see if you still have so much to say. Without waiting, Louis shouted Berserker Pixie, calling upon a swirling source of power. His hair seemed to reflect his furious mood about to explode. Doom Pram, watch your mouth. The official clash continues. Their auras were evenly matched. Doom Pram leaped high and swung down. If you can't dodge this, you're dead. Louis was also ready, swinging his hand with the red ring. Two powers clashed, a sword against a ring. The situation was tense. Neither let their guard down for a moment. The huge sword was pressing down on the ring as if it could cleave it in two. The ring activated, resisting physical damage. Then, the ring flared brightly, shattering the sword. Countless fragments from the sword flew into Doom Pram. Blood splattered everywhere. Louis leaned and dashed past him, much to his astonishment. Doom Pram looked at his wounds, his voice trembling. How could this? Louis seized the opportunity and kicked the back of his knee. Doom Pram collapsed, his body losing balance. He fell to the ground with a thud, and then a foot stepped on his chest. Louis slowly spoke. Doom Pram, listen here. Looking down at him, he said, You are not on my level. The only thing you have is your arrogance, thinking you're superior to everyone else. Get it? Louis slowly raised his arm, his fist clenched tight. Doom Pram's pupils shrank in fear, his body frozen. Louis' punches rained down like thunderbolts. The hem of his robe fluttered with his movements. The three of them watched as a light flashed from Doom Pram's body. Seda clutched his chest, panting heavily. That scared me. If you had lost, I would have been next. Louis chuckled. It was just luck. I almost lost. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Irene, who looked sad nearby. Her eyelids were drooping slightly. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Louis approached her and said, I'm sorry for interfering with your match, Irene. Then, Irene shook off her sadness and smiled back. Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who should be sorry. She bowed her head. Her voice was full of self-blame. I put the entire team in danger because of my selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Louis hesitated. But because of me, you couldn't complete your goal in this competition. Irene turned away, feigning indifference. Don't worry about it. That goal is gone now. Louis still found it hard to understand. Irene chuckled softly. My goal isn't to defeat Doom Pram anymore. As she said that, she pointed at him. My goal now is you, Louis. Louis frowned and then smiled back. This goal won't be an easy one. Irene gave a mischievous smile. I know that very well. You'd better be ready. One day, I will definitely surpass you. The situation became increasingly tense. There were a total of 5 people remaining, including us. Darian, McKenna, and Chucky were fighting back fiercely. Seda and Irene were also putting up a tough fight, but they were no match for our team. Suddenly, a loud noise and a flash of light erupted from the forest. Thick smoke and dust mixed with a blue light. Darian, McKenna, and Chucky lay motionless on the ground. The blue light enveloped them. Darian and McKenna lay there motionless. Seeing them slowly disappear, Seda exclaimed. Louis said, so it's just the 3 of us left. Irene beamed. That's right, Seda couldn't hide his happiness. I never thought I'd make it this far. He suddenly suggested, want to have the final match? Irene's voice cut in, wait, Louis. Irene said, I'd like to withdraw. I'm not in good condition right now. Sorry, I'll do better next time. Louis readily agreed. All right, we'll have a rematch some other time. He thought to himself, Irene must be exhausted. Seda winked and smiled. Well, I guess it's my turn, Louis. Even though you're the leader, I won't go easy on you. You haven't seen my real skills, have you? Louis got into a fighting stance, then bring it on. Seda yelled in a panic, wait, hold on. He shot up into the air. Seda's voice echoed. I said, wait a minute. Elsewhere, excited voices were shouting, congratulations. Our academy's representative took first place. Everyone at the table raised their glasses. Congratulations, Louis. Louis is number 1. Suddenly, a voice made him look over. When they said you weren't in the dorms, I knew you'd be here. The 2 people at the door were Seda and Irene. Hey, Irene spoke first. We've fought side by side for so long. How could I miss the chance to congratulate you? As for Sir Seda here, he insisted on coming. Louis listened to Seda's explanation. What's this about? I thought we were done with that after the competition. What's with the sir? She smirked. Can't help it. That's just who I am. Louis smiled faintly. Everyone's still the same. After the survival battle, I became the sole winner. Although Doom Pram had a lot of kill points, his rank dropped due to low survival points. Darius and Irene, despite being top contenders, were still ranked below me. If I can keep this up. Louis imagined holding the championship trophy, hailed by everyone. Victory would no longer be a distant dream. Jasper's eyes turned into hearts. He exclaimed joyfully, I never thought I'd get to sit at the same table as Irene. Brio said, I can die happy now. Irene just waved her hand in dismissal. Everyone happily raised their glasses and cheered. Now, let's raise a glass to the goddess Irene. But with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing this, Louis smiled unconsciously. The bar was filled with cheerful laughter and chatter. Elsewhere, 2 people were whispering. There's no way that Louis' guy can win this festival, right? Hey, keep your voice down. Doom might hear you. Oh, sorry. Despite their whispers, Doom Pram heard every word. He was frustrated, unable to believe he had lost. Doom Pram looked at the shattered pieces of his sword in his locker. I let my guard down. I never thought. His target wasn't me, but the sword. He recalled the events of that moment. I realized it for a split second, but I swung my sword anyway, thinking victory was assured. But now, Doom Pram was filled with regret, and I lost in the match that he was watching. Suddenly, he asked a question. Hasn't he come to see me today? The other person stammered. No, I haven't seen him. Then, that person suggested, don't worry so much, you must be tired. Let's find a place to rest. Doompram's flat voice replied, sorry, I want to be alone right now. Hearing this, the other person quickly got up. Oh, my apologies. I'll step out then. Just call if you need anything. Now, Doompram was alone in the room. He stood silently before his locker. He remained that way for a long time. He seemed to be deep in thought. From below the building, a joyous voice shouted, Louis Adele has defeated Doompram. A new generation of talented mages has been born. Tyrion Ignis stood by the railing, looking down from above. The cheering had yet to die down. His eyes shone with pride. I only thought the boy would do well. I never expected him to come this far. I never thought he could defeat Doompram. Then, Terran approached from behind. Louis's victory seems to have put you in a good mood, teacher. My pride is a little wounded. It's hard to face that rascal at the arena now. Tyrion Ignis hesitated and asked, so the arena must be. He smiled, nodded slightly, and said, yes. The two of them looked down at the scene below. The grand festival is almost over. The sound of steady footsteps echoed. All that remains now are the individual tests based on specific events. It's an obstacle course test. This round takes place within the city. Contestants will compete based on 3 athletic criteria: combat and swimming. Because this is a competition among mages, contestants are allowed to summon mounts, or use teleportation spells to travel through space. Then Seda turned to the person beside him and asked, what do you think, Louis? His eyes drifted to the excited crowd in the stands. Everyone is cheering your name. How does it feel to be a star? Louis turned to look as well. Well, I don't really know about that. His eyebrow raised slightly, and his expression grew somber. I'd love to enjoy this thrilling moment, but now isn't the time. Nearby, Doompram's gaze was still fixed on Louis, because it's not too late to celebrate once the winner is decided. It was a beautiful, sunny day. The warm sunlight and clear blue sky were very pleasant. Seda crossed his arms and cleared his throat. Today is the individual test. No one will be there to help you, so don't go putting yourself in danger. He laughed and replied, yeah, I know, I'll be careful. A man fired a gun into the air, shouting the signal to get ready. The 3 of them, Irene, Darian, McKenna, and Chucky, all assumed ready stances. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed. Everyone moved in their own way, but they all headed for the same destination. Suddenly, the group halted. In front of them was a horde of goblins raising their weapons. Irene spoke up. I thought you'd be a little slower. Darian Malik was pulled through the air. He then suggested, the 3 of us should form a temporary alliance. What do you say? Irene politely refused. Sir Malik, I'm not a big fan of teamwork. The urgent clatter of horse hooves echoed as Doompram rode with a very serious expression, a yellow light glowing from his sword. Shot straight towards the goblins, Irene said. They seem to prefer attacking individually, and Darius Mencken nodded. Even after watching Doompram for 6 years, I still find it hard to approach him. Then let's go our separate ways and not bother each other. Doompram's image appeared in the goblin's blue eyes. Before it could counterattack, it was struck down by his sword from above. Doompram glanced behind him, wondering why. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Then he sliced another goblin in half. Could he have left us far behind? No, that's impossible. Doompram looked back again. If so, he must still be behind us. He frowned and asked Irene, why hasn't he appeared yet? She hesitated. I don't know either. It's strange now that I think about it. Then Irene remembered the defeated goblins. We've been in the lead, but why haven't Louis and the others appeared yet? Darian McKinley's voice grew worried. That's right. They still have time to catch up to us and the others. But before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed past them. Louis stood there and said, hey, I've caught up. Doompram's eyebrows furrowed and his gaze turned grim. Earlier in the stands, people were buzzing with chatter. What's wrong? Why hasn't Louis Adele moved? Has he given up? What's happening? Just be quiet and watch. He's the one who defeated. Doompram. Louis ruffled his hair. I've been waiting for this day since I decided to join. After 6 months of physical training for the Grand Festival, I'm confident about this round. He had his own worries. But I'm a close combat mage. If I turn my back on a pursuing opponent, it would be a huge disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Louis's gaze hardened, and he started running. I'll attack them one by one from behind and move forward. Just then, those up ahead heard a rustling sound behind them. They turned to look and saw Louis run up, knocking 3 people away. He counted to himself 29. 2827 2524. After that, I lost count. At that moment, a voice said, oh, what's that? Seda glanced back doubtfully. Seeing Louis, he asked in surprise. Louis, since when Louis cut him off with a harmless smile. You get me, don't you, Seda? Then when he opened his eyes, his voice turned cold. Sorry about this. Lewin kicked Seda into the air, his figure fading away. Seda, on the verge of tears from anger, yelled his name, Lewin. After hearing the story, Irene asked hesitantly, so you eliminated all of them? Louis replied calmly, just a few. The rest surrendered. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Now nothing can stop us. Doompram gritted his teeth. Lewin Adele. He stared at Lewin. This time it'll be different. Strong winds blew toward them. The atmosphere grew tense. Doompram's voice was serious. I'm ready to face you now. But there were still a few people chasing from behind. His hand clenched and a blue light flashed around Doompram. He leaped onto his mount. Doompram growled, see you at the finish line. Then he spurred his mount and dashed away. Darius Mencken called out, Doom, do you really have to go through there? They watched as Doompram headed for the castle. Everyone knew that was the trap zone. Louis remained silent, his face pensive as he stared into the distance. The trap zone. This castle was filled with traps to protect the treasure within, but the treasure has already been excavated. So the traps inside now serve as obstacles for the competition, a place fraught with danger. It's deadly for anyone who barges in recklessly, so the safe and common method is to disarm the traps. This is also the perfect way to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. Irene and Darian Mencken quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin tapped his fingers against the castle wall, but disarming traps takes a lot of time. Trang looked up at the high wall with Lewin and asked, "So you want to bring this wall down?" Draco would probably do that. It hesitated. True, but breaking through a wall this thick is still impossible. Louis said, "I know." Trang, even more confused, asked, "Then how will you do it?" He turned and answered, "This is the ruin of an abandoned castle." It began to understand. "Oh ho, you mean to target the spots that aren't solid anymore, right?" Lewin nodded gently. "Correct." The entire vast wall with full data on its structural integrity appeared before his eyes. Louis continued, "That's why I'm using the spectator's eye to observe the wall." His eyes scanned downwards and suddenly stopped on a red patch. With the info old and corroded, Louis whispered, "Found it." His entire body lunged forward, Trang clinging tightly to his shoulder, punch after punch. He repeatedly punched that same spot on the wall. Darian Mencken watched Lewin's strange behavior and wondered, what the hell is that guy doing? Is he trying to break the wall? He must be joking. Irene sighed to herself, "That's Lewin for you." He gave her an annoyed look and asked, "Irene, I know you're close to Lewin, but don't you think this is a bit ridiculous? Who punches a wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly, Irene pointed and shouted, "Look!" Cracks were slowly spreading across the wall. They both saw Lewin standing before a large hole at the base of the castle. Darian McKenna scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Hey, mind if I use this path too?" Lewin turned back and replied nonchalantly, "No." Seeing him about to make a move, Darian McKenna quickly yelled, "Wait, Lewin." A large boulder fell from above, blocking the hole. He roared in anger, "That mean bastard." As Louis rushed off, Trang couldn't help but praise him. "Amazing. Breaking that entire wall only cost 2,400 strength points. You're actually using your brain, huh?" He panted as he ran, "So now it's just me and Doompram in the lead." As Lewin rounded a bend, he saw Doompram. Trang sounded annoyed. "Look, that guy got out too." Seeing an arrow piercing his shoulder, it spoke. "But he must be rushing because of that shoulder injury." Lewin chased right behind him, thinking, "You want to beat me that badly, Doompram." So Doompram drew his sword, let out a growl, and slashed down. Lewin quickly dodged it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Doompram's collar. He held on tight as they fell from above. He said to Doompram, "Let's get through the final round together." After that, they both fell freely through the air. With a loud splash, they both hit the water, sending white foam everywhere. Louis's head broke the surface. He gasped for air. As he swam, he thought, "Great, if I let him use magic to cross the cliff. I'll be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here quickly." Suddenly, the water grew colder and colder. Louis turned to look and saw the water behind him freezing over the ice, spreading rapidly towards him. Seeing his opponent focusing on his magic, he yelled Doompram. The more Louis thought about it, the angrier he got. "Hey, you bastard. Can't you see someone swimming here before you freeze the water?" At that moment, the water around him froze solid, trapping. Louis Doompram, sitting on his horse on the ice, looked down at Louis and replied, "Is that really a concern right now?" He then smirked. "I'll be on my way, Lewin Adele." Watching Doompram's figure recede, Lewin couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he struggled to break free. A yellow heat wave spread out from below him. "I have to get out fast." The heat began to melt the ice. Cracks slowly spread outwards with echoing sounds. Finally, the sheet of ice was shattered. While riding, Doompram heard a familiar sound behind him. He was shocked to see Louis chasing right after him. How is this possible? How did he catch up so soon? He ran resolute. From now on, there are no more obstacles. So the only thing to do is run. Louis planted his foot and leaped high. He dove down from above, yelling, "Doompram. How about a rematch?" Doompram broke out in a cold sweat, worried. "Not in my current condition." Before he could even finish the thought, a loud crash resounded, followed by a thick cloud of dust. Everyone stared at the screen, buzzing with discussion. Who won? I don't know. Suddenly, a man pointed forward and yelled, "Look, someone's coming." As the gate opened, a horse slowly stepped out from the thick cloud of dust. The horse raised its head and let out a long neigh. Everyone looked confused. "A horse? What's going on? Where are the mages?" A man pointed elsewhere and shouted, "Look, I think someone's appearing on the monitor." Lewin stood watching Doompram sprawled on the ground as someone exclaimed in shock, "Hey Lewin, Adele is standing right there." Lewin looked at him and remarked, "You seem to have overexerted yourself while passing the trap zone. Your movements were a bit slow." Doompram's eyes were shut tight and his mouth let out groans. He turned and walked away. "I'll be going first, Doompram." On the field, 3 flags corresponding to the 3 ranks were raised. Lewin stood on the first place podium with 2 wins in the survival battle and the triathlon, simultaneously securing first place in the individual competition with the highest overall score. The grand festival had finally come to an end. He remembered the past events. Those voices seemed to be speaking to someone who had endured everything for the past 6 years like me. Someone trapped in a dungeon of solitude. Lewin's back gave off a sense of a lonely self. He clenched his fist and placed it on his chest. The sound of everyone's joyful cheers echoed in his ears, saying that he had worked hard. Lewin's face lit up with joy. Those cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts during that time. He raised both hands in response to them. "Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose this praise." Outside the door, carriages lined up one after another. A voice was heard. "Wow, so many carriages." Jia-sun rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window. "But they are all selected nobles, right?" Lewin nodded in response. "That's right. I heard not every noble family was invited. He hesitated and said, so those people. Jia-sun's reply was a yes from Luin. Luin sat alone at the banquet table. They all came to see him. He let out a long sigh. This is so boring. I want to go back to the academy so badly. Suddenly, a sound startled Luin. That's a bit strange. Seeing the person who arrived smiling brightly, he called her name doubtfully Iron. Then Iron pulled up a chair and asked him, what do you mean by strange? These people here. Why don't I see anyone coming to talk to you? Luin calmly replied, they probably think I'm too arrogant. I even attended a party dressed so half-heartedly. Then Iron looked him up and down and nodded. Well, that could be it. Then she continued. But from what I know, there's another reason. Iron noticed the subtle glances being directed this way. Clearly, most of the nobles here came to get close to you. So no matter how arrogant you seem, it's unlikely that not a single person would come to talk to you. But her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. It seems someone has spread a rumor about you. Irene's words surprised Luin. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble not even dare to think about talking to you. He asked her suspiciously, who is it? While they were talking, someone had stepped up to the head seat. The man cleared his throat and announced to everyone, tonight's grand banquet officially begins. The 32 student representatives, please follow me. On the banquet tables, exquisite delicacies were beautifully presented along with delicious drinks. Looking at such a spread, one couldn't help but be amazed. During the dinner with the King of Hell, the dishes were laid out like a king's feast, yet the atmosphere was incredibly strange. Someone clicked their tongue, sigh. I should have faked being sick to get out of this. Hey, I should be the one saying that. Today's party is a dinner on the surface, but it's actually an overall evaluation of the competition. For the students who performed poorly, it's like a death row inmate's last meal. At that moment, Luin looked towards two empty chairs nearby. He felt confused. I thought only the King of Hell was attending. Why are there two head seats? The man pointed nearby, signaling their arrival. Everyone stood up in unison and looked in that direction, only to see Terrence slowly approaching. Everyone bowed their heads respectfully as he passed. A chorus of voices rang out. Greetings, Your Highness the King of Hell. Although Luin bowed his head, he cursed internally. Greetings, Your Highness the King of Hell, you moldy monkey. It makes me furious. When he heard Terrence say, come in, he was somewhat surprised. What? The King of Hell is inviting someone else. A strange voice suddenly spoke up. I hope I'm not disturbing your dinner, old man. This person had sword-like eyebrows and brown pupils. The newcomer exuded a noble aura. Luin looked on in confusion, wondering who this guy was. He remembered the excited cheers from before. Amazing. New Mage Luin. Everyone called my name, calling me the new mage instead of a failure. Now everyone in the room knelt and respectfully shouted, long live the Crown Prince. Hearing that title, Luin was startled in shock. The Crown Prince. After the greetings, everyone quickly took their seats. A hint of fear flickered on everyone's face. Everyone sat with their heads down and backs hunched, wishing for a hole to crawl into. Even a slight accidental touch of hands made them panic. The atmosphere fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then Terran spoke first. Well, none of the 10 geniuses could defeat Luin Adele even once. Is the skill gap that large? Yes. Doom Pram hung his head low, his whole body trembling as he heard the comment. How disappointing. I'm ashamed to call you my disciples. He didn't dare to look up and could only promise. I promise never to perform so poorly again. Terran's voice grew cold. Second place is a rank for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the old saying right, a small stream can still hold a dragon. Luin's mood wasn't any better, not comfortable at all. It feels like this party was set up to humiliate the 10 geniuses, and I'm just the tool the King of Hell is using to convey it. But he shifted his gaze to the person next to Terran, but he wasn't the only one making me uncomfortable. This guy has been shooting daggers at me with his eyes from the beginning of the party until now. That person's name is Somerton Zanak. He was also looking at Luin without hiding it. He recalled what he knew. Despite being in the disadvantaged position of the third prince, with his brilliant strategic mind as a weapon, he successfully ousted his brothers from the kingdom and became the sole crown prince. Luin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. A man skilled in both literature and martial arts like him could be said to be nearly perfect in every aspect. He suddenly remembered Irene's words. It seems someone has spread a rumor about you. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble not even dare to think about talking to you. Then Terran suddenly spoke up and asked, Luin Adele, how do you feel after winning the grand festival? This question made him fall into silence. Yes. Then Luin gave his answer. I feel uncomfortable. Terran was confused and asked again, uncomfortable. His voice became firm. Yes, I am satisfied with the results of the competition, but I'm not comfortable at all that my achievements are being used to criticize and belittle the honor and effort that the students here have put in. Irene, sitting next to him, quickly grabbed his arm and called out, Luin. The others here also looked terrified upon hearing such an answer. Luin remained silent, even in this situation, but his eyes showed no fear. Terran's voice was nonchalant. You mean you don't want your results to be used to belittle others? But isn't inferiority one of the factors that help people grow? You understand that well, don't you? Luin frankly expressed his view. In my opinion, you're more like inciting others to be hostile towards me. Between pointing out their weaknesses and encouraging their spirit, helping them to try harder, and inciting hostility by dwelling on their inferiority, then he looked straight into Terran's eyes. Aren't those two completely different things? Luin's voice became ice cold. My ex-Knit Academy is not a place for others to belittle and call a small stream either. The corner of Terran's mouth lifted. He raised his voice and let out an "oh." The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere once again fell silent. Suddenly, a small laugh escaped from Somerton's mouth. Then he clutched his stomach and laughed out loud. Everyone turned to look at Somerton. A look of annoyance flashed across Lewin's face. Ha! Somerton wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Oh my stomach hurts from laughing. Ha! I'm dying. I'm even crying. Where did this guy come from? Iron clutched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. She said to him angrily, Lewin, you're not planning to pull another stunt, are you? Lewin gave a forced smile and replied, no. But he added in his mind, maybe. Terran clasped his hands together and spoke, but it might be a bit different, a bit new compared to Tyrion. I look forward to what's to come. Somerton suddenly looked at Lewin and called out, wait. He stood up and made a suggestion. Lewin Adele, would you like to have tea with me? Then Somerton gave a cold smile. I don't want to hear a no. After that, the two moved to another place. Now, Lewin and Somerton were sitting opposite each other. He slowly called out, Adel Lewin, but Somerton had a smug look on his face. From now on, you'll work for me. This time, I won't accept a no either. He said it as if it were a matter of course. You have 1 month to get your affairs in order. I will transfer you to the cavalry training area and arrange your accommodations. Oh, Somerton added as if he just remembered, and the citizenship issue too. The Crown Prince's right-hand man can't be a foreigner, right? Louis became increasingly confused. What citizenship, he asked confusedly. But why the Empire already has countless talented mages. Like Doompram, for instance. Somerton spoke slowly. Oh, that guy, he bowed his head and sighed. In the end, he still lost to you anyway. Somerton's voice grew cold. Are you suggesting I keep a failure by my side? Louis silently bowed his head and didn't answer. He continued. There's one more thing. From now on, when you speak to me, remember one thing. A light flashed in Somerton's brown eyes. He said in a low voice, I prefer hearing yes over questions. Hearing Somerton's tone, Lewin looked up with anger in his eyes. Somerton urged him. Come on, answer me, he said. The first reason is because the old man recommended you. For years, I've told him to recommend a talented mage for me. But he never mentioned anyone's name. Then Somerton added, another thing is because I like your guts. He pointed at Lewin, the kind of guts to dress in rags in front of a bunch of leaders. There was a hint of praise in Somerton's voice for that thirst for power. And the kind to dare express your disagreement with the old man. Finally, he said with a smirk, the kind to keep questioning me despite my warning. Somerton spread his arms casually. In politics, you sometimes need a jester. After Somerton's long speech, Louis summed it up and asked, so my job is just to give advice, right? He looked displeased. Another question. I want you to protect me from my damn brothers who don't want their little brother to be crown prince. He silently bowed his head without replying. His face looked very confused. Somerton asked again, you don't like it? Louis nodded and replied, yes, that's right. He growled, I knew you'd say that, so I warned you before. I don't want to hear that answer. No way. He again fell into deep thought. Louis thought of the man Somerton sitting before him. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The chance to become the right-hand man of the most powerful crown prince in the Empire. But his thoughts were in turmoil. After all, most mages choose to side with power. Even the Magic Tower, which was originally dedicated to researching magic, is no different. If I miss this chance today, I might regret it for a long time. But after a moment's hesitation, Louis gave his answer, I still have many other things I want to do. He told himself, I don't want to be anyone's mage anyway. Somerton's voice became cold. I thought I was being too rational, but it turns out you're just too sentimental. He asked again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't regret this, will you? Louis answered firmly, I won't. Then he slowly stood up. Somerton didn't stop him, just smiled. All right, then let's act as if this conversation never happened. As Louis was leaving, he suddenly called out, Louis Adele. They say you were the brightest gem of this year's grand festival. Somerton made no effort to hide his intentions. My hobby is collecting gems, and to this day there has never been a gem I couldn't have. Do you know why he warned? Because any gem I cannot have, I destroy. Before walking out of the room, Louis turned to look back one last time. Then he resolutely opened the door and left. Louis was now standing alone in the hallway, he told himself. That last line was clearly a threat. My decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly, a nearby voice called out, Hey, Lewin. Jason asked curiously, Where are you going? Sneaking off to hit on girls, are you? Lewin immediately denied it. No way, he told himself. In the end, I just want to be a mage anyway. A mage with his own unique style. Inside the room, Somerton's voice was heard. I'm curious about the one the old man recommended. He seems very special, Terran continued. It seems things won't be resolved. In the easy way, will they? He nodded and replied, That's right, I threatened him a bit, but it seemed to have no effect. He asked again, So are you going to give up? Somerton laughed out loud. Not at all. He raised his wine glass. Light flashed from the ring on Somerton's hand, you understand, especially when it's related to my collecting hobby. He smirked cunningly. In the end, Louis Adele will be mine because I've decided it. Meanwhile, in another place, Louis was forcing a smile to fend off the questions from the other two. A beautiful sunset afternoon. Damn, Louis was relentlessly practicing his punches and kicks. An aura enveloped him, giving off a Lou Ruin vibe. Oh wait, no. A white moonlight is more accurate. The system appeared and said, punches 5,000 out of 5,000, kicks 5,000 out of 5,000. Roundhouse kicks 5,000 out of 5,000, 15 kilometers long distance run. 1 out of 1 combat training, 1 out of 1. After reading the system's display, Louis panted heavily. All right, all done for today. Louis collapsed on the ground with a sigh. Trang appeared beside him. Oh, I feel your body is getting much better. Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny bear. about the size of a hand. I don't want to hear that from a man, it immediately retorted upon hearing him. What are you talking about? I'm a girl, Louis shot up, unable to believe his ears. What? How can you be a girl? It immediately replied. Why? Because I was born that way. He still couldn't believe it and asked loudly. A demigod has a gender. Trang angrily put her hands on her hips and yelled in Louis's face, who said, we don't, you just never asked, but we've bathed together. He recalled the times they had bathed together. Trang snorted coldly. There was nothing to see anyway, ahem. That one word basically admitted everything. Lewin's face darkened. He enunciated every word to her. So you mean you've seen everything being asked? That she trembled uncontrollably. She quickly turned away to hide her embarrassment even though she knew she couldn't. But in contrast to Trang's awkwardness, he just gave a light chuckle. He slowly stood up, deciding not to tease her anymore. That's enough, I'm leaving first, okay? Hearing that she turned back to look at him with a dazed expression, she ran after him shouting, hey, let's go together, but he was already far ahead. He ignored her pursuit but still called out to her, then stopped joking. She stammered, trying to explain that she was telling the truth. No, I'm not joking, it's true. But he still didn't believe her and laughed teasingly. You think I believe you? Hearing that she could only fall silent, what else was there to say? Cut to a scene at a train station, blue sky, white clouds, golden sun, the weather was perfect. But a terrible voice shattered that peaceful atmosphere. Jackson was hugging Louis with 2 streams of tears flowing like a waterfall. I'm going now, Louis. Please take care of yourself. You hear me? He lectured him like a mother seeing her son off, a blushing and helpless. Louis patted his friend. I'm not dying, you know. Their friends watching this scene laughed their heads off. The train whistle blared. Jason and the others were already on the train. Lewin stood watching the train pull away. The stray cat's voice spoke up. All right then. We should get going too. He turned back to look at him. After my friends have left, I will head to Leviathan to complete my schedule. As the Grand Tournament's champion, he and the stray cat sat next to each other on another train, but they were both silent, not saying a word. He remembered their first meeting. Just call me Stray Cat the Wizard. The Stray Cat was a guide from Wizard Tower 2. The system popped up again to identify the wizard. Name question mark, question mark, question mark. Age question mark, question mark, question mark. Special notes, question mark, question mark, question mark. Meanwhile, he sat quietly reading a paper that he was holding. The system couldn't find any information. All it showed were 3 huge question marks. He was a bit shocked. The player's eye couldn't even identify their name, indicating they were highly skilled. Lewin thought to himself, that means he's on par with or even surpasses the professors at the Magic Academy. The only thing I can tell is that he looks to be in his late 22nd. He turned to look cautiously at the stray cat. His eyebrows were practically making out. Just then the man finally spoke. Now, I will briefly explain your schedule. First, you will go to the Royal Palace to receive congratulations, and then he guided him step by step. He sat listening quietly, his face showing a bit of worry. He interrupted him. Excuse me, but can you just speak normally? The suggestion seemed to surprise him a little. He continued, I'm only 16. He replied, it's more comfortable for me. His expression didn't change at all, remaining completely stoic. He went back to what he was doing. Let's review the schedule again. He could only smile awkwardly, thinking to himself. He's very thorough and businesslike. I guess I learned something new. He then announced the next item on the schedule. You must go to the Magic Tower to be chosen by an item. Hearing this, he looked completely baffled. Chosen, the stray cat explained. Correct? You could also end up with nothing, as the artifacts themselves do the choosing. A worried look appeared on his face. He also understood what Wildcat meant, that like King Graham, the artifacts also had consciousness, as Wildcat announced the final schedule. As he put the paper in his bag, Wildcat explained, finally, you will be assigned a mission. As a student, you wouldn't normally be given an official mission, but the champion of a major tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation of mages to the world, he said, opening the list. So it's like a debut? He immediately replied, exactly, and continued. So, choose a mission from the provided list. He thoughtfully looked at the list. The missions included exploration, subjugation, assassination, excavation, knowledge. And just as he read that, Trang appeared out of nowhere, whispering in his ear, startling him slightly. He and Trang both stared intently at the list in his hand. The expressions on their faces were identical, like father and son. Then he made his decision, I'll choose this one. His voice rang out decisively over the rumbling of the train outside. Scene changed to Moran Palace. The two of them stood in the hall. This is Moran Palace, the prince's secondary palace. Go on in, everyone is waiting for you. He urged him on. Then, he bowed respectfully and said, I'll be leaving now. Hearing this, he panicked and yelled back. Wait, hold on, aren't you coming in with me? He yelled, confused as to why Wildcat wasn't joining him. The door in front of him swung open, revealing Somerton standing there imposingly while he was still searching for Wildcat. With his hands on his hips and a hint of a smile in his voice, he said, Welcome to my empire, Louis Adele. Louis looked up at him in silence. Stepping inside, he knelt before him. First, I accept the 10,000 gold pieces from the Crown Prince. This amount exceeds the annual budget of the Adele territory. Then, Somerton, sitting on the throne, smiled and said to Lewin, If you ever feel short on money, come here any time. If you change your mind, Moran Palace's doors are always open to you. Hearing that, he could only smile wryly. It seems I could never earn this much money in my entire life. Holding the gold, he walked away, thinking, it seems the prince hasn't given up on me yet, but I need to hurry to my next appointment. Now, he and Wildcat strode through the vast palace. Everyone here must have great stamina. It's a miracle to get around this huge place all day, he joked to break the silence, but Wildcat didn't seem to be in a joking mood. He turned back with a cold expression. "Stop the idle chatter. Sir Terran is waiting for you." Hearing that, he froze. "Ah, yes." He forced a smile. "Does anyone here even know how to take a joke? I think these people should go live by the sea to get some of the ocean's saltiness." "So," he asked again, "are you sure about that mission?" He was slightly surprised, then replied firmly, "Yes." Receiving the firm answer, he didn't ask any more questions. "I see. You've chosen the most difficult one." He replied cheerfully, "Haha, it seems like it will be very interesting." Hearing that, he added, "I wonder what Sir Terran will say." Their conversation ended as the door to the room opened. A gloomy, chilling atmosphere filled the air. Lewin stepped inside. Terran was already seated, waiting in the room. He called out, "Come in quickly." A conversation began over cups of hot tea, with Terran speaking first. "You want to choose that wonderful mission?" He replied immediately, "Yes." Hearing this, Terran picked up his teacup and spoke slowly. "The safest mission is subjugation. You could be escorted by the royal family to eliminate some bandits near Siciliano. You could even be welcomed as a hero," he explained, as Lewin listened silently. "But why," he wondered, "would you go to that place? It's just a barren wasteland." He remained silent, but there was a change in his eyes. He already had an answer to the man's question. "It's quite similar to the Heavenly Mountain." Flashback to when he was choosing the mission and Trang appeared. It pointed to a mission on the list. "What is it?" he asked. "Your first mission. Choose that one." But he still didn't quite understand. It explained, "That is King Graham's homeland." He was stunned to hear that. It continued, "And that's where Draka stayed for about 100 years. An image of a huge dragon appeared in a green meadow. Heavenly Mountain, located in the far north of the Ridian Kingdom. A towering mountain emerged from behind a thick blanket of fog. It was said to be the home of the ancient elves, but there are no elves there anymore. The large, muscular elves are now a thing of the past. Except for the artifact King Graham at the Academy, they all perished in the Great War. All the elves lay defeated at the feet of the enemy leader. Where the elves vanished is now just a desolate wasteland. An elven skull blows in the bone-chilling wind. There's a reason why the exploration mission here is considered extremely difficult, because of the barrier there. An invisible barrier surrounds the mountain, one that cannot be broken by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and mages have failed to find a way to break it. Everyone has admitted defeat. The exploration mission is to discover the identity of that barrier. Determination showed in his eyes as he recalled what Trang had told him. Terran was still curious. "I'm curious as to why you want to do an exploration mission in that desolate place," he continued. "Do you find the theory appealing? It's like a child's fairy tale, suggesting the elven gods grew angry and turned the place into a sanctuary." He just turned to look at him in silence. He thought to himself, but other people would have no reason to care about that place. However, that place, abandoned by the world, was Dracogonia's refuge. For 100 years, that reason alone is enough for me. He didn't need to explain further. He just stated simply, "It's the most difficult mission." Hearing his explanation, the man tilted his head. "Just for that reason? Well, if you just want to show off, you'd be better off choosing another one," Terran advised, not believing that a mere 6-year-old would choose such a mission. He continued to advise against it. "You don't need to go through such hardship to get an achievement. It's only considered difficult because it's a mystery no one has ever been able to solve." Louis smiled defiantly. If a 6-year-old mage were to find the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? But the man kept jabbing at him. "You'll most likely end up with a failed mission in the grand tournament's history." He immediately retorted, "That's one way to create a noteworthy achievement too." His remark made the man slightly uncomfortable. His eyebrows furrowed, and his smile became strained. Terran changed the subject. "Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Wang Te?" The question caught him off guard for a moment. Seeing his reaction, the man explained, "It was to keep you here in Lebanon. I wanted to observe you further. Everything was planned from the start." He fell silent, tension evident on his young face. Terran explained further, "Because of your unique ability, I wonder if that has anything to do with you choosing this mission." The atmosphere grew tense. "Regardless, I will always be watching you." His words made Lewin a little anxious. Back in his room, he flopped onto the bed, but he couldn't stop thinking about what just happened. "I've committed to it, but can I really pull it off?" he wondered, his voice tinged with worry. Hearing this, Trang, who was nearby, asked, "Why are you worried? Afraid you won't find anything?" He replied, "A little. After all, that world has been cut off for centuries. I wonder if I can discover anything at all." It immediately retorted, "Humans haven't discovered anything yet, but you can." He immediately shot back, "I'm human too, you know." It replied, "You are beyond human capabilities." He asked, puzzled, "Me?" "Yeah, well, to surpass human capabilities. Being Louis is a whole process." "A process? What's that supposed to mean?" As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. A voice followed, "Sir Louis, may we come in?" He sat up and called out, "Ah, yes, come in." The two people entered. He greeted them, "Hello, wild boar, wildcat." Trang, sitting on his shoulder, heard him call them that, and asked curiously, "Wild boar? Cat? What are you talking about?" He sighed and explained, "It's a hobby of His Highness. All the mages of Matop like to be called that." It listened, but still couldn't make any sense of it. "What kind of farm is this?" Wild boar cheerfully approached him. "Well, Lewin, shall we go?" "First, to the artifact room to claim your reward." The three of them walked down the hallway, explaining about the artifact room to Louis. Matop's artifact room is divided into 4 zones. Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, and Zone X. The items in Zone C are the most common, and those in Zone X are the rarest. Wild Boar led the way, with Lewin and Wildcat following behind as they walked. The stray cat explained and listed the areas for him, adding that Lewin would get to explore Area A. He curiously asked, "You did not mention going to Area X." When he asked that, the man turned away, his face suddenly serious. That area is not open to anyone unless something special happens. Even for His Highness, it is a problem. His eyes were probing as he thought to himself, something special. Following the guide, I began my exploration from Area C. The three of them entered the room of Area C. He picked up a sword larger than a boar spear and asked the other two, "Is this a dark sword?" The wild boar replied, "Yes, that is right. We only collect items that are well preserved after battles with monsters and demons." He looked at the sword, thinking it was quite impressive. This seems to be the radiant sword used by Doom Bram. The blade was so shiny it could reflect his plain face. "This truly is Matop's vault of artifacts," he exclaimed. "Even Area C is better than the treasuries of many nobles." Suddenly, he noticed a book on the floor, The Special Transformation of Tin Brown. "I heard they stopped writing it. But why is the book still here?" Seeing his curiosity, the wild boar asked cheerfully, "You seem to know about it. That is a book over 100 years old." He laughed and replied, "Ha, there was a time when all I could do was read books. Behind it was 7th class magic crews exploring unknown lands, searching for ancient creatures. He read the titles of the books on the shelf. Can people read these books freely? While in the magic tower, he picked up a book, opened it, and turned to ask. The stray cat explained, "Occasionally, the tower master gives members a chance to read the books, but they cannot own them. Area B is a treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten magic books to rare ancient texts, and even legendary manuscripts." Ignoring the allure of Area B, I proceeded to Area A, but no artifact in Area A responded to me. This made him a little anxious, and he turned back to ask the other two, "Has anyone else not been chosen by the artifacts before?" The wild boar scratched his head and replied with a forced smile, "There have been, but very few for a mage capable of reaching Area A. Even being acknowledged by 1 or 2 artifacts demonstrates significant skill," he explained. His mood immediately sank. Being ignored by all the areas was so disappointing. He was very sad, but could only force a smile. Seeing this, Trang crossed its arms and smiled like a boss, lifting his spirits. "There is nothing to be disappointed about. They are all just trash." He was utterly shocked. "What did you say?" It began to explain. "Of course, to humans, they are all rare items. But the truly rare stuff is over there." It pointed towards the door. It radiated a murderous aura as if from the depths of hell. He asked, "In Area X?" Just looking at the door to Area X was terrifying. There was also a dragon's head in the center, its mouth open, as if to devour anyone who approached. Trang stared intently at that room. "I think there is something in there made by a dragon. It even smells of unclean dragon scales." Hearing this, he just sighed. He did not really care. No matter how valuable the item inside is, I cannot get it out of there. Lacking faith in his own abilities, he bent down again. "Let us just focus on finding an artifact." But before he could find anything, a blue light appeared. Catching his attention, Trang smirked, knowing what was about to happen. The blue light also startled the other two, and the wild boar even started to stutter. "That light, it is from the door to Area X. If they could not stand firm, all 3 of them could be blown against the wall. Like a framed picture." The wild boar shouted loudly, It is happening. Something special is happening. It has been 56 years. That door is slowly opening. The scene shifts to Terran's room. He was frowning deeply. He asked, "Is Kun Khan's fang reacting?" The stray cat respectfully replied, "Yes." Terran was lost in thought. Is this a sign that he is the next successor? The 3 exceptional artifacts kept in Area X, Angan's scepter, Mossie's scale, and Kun Khan's fang. These artifacts have one thing in common. They allow their owners to stand at the pinnacle. Angan's scepter was used by the mage Angan, the first human, an infinite artifact that amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the mage king. 56 years ago, Terran was chosen by Angan's scepter. Anyone chosen by it is raised to the pinnacle of the magic tower. The invulnerable armor that resists all magical attacks, Mossie's scale. This armor chooses an owner only once a century. Those who are chosen become legendary knights. However, Kun Khan's fang, the first leader of the ogres, is a mysterious artifact. It has not chosen an owner in 100 years. Terran mused. Kun Khan's fang has chosen Edel. Does that mean he is truly destined for the throne? He wondered. He asked the stray cat again to confirm the report. Lewin Edel was able to lift Kun Khan's fang. He confirmed it to Terran. Yes, he lifted it with ease. However, Terran was once again lost in thought. Kun Khan's fang was an artifact that the generals could barely bring into the tower. He recalled the image of 6 men carrying a single fang, the heavy strain visible on all their faces. It was not something just anyone could lift so easily. It possesses a strength similar to an ogre's. At that thought, he seemed to realize something. A strength reminiscent of an ogre. The specially chosen mission was to search in the heavenly mountains for Kun Khan's fang, the first leader of the ogres. He sorted through all the information he had and then suddenly spoke. Immediately summoned the Mage of Screams. He gave the order to the stray cat. "I have decided to head west to the heavenly mountains." The stray cat instructed Louis. The mission's duration is 1 month. Make sure you are on time. After finishing his instructions, he handed him items for the journey. And here is your fee. ID card and train ticket. He took the items and thanked him. The stray cat stood silently, watching him pack his bag as if he wanted to say something. After packing, he looked up and saw the man staring at him, so he asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Hearing this, the man replied, "Yes and no." What a frustrating answer. Hearing this, he asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" He replied, "As a mage of the magic tower, I am not allowed to express personal opinions, but as your senior, I have something to say to you." Louis looked surprised for a moment, not understanding why he would say that. The magic tower is very good to its own mages, but very cold to outsiders. You know where you truly belong, Louis. He was implying something he was sure Louis would understand. Be careful and question everything. As he said this, his face turned stern, making the atmosphere tense. Seeing this, the boy's expression also grew serious. The ancient city of Tesseran, near the Heavenly Mountains, was built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It was also known as the Shield of the Continent. Thus, Tesseran was always equipped with high walls and formidable military strength, and its soldiers had a valiant spirit, comparable to those in the capital. At least, that is what I read in the books. He stood in a nearly deserted place, talking to Trang, his face showing a bit of concern. "It is unexpectedly desolate." Trang replied, "That is because this is a city whose purpose has disappeared. The threat of the ogres is now gone." It explained, then pointed towards a tavern. "Look, the guards are getting drunk in the middle of the day. The soldiers were each holding a massive mug of beer, enough to fill them up completely. They just shout all day long." Louis found this a bit unsettling. Tesk, they said this was a city where people fought valiantly back in the day. Suddenly, a large man with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared. "Hey, look at the pretty boy in the fancy clothes. Give me everything you have got." He's really trying to use his size to scare him. Huh. Does Louis's face look scared at all? He just gently placed a hand on the big guy's shoulder. A moment later, as he walked away, he thought, the world is so different from the books. As for the other guy, he was lying flat on his back. A thunderous snore echoed in the silence. Someone was asleep, drooling with a bubble coming from his nose. Louis and Trang looked on helplessly as the man slept, oblivious to the world, not knowing what to say. He decided to break the man's deep sleep. "Excuse me?" Hearing his voice, the man groggily woke up and quickly sat up when he saw him. "I am sorry. I was in such a deep sleep I did not realize you were here, mage." He did not mind. "It is all right. Can I get a horse?" he asked. The stable master looked a bit awkward. "Well, actually, we do not have any horses right now." The stable was completely empty, without a single horse in sight, only piles of dry hay in the stalls. "You asked again, no horses." The stable master answered yes. "You then asked, are there any other stables around?" The stable master could only scratch his head with a guilty look. "This is the only place in Terry-san." Seeing this, Trang burst out laughing until she cried. "What kind of stable has no horses? Haha, this place is really..." Before he could finish, Louis cut in, "This is a bit off from what I planned." His face showed some disappointment because he couldn't borrow a horse. The stable master explained a bit. "At first, there were 3 horses in the stable, but they were all rented out this morning. We haven't had any customers in a long time, but today someone suddenly rented all the horses." Hearing his explanation, you were a bit surprised. He then awkwardly made a suggestion. "If you could wait a day somehow, I will." "Yes?" You cut him off. "Wait a minute," which startled him a bit. "Yes," you asked the stable master. "For a long time, no one needed horses. But today, someone rented them all." He was also a little puzzled. "That's right, but why?" You started to become suspicious. "People rarely come to Terrasen, but someone other than you rented all the horses here. Is it just a coincidence?" you wondered. But then you remembered what Wildcat told you before you left. Suspect everything, but you turned to ask your friend sitting on your shoulder. "Trang, have you noticed anything?" Hearing your question, it sighed and crossed its arms. "Hey, human, you're only just realizing it now. I already said it. When we were on the ship, it answered your question." "That's right, both of them turned in the same direction. We're being followed. Behind the house opposite where you and Trang were standing, a cloaked figure was watching them. After realizing we were being followed, we took action immediately. I instructed the innkeeper to let me know if anyone asked about me. You gave a gold coin to the innkeeper, whose eyes immediately lit up. He accepted right away. You can count on me. It's true, money can move mountains. I decided to become the bait and walk around Terrazen. You strode down the street. They must have seen me leave the inn. They will definitely come and ask about us. They're clearly people from the Renix Empire." You smiled as if you knew everything. "Whether it's the prince who is angry because I refused his offer of citizenship, or the king of the wizard's tower is looking for me, I don't know, but none of them are particularly welcome. I have to solve this problem at all costs before I head to the mountain peak." But your eyes showed clear determination. "I can't let them keep following me when I know they're there." "No one came here," the innkeeper answered Louis awkwardly. As if in disbelief, you asked again what the innkeeper replied. "Honestly, I'm telling the truth. I was on edge waiting for someone to show up after you left, but nobody came at all." Trang started to speak. He doesn't look like he's lying. Suddenly, the innkeeper recalled something, but there was one very strange thing. You quickly asked, "What is it?" He revealed something shocking. "For about 3 minutes, my memory is almost a complete blank." Hearing that you were stunned, the innkeeper added, "No matter how hard I try to remember," your face tensed as he recounted what he could remember. Mind control, a high-level tier 6 magic. It allows the user to control and dominate the opponent's mind. The victim loses all memory of that period, and the caster can steal those memories. You quickly went upstairs. They're much more ruthless and powerful than I thought. What's more, if my memory was stolen, They would realize that I've noticed them following me. You deduced everything step by step. Lewin opened his room door. The room was empty, but someone had pinned a note to the headboard. The note read, "I have no intention of harming you, so don't waste time looking for me and proceed with your quest." Lewin angrily ripped the note down, sneaking into my room to leave a note telling me not to worry. This is clearly a threat. Then your face grew serious. All right then, let's see. Lewin leaped out of the room, kicking off the nearby houses, and landed safely. Damn, Lewin's jump looked dangerous as hell. Lewin moved as fast as the wind. If there were speed cameras, he'd definitely get a ticket. Then Trang asked you, "What do you think?" You replied with a triumphant smile, "We need to find them." Lewin ordered, "Open the map." The map appeared with 4 red dots, 1 for you and Trang. The other 3 were the ones tailing you. You dashed off, but not without looking back with a provocative expression. All right, then try to keep up. Red circles appeared as Louis accelerated. You shouted loudly for the 3 to hear. It's like we're racing for first place in a triathlon. Should we go after them? One of the 3 asked. Haha, our junior, the champion of the grand tournament, is asking us to play a game. It wouldn't be fun to refuse. The one with the skull tattoo on his neck, who seemed to be the leader, said. He ordered the other 2, chase them, just don't kill them. Hearing the order, the 2 flew off and disappeared. Yes, sir. The sky turned red. The 2 pursuers flew like birds, and it wasn't long before they were right behind Louis and Trang. But you just kept running with a smile, without a hint of fear. After all, you were the one who invited them to play, so what was there to be afraid of? In a deserted place, a purple light appeared and 3 suspicious figures in black cloaks landed. They began to walk straight ahead. They looked around as they walked. The one in the middle said, "The trail of the mage from Scream's Lewin Adele has disappeared." The leader turned and said, "He didn't disappear, he's waiting for us." What? They continued to talk, completely unaware of their surroundings. From a pile of wooden crates, Louis suddenly burst out, catching the 3 black-cloaked figures completely by surprise. They panicked and yelled El Louis Adele before another word was spoken. One of them was sent flying by Lewin's punch. He quickly turned to the second one, who gaped in absolute terror. Lewin charged forward with his fist, but the man quickly used magic to create a barrier in front of himself. But that was hardly enough to stop him. The magic barrier was shattered by Louis' punch, and the guy took the full force of the blow, causing him to cough up blood. Just like that, 2 of the 3 were down sprawling on the ground. Louis stared at the last man, who suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of person he was. Turns out he's a real monster. Lewin glared at him murderously and asked in a grim voice, "Who are you people?" The bearded man in the black cloak just smiled calmly at Lewin's wariness and said, "Did you know? The pontiff of the wizard's tower sent us. We were told to protect our youth," Lewin replied. "This feels more like spying than protecting." The bearded man's expression grew more mysterious. He tore the paper he was holding and said, "It's pretty much the same thing. In any case, it was fun watching you." Then the old man vanished, leaving only his 2 unconscious subordinates on the ground and a puff of gray smoke with the words, "See you again." Lewin looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, "This skull tattoo. Dark mages. Dark mages." Lewin crossed his arms, looking at the 2 unconscious men, and replied to Trang, "That's right. They're a secret group, a group of mages from the tower who specialize in handling their dirty work." With that skull engulfed in mystical blue fire and those mysterious figures in black cloaks, "You can tell at a glance this group is up to no good," Louis said. "The secret group, Dark Mages, all that is known about them is the group's name and their tattoo. It's unclear what they do exactly, or what the level of each member is. Even the identity of their leader is a mystery." Hearing this, Trang looked at Louis excitedly and asked, "So what's your impression of them?" Louis looked at Trang as if thinking of something, then smiled. "They're manageable. They don't seem to be as strong as the representatives from the last grand tournament," Trang said confusedly. "But we still haven't confirmed the strength of that other guy." Louis replied nonchalantly, "It's fine." He raised a hand to his mouth, remembering the scene of the damn mages attacking innocent people. He then said, "They use tier 6 magic. They're clearly not your average opponents. Besides, they can follow us from a distance." Trang looked at your thoughtful expression and asked, "What are you going to do?" Lewin remained deep in thought. Lewin looked up as if he had a plan and said, "First, I'll make them reveal themselves." A while later, the sound of galloping horses. The next day, we immediately set out for Heaven Mountain. Louis galloped toward the mountains ahead. The journey to Heaven Mountain was exhausting. We had to cross arid deserts, but I could feel that we had finally arrived. Louis placed a hand on his chest. He dismounted his horse, his expression anxious as he kept his hand over his heart. His chest was vibrating, light shone on his sweaty face. He gave a faint smile, looked straight ahead, and said, "So this is Heaven Mountain, that's right, there's no mistake." The mountain was shrouded in a dark, gloomy aura. "This is Heaven Mountain." Louis stood stunned for a long time, saying, "This is exactly the feeling of satisfaction." The black barrier wavered slightly as if something had just touched it. Louis said, "You once said this is where you lived with Draca, right?" Trang replied, "Yes, that's right." Louis wearily sat down, leaning against the barrier, and said, "Humph, it won't budge at all. How am I supposed to get in?" Leon's expression changed, a hint of worry on his face. He looked up at Trang and said, "What kind of inhuman idea is this? Are you telling me I have to destroy this barrier?" Trang crawled onto his forehead and replied, "That's right," Loin sighed. Then Trang climbed to the top of Louis' head, looked down, and said confidently, "If they were humans, they would definitely try to break the barrier, right?" Louis looked up at Trang and replied, "Right. That's the first thought." Trang continued, "But they can't break it. Not with ordinary human methods." And Trang continued, "What would happen if there was an ogre here?" Trang's words startled Line, as if he hadn't expected it. Line sat cross-legged, rested his chin on his hand, and thought seriously. Wouldn't it be better to call the ogres from inside, asking them to open the door like a friend? While Line was still thinking, Trang jumped to the ground, crossed his arms, looked at Lewine, and said, "Right. Now my thoughts are very clear. Hearing that, Lane was even more shocked. His pupils constricted as he looked down. Trang said, "As you once said, all the ogres here are already dead, aren't they?" With a very confident expression, Trang looked straight at Lane and replied that that is just how humans think. At this point, Lane started to feel tense. He turned to look at the barrier. Trang's face darkened as he said, "Remember, Lane, your power doesn't follow prejudice, it breaks it." As soon as he spoke, from within the dark and gloomy barrier, a voice came out saying, "I'm breaking it now," which surprised Lin, who was standing outside. Lane placed a hand on the barrier and said, "Huh." Then he placed both hands on the barrier, his expression a bit hesitant, and said, "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend not to hear me, but I have the fang of your leader, Kun Khan, with me." Lin kept both hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear what I'm saying, open the gate." The atmosphere suddenly became silent after that. This made both Louis and Trang a little worried. A moment later, an incredibly powerful purple-blue light radiated from Louis's hands. A large explosion created a shockwave between Lane and the barrier, putting him in a difficult position, but with his resilient will, Lane held his ground. He tried to withstand the force in front of him. Lane's pupils suddenly constricted as if he saw something horrible approaching. The black barrier then gradually disappeared. Louis exclaimed, "It opened." At that moment, the mysterious old man in a black cloak appeared from nowhere, running forward in a panic, saying, "How could a rookie like him do what no one has ever done before?" But unfortunately for him, when he arrived, the barrier reappeared, blocking him from entering. Helpless, he could only stand outside, continuously pounding on the barrier and screaming, "What's going on?" It closed again. What is happening? Before he could even process what was happening, a fist, and everyone knew whose it was, came flying. Louis lunged forward and punched the old man straight in the face. It sent him reeling backward. Louis, his face burning with anger, shouted, "Now's my chance. You can't escape like last time." Not giving the old man a chance to counterattack, Lane launched his next attack. Using his earthquake skill, he punched the ground, creating a tremor that shattered the earth beneath them. The old man had already taken 2 consecutive hits, making him cry out in pain. But it wasn't over yet. Louis shouted, "Vines!" summoning long vines that shot forward to capture his prey. The target was that sorcerer. He was instantly bound tightly by Lane's vines. He lay sprawled on the ground before Lane, unable to speak or even move a limb, so the old man could only let out helpless grunts. Lane said, "Did you think you could get close to me this time?" Louis calmly looked at the bound man before him and said, "What level are you? Let's end this game early." Oh my god. Out of nowhere, a huge figure appeared. A green giant holding a wooden club swung it and charged straight down to where Louis was standing, leaving him stunned and bewildered. A horrifying scene suddenly appeared. In an instant, bright red liquid was streaming down the green giant's wooden club. It was obvious what that liquid was. Lane was utterly shocked by the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. His eyes were wide and his body was frozen stiff. The giant turned to look at Lane in a very barbaric manner, sending a shiver down his spine. His dark, piercing eyes stared at Louis. He said, "Answer me, human. Who are you?" Outwardly, Louis tried to appear calm, but deep down, he was extremely worried. Trang, on his shoulder, leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Louis, remember this. They think like savage beasts. Luckily, I was able to enter the barrier on Heaven Mountain, and as soon as I stepped in, I felt like I had stepped into another world." Louis thought to himself as he followed the green giant deeper inside. Here, he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with curiosity and suspicion. One of them said, "A human. What's a human doing here?" Sniff, sniff. "But he doesn't really smell like a human. He smells just like us." Sniff, sniff. Lime walked on, his expression tense. Trang, beside him, said, "Master, be careful. They don't have the same morals as humans." Louis said tensely, "I know." Louis recalled the earlier image of him meeting that green giant and thought, "I'm guessing he hasn't harmed me because of Kun Khan's fang, but I have no idea when they might kill me." He cautiously trailed behind the green giant, observing him. Arriving at a towering mountain, the green giant said, "We're here. This is the summit of Heaven Mountain." They stopped beside another green giant. Louis looked at the club-wielding giant and asked, "The summit, but there's still another peak above this." Thud. A tremor rang out, startling Lane. In front of him was another giant, bigger than the rest, with white hair and a beard. Louis thought, this isn't the summit, but there's an ogre. The white-haired giant looked down at Louis and began to speak. "I am the leader, Hak Khan. Human, I heard you possess the relic of Kun Khan." Louis was still in shock, looking at a body 10 times larger than the other ogres. He stared up with his mouth agape, thinking, he's so much bigger than the other ogres. Leader Hak Khan continued, "Human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you to pieces and feed your corpse to the eagles. Who are you?" Lane tried to stay calm and replied, "I thought I already explained this at the gate, but I am the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang." Leader Hak Khan sat down and said, "Lies. That is not an item a human can handle." Lelwayne replied, "But it's the truth." Louis took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, "I can show it to you, can't I?" The other ogre said in alarm, "Oh my god, it's real." Leader Hak Khan looked at Line, very pleased, and said, "An interesting human. I smelled our scent on you, and I also smell the scent of power." Line replied happily, That's right, I'm quite strong. Leader Hakon said. Then answer me, human, who are you? Lion hesitated slightly and said, I am Lion. He and Trang exchanged a look, as if they were both thinking the same thing. Lane said, do you know of Dracogonia? It's the name of a dragon that lives on this heaven mountain. Leader Hakon's jaw dropped. Surprised by what he had just heard, Leader Hakon hurriedly looked down at Lowin and asked, how do you know that name? Elwine put his hands on his hips, smiled, and replied, I heard it from Kingram. Hearing the name Kingram, Leader Hakon was even more shocked. He shouted, Kingram, he's still alive. Louis recalled his first encounter with Kingram and said, he's living as an artifact in my academy. Or should I say, he's considered one of the professors. Louis looked at Leader Hakon and said confidently, you're curious about who I am, aren't you? The Green Ogre guide stood by silently, listening. Louis said, I am a friend of Kingram, the former leader of the summit of Heaven Mountain. Line continued, I am also the one chosen by Kun Khan's Fang and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power. With every word he spoke, Leader Hakon became more and more surprised. Elwine declared, I am Elwine Adel. Facing Leader Hakon, he continued, with all that, do you still plan on crushing me and feeding my corpse to the eagles? Leader Hakon was silent for a long moment, then said, no. We will joyfully welcome you, human. Louis' expression then froze. He seemed speechless. He was now being led to the middle of a square. In the center was a simple stone table, and around it, the goblins were constantly shouting. Trang, sitting on Louis' shoulder, crossed her arms and said, the goblins have a rite of passage even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you must prove your own worth. Draka did the same when he first came here. Then Trang looked at Louis seriously and said, and the ritual is arm wrestling. In front of him, a large green goblin strode forward, happily flexing his muscles and saying, I am the son of Meru Khan. Amarat, you're the human we're welcoming? But Lewin's face was already scrunched up as he thought to himself, you're telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something is wrong here. In an instant, Lewin and Omerat were in position to arm wrestle. The whole square was now shouting, Kra! Come on, Omerat! Crush that human! Lewin leaned on the stone table, looked at Trang, and said, if I lose this arm wrestle, they won't throw me to the eagles, will they? Trang replied helplessly, I'm not so sure. Facing the giant Omerat, the atmosphere was tense. You could see how tiny Lewin was compared to him. The two clasped hands tightly. Lewin thought, this giant goblin is here to intimidate me, but that doesn't mean I should be reckless. Lewin's expression was extremely tense. He thought, a match between a goblin and a human sounds ridiculous, but I also have special strength granted by an artifact. A white tooth floated amidst a stream of magic. Lewin said, ever since I got Kun Khan's Fang, my strength has increased by 1,000 BA. Lewin frowned, looking serious, and thought, now my strength is 3,520. This might be possible. Amarat looked extremely confident. He said, I don't think you're an ordinary human, but your hand feels different. I am Omerat, son of Umeru Khan. Even though my opponent is a human, I will not go easy on you. Louis didn't back down, smiling and saying loudly, that's right, try and beat me once and for all. In the middle, the referee started the countdown. Ready. You could see both contestants were extremely serious. Go, shouted the goblin referee. Instantly, Louis flexed his arms so hard that his shirt tore. Amarat was a little surprised by his opponent. The match was still deadlocked. Amarat yelled as he strained against Louis. You could see his expression worsen, dripping with sweat, as if he could only hold on for a moment longer. He thought, damn, is this the end? But Lewin mustered all his remaining strength and yelled, this is my last chance, you hairy goblin. But contrary to his expectations, Amarat slammed Lewin's hand down with incredible ease, making a loud thud. Lewin flexed so hard his shirt ripped, but after losing so miserably, he just froze, his face completely bewildered. The goblin referee then stood up, raised both arms, and shouted, Amarat is the winner. Lewin lay exhaustedly on the stone table, sighing, I lost, even though I gave it my all. Louis's hand was trembling. There were cuts and bruises all over it, he said, so now I'm going to be fed to the eagles? Louis looked up at the sky in a daze. Just as he thought his number was up, a voice said, get up, human. A green goblin knelt to face Louis and said with satisfaction, you managed to hold your own, even against Amarat, the warrior, most elite of Heavenly Mountain. That's truly commendable. At that moment, the system's quest window appeared. The goblins of Heavenly Mountain greatly respect strength. It took Draka 17 years to earn the goblins' respect with his power, just as he did. 4. Win over the goblins you want with your strength and make them respect you. Defeat Amarat in arm wrestling 0/1. Reward. Goblins of Heavenly Mountain. Louis looked up in disbelief and stammered, thank you. Yes. Trang looked at Lewin happily and said, well done, Lewin. You've won the goblins' support. Lewin pushed himself up, looked at Trang, and said awkwardly, Trang, you didn't tell me this would happen, did you? Trang just laughed. It's fun, right? Lewin chuckled and glanced at Trang, saying, you just said it took Draka 17 years to beat Amarat, right? I'll do it in 1 month. Looking up, the atmosphere was now very cheerful, with goblins sitting together at tables, eating, drinking, and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountaintop. At a table, Louis said happily, this is better than we thought, right? It's hard to believe goblins can cook this well. Trang replied helplessly, I know. The food is so pungent. That smell is just pretty. Louis replied, no, that's not it. He sat down, looked around and said, but why are the goblins here? Living so secluded in this monastery? Louis' expression darkened. He thought, for some reason, I have a feeling. Looking at the laughing and joking goblins, Lewin felt he would accomplish something more important than the mission itself. This time, Omerat approached from behind and said to Louis, strong human. Louis turned and replied, yes, Omerat. Omerat looked down at Lewin and said, so, what are you thinking of doing with the fang of our first chief? Lewin replied, huh, do with it. What can I do with it? Omerat smiled brightly and said, if you want, I can help you make something. A weapon fit for a human. Lewin was a bit surprised by this sudden offer. He thought, what? In a dark cellar, Louis held the massive tooth in his hand, wondering, what is this? He walked while holding the tooth. Trang said, this is a major source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the ogre tribe inherits it becomes the strongest. Louis said, no, I mean, what is it used for? Things like armor or a magic staff? Trang said, Angale's scepter and Mossy's scales have very clear uses. One is a wizard's scepter, and the other is a knight's magic armor. An image of Louis in armor holding a scepter and laughing appeared. Trang said, these two can be used as a mace. Take this magic spell. The two chatted lively as they walked down the dark corridor. Trang said, just hold on to it and figure it out later. It only increases your strength for now, Louis replied. All right. As the scene changed, Omerat smiled brightly and said, if you want, I can make it for you. A weapon fit for a human. Louis was a bit surprised by the sudden offer. He thought, I have it but don't know how to use it. This is an unexpected opportunity. But Omerat pointed a thumb at himself and said confidently, Kun Khan's fang is so heavy and hard that almost no one can work with it. But for the ironsmith Omezushira, it's entirely possible. Lewin was a bit confused, thinking, an ironsmith is just like a human blacksmith. Omerat looked at Lewin and said, do you have any ideas for a special weapon? Human, Lewin. A moment later, he suddenly smiled as if he had just thought of something. Can you make exactly what I need? It's been half a month since I came to Heavenly Mountain, Lewin said, hiding in a bush as if stalking something. Ahead, a green goblin shouted, over there. Human Lewin rushed out from the bush saying, let me handle it. During that time, I helped the ogre tribe with their hunts or assisted them. Next, he started jogging, spending a lot of time training me, things I couldn't do before. Louis, covered in sweat, looked up at the system and said happily, all right. Then he arm wrestled Omerat again, and just like before, Louis lost. However, the mission that took up most of my time was something else. Trang announced loudly, 15 losses in 15 arm wrestling matches against Omazuzan. After losing 15 matches in a row, Lewin sulked and rubbed his arm, saying, I lost again. This is really happening again. Behind him, Omerat just laughed. As Louis stood rubbing his arm, Trang came over to encourage him. Cheer up, master. You've gotten much better. Omerat laughed and said, that's right. Human, you're gradually using your strength more effectively. But Lewin didn't give up. He looked at Omerat confidently and said, thank you. I feel like I'm improving step by step. I've learned how to use my strength properly through Omazuzan's advice, and every day I can endure a little longer. Louis put his hands in his pockets, turned his head, and said, before I leave here, I have to defeat Omazuzan. Omazuzan, who was behind him, was startled to be called out. He looked completely bewildered. Even though they were in a cave, their conversation echoed clearly. Omazuzan, are you hesitating? Omazuzan replied, no, not at all. Human, you don't stand a chance against me in arm wrestling. A few days later, Omazuzan had a frozen expression on his face. Oh, it turns out Lewin's small hand had defeated Omazuzan in arm wrestling. The referee said, 17 matches, 16 losses. Trang couldn't believe her eyes, saying, 1 win. Lewin happily stood up, raising both arms and shouting loudly, to Omazuzan's astonishment, I won! A system window appeared, side quest in Heavenly Mountain. When the arm wrestling match with Omerat, 1 out of 1, complete. You will receive the reward from the Heavenly Mountain Ogre tribe. As a reward, you have earned the respect of all ogres. But Omazuzan wasn't angry about losing. On the contrary, he kept praising Lewin, saying, you just keep surprising me. I've lost, young Master Adele. Lewin rubbed his wrist and said cheerfully to Omarusan, this is a first, isn't it? Omarusan, just call me that. Omarusan turned to leave and said, it looks like you're ready. Watching Omazuzan walk away, Louis asked, ready for what? Louis said, is it done? Omazuzan turned back and said, come here. As Louis quickly approached, Omadusa said, actually, it's been finished for a while. I was just waiting for this moment to give it to you. Why didn't you give it to me even though it was already made? While rummaging for something, Omadusa said, I was waiting for the day you could defeat me. If you hadn't defeated me, I might not have given you the Fang of Kun Khan. It's very important to us. Hearing this, Lewin's expression stiffened with embarrassment, thinking, it feels like I just robbed him. A moment later, Omajuzin held out the item in front of Louis and said, here, it's yours. Louis looked at the item in surprise and said, that's. It was a pair of black metal gauntlets, the bear paws made from Kun Khan's fangs, created by Amarath, a pair of bear paws decorated with the fangs of the clan's chief, the first ogre of the Kun Khan clan in the Heavenly Mountains. The fang fragments will not break under any impact. and will instantly destroy everything. Increases strength by 2,000. Unlocks the unique skill, growing potential leadership. Luin put on the gauntlets, clenched his fist, and thought, a bear paw with Kun Kan's fangs inside, it will definitely suit me best. A close combat mage. Seeing him silent, Trang asked, how is it, Luin? Omajusen also asked, what do you think of my work? I crafted it using the most perfect mold for you. Luin looked tense, but he was actually deep in thought. This is amazing. It's not just 2,000 strength, it feels even more powerful. Luin said, Omer-san, can you gather all the warriors of the Heavenly Mountains? Soon after, all the ogres were assembled. They gossiped that a strong human wanted to arm wrestle all of us. What? That's right. He said he would defeat all of us. The ogres buzzed with excitement. Even though he defeated Omer-san, this is still a blow to our pride. But to go against such a challenger, the more they talked about an event like this, the more excited they became. Welcome, Louis. Now in the Zuga Plaza, facing a massive ogre. From the ogre's perspective, this might seem like an arrogant challenge, but the atmosphere was very cheerful for the ogre clan. They worship strength and love competitions, so they seem to appreciate my competitive spirit. Not just the large ogres, but also the young ones came to watch and cheer. A child shouted, go, Dad. Trang crossed her arms and smiled. Ah, this brings back memories. Draka did this once too. Luin leaned on the stone table, looked down at Trang, and said, although he fought 17 opponents in a row, but your case is different. Humans don't live as long as dragons, so you have to be quick. Trang's smug expression faded, replaced by helplessness. Luin placed a hand on the stone table, looked seriously at his opponent, and thought, just yesterday, I said this was impossible, but looking at his shimmering black gauntlets, Luin felt confident with the Kun Kan fang bear paws on his hands. I feel like I can't lose. The ogre referee shouted, ready, begin. Both men tried to slam the other's hand down, but it looked like Luin was at a disadvantage. However, with his trained strength and the power of the gauntlets, Luin easily slammed his opponent's hand down. Later, on a plain, the ogres gathered in a crowd to see Luin off. An ogre asked, will you come back, young master? Luin replied, I will. But for now, we need to go to Leberden. The ogre said with a hint of sadness, you gave us a memorable experience. Thank you, young master. Luin smiled at them but didn't say anything. He held out his hand. Seeing this, Omajusa spoke. You want another arm wrestling match, even after defeating all of us? Louis said, no, it's not that. It's not for arm wrestling. Making Omajusen hesitate, he took his hand and said, this is called a handshake. Omajusen looked confused and said, a handshake? With a hint of wistfulness, Luin said, it's a human greeting. Omajusen looked as if he understood. He listened silently as Luin explained it's for when you meet someone or say goodbye to a friend. Then, he set off. With the ogres bidding him farewell, Louis waved and shouted, see you later as a kind of goodbye. That afternoon at the academy, in his office, Terran sat at his desk listening to a report. It wasn't very important news. He listened while thinking, the report on the Screaming Witch is still missing. It's been a long time since the other two returned with severe injuries. There's been no news since the Screaming Witch began tracking Louis Adele alone. His thoughts also turned to the Western Mage, the one Louis beat up the other day. After sending another scout team, they found no trace of humans near the Heavenly Mountains. He began to say, they must have been dealt with, but was interrupted. Archmage, I have a new report. Another man in a black cloak entered and said, Louis Adele has arrived in Leberden. Terran was taken aback. His face darkened, and he was silent for a long time, as if plotting something. He gave the order, tell him to return immediately. Meanwhile, Louis had reached the city, where the castle was bathed in the red glow of sunset. Followed by a low, disappointed voice, I couldn't complete the mission. Terran rested his chin on his hand. His expression was a mix of helplessness and fatherly concern as he listened to the explanation. As King Flame had said, there is a reason no one can conquer that place. When I arrived at the Heavenly Mountains, I finally realized the mission was beyond my abilities. Louis explained dejectedly, his head hung low. The barrier there was too strong, so there was no way to get in. Terran listened silently. He interrupted him. You're a terrible liar, you know? Terran said slowly, enunciating each word. Be honest and tell me everything. You are the one chosen by Kun Kan's Fang, aren't you? He said sternly. The mission you chose was to find the Ogre Fortress. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? Hearing that, Louis looked startled. Sweat trickled down his face as he tried to stay calm and asked, so you were monitoring me, Terran replied calmly. Monitoring? I was just worried. I was afraid you might join the tower's opposition. Luin quickly interjected. Any mage who dares to oppose King Flame becomes a mortal enemy of the tower's people, right? Besides. Terran looked him over and said, that's enough small talk. Let's get to the point. Be honest with me. What did you see in the Heavenly Mountains? His face suddenly became fierce as he growled, are the first ogres still alive? Hearing Terran's question, Louis tensed up, unsure how to answer. He slowly left the castle. Luin sighed in relief. Phew, that was close. He remembered Terran's threat. Don't lie to me. I know everything. I can look into your past right now if I want. But you interrupted? Someone like you wouldn't do that, would you? Making Terran ask in surprise. What? Louis smirked provocatively. A great border witch like you surely wouldn't resort to such methods, would you? Especially against a mere student like me. Hearing that, Terran's brows knitted together and he yelled angrily, you dare make a bet with me? Student is a bit of an understatement, isn't it? Terran said helplessly. Well, fine, he softened his tone. Your first official mission was a failure. Now, return to the academy. Lewin's face contorted as he became lost in thought. I just bet on King Flame's pride, and luckily, it paid off. Even though he wouldn't use such extreme measures, there are plenty of other methods. He frowned nervously, thinking, but if the king, they were more unreasonable, I'd be completely cornered. The thought alone is terrifying. Louis reassured himself, but it's surely over now. He thought of Terran and had a feeling. The artifact from Area X chose me, and everyone knows that means becoming the master of the throne. Even though it's not explicitly stated, King Flame is definitely keeping a close eye on me. Lewin massaged his sore shoulder and sighed as he walked away. I don't know anymore. I just want to leave this place quickly. A train billowed smoke as it sped along, amidst colorful banners and loud cheers for Louis. Whoa, Louis! Congrats on winning the festival. The crowd tossed him into the air, cheering excitedly. Over here, Louis, welcome back. Flustered, Louis shouted, Stop it. That was 2 months ago. Jason casually placed a cardboard box on the desk with a thud. Sitting on the bed, Louis asked, What is this? With his hands on his hips, Jason grinned and replied, It's your mail. As expected, the festival winner would surely become famous. Looking at the pile of letters in the box, he exclaimed, Whoa, whoa, there are so many. Jackson interrupted, These are just the recent ones. Seeing his confusion, Jackson turned to the white cabinet and added, And these are the ones that arrived a while ago that we kept. Louis's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he saw the small mountain of letters in front of him. He was speechless, in a state of deep shock, not knowing what to say. Jackson propped his hand on his chin, watching Louis sit cross-legged on the bed. Surprised, he looked at the letter in his hand and mumbled, What's this? A letter from the prince? From France? To the genius and true patriot of the kingdom, dear Louis Adele. The letters in the cabinet kept spilling out. As he read in a monotone voice, I was very happy to hear that you rejected the prince's offer to join in the empire. You are truly a patriot. Wow. Sincerely, even though I've never met them? Then Jackson sighed and replied, Sincerely isn't for people you're close with. It's for people you want to be close with. Don't you know that? He sprawled on the bed, watching Louis read the letters intently, and couldn't help but wonder. But Louis, what is this plan of yours? The corners of Louis's mouth curled into a mysterious and somewhat cunning smile. He then gave a bright smile and replied, I'm thinking this year will be very different. Louis rode his horse slowly under the canopy of trees, through the sun-drenched forest. As he rode, he thought excitedly. It's been a long time since I last visited my hometown last year. I just stayed in the dorm the whole time and didn't go anywhere. Recalling that time, Louis couldn't help but sigh. I couldn't face my fellow countrymen. I wasn't confident enough to smile and answer their question. How was your life at the academy? Louis's eyes filled with confidence as he said, But now I can proudly face them. He sat on horseback. From up high, he saw villages with European architecture on a vast land. People were shocked, unable to believe their eyes, and called out in unison, Young master! Louis scratched his head shyly and replied, Is everyone doing well? The villagers cheered loudly. Oh, is it really you? Young master. Another person exclaimed in surprise, What? The young master? Everyone surrounded him, making him scratch his head repeatedly as he shyly explained, I'm sorry everyone, I've been away for too long, haven't I? A villager laughed and asked, Ha ha ha, how was the academy? Is it like the rumors say? Another person chimed in, But our young master is the best, right? Louina came running from out of nowhere and hugged him, calling out, Big brother. The little girl put her hands on her hips and pouted, Humph, not a single letter home during all that time, and now you just show up? Their father watched from behind with a gentle, somewhat helpless smile. Louis called out, Father. Louis put his hand on Louina's head to tease her. You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you. This made the little girl angry, and she yelled, What? He gave a bright smile, silently adding in his heart, And you're still as cute as ever. Louis gently told his father, Father, please call all the family members. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to talk with anyone. The moon shone brightly in the night sky, shrouded by clouds. In the living room, everyone gathered to listen to Louis. I told my family, and those close to me, about what had happened over the past 6 years, of course, omitting the details about the players. Louina wiped away her tears. Big brother, you've really been through so much, the maid exclaimed in admiration. But you were able to overcome all those hardships. We're so proud of you, young master. Yes, Begin spoke up, but does that mean you won a big tournament? And you even had a private conversation with the Empire's prince, he replied gently. Yes. He thought to himself, that was 2 months ago, but it's still news. To the people in my rural village. His father held a letter, his voice filled with pride. That's why the royal family sent a letter. He laughed loudly and boasted, and countless letters from noble families have been sent here too. It made him laugh helplessly, thinking, Ha ha. I wanted to be the first one to tell you, father, Begin said in a serious tone. There are a few issues related to that which you need to be aware of, young master. His father also replied, Let's begin. We're done with the other discussion. Begin advised, You need to understand more, it will be to your advantage. This made Louis feel confused, not understanding. What's going on? He turned and asked his father, Father, please tell me. If I have to hear this from someone else, I'll be very disappointed. His father rested his face in his hand and replied helplessly, Ha, it would be useless. Recalling the wooden crate full of letters he had received, he sighed. As I was saying, our house has received countless letters from nobles, all of them about you. Many of the letters offer to help our family greatly, as an excuse to use you or to get a meeting with you. At this point, Luina and the maid both looked worried as his father spoke. Of course, I've refused them all, but there is one problem. Louis placed his hands on his lap and asked his father seriously, "What problem is that?" He replied, "Binko's Mando." He thought of that man and couldn't help but worry. He's using you as leverage to threaten the House of Adel. Mando, the only merchant city near the Adel territory. Most goods produced in the Adel territory are traded through the city of Mando. In other words, the Adel territory is sustained by the money earned in Mando. Louis looked at his father and asked, "Are they really offering such an unreasonably low price for our goods?" His father turned away and answered dejectedly, "That's right, because they want to take the territory, Adel hostage, and force you to become Mondo's guardian mage." Luis's father wearily put a hand to his forehead. He added, "At this rate, the finances of the House of Adel will collapse." He bowed his head and lamented. But right now, there's no clear solution. Louis remembered the cheerful, enthusiastic faces of the farmers. "Oh, come on. I'll definitely be the first one to host the young master." Someone else even boasted, "Young master, the quality of our goat's milk is especially good this year." His father and Begin were surprised when he spoke. I was suddenly reminded of the saying that a bad guy needs to be taken down. He looked at his iron hand and said casually, "If they're that eager to meet me, then I'll have to go there and grant them an audience." After loading the luggage onto the horse, Begin reminded him, "Here is some food and water for your journey, young master. Please be careful on the road." Louis replied, "Thank you, Begin." He looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm very sorry for burdening you with this problem the moment you return home." Louis patted his horse and reassured him, "It's all right, you're just doing your job as the steward, and I'm just trying to fulfill my responsibilities as the young lord." Begin watched worriedly as Louis slowly mounted his horse, not knowing what to say. He called out as Louis prepared to ride off, "Young master, please don't be angry with his lordship." Louis asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Begin tried to explain with a worried expression. "The lord has done everything he can. He even used his own money to cover the losses caused by Mando. Most people in the Adel territory don't know anything about this." Louis bowed his head and listened as he said, "The peace we have now is thanks to the Lord's sacrifice." Louis said in a low voice, "How shameful. I think I've been too arrogant." Hearing this, he asked, stunned, "What do you mean?" Remembering his father, he couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I was very disappointed and wondered if father was just enduring it all. Thinking of last night's conversation, he couldn't help but feel ashamed, admitting, "And I thought that I alone could solve everything my father couldn't." Louis's eyes looked sad and conflicted as he said, "Even though I've known since I was just a child that my father loved and cared for this land more than anyone else." Begin, hearing this, didn't know what else to say to comfort him. From his horse, Louis held out a wooden box and said, "Instead, could you help me give this to my father?" He respectfully took it with both hands and asked, "What is this, young master?" Begin's jaw dropped as he looked at the box in his hands when Louis calmly said, "It's 10,000 gold pieces." Gold bars were neatly arranged inside the box. He gently explained, "It's the prize money from the grand tournament. I hope it will be used for necessary matters in the territory." Begin asked, "Necessary for what?" Louis looked at the man carefully holding the box and replied, "In my personal opinion, it would be most effective to use it to buy more land. I believe the House of Adel has the potential to become self-sufficient in supplying others, without needing Mondo in the future." Begin frowned thoughtfully and replied, "That could become a reality. But right now, our territory is facing difficulties. No one wants to sell land to us at the moment." He was startled to hear Louis say, "What if we just take it?" Louis said confidently, "And then we'll proceed with a cleanup." He explained, "We will reclaim the long-troubled Wolf Hill in our territory and the Chainhong Plains, which are occupied by the Mudmen." "That's not a bad idea either." Louis, sitting on his horse, carefully stated his intentions. "With this money, if we hire mercenaries, improve the territory, and train outsiders, we could even make more money." Begin realized that if we could hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it would be worth a try. Lewin turned and told Begin, "I will leave the details with the manager and my father, and I am on my way." Lewin galloped off on his horse, leaving Begin behind, shouting, "Let's go to the trade city of Monzo. This is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All supplies from the surrounding areas are gathered here. The lord is Binks Monzo. There are many bad rumors about him, such as using money to buy and his position through loan sharks or being a former gang leader," Lewin thought to himself as he rode. "In other words, we must have a heart of steel." He stopped before the gate of a magnificent castle, heavily guarded by soldiers. From his horse, Lewin bowed politely and said to a guard, "I am Lewin, the second son of the Adel family." "Adel is the lord inside." Hearing this, the tall, thin guard sighed while a fat one picked his nose disdainfully. Lewin's face darkened when he heard the mocking tone from the guards. "Adel again," one guard wondered. "Why do they keep making a fuss like this, even though they know they will never succeed?" The tall, thin guard replied, "I know, right?" The fat guard chimed in sarcastically, "They are still just a kid, only learning how to beg." The tall, thin guard clutched his stomach, laughing mockingly at Lewin on his horse. "Ha ha ha, can you even speak properly this time, young master?" The fat guard next to him scratched his head and laughed along. "Hey hey," Lewin closed his eyes tightly, thinking, is this how he was always treated? How many times has father come here? A guard watched him dismount and said sarcastically, "Hey, young master, go inside and ask the lord yourself. If it is an Adel, they will just throw him out." The thin guard looked at his yawning comrade's posture and deliberately asked loudly, "But this time is different, right? Hurry up." Lewin thought to himself, "I am not here as a student, but as the second son of the Adel family. If I accept this rudeness as if it were normal, it will disgrace the Adele territory and make it look foolish. The fat guard was surprised to see Lewin take a stance and shouted, "What are you doing now?" The thin guard narrowed his eyes as he heard him advise, "You all should go home and practice more." To the guard's surprise, he threw him hard. The thin guard was thrown violently backward. Binks Monzo and another soldier returned from somewhere, smiling and speaking warmly. "Oh my goodness, look who it is." Lewin glanced at the man's sycophantic smile. "The hero who won this year's grand tournament. The new generation's mage of the era, isn't it, Sir Lewin Adele?" He frowned and asked, "Are you Lord Binks Monzo?" The man bowed deeply, feigning respect. "Yes, I am, Binks Monzo. To have a person of your stature visit this humble place, I am too ashamed to even raise my head." He was stunned to hear Lewin's arrogant reply. "Then don't raise it." He glared fiercely at the man and said through gritted teeth, "If you are ashamed that I am here, then you had better keep your head down." Hearing this, Binks Monzo frowned wordlessly. He then smirked. Monzo straightened up, adjusted himself, and replied with a smile. "As rumored, you are quite a straightforward person. Then despite the shame, I will raise my head." Lewin said calmly, "Fine, but you need to train your guards." The man asked obsequiously, "Did my boys cause some trouble?" Binks Monzo's eyes widened at Lewin's disdainful glance. "They treated my family as if we were a tribe of goblins, so I gave them a light warning." The man looked behind Lewin. The guards Lewin had beaten to a pulp were lying in a pile, unable to speak. Binks Monzo was enraged, gritting his teeth. His eyes bulged. Lewin looked at his expression and said sarcastically, "Are you all right, my lord?" The man turned, smirked, and replied, "Ha ha, feel free to treat them as your own subordinates." But inwardly he was furious. How dare that brat touch my men? Lewin rubbed his hands together and replied with a smile, "Ah, in that case we will." To Binks Monzo's astonishment, he kicked the remaining guard, sending him flying backward. The guard fell and rolled on the ground. Lewin clapped his hands and said casually, "That is enough. This one also needs to be trained in etiquette." Leaving the man speechless, Lewin added with a smile, "You're not thinking of leaving me standing here any longer, are you?" The man was provoked to the point of madness. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce, as he heard another shocking taunt. "Invite me in, my lord." As he stepped inside, he saw something that looked like a wolf with its mouth open, showing sharp teeth, mounted on the wall. The man gave a completely insincere smile and shared with Lewin, "My hobby is collecting such works of art, hey hey." He looked seriously well. It does not look pleasant at all. The old man continued, "I understand everyone has different tastes, heh. He fell silent as he thought for a moment, then silently judged, collecting these things and calling them beautiful. This guy's taste is too depraved. Everything he displayed in his house were bizarre objects with frightening shapes. A normal person would never buy these things. The more he thought, the more concerned he became about this old man. Clearly these things were here to create a sense of fear and anxiety. Is he trying to threaten me? Next, the man poured some tea for Lewin and introduced the blend he had prepared. "This is a rather rare tea from the south called Param. Have a taste." He crossed his arms and refused the offer. "No need." "Oh, you do not like tea? I can change it to a soft drink for you." With a straightforward personality, he asked back, "Are you pretending not to know? Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink this tea?" As he spoke, he poured the cup of tea out on the table, his expression tenser than a guitar string. He looked straight at the man. The two stared at each other without a word, but it seemed they understood each other's intentions. The atmosphere grew tense, the spilled tea mixed with the terrifying silence. The corners of his mouth turned up in a mysterious smile. Then he calmly picked up his hot cup of tea. "It seems you think I would poison your tea. But I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Of course, there is no poison in it. I just want to be good friends with you." He emphasized the words good friends. It was not clear if there was actually poison in the tea, but with this kind of self-serving friendship attitude, it was highly suspicious. He asked the man, "Friends who threaten each other. How ridiculous." It was merely a well-intentioned suggestion, hey hey. Lewin, furious, gritted his teeth and immediately retorted, "You call that a suggestion? That despicable scheme to weaken the Adele territory." After speaking, he flatly refused the man's offer. The two stared at each other again. The man looked down and said in a mysterious tone, "How unfortunate. But since you have rejected our friendship, the prices for the Adele territories goods will remain as they are. Cheap as dirt," he said in a mocking tone, with a look like a bully picking on a child. Seeing this, Lewin's face filled with killing intent, threatening back. "You had better return the prices to what they were." A moment of silence passed between them again. Both sides were extremely tense. After he spoke, he was called rustic and ignorant. The old man angrily clenched his fist. "You think you are the only one who can refuse a deal. You should be the one begging. Right now, you are the one in the weak position, not me." The man was about to go mad. He asked Magic Academy students, "Can't use magic during their vacation, can they?" "All right, I will teach you some humility, you brat." As soon as he finished, his soldiers appeared and surrounded him. Lewin was not afraid at all and calmly faced the situation. "So you never intended to let me leave upon hearing his order?" The troop of soldiers immediately charged to attack him. "Kill him. I will turn that bastard's corpse into a specimen for my exhibition room." He could still fight and talk while his life hung by a thread. "You want to turn me into a trophy? You are even crazier than I thought." The bear on his shoulder also thought the man was truly insane. Although he had anticipated this outcome, so he did not expect much from this conversation, he still could not have predicted the man would act so cruelly. He saw the man as an old pig, trapped in his own well. Down south, for people like him, the first thing to do is, he thought this. He rushed to fight a soldier. When they were at close range, he suddenly stopped and raised his finger, making the soldier freeze in place. For a moment, flick. As he said the word, the force from his flick sent the soldier flying far away. After that was an incredibly satisfying fight. A yellow light emanating from his power slowly swept through, sending the swarming soldiers flying. With a confident expression, he turned to the man and said, "Let me tell you something. Special skill activated, Will of the Chieftain. Until you are completely exhausted, you will have the backing of the first chieftain of the mountain. Hakan and Kunkin, fangs of Kunkin, appear and move above the user's head. He immediately panicked. Cough, cough, why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing? Then, a large flame appeared out of nowhere, forming the face of something that was neither human nor beast. Louis proudly informed him that even on vacation, as long as his life was in danger, he could still use magic. The man was scared now. Immediately, the newly formed fire being fiercely charged to attack his soldiers. Witnessing the scene, the soldiers trembled in fear. If we stay here, we're dead for sure. Right after, they all scattered and ran. No one wanted to die here. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, and the fire being followed suit. With a confident and proud expression, Louis smiled. Running won't do you any good. He and the deity from his skill charged forward, erupting with energy. A huge explosion went off, destroying the entire castle. The onlookers were bewildered. Seeing the flames grow larger and more dangerous, they all ran to escape. Meanwhile, the fat, silver-haired man was still lamenting his bizarre collection. My 2,000 gold footstool. You. He walked up behind him. You still have time to worry about your collection? The next second, his eyes flashed with a threat. Well now it's time you worried about your own life. The flames raged, leaving the area scorched and desolate. The main character didn't stop there, smugly saying, you will return the price of House Adel's goods to normal, and you will compensate my house with 10 times the amount you took. That's my demand. What do you say? Can you do it? The man trembled and knelt. Compensation? Do you know how large that amount is? He grabbed him by the collar. Hand it over now. This just goes to show you should never underestimate others. He used his numbers to bully the weak, and the price was getting a thorough beatdown from him. It served him right. Scene change. Louis was riding his warhorse home. It's almost over. I wonder how surprised father will be when he learns I've taken care of everything. Riding alone on the road, he felt relieved, and so. I had solved the problem in Monzo and returned to Adel, but it was one surprise after another, and I didn't even have time to celebrate. But things weren't over yet. A voice said, hello, Louis. Surprised, he broke into a sweat as he looked at the girl before him. With long white hair, an unexpected guest was waiting in Adel. She gave him a gentle smile. Lady Irene. Continuing from the last episode, Lady Irene suddenly appeared for a visit. The scene flashes back to about 2 months ago. At a lavish banquet, Louis stood to one side, his hands on his head, looking utterly bored. I'm so sick of this. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home. Just then, the beautiful white-haired girl walked over. Are you talking about that lovely little estate, Adel? The beautiful Irene put her hands on her hips with a pout. I'm glad the party ended without any trouble. I really thought something terrible was going to happen, thanks to a certain someone. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. He said seriously. They weren't just looking down on the students' efforts, but on our estate as well. She wondered, is Adel really that beautiful? He happily told her about his home, of course. It's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime. Really? In that case, you can't ask why I came when I show up. Haha, I won't. And that's how it started. But he never actually expected her to really come. Back in the present, he sat with a flustered and shy expression as she came inside. The whole family was laughing and talking happily. His father saw Irene and mistook her for his girlfriend, which moved him to tears. My boy Louis is all grown up. Meanwhile, the little girl next to them was visibly angry. He didn't know what their relationship was, but it looked like she was jealous. Big brother, can you explain this? He was a little scared, wondering what was wrong with her. She fumed with anger. What is the relationship between you two? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me. A barrage of questions was fired at him. Scene change. Louis and his father were talking about what happened. He was surprised that the mischievous girl wanted to be Irene's guide. Louina really volunteered to be Lady Irene's guide, right after I suggested you do it. She immediately said she would handle it herself. He understood. His father continued, isn't that cute? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen for 6 years. He was still suspicious and doubtful about the relationship between Louis and Irene, so he asked again, are you sure she isn't your girlfriend? You can tell me. He immediately denied it. Hearing this, his father looked sad. That's a real shame. He wondered why his father was so disappointed. He immediately changed the subject. Let's set personal matters aside and discuss something else. Baekjin, come in. An old man with brown hair and a beard entered, carrying something over to Louis and his father. The Lord of Adel thanked him politely. His father turned and offered it to him. Louis, I cannot accept this money. Yes? He was surprised. He explained this was your money. Louis, not House Adel's. He wondered why that mattered. But am I not a member of Adel? He replied gently. That's true. No one would deny that you are the heart of Adel. But you still have much to do outside of Adel, don't you? He fell silent, looking thoughtfully at his father, then lowered his head in sad contemplation. I know you're only saying this because you're worried about me. I also know you're a man of great integrity and principle. I respect you for that, but it hurts that you always discuss the estate's problems without me. Sad, he mustered the courage to tell the Lord everything on his mind. He spoke seriously. No, I want to use my money for Adel, just as you have, father. Hearing this, his father had a sudden realization. Baekjin chimed in, haha, I think the young master should know. His lordship has been supporting Adel with his own personal funds. Louis's father subtly reminded the man of his interjection. In the future, I would appreciate it if you discussed matters with me before making any hasty statements. The man gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head. Yes, my lord, I will remember that. Then, the lord turned back to his son. Whatever your intentions, I cannot accept. You are not yet ready to shoulder the responsibilities of this estate. He took the money bag. We still have 3,600 gold, correct? That is the amount we rightfully deserve. But finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. He turned and whispered to Baekjin, 3,600 gold? How is that possible? I'm sure I gave you 10 times that amount, the man explained. His lordship refused to ask for the rest. He was very firm about it. So much so that I couldn't even bring up the punitive expedition. But the two of them were still debating it intensely. Why is father so stubborn? That's right. I've given up trying to persuade him. With his handsome face and blue eyes, he looked over. Baekjin looked worried but managed to smile. Our lord has always been this way, hasn't he? He gave a kind smile. At this, his mood softened and a faint smile touched his lips. Looking at his father, he could only say, that's right. Louis stepped outside and looked into the courtyard, where he saw the beautiful Irene taking a stroll. Beside her was little Luina. He approached to greet her. Lady Irene, are you enjoying your tour of Adel? At that moment, Luina excused herself, leaving the two alone and making Irene feel awkward. The girl smiled warmly, said her goodbyes, and added, get along with her, big brother. She seems like a nice person. Louis fumed. Luina, what are you saying? It was surprising to see her attitude do a complete 180. The angry, stubborn look from their first meeting was gone. Irene thought back on the girl's words, feeling bewildered. Why did she say such strange things? He blushed shyly and asked, would you like to take a little walk? As they walked, Irene spoke about Luina. Luina is really adorable. I wish I had a little sister like her. He was glad they were getting along so well. She asked with concern, by the way, Louis, is something on your mind? You seem to have something on your mind. Oh, do I? But he didn't hesitate to tell her. As the heir of the family, I want to do something for the manor, but I can't think of any ideas. After saying that, he fell deep into thought. Combining the prize money from the tournament and the money from Monzo, I have over 40,000 gold. Father said I can use it as I see fit. But as he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, she spoke up, making him unable to stop thinking about the manor. Although I came all the way to Adel, hearing this, his face turned as pale as a frog. He then realized she had gone to great lengths to come here. But I just ignored her. She must be upset. He immediately changed his attitude. Haha, Lady Irene, how did you get to Adel? Our manor is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient, she replied, smugly, opening one eye. It's not that far. I reached Leverton in 2 days. He hurriedly apologized as a small regretful question escaped him. She started pointing to the pass she came from. It's quite close. If you come by crossing that mountain range over there. Hearing this, his mind started racing, and her answer was the solution he had been searching for all this time. South Mountain, although it occupies most of the Adel Manor's area, has rugged terrain, making cultivation impossible, and the land was abandoned due to monsters. However, Frog Lake is located nearby, so its geographical value is very high. He had an idea. What if we use that to create a trade route through South Mountain? Louis thought seriously. By relying on places like Monzo, we can become an independent manor, a powerful one, with the only southern road leading to the Renak Empire. Why didn't I think of this until now? This will surely be a great help to our manor. The beautiful white-haired girl beside him watched intently. As soon as he thought of it, he joyfully turned and grabbed her hand. He chirped his thanks for the idea, and her face turned completely red with shyness. Right after that, he immediately ran off, leaving her there. See you later, he ran off, filled with determination and joy. The young lady stood frozen for 50 seconds. She smiled warmly, thinking he really is an interesting person. I wonder if it was love at first sight for her to think like a romance heroine who was just abandoned by him, yet still be so infatuated. Lord Adel declared helplessly. Impossible. A confused Louis asked him, what? In the large room, his loud voice echoed, I've already tried. But all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 refused. He continued to ask. They refused why? Before Louis's astonished eyes, he slowly explained. From their perspective, the House of Adel is not profitable. Begin standing nearby gestured to add young master. Even the Lord knows this is a great opportunity. But he immediately cut him off. No much about Adel has changed. It's small, but it's progressing. A clear thought ran through his mind. Just because the merchant guilds refuse once we can't give up on something that brings so much hope to the people. Louis said confidently with a smirk, who knows? Perhaps a proposal from a champion can make a difference, Lord. Adel and Begin were silent. Then he sighed in relief. Right, you still have to resolve the Monzo matter. Then what reason do I have to stop you? All right, go ahead and try, he replied. Thank you, father. Louis had just stepped out the door. Someone asked, are you going to Lake 8? Then Irene approached from afar and calmly said, then you're in the same boat as me now. An illegal immigrant. He didn't seem to be on the same wavelength as her. What do you mean? Suddenly, Louis jumped up. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the Adel border without permission. Irene gave a non-committal smile. That's right. Hearing that he shouted, that makes me an illegal resident. Crossing a deserted border alone, are you always this reckless? Didn't you think that could be very dangerous? She crossed her arms smugly. I don't think it compares to what you've done. Louis didn't realize what Irene was about to say. Louis could only ask what she closed her eyes and slowly listed his seemingly hidden list of crimes. You barged into someone else's dormitory, you didn't even consider the risks, and used an extraordinary method in the competition. And you want it all to keep up with someone like you. Isn't this just a small prank? Didn't I say I would catch up to you? At this, his face finally relaxed a bit. A gentle breeze swept past their shoulders and hair. An ambitious Louis announced, but I plan to go even further, and Irene quickly decided, then I'll follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant, so doing it again is fine. The two of them started climbing the mountain together. So we headed straight for Lake 8, deciding to cross South Mountain to scout the path ahead together. The terrain was so rugged, it was hard to find our way even with a compass, so we decided to use detection magic to locate the mysterious village of Instagram. Suddenly, Louis was startled by something he saw. There's a rule about not using magic during vacation. It was unclear who said it, but the two of them kept running and telling each other, "Aren't students forbidden from using magic during vacation? Then you can follow the compass. Let's go, Irene." Irene had been using this magic since she arrived in Adele. However, the detection spell targeted humanoid monsters, leading her to accidentally enter a den of werewolves. Pushing her into danger, a pack of werewolves growled in front of them. He used magic and leaped high into the air. Then he struck down on a werewolf with his palm. The yellow energy created a huge explosion that shook the ground. The werewolf perished in the magical flames, but by exploiting the werewolves' dependence on their leader, we quickly defeated the leader and escaped. We also received an unknown quest. Louis was a bit speechless. A quest using the traces of the detection magic. We continued towards our destination. Luckily, we didn't encounter any more monsters. A smile finally appeared on their faces. Irene said softly, "It seems we found it this time." Lake 8. It's a massive conglomerate where the 8 Great Lakes meet and connect to the sea. Like Anton, this is also a neutral nation under the Empire's control. But here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds rule with the title of co-representatives. As a trading nation, it dominates trade across 6 lands, and it's rumored they even deal with pirates, if it brings a profit. This place values money above all else. She tilted her head to ask Louis, "So where are you planning to go now?" He quickly replied, "We're going to the Golden Hall." The Golden Hall is a large mansion in the middle of Lake 8 where representatives hold daily meetings at noon, so it's the ideal place to persuade them. The guard dutifully blocked the door and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Louis calmly replied, "No, I'll wait here." "Could you please deliver a message?" The guard hesitated as if wanting to refuse their request. "If you submit official documents, it will take time to review them," he confidently said to the man. "Just say that Louis, Adele, and Irene Froze have arrived." Recognizing them, the guard was stunned. "Wait, are you the winner of the Grano tournament?" "Louis, Adele, I apologize for not recognizing you. I will report it immediately." Louis crossed his arms and laughed. "See?" Irene wasn't surprised, just as Louis expected. Luckily, we were allowed inside immediately. The first thing they saw was a glittering statue of an angel with a golden trumpet and robe, and Irene immediately exclaimed, "This place really lives up to its name, the Golden Hall." Louis agreed. "That's right, it's incomparable to the Adele house, isn't it?" At a large white door, the guard bowed respectfully. "Please enter." He reassured himself, "Don't feel pressured, I'm here to make a fair deal, not to ask for favors." Then he quickly threw open the large doors. "It's a pleasure, I'm Louis, Adele." The people inside turned to look. Before them was a round table full of people with exactly 2 empty chairs left. The group continued to watch them as they took their seats. Someone spoke up. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you and Anton. You're the winner." The man with the thick beard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings a prestigious new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Louis thought to himself for a moment. "So the title of a major tournament winner holds value here. I was worried about coming unannounced, but it seems we can talk." The people nearby laughed and chatted amongst themselves. "Yes, it would be great if it's beneficial for our guild. Ha ha ha, don't be hasty. I'm interested too." In contrast to them, he stated with a very serious expression, "I've come to negotiate trade between Adele and Lake 8. The people opposite fell into thought, and others were speechless. Trang on Louis' shoulder leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Louis, it seems you cooled down the situation." Just then, hushed discussions began. A man turned to ask the person beside him, "Adele, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is?" The other person, having some knowledge, answered, "It's in the south of the small country of Jordan." The woman behind them rested her chin on her hand and joined the conversation. "Ah yes, that countryside once tried to sell Kistan fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord visited there once." "What happened then?" The man who started the conversation gestured with his hands as he recounted, "We rejected it. 8 abstentions, 0 in favor. A unanimous decision." The woman was somewhat curious. "Why?" The other person immediately explained, "Because it wasn't profitable. They only wanted a one-sided sale." Louis fell silent. The man in the chairman's seat opposite him smirked and announced, "In that case, I think there's not much left to discuss." Now, he began to feel tense inside. They are merchants, after all. The moment they hear something against their interests, their attitude immediately changes. "I'm both a new generation mage and the young lord of Adele, but they only see me as the young lord of Adele, a poor kid from the countryside trying to rob them." Their cold and blunt perspective was frighteningly clear. Lewin and Irene both showed their discomfort. He spoke his guess aloud. "Will it be the same this time?" However, Lewin pushed himself up to his feet. "It's a pity to see such a reaction when we haven't even started our presentation. Here it is. A total of 30,000 gold." The crowd was immediately shocked. He smiled as if victory was in his grasp. "Now then, are you gentlemen more interested in a deal? A large city-state where 8 Great Lakes converge and connect to the sea. Instead of having a king, 8 representatives co-govern the country under the title of co-representatives. I came here to establish a trade route between the 8 Lakes and Adele. I crossed the northern mountains to get here, facing many hardships on the way. But if this negotiation is successful, it will all be worth it." Louis' eyes suddenly lit up. "So, what do you think now? Are you interested in a deal now? I will purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from the 8 Lakes for Adele. In return, allow us to trade Adele's products." The person next to him asked in confusion, 30,000 gold? Are you preparing for war?" Otherwise, why would you need 30,000 gold worth of weapons? He said nothing. As expected, they were very surprised. 30,000 gold is the budget for 3 years in a rural territory like Adel. It's equivalent to the annual budget of a mid-sized city. To spend such a large amount on weapons is indeed shocking. But I realized something from the Monzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power brings peace. If I must buy weapons from somewhere to gain power, I will build my foundation here. I know that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different goods. Who is responsible for weapons? They surprisingly introduced a quiet child, who had been sitting there the whole time. That is representative number 1 here. Weapons, iron ore, various plants and animals, and even ships. She manages the widest range of goods. Unexpectedly, Louis' face showed clear astonishment. She looked even younger than him. But that kid's eyes were not those of a child, an extraordinary presence. What kind of life has this child lived? Cecilia calmly asked. By the way, what do you plan to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is improper, but as the supplier, I'm a little worried. Louis also showed a certain respect for the girl. First, we plan to conduct a large-scale monster hunt near Adele. The weapons deal is the first step. Cecilia hesitantly repeated, You said the first step? Before she could finish, Louis immediately explained, We intend to establish a trade route connecting the 8 lakes and Adele. Crossing the path through the northern mountains, the man in the chairman's seat hastily warned Louis, Young Lord Adele, please don't mention that mountain range by name here. Hearing that, he didn't understand. My apologies. Irene glanced at the people around the table and asked, Why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on, Louis? He did the same and replied, I'm not sure either. He cautiously observed the crowd. I don't know what's happening, but I know who caused it. They had turned completely pale. Why is that? Cecilia frowned and warned, You intend to cross the northern mountains? No, that's impossible, because a demon resides there. A thought immediately jumped into Louis's mind. A demon? Could it be? Then he told them, Last night, I crossed that mountain range by myself. The girl's face darkened, clearly in disbelief. You're lying. While affirming his words, Louis reached into his shirt and took something out. This is not a lie. I met something in those mountains. Is this the demon you were talking about? It was the fur of a silver wolf. Cecilia shot up in alarm. You have completed the mission to gain the respect of the Vanchez clan. Louis confirmed to himself that it was indeed true. A few clear tears welled up in the corners of the girl's eyes. Finally, it's dead. 3 days later, Louis and Cecilia were walking side by side. The girl politely began, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Of course, he didn't blame her at all. Not at all. It's completely understandable. With flushed cheeks, Cecilia confided, I never thought that I would face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different now. The calamity that took my father is no longer here. It's all thanks to you, Mage Louis. Louis replied courteously. It was nothing. I just happened to run into it on my way here. The two of them looked up at a tree canopy. Cecilia outlined a very specific route. If we can create a road through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Adele to the western kingdoms of Toyota. We will no longer need to waste time and money going around the central region like we do now. And as for building the road here, our Vanchez clan will provide support. He raised his voice in shock. Excuse me. Everything was the complete opposite of Louis' speculation. I thought we would start by building a relationship through the weapons trade, and the trade route would come later. I even assumed I would be responsible for the cost of opening it. However, if the Vanchez clan helps, this is a massive benefit. He hesitated, finding it hard to believe. Are you saying you will accept my proposal? She calmly admitted. Of course. Any goods produced in Adele will be bought at a price higher than the market rate in the 8 lakes, Lewin noted to himself, buying above market price. This is an extremely generous condition. Cecilia, across from him, explained softly. Merchants will do anything for money, but we have hearts too. I, Cecilia Vance, promise to show the gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. Louis closed his eyes, finally agreeing to the proposal. He reached out his hand to shake hers. I look forward to cooperating with you. And with that, the deal with the 8 lakes was successfully concluded. Lewin and Irene walked through the forest. He emotionally shared with her, I'm really glad everything went smoothly. Now I can send the good news to everyone and father. By the way, that representative Cecilia is incredibly mature. At such a young age, even without her father, Irene quickly noticed a change in Louis. You don't seem like your usual self. Louis, are you getting emotional? He gave an unexpected answer. I think I felt a moment of sympathy. Because I'm in a similar situation myself. She looked surprised. Ah. Louis turned back with a good-natured smile. Anyway, just you wait, Lady Irene. If you ever visit Adele again, you'll be surprised at how lively it is. And then Irene sighed. You really love your hometown, Louis. I wish I could feel that way too. He put his hands behind his head and asked curiously, Isn't a hometown a place everyone remembers and cherishes? She immediately refuted it. Not for me. Lewin continued. I'm very curious now. Are you planning to invite me to your hometown? Someday, Lady Irene. Irene gave a non-committal reply. Who knows? I know Irene doesn't seem to want to talk about it, but I'm certain that one day I will definitely visit Frozen. The warm golden sunbeams gently enveloped the village, and mixed in with that warmth was the Lord's utter astonishment. Lord Adele, what? At a price higher than the market rate? Begins astonishment. They even promised to handle opening the trade route, and Luina's completely unrelated concern. Did you two get a private room at the inn? Louis quickly covered her mouth. Ignoring his sister's bloodlust, he replied to his father, yes, father. Cecilia Vanchez promised all of that. Begin exclaimed loudly. Still, the notoriously cold Representative Vanchez. She said she would repay the favor, which is amazing, Louis calmly explained. Yes, but we'll need time to prepare that quantity, and they said it will take 3 months for the weapons and the road construction. Through the southern mountains will begin this month. Lord Adele couldn't help but be proud of his son's abilities, a direct trade route to the Empire. Adele will finally prosper. You've grown up, Louis, to have achieved something so difficult. Thank you for growing up so well. Taking this opportunity, Louis continued with one final request. Then, father, do you trust me enough to allow me to do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? He clenched his hands on the table. He decisively stated what he wanted. The lifeblood of Adele, the dream of its people, and revenge for my mother. It's the Red Plains hunt. Everything faded into memory as he stood before a horrifying scene of everywhere was engulfed in a sea of fire, Louis recalled. On my 6th birthday, it was supposed to be a beautiful memory, but that birthday turned into the worst nightmare. The Mudmen took over the grasslands, attacked the village, and countless people lost their lives. The most painful part was that my mother was among them. My mother. I can't clearly remember her face now, without looking at her portrait. So many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many were seriously injured. That day, I made a vow for the first time. I must become stronger. As the Lord of Adele, I will not let it remain weak. Returning to the present, on a beautiful morning, Louis was walking with Irene and watching the diligent villagers, training in front of them. Shouts echoed as everyone performed decisive actions with great spirit. After the extermination order was issued, the villagers began practicing with spears every day. Their movements in perfect sync, repeated over and over without tiring. Irene looked at them excitedly. The villagers looked completely different. Louis also praised them. It's something to be grateful for. They're working very hard. She seemed to notice something special, with a mix of surprise and slight admiration. By the way, their spear technique seems very unique. Irene wondered, who taught them that technique? Hearing this, he looked towards an old man standing formally with his hands clasped behind his back. He replied, our knight commander taught them. The man had a gentle face, with wrinkles etched by time. He was once known as the Flash, and fought on the kingdom's front lines. Sir Bova Peterson, Adele's greatest knight. Louis remembered the image of him bravely facing monsters. He felt grateful. If it weren't for Sir Bova when the Mudmen attacked, the damage would have been much greater. I still vividly remember how he cut down 5 Mudmen in a single blow. He was still lost in his thoughts. Even now, he uses a fishing rod more than a spear. Suddenly, someone from behind called out a name, Sir Bova Peterson. Yes? That voice pulled Louis back to reality. He quickly turned and replied, yes, is there a problem? Bova approached, calling out to confirm. Young master, Louis, is that you? Seeing him approach, he quickly greeted him. It's been a while, Sir Bova. I was planning to greet you after the training, he replied gracefully. The session just ended, so it's fine. Suddenly, Bova grabbed Louis' hand, laughing excitedly. I heard you made a big impression this time. You won the grand prize and now you're leading an extermination campaign. He smiled awkwardly. Haha, yes, that's right. After the enthusiastic greeting, Bova looked at the girl across from him and asked, by the way, who is this beside you? She placed a hand on her chest and politely introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Irene Brios. She exclaimed with her eyes closed. It is an honor to meet the Flash Knight, Bova, here. A name was uttered. It made him widen his eyes in disbelief. Beside him, Louis was also surprised and glanced over. What do you mean? After a few seconds of surprise, Bova regained his composure. He asked, Miss Irene, what are you talking about? I heard about you in a lecture. For knights in training, Irene explained respectfully, clasping her hands. I was certain, after seeing the villagers' spear techniques. Her hair blew gently in the wind as she faced the middle-aged man. Her voice remained gentle and patient. The only spear knight of the Ridian Kingdom. I heard you suddenly retired, and disappeared at only 30 years old. A legend among legends. His voice lowered, soft but full of nostalgia, as if returning to a glorious past. Haha, I didn't expect anyone to remember such trivial stories. She gently tucked her hair aside, her gaze calm. Her gentle voice was like stating an obvious fact. Of course. Since it was so impressive, I read about it in great detail. As Irene faced Bova, it was as if she saw a powerful, armored man holding a spear standing majestically behind him. She continued, the story of you cutting down over 10 high-ranking mages from the rival nation of Burna is legendary. He closed his eyes calmly, as if unconcerned with the past. I'm honored that you find it memorable, my lady. Even though I'm just an old man now. Louis approached Bova, his voice a bit sad. Sir Bova, why did you hide that? He turned to face him and replied nonchalantly, I never hid it. You just never asked. He lowered his eyes, explaining with a hint of bitterness, but I still feel a little left out. I had to hear from someone else that you used to be a knight, the Flash. Even though I was right beside you, I didn't know. Suddenly, Bova's words seemed to awaken him. His eyes widened. If anything, don't you know more about me, young master? He disagreed. That's only a part of it. I know. Images flashed through his mind. that you like to fish and live in the house at the foot of the hill. The memory of being warmly led by Sir Bova on warm sunset afternoons suddenly surfaced, and you often took me for walks when I was little. He continued, but seeing you all grown up like this now is truly a joy. Bova put his hands behind his back again, his voice serious. Bova Peterson, isn't that enough? Just those few words made Louis realize. He stepped forward to face him, his gaze determined. I wasn't thinking clearly. I understand you better than anyone else. Bova bowed his head happily and replied, thank you for understanding, young master. Not letting him dwell on it, Bova made a suggestion. Ah, by the way, today I promised to help the young lady with her sword training. Would you like to join? Louis was very interested and immediately agreed. Observe? I'd be happy to. Suddenly, while his face remained gentle, his voice became serious. No, he interjected. Bova clarified his intention, not to observe. I'm talking about a sparring session. When he heard those words, he was so surprised he was speechless, his face stiff. He asked again as if he'd misheard. What? In a lush forest. Below, Bova was sparring with Luina. The clash of their two swords created loud, sharp, clanging sounds. Irene watched intently. She exclaimed, she's truly excellent. To have this level of skill at 12 is incredible. Louis didn't reply, his face serious, but he agreed internally. I agree. Honestly, even I'm surprised. He watched the girl holding the sword tightly with both hands, her spirit blazing, and thought with admiration. Her blade is perfectly balanced, and her footwork is very consistent. It's proof that her foundation is very solid. Then he glanced at her opponent. He was holding back most of his combat power to avoid hurting Luina. He felt a sense of admiration, and Sir Bova is only using his left hand to fight her. Plus, his weapon isn't even his specialty, the spear, but just a wooden sword. Bova's voice rang out, ending the session. That's enough for today's training, my lady. He shouldered his sword, looked at the girl standing proudly with her hands on her hips, and praised her to Louis. See, the young lady's skills have improved this much. At this rate, even you won't be able to match her swordsmanship. Louis smiled proudly. It seems so. My sister is truly excellent. Internally, he added, you've worked so hard. Luina. Not letting him linger on that feeling, Bova suggested, now, it's your turn, isn't it? Louis took a wooden sword. He felt a bit nostalgic. I used to spar with Sir Bova with a wooden sword when I was about 9. That's because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made up his mind, since I've also practiced martial arts until now, it's my turn to show what I can do. His expression turned serious. His eyes sharpened as he spoke. Please instruct me, Sir Bova. The match ended with Lou sprawled on the ground. His face was bruised and his eyes were dazed, as if he couldn't believe what happened amid the laughter of the two girls nearby. Bova encouraged him. Your movements have improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man is very pleased. While you were lying there helplessly, which was not comforting at all. Louis sat up and asked curiously, by the way, what was your level when you were a knight? Compared to today's standards, how was it hearing the question? He was not sure of his answer. I'm not sure. It has been a long time since I retired. I do not know what the younger generation is like these days. He lowered his eyes thoughtfully. Is there a good point of comparison? As if finding a solution, he exclaimed. In Louis's mind, an image of someone appeared, and he suggested, I know a knight, Sir Gunter Piranti, the only 6-star knight in the Eastern region. He recalled gratefully. He once helped me train in martial arts before the grand tournament. I remember he was very strong. Hearing that, Bova's face grew thoughtful. He recalled and said, 6-star 25 years ago, before I left the knight order. I was a 7-star knight. Hearing his introduction, he was astonished, his eyes widening. What? He thought in amazement. You were a 7-star knight 25 years ago. That is almost the strongest in the kingdom. Louis looked at the system panel that appeared before him, wondering why someone like that would appear in a dell. An order was given. Fight the knights with a wooden sword. A surprise mission, fight Sir Bova. He looked at the timer counting down. Time remaining is 3 days. He broke out in a sweat, a little worried. Can I really do this? With my current swordsmanship, I am far from ready. Suddenly, Irene spoke, pulling Louis out of his thoughts. Being trained by a 7-star knight, young master Louis, you are truly having a rare experience. He asked blankly. What? She excitedly explained what she just said. Sir Bova is the only person in the Radiant Kingdom to have reached the legendary knight level. This is an experience that money cannot buy. Louis smiled as if he understood. That is right. This is indeed a wonderful opportunity. I cannot believe I hesitated just because I was afraid of failure. Bova still had one hand behind his back. He caught that moment. He admired, oh young master, I really like the expression on your face right now. Yes, meanwhile, Louis regained his spirit, stood up and raised his sword. Right, I am very determined now. Time remaining to complete the mission is 3 days. Once again, he seriously gripped his sword, holding it out in front of him, his face firm with a hint of confidence. I will be in your care again. Sir Bova Louis was full of fighting spirit. With that much time, I will succeed. It is fine. Louis was surprised to receive a notification from the system while sparring with Sir Bova. A new mission has appeared. The mission specified that he must perform the skills of blocking, dodging, counterattacking, and using a critical hit against Sir Bova. Louis told himself to complete this mission. I have been sparring with Sir Bova every night. The clock was ticking down second by second. Louis trained tirelessly. His face was covered in scratches and grime. He kept moving his limbs while mulling over his thoughts. At first, I wondered if these matches had any meaning. While thinking, he inadvertently let his guard down and was caught by Bova. There is an opening here. Even so, thinking there must be a reason the system gave the mission, I continued to spar. The deadline was just over 42 hours away, meaning less than 2 days. Just then, Bova leisurely announced there is an opening here too, and finally, when the deadline was only 23 hours and 51 minutes away, Louis had to concentrate even harder. He rushed towards Bova as fast as the wind. After a moment, he smiled lightly. His eyes showed excitement and satisfaction. It is done. Bova looked at him, smiled gently, and did not hesitate to praise him. You did well. At that moment, he also thought to himself, Sir Bova said the results of your efforts are starting to show. Time passed. The last day of training arrived. Bova, worried about Louis' overexertion, asked young master. Are you tired? He stated firmly. No, I can still continue. Bova shouldered his wooden sword. He gently told him, you do not need to push yourself so hard. Look, the sky is already brightening. Yes, but Louis had a mission, so his determination was high. Yes, I have sparred enough with Sir Bova, but he stared at the only remaining mission objective. Critical hit. I still have not fulfilled that condition. The remaining time is just over half an hour. Louis was bewildered, lost in thought. I cannot believe this is all I have achieved after a sleepless night, is landing a critical hit on a 7-star night. An impossible mission from the start. His hand tightened with each passing second. And now there is very little time left. What is this? You were up all night, brother. Luina had woken up by then. The little girl tried to persuade her brother. Brother, please stop. You have trained enough. Begin let out a long sigh. Honestly, I followed the young lady just in case, but why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Luina tried to add, her voice filled with worry. Even you have your limits. Brother, stop and get some rest. Louis did not look at them at all. He looked at Bova and emphasized, just 30 more minutes. He intentionally repeated it as if to say, do not even think about stopping me. Just 30 minutes. But inside, Louis was also filled with uneasy thoughts. I know all too well. I know it is hard to achieve a miraculous result in just 30 minutes, but he continued. The wooden sword in his hand was slammed into the ground. He said loudly, Sir Bova. The sword stuck firmly in the ground. Louis quickly rolled up his sleeves. I will consider this my last attempt and try a different way, he said, while thinking. So from now on, I will change my approach. His strange action left Luina and Iron bewildered. Both Began and his father could not hide their surprise either. Both frowned while Began muttered something. Bova was also a little surprised. He replied calmly, Young master. Seeing his face and body already in an attack stance, he asked again, Are you serious? Yes, I am serious. Louis' eyes narrowed. His mind was filled with nothing but resolve. Through the recent days of sparring with a wooden sword, I have learned how to predict a knight's movements. Now that goal is complete, I need to win using my specialty. Bova, with his sharp senses, had realized it. I found it strange that you have been practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. It turns out you wanted something from me. Louis did not hide it either. He smiled lightly at his speculation. You have noticed. Bova therefore looked forward to this final match even more. Very well, in that case, I will add one more rule for you, young master. But he generously gave him a great opportunity. For the remaining 30 minutes, you may use magic against me. Louis stared blankly, muttering the word magic. Bova replied while raising his sword. But I will also be a little more serious. I want to see your true abilities. Louis was also ready. He lifted his heel and pointed his toes toward Bova. Here I come. In the next second, both of them flew. Louis gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, thinking, without the wooden sword, I have to get closer than sword range. In return, my body becomes lighter and my balance while moving is improved. But when I get this close, the sword's blind spot makes it useless. Bova suddenly stopped his attack for a moment. He chuckled with delight. So that is how it is. At the same time, Louis was also a bit hesitant and confused, but he gritted his teeth, panicking for a moment. He is not revealing any openings outside the wooden sword's reach. The method I used against Doom, Bram at the Grand Tournament, breaking the opponent's sword is not a strategy that can be applied to everyone. Knights at Sir Bova's level do not directly confront a difference in power. Instead, they redirect it. Bova clearly analyzed Louis' fighting style so far as if he had seen through the plan to get into the distance outside. In my wooden sword's range, that was a good choice. But once it is discovered, I will not have many options left. The opponent will always try to widen the distance with you. This made Louis even more determined. He lunged forward and clenched his fist. Sir Bova is right. All my strategies have been seen through. As his fist was about to land, Louis suddenly grinned, smiling slyly. However, you did not predict this. In an instant, his clenched hand flew open. Louis shouted flash. A blinding blue light enveloped them both. Neither Louis nor Bova could be seen. After the light faded, leaving only hazy smoke, everyone saw that Louis had grabbed Bova by the collar, making him lie on the ground. Luina screamed in shock. Brother, although Bova lost, he still smiled gently at him. I was worried you would use some kind of fearsome magic, but you just blinded me with light. You have completely defeated me. Young Master Louis looked at him and replied humbly. This was all I could think of at the time. I sincerely apologize for catching you off guard, Sir Bova. His words were brief, but his mind was filled with more thoughts. Honestly, if Sir Bova were in his normal condition, I probably would have failed. He has not rested all day today because of me, and finally, I succeeded. The system announced the reward. Louis received the Steel Destruction skill. While standing there happily reading about the gift, Louis was suddenly slapped painfully on the shoulder. Brother, what are you doing? Luina scowled with her hands on her hips, annoyed with him. Even if it's just sparring, how could you throw Sir Bova to the ground like that? Lewin gave an awkward laugh, unsure how to explain, and just mumbled an apology. Bova then spoke up for him. I'm fine. So please don't be too hard on the young master, my lady. Louis then bowed respectfully and offered his hand to Bova. Now that the sparring is over, I just want to soak in a hot bath for a while. Oh dear, I've taken up too much of your time. He helped the man to his feet. My heart is filled with positive feelings. I've learned so much during this time. The two of them slowly walked back together. This has been a very interesting experience for an old man like me, young master. Your vacation must be ending soon. Louis replied to him, yes, I'll be on my way soon since it's a 10-day horseback ride to the academy. This long yet short vacation was coming to an end. He felt a bit sad having to pack his bags, and the day to leave his hometown arrived. Standing on the bridge, he and his father looked down at the young men working diligently. "All right, just a little more effort. Let's finish this up and have a few beers." "You bet. I'm going to drink my fill today," he politely explained to his father. "These are the workers sent by the Vanch's family. Since we're building a base in Adel, we need a lot of manpower." He spread his arms wide, showing his own excitement. "Through this route, we will transport weapons from the lake and also carry out extermination missions. In addition, many workers will use Adel's restaurants and inns, bringing great benefits to this entire region. This is the beginning of a change." As he said this, he suddenly lowered his voice. "And there's one more thing I want to tell you, father." He handed him a box. "This is 12000 gold. Please use it for Adel, father." Louis's father seemed to want to refuse. He frowned and exclaimed, "Son," but understanding what his father was thinking, Louis quickly cut him off. "I've kept 400 gold for myself, so please don't worry too much. You're not going to refuse again, are you, father?" He looked at Louis with love and pride. "I'm so ashamed. I'm just becoming more indebted to you." To say goodbye to his dutiful son, he didn't hesitate to give him a hug. "Thank you, son. All right then. Then I'll be on my way." Louis continued to think to himself, "I must say this has been a very productive vacation. I said goodbye to everyone and walked with Irene for a while. When the road forked and I was about to say my goodbyes, Louis heard Irene say something and had to quickly ask again, What did you just say? I must have misheard." Irene deliberately emphasized her words. "No, you heard me right, master." She beamed at Louis. "After graduation during monster extermination missions. I'll help too. I already told you I will follow you until I defeat you, Master Louis." Watching Irene's departing figure, Louis thought to himself, so she hasn't forgotten. What a strange person. And so we parted ways, hoping to meet again someday. After traveling for about a week from Adel, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, there was more foot traffic here. Just as he arrived, Louis's curiosity was piqued by a street brawl. He stopped to watch. Someone was yelling. "Say that again." A thug in black was cursing loudly, and a young man in a white shirt. "What did you just say, you weak little punk?" The piercing shout grew louder. "Say it again, you bastard." Seeing this bullying, Louis started to feel restless. "What's going on?" The man in black kept his high-pitched and arrogant tone. "Say it again. What did you just say, kid?" The young man with a face full of bruises pleaded softly, "Please let my sister go." But a second later, he glared at his opponent and said loudly, "I am a knight too. If you don't release my sister right now, I won't let this slide." The man in black burst out laughing, his voice full of mockery. "Did you guys hear that? What are you going to do about it?" Then he suddenly stood up, continuing to lecture this poor young man. "All of this is happening because your family couldn't pay up. We have to make a living too, you know." His fist clenched. His mouth uttered provocative and insulting words. "So now I'm going to collect the debt your father owes, even if I have to sell your sister." "Ha." The young man frowned, his eyes filled with indignation. What upon hearing him mention his family, he immediately rushed forward without a second thought. "Do you think I'd let that happen?" For the first time in the conversation, he dared to scoff at him. How ridiculous. But before he could even attack, he was hit. A punch from this guy accompanied by his fierce curse. "Do I look like I'm joking?" He continuously kicked the boy while cursing relentlessly. "And you think a weakling like you can become a knight, Hansen? Is this the standard for apprentice knights in Farina? Not finished." Yet he also grabbed his hair and pulled his head up, ordering him as if he were his slave. "Say it again. What did you just say?" The brave young man emphasized every single word. "Just try to sell my sister." He stared at his opponent with burning eyes, his voice cold and emotionless. "I will actually kill you." Lewin watched his own eyebrows knitting together in disbelief. Am I really seeing this? Something like this is happening in broad daylight. That boy looks like an apprentice knight from a nearby territory. But even for an apprentice, he's frighteningly weak. However, those aren't the eyes I usually see. They are the eyes of someone who has something they must protect. As Louis was stepping towards the brawl, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. A frightened man warned him, "Young man, don't meddle in others' business and just leave. If you mess with the Onergy number, it'll be a disaster." That's right, they're extremely brutal. No, Louis didn't bother to thank him. On the contrary, he wanted to provoke these guys. "I understand, but then what are you all doing here?" These people wondered. What do you mean?" Louis continued. "You're not trying to stop them, nor are you saving that boy." His eyes widened and he bared his teeth, showing his disgust. "You should be ashamed of yourselves. You're no different from them." After saying that, he continued towards the young man. "Those eyes are good. Eyes that can become much stronger." Suddenly, I'm curious about that boy's true worth. The man who had just given the well-intentioned warning was now furious at being lectured by Louis. "What fine, do whatever you want, after all my concern for you." The menacing thug who was tormenting the young man paused when he saw Louis approaching. He gave him a sharp glance. Then in the same aggressive and condescending tone, he asked, "Who are you? You here for a beating too?" He seemed to be running his mouth without knowing who his opponent was. "Get lost before I—" And so before he could finish his sentence, Louis used magic, sending him flying backward. His eyes widened with confusion and fear. He looked at Louis' cold face. "Why am I seeing stars?" The witnessing townspeople also stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed in horror. His underlings were also frozen, asking what the hell. As for him, he could only stand still, letting Louis trample his body with magic. What just happened? After toying with him for a bit, Louis finally unleashed his anger by blasting magic straight into his face. He groaned in agony. "Oh, don't come near me. Stay away. Retreat, retreat." The young man from before was still sitting there stunned. He hesitated. Who are you?" Lewin's back was full of pride. He replied, Lewin Adel. And then he turned back to look at the young man. With a relaxed and gentle smile, he continued, "That's my name." When night came, Louis went to the young man's house. The young man, who introduced himself as Han, had invited me to his home, and his story was quite typical. A sister and brother burdened by their alcoholic father's debt, and a young man who had to take up a sword to stop his sister from being sold to a brothel. Louis had some questions and quickly asked, but what is that Onergy Lambert gang? The name sounds kinda cute, but their actions are horrific. It might sound that way, but they're extremely brutal. Han felt goosebumps as he recounted. If they get annoyed, they'll tie people to the base of an ogre tree and kill them. Their leader has already killed 4 people, so no one dares to mess with them. But Lewin still had some doubts, so he asked again. Does the Forent territory just let people like that run wild? Han then explained to him that their area of operation isn't in Forent. They operate in our village and a few other small villages. All of them are too small to have a guard force for help. Lewin lowered his head slightly, hiding his thoughtful gaze. They're worse than I thought. I want to deal with them myself, but I don't have time to handle them one by one. Han also bowed his head and spoke to Lewin with a grateful voice. Thank you for your help, and I've heard your name before, he gently inquired. They say you're the champion of that tournament. Is that right? Lewin replied immediately, which surprised Han a little. Yes, that's right. Did you hear that from Sir Gunter Piranti? He sat up straight and looked at Lewin. How did you know? Lewin smiled and explained. I heard that thugs say you were a knight apprentice from the Forent territory, and if it's Sir Gunter, I guess he would mention me. Han jumped up, his words full of excitement. That's right, our captain talked a lot about you. He said there was a very strong mage at the academy, but not as strong as the captain. Oh really? Louis thought to himself wearily. But I beat him in an arm wrestling match. But Han continued to beat his chest enthusiastically, expressing his feelings. I want to get strong quickly and become an outstanding knight like our captain. Lewin was silent for a moment. He pursed his lips and thought. Having the captain as a goal is great, but Han is too weak to achieve that, let alone becoming a knight. It's not even certain he can graduate from the academy. Suddenly, he lowered his voice as if a little ashamed. He confessed, actually, I'm at the bottom of the academy, so I get ridiculed every day, they say. How can you survive at the academy with skills like that? Although his words were sad, there was still a glimmer of faith. Everyone criticizes me. But our captain is different. He said, I have a talent that others don't. As he said this, he became radiant and positive again, and that if I keep working hard one day, I will shine. Lewin suddenly realized it was exactly the same. Just as Professor Haydn and the headmaster believed in me until the end, Sir Gunter Piranti also believes in Han. Having experienced something similar, Lewin didn't hesitate to boost Han's morale. That's right, effort never betrays you. He put a piece of food in his mouth and continued to encourage his new friend. Even if you're slower than others, if you persevere, a miracle will happen someday. Just like it happened to me. After seeing Louis' grimacing face, Han was flustered. Sorry. I forgot to warn you, my sister's cooking is quite unique, he grumbled in his head. Why are you only telling me now? The two were having a pleasant and warm conversation when they were interrupted by a brazen shout. Come out, you filthy brats. The people from the owner G number were standing outside. That damn noble. I should have torn him to pieces, but instead I'm here to kill these 2 kids. The leader growled. Kill them. No, we'll sell them. He charged towards the house, kicking the flimsy wooden door open. Come out, stop hiding. But he suddenly froze, narrowing his eyes hatefully. What? Where are those 2 kids? Inside the house there was no sign of Han and his sister. Only Louis was standing there waiting. The leader asked in a loud shouting voice, Who are you, Louis? Equipped some protection on his arm and replied with a smile. I was wondering what to do. But thank you for coming right to me. Less than 3 seconds later, the man was attacked by his magic power. His body flew in a straight line from inside the house to the yard outside. The underlings asked each other in fear, what was that? All of them fell into a panic. He looked around in a blink, then whispers arose. Isn't that the noble from before? Why are you here? Just then, Han and his sister were seen huddling together in fear. Lewin instructed Han, This place is dangerous, protect your sister. He anxiously asked Lewin, what will you do? Lewin smirked slightly. His hand then clenched into a fist. His words were full of spirit. I have to do something worthy of this meal. Everyone don't be afraid. No matter how good he is, there are still more than 20 of us. That's right, let's all charge. The men in black holding weapons charged together. All right, all of you come at once. A blue aura emanated from Louis' hand through the fight with Baron Bova. I've learned a new skill, Steel Destruction. When using this skill, as soon as the sword touches the fist, the soul of the sword will disappear without a trace. He thought this while fighting. What is this, my knife? Someone exclaimed in fear. Normally I only punish lightly, but they are clearly bad guys. But they are clearly villains, so there will be no mercy. Louis' immense power descended upon the crowd. Demon, please spare us. We have committed a grave sin, the men on the ground begged. By now they must have realized that further attacks were futile. Lewin was thinking, when a scream came from a distance. As expected, not everyone felt that way. Someone had been taken hostage. You bastard. If you move even a little, I'll slit this woman's throat. What are you guys doing? Get up now. Hurry up and tie that damn noble up, the man in black ordered. He worried. Damn it, are you their leader? Yes, I'm the leader of the Onuichi gang, he introduced himself. If you understand, get on your knees, you bastard. His sister anxiously looked for Han. Han, what happened? Sister Han spoke injured. You got hurt. Trying to protect your sister, right? Then there's no other way. I have to settle this. He walked towards the man. The man yelled, don't come any closer. You think I won't kill her? Stay right there. If you move even a finger, I'll slice her up right here. Lewin was furious. Damn it. The academy doesn't teach how to handle situations like this. I don't have enough time to use magic. Damn it. What do I do now? You! A sword slash came at him. The man was shocked. You bastard. Han angrily approached with his sword. If you don't want to end up like your leader, get out of here now. You bastard, let's run. The men scrambled to flee. Han, are you okay? Han's sister ran to him. Han was in disbelief. I killed someone. How can I be okay? It's all right, Han. It was necessary, and congratulations. Louis comforted him. Han turned his head in confusion. Congratulations, he explained. That was a Pareto sword, wasn't it? Proficiency in aura. I saw a blue aura emanating from you earlier. Didn't you just reach level 4? The appearance of that invisible blue energy, the aura, means Han was astonished. Huh, I reached level 4. That's right, someone who reaches level 4 is considered top tier among knights. No, of course you can't control the aura completely yet, but what's certain is that you've shown clear progress. Yes, you did it, just as I predicted. I wasn't wrong, my thoughts were right, he was moved. Thank you, Louis, it's all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage. Really, stop with the sappy talk. Louis replied, but at least now no one will bother Han's sister anymore. And so Han's incident was resolved smoothly. As soon as it was morning, I went straight to the academy and now I'm back. Before leaving Adele, I wished the vacation would never end, but now that I'm back at the academy, I realize one thing: I really miss this place. Lewin, what did you do during the vacation? Mi chatted with Jason as they walked. What should I say? A lot happened, but nothing worth mentioning here. Well, he hesitated. I trained. He was surprised. You, someone as strong as you trains too. Swordsmanship. Oh my, Lewin, vacations are for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes in the second semester, right? Why are you practicing in advance? Studying in advance during the vacation is called preparation. While the two were talking, a professor called him Louis. Professor Haydn. So you're here, what brings you here? Look outside. A guest has arrived, many knights and the symbol of a golden sunbird on their flag. It must be him. It seemed Louis realized who the guest was. I'll be right out. We exchanged letters, but I didn't think I'd meet him this soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. Open the carriage door. The princes have arrived. Two princes stepped down from the carriage one by one. Don't you dare get between me and Lewin. Prince Croster, radiant first prince. Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, young master Lewin will choose me, Lewin. While the two were still arguing, he came forward and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I am Louis Adele, young master. Sorry for arriving so unexpectedly. I have prepared a gift. I hope we can speak privately. The gift I prepared is much more valuable. Forget my brother and talk to me first. But their intentions were all too clear. If I, the winner of the martial arts tournament, supported one side, it would be a huge step towards becoming king. I have a solution, he spoke up. A solution. All right, we will do as you say, young master. Louis, both of you, let's discuss this together. Yes, the kingdom of Ladian, where both I and the academy belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the 6 continents. Despite this, the kingdom cannot unite internally. The monarchist faction of the first prince clashes with the reformist faction of the second prince, which is the cause of the prolonged conflict. Most mages are the same, just tools in their power struggle. Considering the reason they came to me, it was clearly for that. This brat, I'll sit here, no. The seat opposite Sir Louis is mine. The two princes were arguing about who would sit opposite Louis. He was also helpless with these two. Well, this is troublesome. Don't make a mess. Isn't it messy because of you, brother? It's because of childish people like this that the country is in such a state. His thoughts were swirling. Ridiculous. What did you just say? Stop arguing. I am a bit surprised by your sudden visit, but it's good that you both came. I also have something to say. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. No, I had anticipated this. But hearing it directly is still heartbreaking. That's right, but even the legendary strategist Gigis rejected the offer 3 times. You must know that story. Gigis, who rejected the great emperor's offer 3 times, eventually joined the emperor's side. Are you really comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a level 9 knight, even if you continue to make that offer. The final result will still be the same. I am Louis Adele. I have something I must do. What you must do? I plan to return to my homeland, the Adele territory. Adele, does that mean you won't leave the kingdom even after graduation? Of course, then I can become a force for the kingdom. Oh, that's great to hear. But the situation in Adele is not easy. I believe you will understand why I don't want to abandon my homeland. Both princes were surprised to hear this. The future force of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worries. Prince Croster Ladian will fully support you no matter what. No, ask me first, don't ask my brother. Money, food, I'll give you everything. Hey, can't you see I'm talking to this young master? Stay out of it. The two continue to argue. No matter what happens, I won't choose either of you, that's for sure. Why, you ask? Because if you two continue to fight, I will benefit more. Louis still had his own calculations. I will send a wonderful gift for your graduation. No, I will send an even more wonderful gift than my brother. Gifts are fine, however. I hope you will handle what I have mentioned. Haha, don't worry about it at all. Just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied that I didn't take a side and left. In addition, I also clearly showed my loyalty by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom. However, I made a few requests. First, I requested approval for the plans Adele is currently pursuing, and I requested military support. At the same time as the punitive expedition, everything is progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? And my train of thought was cut off. Everyone listen carefully, Duke Louis. Adele is a future pillar and a treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint Duke Louis as a royal protector. Everyone show him the respect he deserves. This wasn't in the plan, but things turned out this way. A protector as the closest person who protects the royal family in the kingdom. No one would dare to look down on him, even though it's not official, since the princes have acknowledged it. It's practically official. I'm relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. Now we will be leaving. The two princes said their goodbyes and left. Truly admirable to be appointed as a protector of the kingdom. So impressive, exclamations rang out. Make way, you're blocking our way to class. Jason shouted for people to get out of the way as he walked. Now that the princes were gone, it was finally time for the classmates to gather. It looks like things are about to get noisy again. The position of protector has always been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, be quiet. Mika was coming over there. All the chatter fell silent. What were they talking about? Are they talking about me? He's so arrogant right after arriving. How ridiculous. Seriously, who's talking about whom? It seems those words really provoked him. Have you all forgotten? I am from the Gary Hill family, you know, no matter how much noise you make after graduation. All of you will be under my authority. Miko Gary Hill, the one who was once considered for expulsion after using a forbidden substance in the first semester's midterm exam, avoided being expelled thanks to a severe punishment at the 30-day suspension, all thanks to the reputation of the Gary Hill family. No, the magical world of the academy. No, even the magical world of the royal palace is now almost under the control of the Gary Hills. Really? But it seems that's not what the princes want. Long time no see. Miko, damn it, he squeezed out every word. You think you've won. Right, what? Just wait and see who has the last laugh. He turned away, but his face still showed his displeasure. Yeah. Jackson comforted him. He's just jealous. Don't pay too much attention to it. When you won the grand tournament, Miko's expression was really something to see. This situation with the princes probably affected him more. Right, jealousy. That's not even worth considering. Miko's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly found, related to his family's honor. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture by the alumni. Right, let's go attend. Anyway, my opponent is the ruthless Gary Hill. The alumni are coming to the academy to give a lecture. I wonder who will come. I hope it's someone decent. Jason silently wished, and somehow this uneasy feeling is never wrong. It seems the person behind the door has failed his expectations. The whole class was looking at the two of them in surprise. He was astonished. What's wrong? The person on the podium spoke up. Is something wrong? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that person be Louis Adele? Nice to meet you, Louis Adele. That person is Jackie Gary Hill. The second semester of the graduating class focuses more on practice than theory, as mentioned before. There will be classes related to knights, and alumni will come to the academy to share stories about mages. Right now, it's a kind of lecture. This is a well-intentioned session, but somehow that uneasy feeling is never wrong. Louise and Jackson cautiously sat down, both looking ahead silently, especially when the invited alumnus lecturer was Miko's older brother, Jackie Gary Hill. He held a book and chalk and introduced the lesson. Today, the story I will tell you is about the relationship between the Gary Hill mages and the court mages. He smirked arrogantly. Everyone knows this, right? Out of the 14 court mages chosen last year, 11 of them were from the Gary Hill family. He smiled, but his eyes were chillingly cold. As a senior from this academy, I will share a truth with you that you need to know to succeed in this world. There is nothing I can possess on my own, but up here, Lewin was listening carefully to every word. Therefore, the weaker ones need to unite even more. From now on, you will focus more on reality than ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Louis Adele doesn't mean your lives will turn out like his. He suddenly called out Louis Adele by name, stunning the entire hall. He enunciated every word. Louis Adele, what do you think? Jason slammed his hand on the desk and stood up in anger, not letting his friend do something foolish. He quickly stood up and cut in. Well, I can say this in front of everyone. He voiced his opinion without hesitation. Even if 10 pieces of trash combine with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it will only be a giant pile of trash. Feeling mocked, he paused for a moment. Are you talking about me? He immediately denied it. Not at all. Do you feel that it was about you? The tense atmosphere between the two made the surrounding students murmur restlessly. Seemingly at a loss for words, he changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my younger brother Miko. You're quite an unlucky person. Aren't you? He replied calmly. I guess you haven't heard the other stories about how that unlucky person defeated him miserably. He could no longer maintain his confident smirk, and his face darkened. What an arrogant brat. At this moment, both of them knew that the feud between Louis Adele and Gary Hill was a confrontation that would not end easily. Ever since Jackie appeared, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly, with the statement that anyone could join Gary Hill if they wished. Jackie had dazzled the lower-achieving students. Jackie's practical and straightforward style proved to be quite effective. At the same time, an argument broke out. A student spoke up. Did you hear what Senior Jackie said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can also succeed. The other person immediately retorted, Ha, do you really think Gary Hill cares about you? You have no self-respect. I'd rather not work under Miko, the one who uses deceitful tricks to manipulate others. Eventually, the students at the academy were divided into two factions, Gary Hill and Adele. With Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Louis and his growing anger at such childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy was getting hotter over time. However, not long after, an opportunity appeared to put Gary Hugo in his place. Principal Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table and spoke gently. Oh, come in, have a seat. Lewin came and sat opposite him, quickly replying, Yes, how have you been, Principal? He slowly lifted his teacup. Haha, I'm still doing fine. He spoke in a calm voice full of understanding and trust. Since you are the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? How is life at the academy? He slightly closed his eyes, his brows furrowing a bit. It's the same as always, except for one thing. There's a troublemaker who's messing everything up. He was a man of knowledge, experience, and insight, so he quickly understood the situation. He put down his teacup. I see, I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about. He leaned back. Gary Hill, I don't like them one bit, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has ties to them, so the academy is no exception. He continued to explain the current situation. However, unlike last year, this year we've only assigned them courses that don't directly affect grades. Even so, they're still quite noisy both inside and outside the academy because of you. It seems they hold quite a grudge against you, he asked curiously. The alumnus, Jackie Gary Hill. What kind of person is he? He recounted. He was extremely popular. With his good looks and eloquence, his social relationships seemed smooth, and his academic results were excellent. At 23, he became the youngest head mage in the kingdom, but his face turned grim. However, behind that exterior lies a giant snake living inside him. He has a deep-seated thirst for power and ambition. His personality compels him to get whatever he wants at any cost. After understanding the true nature of the snake Lord Jackie He became wary. He seems fine on the outside, but inside, he's completely rotten, and he'll use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's Gary Hill. He clenched his fists. At this point, there were enough reasons to make a move. The question was which reason to use to do it. Suddenly, he spoke. By the way, I want to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you. His face showed confusion. Special lessons. He replied, yes, the upcoming classes. Suddenly, a crazy idea popped into his head. I have a good idea, but will he agree? That's something he had asked many people, but the reactions were mostly negative. Thinking that he walked to the classroom, just then remembering Principal Tyrion's words gave him more motivation. So what if I ask him directly? Then he opened the door. Hearing the door open, every student turned their head to look. Even Jackie, who was on the podium, paused, his voice tinged with a bit of surprise. Louis Adele, as a dear junior, he directly proposed to him, I'm here with a request for you, senior. Miko, who was nearby, heard everything and burst out laughing. He shot up and pointed straight at Louis, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. A request. Sure, it was only a matter of time before you said something like that. His face turned serious. Don't misunderstand, it's not the kind of request you're thinking of. Then he continued, revealing his true intention. I heard you received a proposal from the principal about next week's joint night class and you turned it down. At this point, the corners of Louis's lips curled up slightly, so I came here to make a direct request. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class. In that moment, his whole body seemed to freeze. His usually arrogant face was now suddenly stunned. A joint class? This is a session where alumni as special instructors will participate in the class with the students. In other words, this is also an official opportunity for Jack and me to face off on the same playing field. Just one sentence livened up the atmosphere. A joint class? So we'll finally get to see Jackie Gary Hill's skills right. The surrounding students couldn't hide their excitement. Everyone's eyes fell on him at once, and both he and Louis would be on the same stage. A direct confrontation. Wow. After a moment of silent thought, he spoke. Why? He said in a slow voice. Our alumni are seasoned experts who have worked in the field for many years. There's no need for a class like that, and frankly, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? It sounded convincing, but it was all within his expectations. He threw out his trump card. That sounds a bit unreasonable. Isn't the purpose of alumni visits to the academy to teach us? He was surprised, what he put on a sad expression, and yet you're dismissing the joint class, the best opportunity to pass on knowledge to your juniors, just because of that kind of class. He repeatedly emphasized that Gary Hill is a collective. His face became very ugly at this point. His voice was clearly provocative with a mocking smile, so why the sudden change? Or perhaps there's another reason, like are you scared? He flashed a villain's ecstatic smile, even though you won the grand tournament. You're still just a student with limited experience. Then he quickly regained his calm expression as if nothing had happened. In front of a real blade, you can't do anything but cling to your useless, stubborn ego. Why do we need such a troublesome class? Before he could finish, the students chimed in. We want to see your skills too. He stiffened slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes just then. A student spoke up. Then the others followed suit. That's right, skills honed through real combat. We really want to see them. At the same time, Miko excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Come on, brother, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Louis Adele. You'll regret this proposal for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage. His reaction was what he was hoping for. He grinned with delight. That's right, Miko, you're absolutely right. That's exactly how it should go. So that our esteemed senior won't refuse anymore. Jack sighed wearily. All right, if it's a joint class, the apprentice knights from Forest will participate, right? However, he defended himself. I rejected the proposal because I didn't want to steal the student representative's chance to shine in class. But if you want to overlook that now? No, Luin didn't hesitate, walking straight towards him step by step. No, please do it, I'm asking you. He held out his hand. As a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills. He reluctantly had to shake his hand. Well, if that's the case, I have no other choice. Let's do our best. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain shoot through. It was so painful, he gritted his teeth. He cursed. This brat. He leaned close to his ear and whispered coldly. Then I'll leave it to you, senior. His eyes lit up with excitement and challenge. Prepare to be amazed. 3 days ago, just as the apprentice knights of Foreign arrived at the academy before the meeting, Lewin had a short meeting with Principal Tyrion. He spoke. A special class, really. The principal calmly rested his chin on his hand and recounted that day. I thought about pairing up the alumni with the students to form teams for the session. Most of them were rejected. He smiled. However, if you ask him directly as a junior, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think? Remembering that suggestion made him just laugh wryly. A smile mixed with helplessness and surprise. The principal is so cunning, thinking of a plan that the senior couldn't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted unexpectedly. Someone unable to contain their excitement pointed straight ahead, their voice full of excitement. Look, they're here. It's the apprentice knights of Foreign. Cheers erupted like a wave across the courtyard. As soon as he saw Louis in the crowd, Mr. Gooder immediately broke into a radiant smile. His eyes showed a hint of amusement. Oh, look who it is. This stubborn brat, how have you been? Yes, he replied. I'm fine, of course. What about you, Gooder? He shrugged, his lazy expression unchanged. Same as usual, I heard news about you a while back. You won the grand festival, right? He tilted his head slightly, a humble look on his face. That's right, thanks to your guidance. Hearing that, Gooder burst out laughing heartily. As he spoke, he turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. Haha, I'm off to see the principal now, so please guide the kids for me. He immediately accepted the task, I understand. He placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself formally. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Louis Adele, the representative of the academy. Could you tell me who the apprentice knight representative is? A lion-headed knight averted his gaze. Our representative is currently busy. Following his gaze, he couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes widening. So before me was a typical scene of bullying the weak. A guy laughed with amusement. Haha, come on, Mantip. You're scaring the kid. The other guy replied, so what? No one would care even if this kid died. He paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on his slightly injured yet familiar face. Han. The bully boy looked up. Lue. He slowly approached. What are you doing here? Just then, a brown-haired guy in the crowd burst out laughing. Ah, so you're the famous Louis Adele? I've heard a lot about you. Then the other guy introduced himself. He raised his head, his eyes arrogant. I'm Mantip Gagan, the representative of the forum. He continued, his tone full of smugness. Vangrass Gagan, the commander of the Golden Knights, the only 7-star knight. Have you ever heard of him? He's my father. Louis's face red, who asked, Father? Why mention his father during an introduction? Is he showing off that his father is also outstanding? Then he brushed his words aside. Yes, but I would be more pleased if you answered my question. The guy's face soured at being ignored. Question? What question? His eyes sharpened as he repeated himself. I asked what you were doing, the guy replied nonchalantly. Oh, this kid hasn't been behaving lately, so I'm personally training him. Is there a problem with me personally training a commoner? He frowned and gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed. And you're being disrespectful, caring about a commoner. While we're greeting each other, do you know him? His fist tightened. He is my friend. Is there a problem? The guy's laughter echoed across the yard, as if he'd heard the funniest thing all day. Wait, are you serious? Friends. Haha, it seems commoners understand each other better, Mantip taunted. The Adele family is no different from commoners anyway. An academy representative from such a low background. Talking to you is just disgusting. He didn't understand why the guy's attitude changed so drastically. What are you trying to do? Suddenly, he spotted someone in the distance. The guy's eyes suddenly lit up. Huh, brother. He reflexively glanced back, wondering, brother. The moment he saw that person, he finally understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Jekin. Jekin casually walked over, laughing, as he greeted, Mantip, you're here too? Why would a knight apprentice like you be here? It seems birds of a feather flock together. Even if Louis didn't know Han, they were bound to clash anyway. All right, Mr. Geeter shouted. Everyone, gather around. As you know, today we will be holding a joint training session. He stood confidently with his hands on his hips. Beside him was teacher Haido, wearing his usual stern expression. He ordered, before we begin training, let's get into groups. He continued to explain, each group will consist of 2 academy students and 1 knight apprentice for a total of 54 groups. As soon as he finished, Mantip scratched his head, exasperated. I didn't want to come here at all. Why do I have to train with these kids? Jekin quickly chimed in, I graduated a long time ago. I still don't get why I'm here. Great minds think alike. He suggested with a grin, so what do you think? Let's just mess around and get this over with. Obviously, we'll win no matter what. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, that sounds about right. If we include Miko, we'll make a team. He laughed with delight. Hey, sounds good. We'll easily take down these weaklings together. But nearby, the atmosphere grew lively as students quickly formed groups. However, amid the hustle and bustle, Han just stood there silently with his head down, like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly, Louis walked over. Han, join my group. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he quickly asked, Huh? Louis, are you sure? Are you really okay with being in the same group as me? As someone who had been through it, he fully understood the feeling of being excluded. A soft yet firm voice spoke up. Why not? You're my friend. At that moment, he looked at Louis with eyes full of deep gratitude. He whispered his name, Louis. Jason slowly walked over. Wow, that's a little surprising. If you're picking friends, I should count 2. He came closer with a bright smile. Since you're Louis' friend, you're my friend too, right? He explained. Thanks, Jason. I saw Han looked uncomfortable, so I figured I'd jump in. He raised a hand and lightly patted Han's shoulder. Your name's Han, right? From now on, let's just speak comfortably, all right? At first, he was a bit taken aback, but he soon warmed up. Huh. Oh, okay. Then, he declared loudly, all right, everyone, listen up. Our goal here isn't just to get a high score. Jason put his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and raised an eyebrow. Huh. What else? His gaze flickered towards the Viper group, Miko, Jekin, and Mantip gathered on the other side. He frowned slightly, his expression wary. We also have to take care of that annoying group. After the teams were formed, there was a short break. Louis and Han walked together down the hall. He asked gently, Hey Han, are you all right after being beaten up like that? I can take you to the nurse's office if you want. He quickly shook his head, declining. No, I'm fine. I don't need to go. He lowered his head, holding one arm with his other hand. Louis, it was nice meeting you, but it's probably not a good idea for you to act like you know me. He stopped. What are you talking about? Han was overcome with self-consciousness, his eyes fixed on the floor. A lot of people don't like me. So when no one is around. No. He looked straight into his eyes with an unwavering gaze, rejecting that childish thought of his. No. Like I said before, I am your friend, so you don't have to be so wary. By the way, the guy who harassed you at the training center before, was that him? Yeah, he replied. Then, both of them looked towards Mantip up ahead. When he saw his information on the status window, he understood why he was so afraid. A 4-star knight with high potential like Mantip was bound to be powerful. At the same time, he glanced sideways, recalling the blue aura that surrounded Han's body when he killed the gang leader in a single slash. Although he appeared weak and lacked confidence right now, his stats made him ponder. Although his current status is 3-star, he already meets the requirements for a 4-star, and with such high potential, he has a lot of room to grow. With that in mind, he suddenly spoke. I'm thinking of taking care of that Mantip guy soon. What about you? Hearing this, Han's eyes widened in amazement. He continued to encourage him, as if to give him strength. Are you going to let him beat you up forever? That determined look in your eyes when you protected your sister. Where has it gone? He hesitated. Can I really win? Without a moment's hesitation, he stated firmly. You can. As if he had never thought of it before, he asked again. I can? Mantip, who was standing above, heard them and turned around in frustration. I can't listen to this garbage anymore. For someone with an ego the size of Mount Everest, losing to someone he always despised was unacceptable. Han, defeat me. This useless commoner is just taking up space. Han, get over here. Though scared, he managed to stand up for himself. No, I don't want to. It seemed to be the first time he had ever fought back, so he was enraged. What? This bastard must be insane. Just standing next to him doesn't make you special. You're really just a bunch of fools clinging to each other. He drew his sword, planning to teach him a lesson. Did getting beaten up all this time finally make you snap? Come here. I'll kill you myself today. He instantly became alert and drew his sword as well. But he quickly stopped him. Don't fight him, Han. He looked back, confused. Huh. But he explained, you're not like him, are you? You shouldn't act the way that scumbag does. Then, he slowly stepped forward. Today isn't the day for you to fight him. Wait for the right chance to crush him. So for today, I'll take care of it. The moment he finished, the two charged at each other. Mantip's face flushed with rage as he yelled, Who the hell are you? Scram. Get lost, you bastard. Suddenly, someone kicked him right in the face. A single kick sent him flying 5 meters away. His sword flew into the air. He stared in astonishment. Mr. Gator? He was frowning in anger. His eyes widened at Gator's appearance. His actions were completely unexpected. Mantip was kicked so hard that his entire body was flung backward, slamming into the stone wall behind him. He leaned in and questioned Mantip sternly. What is going on here? The guy stammered in a panic. It was. He immediately made an excuse. They started it. I swear, I did nothing wrong. He stood perfectly straight. His stern eyes seemed to pierce right through the flimsy excuse. So you drew your sword to attack someone. His voice grew deep and cold as ice. Mantip Gagan, as of today, you are relieved of your duties as captain. The vice captain will take over your duties temporarily, and your punishment will be decided upon your return to the academy. I refuse to accept this, the guy threatened. If you remove me from my position, my father will not stand for it. But one word from him is enough to shut him up. Yeah, I thought so too. But when he finds out his only son drew his sword in the academy and tried to attack someone, Sir Vingerus Gargan would probably faint. Hearing that, he gave in. I'm sorry. Beside him, Louis's cold gaze silently swept over, judging him with a disdainful look, acting all tough but scared to death of his father. Louis frowned. Anyway, upon meeting that hateful gaze, as if he wanted to tear me apart, he realized, it seems I've made myself a target. The first day of intensive training. The first lesson was about combat and defense. Sir Guder Pirante taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, their casting time, to neutralize them. Professor Heidel demonstrated how to predict a knight's movements, and how to effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques as instructed while the students trained diligently up front. Behind a tree, Mantip's group was comfortably enjoying the shade and watching. Mantip scratched his head, his scowling face clearly showing his frustration. I'm so annoyed with that Louis guy, and now I have to train in a place full of people like him. Jackie just calmly replied, let it go. We already know this stuff, right? He sighed. Let's just do it, despite his nonchalant appearance. His mind was in turmoil. He said that, but how are we supposed to train? He made a guess, but quickly dismissed it. In front of all these students, do they really expect me to reveal my full strength? No way. In a corner, Louis's group was also training hard. Hands on his knees, panted, Louis, let's take a break. He was still standing straight. Not a single drop of sweat on his body. All right. Nearby, Jackson exclaimed, does this guy ever get tired? I haven't even fought him and I'm already terrified. Feeling the exercise wasn't enough, Louis casually placed the wooden sword on his shoulder and replied, I don't know, it just felt like a warm-up. The other two wondered if he was human or a monster. They shouted in unison, what? Suddenly, Guder approached and interrupted them. If you're not too tired, could you spare me some time? He exclaimed in surprise, Sir Guder. He was already holding a wooden sword. I want to confirm something, he asked. Confirm? What do you mean? He then explained. Swordsmanship at this level, learned in such a short time, cannot possibly be self-taught, unless you have an incredibly skilled master. Hearing that, he paused for a moment, remembering his master. Wow, Sir Guder is more perceptive than he looks. Then he continued. So I want to ask a favor of you. He pointed his sword at him, issuing a challenge to everyone's excitement. Louis Adele, I want to duel you. He froze for a moment, his eyes wide with shock. What is happening? A buzz of whispers erupted like a disturbed beehive. A duel with the Academy's representative? Why would the commander do that? After composing himself, he spoke. Are you joking, Sir Guder? I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly defeat you? Besides, I've only been learning for a week. He looked straight at him. I'm not asking you to win. This made him even more confused. Then what is it? Then he revealed his true purpose. I want you to teach the students here. No one here has swordsmanship skills superior to yours. The apprentice knights who heard this were all dumbfounded. What, Commander? He took a quiet breath and thought to himself. Suddenly becoming the center of attention like this is overwhelming. But still, he pressed his lips into a firm line. He didn't say it aloud, but he was certain this was a good opportunity. If I perform well here, I can use this opportunity to establish my position. That's not a bad idea. At this thought, he grew interested and quickly assumed a ready stance. I look forward to learning from you, Sir Guder. He smiled in satisfaction. Your stance is impressive. Then, here I come. As soon as he finished speaking, Guder lunged forward with incredible speed. The onlookers' eyes widened. Everyone exclaimed, wait, what kind of speed is that? Is he being too serious? If that hit, there wouldn't be any bones left. And yet, he blocked the attack with ease. Someone exclaimed in shock. He blocked it? Even so, he was breathing heavily. The force of his swing, as he blocked, slid him back across the field. He spoke slowly. Looking at it again, I find your skills hard to believe. I'll ask again, where did you learn this sword style? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously at him. Is it a name that cannot be revealed? He fell into thought, wondering if he should say it. It's not like that person was trying to hide. It should be fine. After hesitating for a long time, he uttered a name. Sir Bova Peterson. It was a name no one expected. So everyone there, including Sir Guder, was utterly flabbergasted, moving from one shock to the next, leaving everyone stunned. Bova Peterson, the legendary god of war? Impossible. I heard he was dead. Guder quickly regained his composure. Oh, is that so? He asked. Could you elaborate? How did you come to know him? He explained, Sir Bova retired and has been living in a dell ever since. He's the one I've been with since I was a child. Before he could finish, Mantip hastily cut him off. Don't lie. He strode forward angrily, his eyes blazing. Don't you lie to me. He was confused. Lie? He pointed right in his face. That's right, lies. My own father said so. Bova Peterson is dead, and you can't prove otherwise. Right? He looked annoyed. Why do I need to prove it? And stop calling a living person dead. He ground his teeth. His face held a mocking smile, but his eyes were full of resentment. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. The strongest in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing this, he understood what he was really worried about. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom is none other than Mantip's father, Sir Vangras Gagan, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bova Peterson is still alive, the official rankings might be overturned. He lazily replied, Fine, think whatever you want. He was bewildered. What? His gaze was cold, his tone unwavering. Go ahead and believe in those strongest in the kingdom titles or whatever. It's up to you. Sir Bova doesn't care about such trivial rankings. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. Trivial? Did you just call it trivial? He immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? Now he was like a madman, ready to attack anyone in sight. Louis Adele, I challenge you to a duel, with real swords, right now. He screamed frantically, Come here and fight me now. He received a solid knock on the head from Guder. His eyes went crossed. He hit him because he didn't want him to do anything. Stupid while out of control. What the hell is this? A duel? So you really want to fight Louis? He cowered like a puppy, holding his head. Yes. Finally, he announced. All right. Then the first match in tomorrow's group sparring session will be Louis' group versus Mantip's group. Any objections? No. Both sides replied in unison. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. His powerful voice echoed across the field. All right, is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first match will be Louis' group versus Mantip's group. The two groups stood facing each other. Under everyone's curious gazes, Jackin suddenly stepped forward and called out, Louis. His face showed no signs of worry. On the contrary, he looked very relaxed. Are you all prepared? Louis immediately became wary. What's this? Why are you asking all of a sudden? He gave a sinister smile. Ah, never mind. Just try your best in this match. Hearing that, Guder gave the signal. All right then, prepare, begin. As if waiting for that exact moment. He rushed forward with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Fortunately, he reacted in time. If he had been a split second slower, he would have been caught. He wondered, what is this speed? What's happening? No one can be this fast. Suddenly, he noticed the status window above his head. A look of contempt appeared in his eyes. Ha! How ridiculous. How desperate is he to win? He's carrying 6 artifacts? The night before, at the mansion, a polite greeting rang out. Well, well, if it isn't Sir Vengris. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Commissioner Joss. The commander of the Golden Knights, Vengeras, leaned in. I heard about Jackie. He was invited to give a special lecture at the academy. As a representative of the alumni, right? Joss Gary Hill, a high commissioner of the Gathab Council of the Legend Kingdom. He humbly replied, It's quite surprising that Headmaster Tyrion X Nick personally invited me. Is the boy Mantip doing all right? He looked helpless, his face showing clear frustration. Yes, but he's causing too much trouble. It's a real nuisance. So I sent him to Sir Gitter to be properly disciplined. He should be at the academy by now. The old man sighed, his eyes closed as if he had been pondering this for a long time. Actually, I'm here because of that academy's representative. He mused. If you mean the representative, are you talking about Louis Adele? What about him? Then he recalled the information he had heard before. The rumor spread so widely that even I remember that name. I heard he won the tournament and even caught the Empire's attention, but then his tone immediately changed. A country bumpkin from Adele shouldn't have such a smooth path. As if on cue, the old man agreed. Haha, exactly. We must stop someone like that from influencing the prince's right, as loyal subjects who truly care for the kingdom. Of course, he wondered, do you have a plan? As if on cue. The man replied, this time my son and Mantip are on the same team and they'll be fighting Louis Adele. So I was thinking, why not give Mantip an artifact? He didn't expect the old man to be so bold. His eyes widened in astonishment, his breath catching. What? The old man assured. If you leave that necklace, I'll make sure Mantip receives it, he stammered. Are you suggesting we cheat? The man placed a hand on the other's shoulder. That's not what's important right now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we must do whatever it takes. I've already given an artifact to my own son. However, the other man was still hesitant. But still this matter. Seeing this, the man played his final card. Bova Peterson, does that name sound familiar? His expression immediately changed, stammering. Why are you suddenly mentioning that name? The man's face darkened. I heard he's still alive. And it seems he taught swordsmanship to Louis and Adele. The old man continued. Louis Adele, the one favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bova Peterson, the glorious knight. If he defeats our sons, in the upcoming match, our positions will be finished. After hearing the man's words, he hurriedly removed the artifact from his clothes. He handed the necklace to the old man. All right, I hope this brings good results. The old man gave a calculating smirk. Of course it will. Finally, the two shook hands firmly. All of this is for our kingdom. Back to the present, Jaqen laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, how about it, Lewin Adele? He cast a spell creating vines. They wrapped tightly around Lewin's group. You're that confident with just that mediocre skill. How disappointing. The magic vines tightened like shackles, making them writhe in pain. Louis's face darkened with a mix of anger and contempt. He had expected them to play dirty, but not to this despicable extent. He stood there constantly taunting. What are you standing there for? Lewin, show off that amazing strength of yours, otherwise Mantip will beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, the man charged from the side holding a wooden sword. Jason shouted worriedly, Lewin, get out of the way. His leg quickly snapped the vine. A brilliant golden light tore through the ground, erupting with a fierce explosion. Luckily, he dodged it. He was shocked. What? How can a wooden sword be so sturdy? At that moment, a strange light emanated from the wooden sword. The artifact Mantip Gagan received from Sir Vangeras was a fortification amulet. This artifact is designed as a necklace for easy carrying to enhance weapons, making them sharper and more durable. The man laughed sarcastically, his lips curling into a mocking sneer, exclaiming with regret, Ah, I missed. I could have killed you. Then he continued to swing his sword and charge forward. This time, I'll definitely kill you, Louis Adele. He observed intently, hard as steel, huh? In that case, with that thought, he clenched his fist, activating the steel-shattering technique. With just a swing of his hand, the wooden sword, charging at wind-breaking speed, instantly exploded. The man was horrified. How the hell did you do that? Without letting his opponent recover, he lunged forward like a flash. A thunderous punch landed, the impact so strong it sent the man flying backward. Seeing the man sitting painfully on the ground, his eyes trembling in disbelief at what had happened, his voice hoarsely called out in shock, Mantis. His face contorted from the pain spreading through his body. How could this happen? Even though they were all wearing artifacts. But he wasn't pushed back at all. Louis slowly put on his iron gauntlets. I was planning to go easy on you if possible. But clearly that won't work. Since it has come to this, I will fight seriously. After saying that, the will dominator on his hand was immediately unleashed. Everyone present was stunned, their jaws dropping at the unbelievable sight before them. Even calm individuals like Professor Heidel or Guter unconsciously showed their confusion. If outsiders reacted like that, what about Jaqen? The one facing it directly, he mumbled, impossible, a spirit. Yes, behind Louis a giant lion's spirit appeared. The people around panicked, screams erupted in chaos. Run, everyone, run. It's a spirit. A spirit. The immense pressure made his legs go weak, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Hurriedly backing away, he spoke calmly. Let's end this, but I mean 6. Artifacts still don't seem to be enough for you. Hearing this, his mind went blank. What he didn't bother to explain, his hand gently reaching forward, the giant spirit behind him also majestically reached out its hand. Its giant finger slowly slipped inside his necklace. The treasured necklace broke into several pieces and fell. The atmosphere immediately boiled over with murmurs erupting everywhere. What, is he serious? Did Senior Jaqen really use an artifact? Using an artifact against a junior? Unable to bear the whispers, his face twisted in anger. You bastard. How long do you think you can last? Gary Hill won't sit idly by. He annoyedly cut him off. You say Gary Hill won't leave me alone. First it was Miko. Then the eldest son, Jackie Gary Hill. Who's next? Could it be Sir Josh Gary Hill himself? Upon hearing his father's name, he immediately charged forward like a moth to a flame. What did you just say? You dog, you dare mention that name. At that moment, Lewin raised his hand. A sharp spark shot out, flying straight ahead and hitting him right between the eyes. He said irritably, You're too noisy. Just lie down and rest for a bit. Suddenly, the bear-like creature appeared on his shoulder. Are you sure about this? He wondered, about what? The spirit is. It really okay to reveal it like this in front of everyone? Only then did he realize that thousands of strange gazes were fixed on him. It continued, Look at the headmaster's face. He's completely shocked. He just said calmly, It's not like we can hide it forever. It agreed. That's right. Then his gaze changed and he slowly fell into thought. Anyway, Jack and Gary Hill had fallen and it seemed Miko had fainted, foaming at the mouth from the shock of seeing the spirit. That meant the winner had been decided. Thinking this, he glanced over at Mr. Guter, who suddenly met his gaze. He cleared his throat a few times and declared loudly, and therefore the winner is suddenly. A loud shout interrupted him. Wait. Everyone was surprised by the sound and turned their heads in its direction. They only saw Han approaching, holding 2 wooden swords. The match isn't over yet. He stopped in front of Mantip and threw a sword towards him. Your sword just broke, right? Then use this one. Pick up the sword, Mantip. The atmosphere immediately became tense. All eyes turned to him. It seemed no one expected him to choose to act like this. And of course, the man immediately went crazy, veins bulging on both sides of his temples. Are you really insane, you filthy commoner? How dare you? His voice growled. But he suddenly froze when his eyes glanced down. He noticed the sword resting in his hand. That's Perito's sword. The weapon was now enveloped in fierce blue lightning. Perito, the holy sword of a knight who has reached the 4-star level or higher, meaning one who has mastered aura manipulation. 4 by convention, 4-star knights have a blue aura. A 5-star knight has a red aura. From 6-star onwards, the aura gradually turns purple. Beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound by a specific color but manifests according to each knight's unique characteristics. The average level of knights in training is about 3-star. The male students still couldn't believe the situation. Mantip was silent, at a loss for words. Behind him, someone whispered, impossible. Many eyes turned towards Han with whispers spreading. How could someone as weak as Han? I haven't even mastered aura. In other words, even among official knights, many haven't reached the 4-star level. Jang sat on Louis's shoulder and whispered, Louis, aren't you going to stop? The match is over, after all. His eyes were full of determination as he replied, no, let's watch a little longer. He thought to himself with emotion, it's finally back, that look in his eyes. Louis stared intently at Han's stern face and his 2 furrowed brows. Mantip reached down, picked up the wooden sword from the ground, and said, I don't accept this. He rushed towards Han, shouting, I will never accept this. The sword in Mantip's hand swung up and then came down towards Han's head. He roared, you're just a lowly commoner, yet now you dare say you can use an aura? Han also gripped his sword tightly to block the fatal blow. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Mantip's voice rang in his ear again, impossible. He put more force into his hands. Mantip's face drew close to Han's, full of contempt. There's no way a weakling like you can be on par with me. Mantip swung his sword sideways, shouting, get on the ground where you belong. Han also swept his sword in a counterattack. Han sneered, still clinging to that commoner logic, are you? Mantip, not expecting him to fight back, asked blankly, what? Han strained his neck and shouted, you're just a lucky guy. Born into a good family, that's all. A selfish, narcissistic, good-for-nothing. Veins popped on Mantip's face as he gave a strange smile. You're crazy. Mantip stomped his foot hard on the ground, making a loud noise. He said in a low voice, fine, Han. Mantip channeled power into the weapon in his hand. A blue light enveloped the sword. He said condescendingly, if you want to die, I'll help you achieve that. Mantip stomped his foot to gain momentum and jumped high. Then he brought the sword down on Han, shouting, die, you bastard. Seeing the critical situation, Louis ran like the wind, yelling, Han, be careful. Guder also ran towards the arena. He muttered curses as he ran. That bastard Mantip. Behind him, 2 others were also rushing after him. Boom! A loud noise erupted from the middle of the arena. A blue light, like a drop of ink spreading in water, expanded outwards. Louis's pupils contracted in shock. He froze, staring at the scene before him in front of the crowd. Han was still in his counter-attacking stance, while the sword in Mantip's hand had been sent flying. Mantip himself was also thrown far away. Unwilling to accept defeat, Mantip screamed in anger, you bastard. Han was unaffected by the curse, his entire demeanor exuding seriousness. Seeing Mantip lying motionless on the ground, a group of male students ran to his side, calling out, Mantip, calm down. Damn it, is he unconscious? Then, whispers broke out. What just happened? It was so fast. Did Han defeat Mantip? Meanwhile, Han was still standing there, stunned. Before Louis could even reach him, he hurriedly asked, Han, are you okay? Han turned his head, looked at him, and called out, Louis. Louis froze, staring at him in astonishment, then let out a gasp. He pointed at Han's hand, telling him to look at the wooden sword. He looked down at his hand, and asked doubtfully, my sword? At that moment, a yellow light emanated from the sword. It was incredibly brilliant. Han mumbled, an aura. It's red. The scene changes to another place. A voice echoed from within the castle. As expected, you are truly amazing. Tyrion, Ignis, and Louis were walking and talking. He exclaimed, I had a hunch, but I didn't think you'd even defeat a graduate student. Senior. He clenched his fist and asked, you only had a hunch. Louis turned and said with a firm tone, you were the one who called Jack and Hargreaves in the first place, headmaster. Didn't you anticipate this outcome from the very beginning? Tyrion Ignis chuckled. Oh my, so I've been found out. He directed his gaze towards the paintings, hanging on the wall, and said, I wanted to take this opportunity to teach Gary Hill a lesson in humility. But instead, it seems I've only deepened his resentment. Louis asked doubtfully, resentment? Tyrion Ignis explained, the rumors about this match have already spread to the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of the Gary Hill house, the nobility is gossiping that this could be the downfall of that family. He reminded Louis, and Josh Gary Hill will surely do anything to reclaim his family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger. Tyrion's voice lowered. As the headmaster, I cannot allow my student to be in danger. That is why we are here. The two were standing at the top of a staircase, looking down. He introduced it, the stairs leading to the academy's basement. Then Tyrion Ignis recounted. A few days ago, King Graham awoke from his hibernation. The first thing he said after waking up was, Louis's fist clenched tighter as he heard him recount King Graham's words. I smell one of my kind. Tyrion Ignis looked mysterious. We just need to go down. King Graham is waiting with a gift. Seeing Louis's lack of reaction, he asked, Why don't you ask about it? He asked back doubtfully. Ask about what? Louis said, half joking. I suddenly appeared with an elf on my back. There's no such magic in this world. Aren't you curious at all? Tyrion Ignis looked at him with trusting eyes. Whether you show up with an elf on your back or carrying the head of a goblin, Louis, the Adele I know is always someone I can trust. That's all that matters. Louis also replied with a sincere tone. Thank you. Tyrion Ignis gestured. Now, go down. King Graham has been waiting for you for a long time. He was now standing in front of a large door. Louis slowly opened the heavy door, which made a loud creaking sound. After stepping inside, he walked deeper in. A moment later, a deep voice echoed, Long time no see, little destroyer. Louis also chuckled and replied, Yes, it's been a while. In front of him, King Graham was sitting comfortably on a large throne. Louis greeted him, King Graham. King Graham's booming voice replied, Little destroyer. I still can't believe it. I can smell the scent of my tribe from the heavenly mountain on you. I can even feel my father, Munkin. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, If you can, could you tell me what happened? Without hesitation, Louis nodded and replied, Yes, I'll tell you everything. Then, the two stood opposite each other and talked. I told King Graham about what happened at the Heavenly Mountain and how I crafted a treasure from the molar of Munkin. After hearing the whole story, King Graham burst out laughing with delight. You arm wrestled 100 elves? You're so reckless. Louis added, Not only that, I won all the matches. He nodded. That's just like you. My tribe must have had a very fun time. King Graham covered his face, his voice somewhat choked with emotion. I thought I would be trapped in this treasure forever and then disappear, but I never expected to hear news of my homeland once again. He looked at Louis with gratitude. Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor. He comfortably accepted the thanks, replying, It was my honor. A system screen suddenly lit up in front of Louis, with a notification. Treasure unlocked. He wondered to himself, What is this? The sparkling screen displayed the words, Title Friend of the Elves has been upgraded to Elf Lord. Due to the passive effect of Elf Lord, strength has increased by 1,000. Incarnation of Strength, Jang has reached 5 stars. Human form is now usable. Due to the special skill Companion, strength has permanently increased by 500. King Graham spoke, You are the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the elf tribe of the Heavenly Mountain. This is my gift to you. Louis was utterly astonished. He couldn't believe his eyes. Strength increased to 7,000 instantly, and Jang reached 5 stars. Jang put her hands on her hips and let out a long, oh. That was a wonderful meal. I reached 5 stars much faster than expected. Then, she jumped from Louis' shoulder to the ground, exclaiming, I've been stuck in this useless child form for too long. Jang's body grew larger and began to glow. She frowned, clenched her fist, and asked, Do you have any idea how boring it was? A blinding yellow light appeared. Forcing Louis to shield his eyes with his hand, he stammered, what the hell is this? A head of long brown hair fluttered gently. A soft laugh was heard. Well? A girl appeared, but her voice was very familiar as she asked, Amazing, isn't it, Louis? She tossed her hair and said with a triumphant look, This is what I've longed for all this time, Jang's human form. A while later, Louis returned to the top of the stairs. From the reunion with King Graham, I received 2 more gifts. The first was the authority of a leader, allowing me to command elves as an elf lord. Next was the second gift, a special privilege to summon King Graham, who is bound to the Academy for life, to my location just a single time. Lou recalled, before we parted, he told me, I'll only summon him if my life is in danger, with laughter echoing in my ears. He was a bit annoyed and thought to just drop it. Trang jumped up with joy. That's right, being in human form is the best. Meanwhile, Tyrion Ignis asked Lewin doubtfully, Who is that young girl? He thought about the moment Trang transformed. Others could see her then. Even Lewin had asked for confirmation. Ah, you're really a girl? With her hands on her hips, Trang snapped, How many times have I told you? He lowered his voice and mumbled, I thought you were lying. Tyrion Ignis's voice rang out again. Only 1 person went underground, yet 2 came out. Can you explain this? Lewin closed his eyes and sighed, I'm screwed. In the silence, he cleared his throat and spoke. So, Tyrion Ignis stroked his long beard and inquired, With my limited understanding, I can only guess that you are a spirit, correct? Trang put her hands on her hips and replied, That's close. To be precise, I'm an incarnation. Lewin thought in confusion. Will this explanation even work? Trang looked around and continued. He and I have a symbiotic relationship. Therefore, we can't be separated. He called out, slightly embarrassed, Hey, are you going to talk to the headmaster so casually? Trang snorted. I've lived 10 times longer than him. Lewin was at a loss for words. That may be true, but Tyrion Ignis's voice cut him off. Since you came here through Kingram, noble incarnation of Lewin, I will arrange for you to stay at the academy. Trang seemed quite intrigued and asked, Oh, do you have a plan? He nodded slightly in confirmation, of course. Scene changed to another place. An astonished voice came from inside the academy. Wait, what is this? Everyone stared at Trang in shock and hesitantly asked, So you're saying Lewin you? A male student shouted in surprise, You have a cousin like this? And she just enrolled today? Trang put her hands on her hips, laughed, and introduced herself. I'm Trang Adele. Lewin awkwardly added, yeah. She's in our year, Jason asked, clutching his pounding chest. The graduating class? But you said she's younger than us, Lewin explained. She skipped grades. She's a genius. He raised his voice and yelled, a genius. Jason politely held out his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Jason got down on one knee. He introduced himself. I am Jason Damon, Lewin's best friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you around. Trang casually asked, who are you? Lewin, confused about what was going on, wondered, what is he doing? Jason suggested, would you like to go to the cafeteria? The baguettes there are delicious. Trang bluntly refused. I don't like bread. Get lost. He tried another approach. Do you like the sea? It's amazing. Lewin closed his eyes and sighed. Well, as long as everything goes smoothly, I suppose it's fine. Suddenly, someone came over and called his name. Lewin saw who it was. Lewin greeted him. Han, right, you're leaving today, aren't you? Han smiled and replied, yes, I came to say farewell. Lewin lamented, it's a shame we have to part again. I'll visit you in foreign someday. I look forward to that. You're always welcome. After a moment of hesitation, Han asked, and Lewin, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to Adele? Lewin replied magnanimously, Adele? Of course, come anytime you want, he said with determination. No, I don't just want to visit. I want to become a knight of Adele. Hearing this, he was completely shocked and asked, are you serious? Han nodded firmly, yes. I want to do something meaningful, like protecting Adele, the place you will one day lead. So please, give me a chance. Lewin replied with a smile, of course. Thank you, Han. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Were you two planning on keeping this to yourselves? Jason jumped on Lewin's back, yelling, I want to go to Adele too. I'll help with the dishes and cleaning, but I'll be staying with Lady Trang. He shot him down. I never said you could come. He was stunned, then grabbed Lewin's neck and yelled angrily, hey, that's too much. And I know you're just kidding. He thought happily to himself, my friends, moving to Adele after graduation. This is a really great idea. Scene change to the capital of Duke Legend, G Legend. A man shouted in anger. It's over. It's all ruined. Do you have any idea how much money I invested in this? Lord Venturus. And yet, a mere knight apprentice defeated Mantip. He grew angrier as he spoke. The same thing happened to House Gary Hill. Even Jackie Gary Hill, their eldest son, was defeated by Lewin Adele. The age of Gary Hill is over. From time immemorial, House Gary Hill has maintained its reputation as a family of mages, and Venturus Garin was revered as the kingdom's strongest knight because they had the support of the nobility. That is still the case, but what if that support vanishes? He screamed. You might be the strongest now, but when our children become the pillars of this nation, your descendants won't stand a chance. Another person spoke up. The solution is obvious. We should switch sides. The voices grew louder and more determined. We must switch to Adele's side at once. Then someone said hesitantly, but the head of House Adele, Adele, doesn't take bribes. Someone else laughed mockingly. Oh please, who in this world doesn't like money? Just look at Gary Hill. Suddenly, someone stepped toward the crowd and asked, are you talking about me? Everyone gasped in shock. Commissioner Josh, he growled, having a pleasant chat. Are we? So, whose side are you all planning to take? The man laughed awkwardly, making an excuse. It was a slip of the tongue. I didn't realize you were listening. Josh pressed him without mercy. A slip of the tongue? If I wasn't here, you'd all be talking this nonsense all night. His voice dropped. Now listen here, all of you. Since the founding of the Duchy of Legend, House Gary Hill has always been in power. History does not lie. Therefore, your concerns will never become reality. A man answered with a strained laugh. Yes, we'll keep that in mind. Josh gritted his teeth and thought, Lewin Adele. I intended to use him as a stepping stone to boost Jackie's and Miko's fame, but he completely shattered our honor. A vein throbbed on Josh's angry face, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. I will kill him at any cost. Another important class for the second semester was a trip to the capital. Inside the carriage, excited chatter was nonstop. We're going to the Mage Tower. The Royal Mages. Sounds amazing. Lewin thought to himself while observing the others, a great class where we get to visit the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace, where we can observe and learn from active mages. He was a little concerned, but then again, the purpose of the class is great, but Trang suddenly asked, Josh Gary Hill, does that mean we'll finally see him in person? Lewin didn't deny it. Probably. He knew very well that the head of the Gary Hill family must be filled with resentment for me. Going to the capital is like walking into the enemy's den, where he can easily manipulate the royal mages. In that situation, he'll have countless chances to target me. Trang voiced her question. Is Josh Gary Hill strong? Lewin answered quickly. According to rumors, he's a 7th Circle mage, just like the headmaster. She exclaimed in surprise, 7th Circle. If I were still in my original state, I could have taken him down with a single finger. He wondered to himself, I'm not sure how strong Trang was back then, but a 7th Circle mage is nothing to scoff at. Lewin looked at Tyrion Ignis up ahead, his system window only displayed, unable to view information at this time. From this, he understood one thing. For someone at the headmaster's level, I can't confirm any of their information through my player's eyes. Lewin thought to himself, I can't let my guard down for a second in the capital. A moment later, an announcement rang out. Next stop, J. Redian, the capital of the Redian Kingdom. Everyone cheered. We're here. They excitedly said to one another, "It's just as we expected. The capital is on another level. It's so grand, right? It really is the best." Lewin was also a bit impressed. It is. The capital is the capital, after all. But he remained on high alert. It's just a flashy exterior, not even befitting of such a small kingdom. Just then, someone approached and greeted, "Headmaster Tyrion Ignis. It's been a long time." He asked skeptically, "What brings you all the way out here in person?" Tyrion Ignis said his name, Chairman Josh. Josh approached and said, "Asking why I'm here sounds a bit harsh, doesn't it? When the future buds of our kingdom visit the capital. As a guardian of this country, the least I could do is welcome them." Then he added sinisterly, "But there's another reason as well." Josh looked straight at Lewin and said, "I wanted to see how much those buds have grown, and to confirm if the one who crushed." "How is our son?" He glared menacingly. "So you are Louis Adele." He felt a little uncomfortable with that gaze. "It feels like a snake is coiling around my body, but something is not right. The Josh Gary Hill I know is a level 7 mage, but the system panel shows Josh Gary Hill as a level 6 mage." Lewin was very confused after reading it. The player's eyes said that he is only a level 6 mage. How could he deceive everyone? He was suddenly startled and realized, could it be? Louis looked at Josh's hand full of gold bracelets and rings and guessed, "All of those things are artifacts." He smirked sarcastically, whether it is the father or the son. Seeing him like that, he asked unpleasantly, "Is something funny?" Lewin turned around and then replied, "No, it is nothing. I am leaving." Josh immediately grabbed his hand. "Where are you going?" "I am not done asking." He glared and questioned, "I am asking what you were laughing at." But Tyrion Ignis quickly stepped in to mediate Chairman Josh. "He is still just a student. Please stop." Trang was visibly angry. "This lunatic." Josh snapped, demanding, "Be quiet, headmaster." He threatened him. "You may be the headmaster in the academy, but once the students set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility." And Tyrion Ignis immediately retorted, "If that authority is used as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it. I will take the students back to the academy immediately." Hearing that, Josh just found it ridiculous. "You are going back, are you?" "That is right, our noble headmaster Tyrion." "Always like this," he said sarcastically. "Do you think I do not know? Your purpose is to humiliate my son in front of the whole school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed guardian instead of you, headmaster?" Such petty jealousy. A fierce wind suddenly engulfed everything around them. The people there screamed in fear, "What is this wind?" But Josh still smirked provocatively. "You want to take this all the way? Fine, suit yourself." Louis suddenly spoke up. "How interesting." He asked back, stunned. "What?" He then revealed, "The reason I laughed because I found it interesting. I have never seen anyone wear so many rings before." Louis' next words astonished Josh, Miko, and Zachary. "My seniors also love accessories. It seems the wealthy are all alike." He felt a pang of guilt, wondering, what does this bastard mean? But Josh quickly found an excuse. "There is no special reason, we just happen to have too many accessories." He acted as if he understood. "Oh, I see, of course." He glanced at Tyrion Ignis and then sternly ordered, "Anyway, Headmaster Tyrion, step aside and let me lead the tour. From today, I will directly supervise all the classes under my authority." Hearing that, he just remained silent, lost in thought. Then Josh turned and exclaimed, "I am leaving now." The capital tour turned out to be nothing like a tour at all. Lewin recounted that Josh Gary Hill, who claimed he would join the entire schedule, disappeared without a trace as soon as we reached the royal palace. Instead, an old mage led us. He nodded and remarked, although the tour's content was not special, the atmosphere was not too bad. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the trip. Praises rang out endlessly. "Is this really the magic tower? It is amazing." "Except for one thing," Trang asked Lewin. "You feel it too, right?" He honestly confirmed. "Yes." I noticed it immediately. Lewin knew they were too obvious in following me. Night gradually fell. Lewin sat by the window and pointed out to Trang, "Look over there." When Trang looked down, they saw a few suspicious people loitering around. The two of them began to discuss, "Isn't that the guy we saw earlier?" "Yeah, he has been there since we entered the resting area." "What?" "I have felt something was wrong for a while." "What is he planning to do?" Lewis pointed out that it was an illusion. Trang asked back a bit. Surprised illusion magic, he revealed a few things to her. "I can feel the magical energy around here. He is creating an illusion with illusion magic," Louis quickly added. "The scenery and the passers-by down there are all fake. Up above, he is using a magic shield to separate this place from the real world." Trang cried out in frustration, "Damn it. I cannot believe I did not notice this magic. Even after successfully becoming human, I am still far from my original power." He was lost in thought again. "I expected this, but I did not think he would act so quickly." Lewin suddenly noticed something. The man in the black cloak suddenly ran off. Trang exclaimed, startled, "He is running away." He calmly denied it. "No, he is luring me out. If we fight in a confined space like the resting area, I would have the advantage, but he knows I cannot let the other students get hurt, so I have no other choice." But to fight outside, Louis recalled what the system panel displayed, Heisen Gary Hill, level 6 mage. He then speculated a level 6 mage, that is a level 1 can handle, but the scale of this illusion magic cannot be cast by just one level 6 mage. Lewin analyzed meticulously. "There are 2, maybe 3 enemies, perhaps even more. If all of them are level 6 mages, my chances of winning are slim." Josh's face suddenly appeared in his mind, and if Josh Gary Hill himself joins the fight, Lewin thought to himself, maybe I can use that thing. Seeing him turn around, Trang asked curiously, "Are you going right now?" Lewin nodded. "Yes, I have to go down." As he walked, he remarked, "Tonight is probably going to be a very long night." A few hours earlier, Josh angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Is this all?" He yelled, extremely dissatisfied. "I personally convened this meeting, and this is everyone who showed up." A person timidly reported, Yes. Everyone seems to be deliberately avoiding this meeting." Josh growled in annoyance. "Louis Adele is as good as finished from today. And yet they are still so afraid of the Adeles that they dare not come, he cursed furiously. Normally this place would be packed. Some would even have to stand because there are not enough seats, but today only 4 people showed up. I gritted my teeth, cursing Louis in my mind. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. Finally, he sighed. Fine, sooner or later they will regret it. I assume the matter I entrusted to you has been handled properly. The other person quickly replied, yes, the Night Guard force in the capital is now entirely our people, so no matter what happens, there will not be a problem, and Josh turned to ask Vangris. What about the mission I gave to the captain? He replied, nonchalantly. Last night, we received confirmation that the assassins have arrived and Adele Vangras continued to talk about the plan. After midnight, they will sneak into the mansion and take Del and Adele's head, and hearing that Josh gloated, at least the father and son will not be alone in death, because they will die on the same night. He also added, not just the father and son, Del and Adele also has a young daughter. Vangras also emphasized, and Bova Payton must also disappear. He believed that there should only be one sun in the sky. At this moment, Bova was walking and thinking to himself, everything is strangely quiet. He pondered recently the young master's victory over the Gary Hill's eldest son has made many nobles pay attention to Adele, but the Gary Hill I know is not the type to give up so easily. Bova remembered Lord Adele's words. If you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. He nodded in agreement. It seems the Lord shares my thoughts. We must be cautious. Bova suddenly saw a person carrying a wooden crate. He caringly asked him, are you done for the day? The worker smiled cheerfully and replied, Sir Bova. Yes, I just finished cleaning up and was about to go home. Bova continued to inquire, I want to ask something. Did any suspicious people visit today? He thought pensively, suspicious people. The worker quickly remembered. There were 5 merchants. But the strange thing is I never saw them sell anything, nor did I see them leave. Bova finally came to a conclusion. Assassins often disguise themselves as merchants. Now they have completely disappeared after entering the territory. The worker suddenly exclaimed, and they were carrying swords too. You should also be careful, Sir Bova, just in case. He suddenly ran very fast in the opposite direction. Seeing that he felt a little relieved, maybe there is no need to worry much. Inside the mansion, it was strangely quiet. The assassins were searching inside. They whispered to each other as they moved. That Lord Adele, has he realized something? He has not returned to the mansion yet. You have seen the atmosphere in town. No one has noticed anything. He will be back soon. We just need to wait for the right moment. He also nodded. Yeah, there is still time. An assassin suddenly collapsed to the ground. When they saw the person in front of them, they exclaimed in horror. What the vat is Bova? He glared and shouted, how dare you? Do you know where you have just stepped into? The assassins asked each other in confusion. Wait, how does he know we are here? Just as expected from a 7-star knight, stealth tactics do not work on him. He immediately drew his blade and spoke. But this is actually good for us. We were going to kill him anyway. They let out a shout. Everyone charged. They were assassins hired by Vingaris infiltrators hiding in Adele. They were all at least 6-star masters. Bova just gently mumbled. All right then. He was a 7-star knight who had long since put down his spear to pick up a fishing rod. So the people of the territory thought his skills were not what they used to be. However, that was a grave mistake. Bova raised his spear and shouted, come at me all at once. The elegant spear tip sliced through the assassins. Soon, they were defeated by him, sent flying through the air. 3 heavy bodies of the assassins flew straight into the wall. One of them, terrified, wondered, 7-star? He is a 7-star. He does not look like one at all. We have taken down over 10 of the Empire's 7-star knights. Just then, he heard Bova slowly speak. Do you know why I stopped training with the spear? The horrified assassin exclaimed, it can't be him. He cursed inwardly. This bastard, don't tell me he is. The assassin did not dare to say it. He used to be an 8-star, Bova revealed to him. No matter how much I honed my spearmanship, I had reached the limit of what mere technique could teach me. One of them recklessly jumped up, trying to ambush him. Die, you monster. Only a cold, sharp spear was seen piercing through him. The assassin was left dangling in midair by Bova. The remaining one backed away in fear until he hit the wall. This guy is insane, he screamed in terror. Vengerez, that bastard, this is ridiculous. How dare he lie about the target's strength? Even if he paid us 5 times the initial fee, we would never have taken this mission. The assassin stammered, damn it, it was then that Bova knew who was behind this Vangras, so it was him. He grabbed him by the neck and said, go back and tell Vangras this. Bova emphasized every single word, never set foot in Adele again. Meanwhile, where Louis was, it was completely silent. He and Heisen faced each other. He exclaimed with amusement. So you came to me on your own. Heisen continued to mock Lewin, but it seems you did not come alone. A companion for your journey to the underworld. How amusing, Louis quickly retorted. Do not worry. We have no intention of dying here. Hearing that, he was quite surprised. No intention of dying, Heisen spoke contemptuously. It would be nice if everything in the world went according to people's wishes, but reality does not work that way. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous black-robed mages advanced surrounding him, and Trang Louis quietly observed there were about 7 of them. They have gathered quite a crowd. He raised his hand, summoning red flames, and said, as someone who has lived much longer than you, let me give you a piece of advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to live a long life. Heisen continued rambling, but he pointed at the mages and continued, now you only have 1 future left. They attacked him while shouting, die. Heisen laughed heartily with amusement, accepting death quietly. What a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so do not hold too much resentment. However, when he saw the scene before him, he could not laugh anymore. What? Heisen exclaimed in horror. How are you still standing after that attack? You should be dead. Lewin just smirked slightly. Yes, just assume that people like that exist in this world. He confidently affirmed. People who can never die. Lewin knew well in his heart about the incarnations, entities that cannot be destroyed or dissipated. The only way to completely subdue Trang is to kill me, the one who binds him. The system panel suddenly displayed unique skill will of the leader. until your last breath. Kunkan, the first leader, chosen by the sky god, will always have your back. He raised his fist and declared loudly, but as I said, I have no intention of dying here. A powerful storm-like punch was thrown. Louis thought to himself confidently, good. At this level, I can win without trying too hard. He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Heisen grabbed his leg tightly and then spoke. Honestly, I did not expect you to be this strong, you brat, but no matter how strong you are. He wheezed, let's see if you can survive this. Louis was startled and wondered what black magic water seal. There are those who practice forbidden black magic, a type of magic despised by all true mages like warlocks. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the primordial water warlock. Once it latches on, it never lets go, until it has drained all life force. It is one of the most infamous black magic techniques to have ever existed. Lewin was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Black magic? I can't believe these bastards would go this far. Heisen spoke excitedly. What a pity, Lewin. Now that you have seen this kind of magic with your own eyes, you have to die, he continued to mock. I was planning to kill you from the start anyway, Heisen said smugly. Now even your friend, the one who dared to interfere, is completely helpless. Things have become much simpler, Louis shouted in anger. Damn it, these bastards, he told him contemptuously. But do not be too resentful. After all, your trip to the underworld will not be too lonely. Hearing that Louis was stunned and asked, what did you say? Heisen's next words terrified him. By now your father and sister are probably both dead. Lewin stammered. What he kindly revealed more. Of course, you did not know. If you knew, you would not be standing here anymore. Then Heisen glared and questioned him. So why did you dare to resist the commissioner? Did you really think you could win? He continued to scold, just for a bit of paltry fame. Before he could finish his sentence, Heisen was grabbed tightly by Louis. His face was filled with panic as he yelled, what you? How can you use? The water seal. Heisen's eyes bulged in pain. A second later, his head was crushed by him. Effortlessly. The remaining mages were terrified when they saw this. Louis muttered coldly, now it does not matter anymore. The system quickly appeared. Unique, skill, summon Kingram. Summon Kingram to the caster's location once. He growled, emphasizing each word. You bastards have crossed a line that should never have been crossed. A huge monster suddenly appeared. A loud growl echoed. Do not hold too much resentment. You brought this upon yourselves, Lewin told himself. In this fleeting moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. Kill. He began to sink deep into resentment, just like the world destroyer Draka once did. I will destroy them all. Kingram asked in a deep voice. Hey, little destroyer, for what purpose? Have you summoned me? Louis replied seriously, I want them all slaughtered, spare no one. He then grabbed his axe, charged forward, and said, all right then, it is settled. The mages cried out in fear. Someone help. Kingram provided cover for him to attack them. Luis raised his fist and went straight for his enemies. I can never forgive them. The mage was beaten to the point where he could not fight back. That's why I will kill them all, he told himself furiously. It does not matter what I destroy with my own hands. Lewin lost all reason slaughtering his opponents. It does not matter who I kill with my magic. Just then Trang ran to stop him. Stop. He tried to awaken Lewin's reason. Stop, that is enough. The other mage struggled to speak. So you were a madman all along, huh? How are you any different from us? He roared in fury. Let go of me. I will kill that bastard. Trang scolded back. Why are you acting like this? Nothing has happened to Adele. Just trust that Nightbova is much stronger than you think. He continued to persuade Lewin snap out of it. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you will end up just like Draka. Do not you remember Draka's final days? Louis Trang reminded him. Why do you think Draka was called the World Destroyer? He went mad with infinite power and ended up destroying the entire world. He grabbed Louis' shoulders tightly and said, but you are not Draka. If you end up like him, Louis finally calmed down. Sorry for making you worry. Louis went to the surviving mage. Then he asked, you there? Tell me everything you know. What is happening in Adele? He struggled to speak. You will regret hearing it. The mage excitedly revealed. Have you ever heard of the Mayagdan? They are an elite assassination group, comprised only of 6-star warriors, and above 5 of their assassins have already arrived in Adele. He burst into crazed laughter. By now, your father and sister are probably dead. Suddenly, a sharp spear pierced through his chest. Josh clicked his tongue. I only came as a precaution, and look at this mess. The old man angrily scolded, pathetic fools. To think this is the elite of Gary. Hill can't even handle a brat like this, Louis exclaimed in amazement. Josh, Gary Hill, how dare you touch my family? A terrifying force suddenly pressed down on them. Josh threatened in a low voice, you should have just kept your head down and studied at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us? Both Louis and Trang were pinned down. They quickly realized what it was. Black magic, he questioned angrily. You're a black magic user too? If this gets out, you'll go to jail at the very least. But Josh just smirked. Then it wouldn't be a problem if you died right here. In the end, you're just a useless brat. Though unwilling, Louis could do nothing. Damn it, I can't move at all. The summoning time for King Graham is over. He has disappeared. He heard the old man's voice. Now, let's end this. Then, summoning countless spears from a magic circle, Josh launched them at Louis and shouted, time to die. Seeing this, Louis could only think in fear. No, I can't let it end so hopelessly like this. A huge explosion occurred as expected, but Louis was unharmed. He stared, stunned, at the person shielding him. Headmaster? Josh also exclaimed in shock. Tyrion X9, why is the headmaster here? Tyrion X9 angrily cut him off. Josh Gary Hill. His terrifying power made the old man tremble in fear. Impossible. This illusion field, a simulated world, was created by level 6 mages under Josh Gary Hill. It ensured no one outside could perceive what was happening inside. However, that only applied to ordinary people. A mage of Tyrion X9's caliber can quickly detect the presence of Manhwa. Furthermore, the fatal weakness of this magic is that if a higher level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion will be easily broken and destroyed. Just like that, Josh's illusion field began to shatter. He resentfully threatened Tyrion X9. Tyrion X9, are you going to destroy the entire capital just to take me down? He immediately denied it. No. The only one who will be hurt here is you, Tyrion Ignis then revealed. I have set up a barrier to prevent any damage to the capital. You not only dabbled in disgusting black magic, but you also dared to harm my student. He lunged forward with extreme rage. For that crime, Tyrion Ignis unleashed a huge amount of magical power towards Josh, then roared, I will carry out the punishment myself. The old man gritted his teeth. You. Josh then shouted in fury, Tyrion Ignis. Trang spoke calmly, as expected. With the difference in levels, the gap between them is just too obvious. Since the fight ended so overwhelmingly, Lewin quite agreed with it. Yeah, I think so too. He acknowledged that the difference was on another level. Lewin silently assessed the headmaster, a level 7 mage, a level I can't even dare to reach. I thought I was pretty strong, but I still have a long way to go. Then Tyrion Xnik asked with concern, Lewin, are you alright? Lewin stammered, yes. Thanks to you, headmaster. People in their houses were awakened by the noise outside. They came out, whispering, what's with all this commotion in the middle of the night? What's going on? Someone suddenly exclaimed, that person is. He recognized the headmaster, but why is Counselor Josh like that? Just then, someone suddenly shouted, Louis, we're here. He looked up, stunned. The people were, and Lewin finally saw them. Prince Peter spoke hurriedly. We came after hearing the news. Gary Hill has taken control of the capital's security, Crosser added, and the only person Gary Hill is targeting is you, Lewin, who happened to be visiting the capital. He asked with concern, catching his breath. Are you okay? Lewin replied modestly. Yes, I'm fine. The two of them quickly expressed their relief. All the way here, I was worried something had happened. I was so scared. Me too. My heart was pounding like crazy. He was a bit speechless with them. You're still the same. Then they quickly turned to greet Tyrion Xnit. Oh, Headmaster, Tyrion Xnit is here too. Then the person lying there is... Lewin didn't deny it. That's right. That's Josh. He tried to target me with black magic, but the headmaster stopped him. Hearing this, Crosser furiously shouted, That demon! How dare he try to harm my dear Louis? This is a challenge to the royal family, and an act of treason. I will go to my father at once and have Gary Hill arrested for treason. Yes, Peter also spoke up. It's rare for us to agree, brother. That's right, this is treason. And since we've confirmed he learned forbidden black magic, we must arrest the entire Gary Hill clan in this land. Louis suddenly spoke up. Before that, I have a request. The two princes immediately asked, What is it? We will grant you whatever you ask, he quickly said. In Adele, I need to check on my father and my sister. Louis eagerly awaited news from Adele as quickly as possible. From the capital, they had to request information from the commercial city nearest to them, Monzo. Waiting for that news took nearly half a day. It felt like the longest time in his life. A person carrying a letter approached him and said, We've finally received information from nearby Monzo. He quickly reported, Fortunately, they are all safe. He continued to read, He had already taken precautions against potential assassins, and Serbova completely subdued 5 of them. In addition, they have discovered who ordered the assassination, but Crosser asked impatiently, The one who ordered the assassination, isn't it obviously Josh Gary Hill? The messenger didn't deny it. That's right, but there were accomplices. He said a name. The one most deeply involved is Sir Bangras, the captain of the Night Order. Crosser slapped his forehead in disappointment. Sir Bangras? Damn it, they're all corrupt. Crosser immediately gave the order. From this moment on, Bangras Garin is dismissed as captain, and Josh is stripped of his position as Grand Counselor of the Mage Tower, and his guardianship rights. The messenger suddenly spoke up, Your Highness, because those two hold very important positions. You must also appoint replacements. He immediately made a decision. The vice captain will temporarily take over the captain's position. Then Peter continued to declare, As for the counselor position and guardianship held by Josh, he looked towards Tyrion Ignis and asked, Could the headmaster perhaps help out temporarily? What? He exclaimed, startled. Forgive me, Your Highness, I'm just an old man. Peter quickly replied, Yes, I understand better than anyone that you have no interest in politics. But as you can see, the situation is not good at all. For now, at least until a new successor is decided, I beg for your help. Tyrion Ignis was still hesitant, but the prince's great efforts to bring the headmaster to the capital was a famous story throughout the country. But the headmaster always refused, saying that an educator should not be involved in politics. He had refused every offer until now. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Headmaster, please. A group of students spoke up cheerfully. I think that position would really suit you, sir. That's right. No one is more suitable than you. Their pleas moved him. Please, headmaster. Finally, Tyrion Ignis made a decision. If this is what the students believe I should do, then I should follow their wishes. He still had a condition, but only until his successor is chosen. Hearing that, everyone cheered joyfully. Excellent. We'll be counting on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more. Louis had a feeling, suspecting that a new successor would appear soon. His mood gradually relaxed. I'm glad everything ended well. When this capital tour ends, The graduation exams will soon begin. The long yet short time at the academy will soon come to an end. Lewin recounted, the capital tour was shaky from the very beginning, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled, but in the end, it was decided that everything would proceed as planned. So, we stayed in the capital for a few more days. He heard people gossiping. Have you heard? Miko Gary Hill from the Gary Hill family is dropping out. Really? When graduation is so close? Rumors spread throughout the royal palace that Miko had left the academy. His father, Josh Gary Hill, was imprisoned in the dungeons, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him have all scattered, so it makes sense. The students added more. They say Jackie Gary Hill has also disappeared. I heard he joined the Puna Rebellion. What's the truth? The Gary Hill name has completely vanished. The fall of Gary Hill, Adele's victory banners with these words, began to appear throughout the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, a shout echoed, "Hey! I said no. Get out! Wait a minute, just a moment." Jackie tried to explain, "I really just need a little more time." Just then, someone approached and asked, "What's all this noise?" The guard hurriedly shouted, excuse me, this man keeps trying to get in." Jekin immediately knelt before the newcomer. "My apologies for the sudden intrusion. I am Jekin Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It is an honor to meet you, your highness, the crown prince." The person before him was Crown Prince Soman Atan Jinex of the Jinex Empire. Jekin continued to make excuses, although I acted rudely. Please understand that it was not intentional. Soman Atan spoke coldly. That's enough. He then asked, so why have you come all this way? Jekin quickly replied, I have come to seek asylum in the Empire for myself, my younger siblings, and the mages of our family. Over 40 people in total are seeking asylum in the Empire. Soman Atan questioned his reason. He pleaded, to offer my strength, however small, to you, the great Crown Prince, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Soman Atan glared and snapped. How annoying. Did you come here just to flatter me? He questioned again. What crime have you committed? Jekin was confused. Pardon me, Soman. Atan was a bit curious. The Gary Hill family is the strongest in that small kingdom. Why would you leave your country in disgrace to seek asylum in this empire? Jekin stammered in reply, an assassination attempt. He spoke sternly. You went against the royal family for such a trivial matter. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Jekin stuttered, finally managing to say, no, that's not it. Soman Atan then rejected him. No matter how small the Jordan kingdom is sheltering a criminal like Gary Hill would go against my principles. In fact, handing you over would bring greater benefit to my reputation. His next words made Jekin's eyes widen in fear. I see no reason to grant you asylum. Soman Atan turned to leave, not forgetting to repeat. Go, I will not grant you asylum, but I will not detain you either. Jekin suddenly trembled and spoke a name, Lewin. He finally revealed the truth. We tried to assassinate Lewin Adele Soman. Atan asked in shock, the Lewin I know. Jekin trembled and nodded. Yes, that's right. He suddenly moved closer and said, I want to hear more about that assassination. Soman Atan gave a cunning smile. Let's have some tea. Although many incidents had occurred, they all seemed minor. Time passed peacefully after the visit to the capital. 3 months later, the new year arrived, and just like the heavy snow that winter, many nobles came to the academy. The reason they came to the academy was simple, the graduation exam. This was a system where graduating students showcased their skills to others, creating an opportunity for them to be recruited by nobles. Today, that very exam was being held at the academy. Lewin thought pensively, graduation. When this exam is over, it'll be time to graduate. 6 years, both long and short, are finally coming to an end. Jason suddenly asked Lewin, what's with that look on your face? Don't tell me you're nervous. Lewin quickly denied it. No, not at all. Did you prepare a lot for this exam? He chuckled and replied, the exam? That's not important to me. I'm going down to Adel with you anyway. He was a bit speechless. I never said I'd take you with me. Hearing that, Jason angrily shouted, hey, are you serious? Just then, someone approached, oh dad. Seeing the little girl, Lewin's eyes widened in surprise. He thought emotionally, I heard you were safe, but seeing you in person puts my mind at ease. Now Lewina was standing before him. Lewin greeted her. It's been a while. Are you doing well? He quickly walked over to the little girl and replied, thank you everyone for coming. Nothing has happened since that day, right? Lewin blamed himself, bowing his head. I'm sorry. In the end, you were in danger because of me, father. Lord Adele said gently, it's all right, son. You don't need to feel so bad. I'm actually proud. Because we didn't compromise and fought back against them. He then turned to Bova. Thank you, father, and you too, Sir Bova. Thank you very much. He laughed heartily and politely. It was nothing. Young master, I just did what I had to do. Lewina suddenly spoke up, but Appa Lewin turned back in question. The little girl pointed at Trang and demanded, who is this? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I can't even use the cousin excuse with my own family. Lewina asked suspiciously. Don't tell me you got a new girlfriend, just because Iron isn't here. Bova stood to the side, silently assessing. The young master always had this quality. He's really grown up. Lewin hurriedly explained, she's just a friend, just a friend. Just then, someone came over to greet him, long time no see. Lewin Jason had come before Lord Adel. Greetings, sir. Father, I am Lewin's best friend. Seeing the newcomer, Lewin was overjoyed. Fortunately, the ones attending my graduation exam aren't just my family Han who has fulfilled his oath and become an official knight. He exclaimed excitedly. Han, 2 more people came forward to greet him. How have you been, Lewin? Lewin exclaimed in surprise. Seta. Miss Iron came too. The bonds formed during the grand tournament, and as a reward, everyone suddenly started murmuring, wait a minute, those people. And so Croster and Foster also arrived, calling out to him, Lewin, we're here. Lewin was incredibly happy. Even the strongest among my connections, The two of them even complained, "Lewin, you have no idea how hard we looked for you." Seta stood behind extremely impressed. "As expected, you're on a whole different level, Lewin." Just then, someone shouted loudly, "In just a moment, the graduation exam for the final year students will begin." He continued to announce, "Seniors, please gather at the arena hall." Lewin quickly turned back and said to his visitors, "I'll see you all later." At that moment, Lewin spoke on behalf of everyone. "Good luck, Appa. We'll be cheering for you." He told himself, "The final exam, I'll do my best since everyone is supporting me." As he entered, Lewin noticed two strangers. He wondered cautiously, "What's this?" Lewin thought confused. "Those two, I've never seen their faces before, but they feel familiar." He immediately turned to ask Trang, "Those two look suspicious, don't they?" It revealed, "You're only noticing now. You know who they are." Then Trang spoke in detail. "The one on the left is the Fire King Terran." It continued, "The one on the right is the Crown Prince." Trang added, "As a demigod, no trivial magic can escape my sight. They might have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura." Hearing this, Lewin was extremely confused. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince come all the way here in person? Even if they wanted to visit, they could have appeared openly. Countless questions filled his mind. Don't tell me it's just for me. Are they trying to test how strong I've become through this exam without being noticed? At this thought, Lewin involuntarily smirked. How thoughtful of them. He told himself, "If they make the same offer as before, I'll still refuse it, just like I did back then." Lewin gave a cunning smile. "But since they went through the trouble of coming here, I should at least give them a spectacular show." He stared at them, conveying his thoughts. "So watch closely. See how much I've grown." A graduation exam consists of the following parts: isolation, glaciation, and destruction. It's a timed exam where you must quickly overcome all three challenges. The first challenge, isolation, requires escaping from a room tightly sealed by a lock. There are various ways to escape the room. Jason stood before the lock deep in thought. You can disable the lock with lock-breaking magic, or make a key from mana crystals to open the door. There are really many ways. It doesn't matter which method you use, because regardless of the method, what's important is to escape the room. After a while, a wave of cheers erupted. 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room at almost the same time. Then someone exclaimed with regret, "What a pity." Another person was just stopped by the monster. Starting from the next challenge, the difficulty increased insanely. From defeating a pack of ice beasts in a bone-chilling glacier to using their most powerful magic to destroy a solid stone wall in the final challenge. Someone stuck here shouted in frustration, "Why is this thing so stubborn? If you overcome all of them, then finally, you will successfully complete the graduation exam." Jason cheered excitedly. "I'm first." The announcement gradually rang out. Jason Damon, 3 minutes and 55 seconds. He is the first to complete the challenge from Group 6. They continued reading the results. 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 have finally passed the exam. The students who hadn't taken the test yet mumbled fearfully, "What should I do? I don't feel confident." Lewin stood aside, thinking calmly to himself. "Jason, you act all casual, but you actually prepared a lot, didn't you?" Then he became serious again. Only 3 out of 10 passed, and most of them finished with less than a minute remaining in the 15-minute time limit. "We better come up with a plan to get through this as quickly as possible." The examiner announced, "Next up is Group 7. Please step forward." Louis moved quickly. "It's finally my turn." The people in the stands curiously asked each other, "Isn't this group the one with Louis Adele, the pride of our academy?" The whispers echoed endlessly. "That's right. I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Louis. I'm so excited to see how he'll perform." Then, Somerton also spoke up. "I'm looking forward to seeing how much stronger he's become." "What do you think, Godfather?" Tara nonchalantly remarked, "He's still the same." He then suddenly asked, "By the way, what do you plan to do?" Hearing that, he wondered, "About what?" Tara instinctively glanced at Louis. "The reason you came here today. You called it your last lingering attachment, didn't you?" Somerton didn't deny it. "Yes, that's right, my last regret. He thinks that if he joins your side in the future, he will certainly be a valuable asset, but if you can't bring him under your wing, someday, he could become a threat. When that time comes, I will handle it myself." As he approached the locked door, the announcement rang out simultaneously. "The challenge for Group 7 begins now." Tapping on the door, Louis calculated, "The headmaster must have put his all into this. Even with my strength, breaking that wall won't be easy. Should I just unlock it like the other students did?" He suddenly remembered, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. "That wouldn't be any fun. Didn't I learn at the tournament that nothing in this world is perfect?" Louis understood that no matter how sturdy the wall looked, it always had a hidden weak point somewhere. The system panel immediately appeared. Break. Steel can destroy anything made of iron in a single use, no matter what it is. The people in the stands murmured curiously, "His name is Louis, right? I wonder how long he'll take. I hope he lives up to his reputation. After all, he is the tournament champion." A loud explosion suddenly erupted. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Wait a minute. What was that explosion? Wait, look over there." When they saw Louis step out, they gasped in shock. "No way. Louis Adele." Everyone looked at him with pride. The door that normally takes 5 minutes to open, he opened the first room's door. Both Somerton and Terran smiled excitedly. The examiner's voice echoed in their ears. "In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam will once again solidify Louis' already illustrious reputation. In any case, Louis will win." He proceeded straight to the second challenge. The system announcement rang out loud and clear. "Louis has passed the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now, we can't help but wonder how quickly he will break through the subsequent gates." As soon as the announcement finished, everyone in the stands watching the match was left gaping in shock. Only Terran remained calm, his hand resting on his cheek. It was as if he had known and anticipated this. I knew he was no ordinary person from the moment Kunkin's fang reacted to him, but his growth rate is still completely absurd. Louis used a blazing fire to fight two large, freezing ice monsters. They growled dazedly, wary of Louis. The excited shouts from the system and the crowd rang out once more. Ah, Louis. He's passing the second gate with a very clever method. The commentary made everyone even more intrigued. Focusing on the ongoing match, is he running with a fireball? With that kind of provocation, no monster would dare approach him. Well, that makes sense, because with a fireball of that size, only a foolish monster would dare. Ignoring the whispers, the more Louis fought, the more fired up he became, determined to fight these demons. The blonde man stood with his arms crossed, laughing his head off. Haha, what the hell is this? He's truly a madman beyond all imagination. Taron, who had been listening to his rambling, fell silent and frowned in thought. He always produces unimaginable results. I've seen enough of your skills, Louis, so how will you break the final gate? He didn't keep him waiting. Louis showed him the real answer. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning, dashing towards the gate ahead. His eyes focused as if to crush the incredibly hard wall before him. He poured all his strength into this one blow. I just want to show you juniors this one time. Instantly recognizing what Louis was doing, Taron's eyes widened in amazement. There's no longer any doubt about that energy. A punch that leaves a massive impact. A punch that could be called sky-shattering. A formless, invisible magic that tears everything apart with sound waves. So fast the naked eye couldn't perceive it. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in an instant, lighting up the entire sky. It dazzled the spectators, not just with the light it emitted, but with the immense power it carried. Large fragments of shattered bricks flew everywhere. In the silent space, only the loud crash and groaning sounds remained. Sending off the departed, a death knell echoed. Leading the way was Louis, and his confident demeanor, as he advanced relentlessly, left any witness in awe. That magic can only be cast by someone who has reached level 6, right? Louis, have you already reached that level? This was surely the question on the audience's minds. A glowing purple sash appeared across Louis's body. The match was over. It all happened so quickly that some people still hadn't recovered from witnessing such divine power. Unimaginable. The time announced by the system was 2 minutes and 57 seconds. So fast and so intense, everyone was left gaping, unable to process the situation. They stared at each other with mouths agape, then back at the person in the middle of the arena. Finally, the announcer's voice echoed. Louis of Group 7 has cast a level 6 spell and brilliantly completed the test in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Cheers of victory erupted unceasingly from all corners of the stands. Meanwhile, our protagonist calmly raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face with a relieved smile. The person who was least relieved, however, was likely Taron, who was still deep in thought. Level 6 is a realm most can't reach in a lifetime, yet Louis achieved it at only 16 years old. This is not good. Before he matures further and becomes a threat to my position. No matter what, I must crush him. He brazenly shot a hateful and loathsome glare towards the boy. The boy was smiling joyfully in response, as if thanking everyone around him. So it was Taron. He was afraid his position would be shaken by the boy. Meanwhile, the two princes, Crosser and Foster, raised their hands in celebration. Long live Louis, the future of the kingdom. The person sitting behind them was speechless, watching the two royals act like children. Anyone who didn't know would think they were Louis's parents celebrating their child's victory. Louina was just as excited, shouting loudly, "Congratulations, big brother." As for Zeta, it goes without saying, he was already smiling so hard his eyes had disappeared. He eagerly waved his hands in celebration. "I knew you could do it, Louis." Meanwhile, Louis stood in the center of the vast arena, where he could witness all the spectators' enthusiasm, how brightly he had shone. They were cheering his name, celebrating his victory. Louis stood under the clear sky as snowflakes gently fell upon him, feeling somewhat satisfied. Right now, everyone is congratulating me, but the boy couldn't help but think about the old days, facing the scoffers and their harsh words. Now, he no longer had to remain silent and ignore them. Back then, who could have imagined that I would graduate like this? Surrounded by cheers, grinning from ear to ear, Jason rushed over and threw an arm around Louis's shoulder. "When did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is a high-level mage now." The guy startled him, catching him off guard. Before Jason could even finish, everyone else came over to congratulate him too. "Honestly, even for you, Louis, I didn't think you'd reach that level so soon." Jason still hadn't removed the arm draped over his shoulder, and he put on a preachy tone. "Ahem, there's one thing that is absolutely essential on a day like today." The friend next to him grew curious. "Huh, what is it?" Jason grinned, showing his teeth. Putting on a strange and mysterious act, he drew out his words. "That would be, dun dun." The answer was revealed with 2 mugs of barley ale. They're huge, and he made such a big deal out of it. Everyone happily raised their mugs, arms around each other, bustling like it was a festival and shouting for a party. "We're adults now. Let's drink like crazy. Wah ha ha. More drinks. Let's drink more. Cheers." As Avatar approached, Louis stood still, watching their rowdy determination to not go home sober. But it was 30% helplessness and 70% just going along with it. But in reality, he was also really enjoying this precious, happy moment. This must be one of the most beautiful memories of his life. Louis was really starting to feel it. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, so this is probably the last time we'll all be gathered together like this. I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. While he wasn't paying attention, Avatar, all withered looking, staggered over with a face flushed from the alcohol and loomed up behind him. Without a word, he suddenly threw an arm around his shoulder, like a good brother, pointed to the sky and said another bottle. Louis's face froze as he glanced at him, surprised by this unfamiliar sight. By the way, today I just discovered that even Avatar can get drunk. Two men were walking this way. The old man with long white hair and a beard was the one who approached first. Louis, are you enjoying the party? Hearing his name, he turned his head to see the principal and Professor Hido. You're here too, sirs. He glanced at Avatar, who had completely collapsed on the floor. He went from sitting on the floor to standing up straight, offering polite words to the two in front of him. Thank you for arranging this event, sir. Thanks to you, I'm enjoying it very much. The principal laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you're about to graduate, so you should enjoy it to the fullest right. Louis nodded his head and expressed his feelings. Since tomorrow we'll be very busy with the ceremony, let me say this now. Thank you for everything, principal, and you too, professor. Hearing that both of them smiled, gentle, warm smiles, a word of thanks, we appreciate that. Before long, we won't be able to see you even if we want to. Yes, sir. After speaking, the principal enthusiastically continued to joke. Well then, we'll have to invite Louis as a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, sir. You only need to ask. You've promised now, Professor Hido. Here is my witness. Don't you pretend. You don't know about this after you graduate. Everyone continued to chat happily with one another. By the time the party ended, the sky had darkened. Louis walked quietly on the brick path in front of the manor, letting out a tired sigh. He raised a hand to rub his throbbing head. I must have drunk too much beer. My head is starting to ache. Muttering and complaining about his aching head from all the beer, he didn't notice the figure standing right in front of him. A man with an upright posture wearing leather shoes suddenly approached and greeted him. Excuse me, you're Louis, right? A voice from the side startled him, and he turned his head to see two men standing there. The man in front stepped closer. He was dressed all in black, bowed his head with one hand on his chest, and respectfully introduced himself. I am Rika, a merchant running a small trading company in the East. If possible, I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment. Louis was calm. He was wary of these two strange men, but he didn't refuse. Yes, go ahead. Crown Prince Somerton, as soon as the words were out, the man was startled. What, so the introduction just now was a fabrication about his fake identity? He probably didn't expect that after just telling a lie, he would be exposed a second later. Because of that, the expression on his face froze for a moment. The silver-haired man with slicked back hair, who looked extremely dapper in the back, was Terran. He glared and stepped forward, questioning in a stern voice. How did you know it was me? After speaking, he stopped in his tracks and quite rudely threatened the young man before him. You'd better answer properly. In contrast to the man's over-the-top attitude, Louis just curled his lips slightly into a faint, calm smile and replied, You can hide your face, but you cannot hide your presence. Your eyes remind me of the crown prince I once knew. So I took a chance. After speaking, he stared at the man's displeased, scowling face, and cheerfully, without any annoyance, greeted him. In that case, you must be the Fire King. It's been a long time. It's a pleasure to see you again. Terran was surprised by Louis' very unexpected explanation. You recognize me just by my eyes. I'm truly impressed. It was easy to see that he highly regarded the boy's perceptiveness in this first conversation. Then Somerton cut into the smoothly flowing conversation. He held out his hand, his face full of an arrogance he couldn't hide, nor did he want to. Now this is my final offer. There won't be a second one. Come with me to the Empire. He stared with wide eyes. He scowled, threatening Louis with concise words, but the meaning was clear. Refusal will not be accepted. Oh, is that so? But this Louis here had never known the meaning of the word fear. He just let out a scoff from deep within and gently replied to him in 3 words. I must refuse. The 3 of them stood in a standoff amidst the cold winter snow. Somerton grew increasingly annoyed with the boy's rock-solid attitude, but still tried to persuade him. You really won't listen, will you? I've warned you before. Any jewel that I cannot possess, I will destroy. Oh my, what a rude attitude. But Louis was indifferent. You could do that. It's true, but I don't think you will. This answer of his really made Somerton, who hadn't expected it, somewhat change his mind. He asked again, what makes you so sure? Because the crown prince I once knew would never stoop so low as to sneak around under a false identity and order the death of an ordinary student. The words Louis had just uttered left him stunned and then instantly furious. Somerton gave a strange smirk and said sarcastically, Haha, are you calling yourself an ordinary student? Louis humbly replied with a yes. That's right. In any case, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow. After hearing that, he smacked his lips and gave an incredibly mysterious smile. I don't know if that's courage or intuition. After hesitating for a moment, Somerton turned around with an arrogant air and with great self-importance reminded him one last time, I will withdraw today. But look forward to our next meeting, because next time we will meet as enemies. Faced with his words, Lou remained silent and didn't reply. After speaking, the 2 men with imposing auras left quietly, one after the other, in the opposite direction. They hadn't been gone for long when Louis turned to look behind him. He saw Jasper stumbling towards him, running. He still hadn't stopped partying. His face was bright red from drinking so much, and as he got closer, his mouth was chattering nonstop. Louis, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore. You have to be at the party. Without you, it's meaningless. Seeing him relentlessly inviting him, Louis happily agreed. All right, I'm coming. But what he would never have expected at that moment was that he had no idea that because of this drinking party, a disaster beyond anything he could imagine, it was about to befall him. The next day, as the sun rose, illuminating all living things, white snowflakes still lingered on the treetops and the red roofs. In a corner of the grand, magnificent castle, empty bottles and glasses were scattered all over the table. Someone's tired groan was heard. Ugh, after the battle with alcohol had just ended. I am Louis, who has just woken up from a passionate stupor after a night of drinking with my buddies. My head already hurt last night, and now it's throbbing even more. He clutched his head dizzy. Ah, my head. Furious with his own empty-headedness. Louis forgot to even look around him. Suddenly, a gentle voice approached and said softly, "You're awake." He looked up in surprise. Lady Irene." She ignored his curious gaze, which seemed to ask why she was here, and spoke again, asking, "Are you feeling any better now?" Louis glanced around at the children, who were dead drunk, sleeping all over the place, still not forgetting the beer on the floor. He awkwardly replied to Irene, "Yes, I should have drunk in moderation, but it seems I had too much." She also saw the people lying on the cold floor and laughed. "Even so, it looks like you're doing better than them." What a relief. Then she covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling as she laughed. "Hee, you don't remember anything, do you?" Louis looked bewildered, a question mark on his face. Less than a second later, he was horrified, goosebumps on his skin, his eyes wide as he shouted, "That's a dragon's kiss." Irene sat on the table, swirling a bottle of blue liquor in her hand, and calmly explained, "Jackson secretly mixed that liquor into the beer you were about to drink, Louis. After that, you suddenly stood up and shouted that the whole group would go to Adele." As he listened to her recount the story, he remembered the embarrassing scene from yesterday. Louisetta and Jackson with their arms around each other's shoulders, acting like fools in the middle of the pub for everyone to see. Just remembering it makes my face turn completely red. That bastard Jackson. But Irene didn't let Louis stay silent in his embarrassment for long and asked, "So should I go down there too?" He seemed to have just woken up, so his mind couldn't keep up with the speed. He asked blankly. Go, where she gently stroked her hair, her face full of a smile she couldn't hide. "To Adele, I've been there before, and it's a wonderful place." She desperately wanted to defeat him at least once. Irene seriously declared, "As I've said before, I must get stronger quickly to defeat you." Louis, the one being challenged, was still half awake, stunned with wide eyes and unable to say a word. A few seconds later, he smiled gently, responding positively to her declaration. "It would be my honor, Lady Irene. You're welcome any time." More than that, he was praising her spirit and determination. Louis's gaze softened, his cheeks blushed, and he looked at her affectionately. On the surface, that's what they were saying to each other, but anyone with a brain could see the truth. However, Irene didn't say more, only replying with a radiant, angelic smile. Bathed in the early morning sun, it was clear Lady Irene's reason for wanting to go to Adele wasn't just that. A few hours later, in a large, brightly lit hall, the air was filled with the murmurs of people's conversations. The voice from the stage drowned out all the noise. "Graduates of the X-Knit Magic Academy, you must have all experienced many hardships. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing all of you become great mages in the future." It was the headmaster standing on the stage. He was giving a speech to the entire student body because today was the graduation day for all final year students, including Louis. A moment later, the speech concluded. "My speech ends here, and now, the student representative will come up to give the graduation speech." A pair of legs and shiny leather shoes slowly made their way up. It was none other than him, the top student known throughout the school. The headmaster, following protocol, introduced him to everyone. The representative for the student body and valedictorian of this class, Louis. He calmly approached the podium. The headmaster stepped back to let him speak. As he passed, he patted Louis' shoulder encouragingly. "Don't be nervous, Louis. Just relax and speak your mind. But you don't seem nervous at all." Louis replied politely, "Yes, don't worry, headmaster. As they say, don't judge a book by its cover," and that was exactly the case for Louis. He might look calm, but in reality, his heart was pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. "I just said that, but I'm actually really nervous. Just the thought of being the center of attention in front of everyone is making me so nervous that I've forgotten everything I prepared." Because in front of Louis were now thousands of students, all sitting and watching him intently. Louis took his position. He took a deep breath to calm himself. "But it's okay. Even if I've forgotten my prepared speech, I still remember what I want to say." As everyone, including Irene and Han, listened with anticipation, he began his speech. "As you all know, I won the tournament, an achievement I managed in just 1 year. But the journey there was not smooth. I had to endure a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years. Louis slowly recalled those days as his voice continued steadily. For a mage like me, being unable to release mana was a heavy blow. But worse than that was the way people looked at me. Many people wondered why I stayed at the academy, why I refused to give up until the very end." As he said this, he didn't seem to resent their past words at all, simply smiling gently. "But I didn't want to give up, because magic is everything to me. It's the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. That is why I persevered until the end. We'll just have to see how fate turns out, right?" The speech wasn't over, but you could already see the enthusiastic response in the crowd. More than anything, it had struck a chord of empathy with them. Louis continued, "And if anyone here is struggling because you haven't seen results despite your efforts, I must tell you this today. Keep moving forward." He stood there powerfully, directly encouraging everyone to press on. Louis's gaze swept across the listening audience. "Even if you fall, get back up. Even if you feel like no one notices you right now, someone out there will. As long as you don't give up, a miracle will happen. Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the past 6 years." With that, the moving speech ended, concluding the graduation ceremony. The thunderous applause, filled with the crowd's many emotions, echoed endlessly through the hall. Later that day, pure white snow had already blanketed the trees and roads. The clatter of hooves echoed on the snowy ground as convoys of carriages left the academy one after another. Inside a luxurious black ironwood carriage, people were cheerfully chatting about the speech. "That was amazing, brother. It seems everyone really liked it. You're always so cool." "Thanks, Luina." It was the main character and his sibling discussing the hottest topic of the moment, especially about Louis's moving speech. Luina seemed to be thinking about something, then glanced out the window. She looked at the pure white carriage traveling alongside theirs. So, your friends are heading to Adele immediately too? Through the window, Irene, Seta, Jason, and Han could be seen inside, laughing and chatting happily. Luina asked again, all four of them? Louis replied flatly, yeah. The terrible drunken memories of that day flooded his mind. It felt like it was just yesterday. That group was causing a ruckus in the room, talking a mile a minute. Earlier, Louis had drunkenly leaned over the table, pointing at a tearful, intoxicated Seta, saying, "Be my comrade." They say drinking makes you forget everything, but our Louis remembered it all perfectly, which gave him goosebumps. But he was too embarrassed, so he pretended, telling Luina, "I'm not sure how it all happened." Behind the two lead carriages were rows upon rows of soldiers marching behind. Right after the graduation ceremony, we decided to head straight for Adele. To be precise, I hired them. Not only that, 3,000 soldiers will be joining us as well. The twin princes promised to send reinforcements for the Southern Pacification campaign, but I never imagined they would send this many troops. He was lost in his train of thought. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of it. "Hey Louis, after the subjugation ends, do you plan on staying in the territory for good?" Louis smiled and readily shared his future plans. "No, our father is still there, after all. I think I'll travel a bit afterward, but I haven't planned anything specific. For now, I need to focus on the subjugation." Under a clear blue sky, snow continued to fall as two people chatted back and forth. After a short break, we'll head straight into preparations for the subjugation, right? The other person replied immediately, "Yes. I plan to start by surveying the terrain." Oh, it was our main character and avatar, standing before a map and planning their next moves for the campaign. She asked, "Have you come up with a strategy yet?" I'm considering a few ideas." While they were discussing, they heard soldiers hurrying to the other side. Louis and Avatar looked up to see what the commotion was about. Two people walked past, chatting excitedly. "We need to be well prepared." Louis approached them to ask, "Excuse me, where is everyone going?" One of them turned and recognized him. "Ah, you're the young master of Adele. We thought you'd already know. Because this involves your friend." Louis looked completely clueless, so the person continued, "One of our knights is going to have a duel with your friend, the knight apprentice." Hearing this, his mind instantly put it together. A knight apprentice. Don't tell me you mean Han. On the other side of a snowy clearing, soldiers had formed a circle, eagerly awaiting the duel. In the center were Han and another knight. They held wooden swords, ready to fight. But on Han's face, he couldn't hide a look of worry. Han is dueling an official knight, just hearing that made the gap between them obvious. Seeing this, Louis couldn't help but worry. He only just completed his knight's oath. The snow under the clear sky showed signs of getting heavier. Han and the official knight began their duel. They exchanged blows, neither backing down, but it seemed from the start. The knight had the upper hand, attacking relentlessly just as Louis rushed over to them. Now that the match has come to this, he couldn't help but worry, seeing Han gradually being pushed back. It's starting. He stood outside the circle with the knights, watching the two of them. Suddenly, someone next to him shouted to the person in the middle of the arena, "Hey Velks, go easy on him. Don't you think you're being too harsh on a rookie who just took his oath?" Louis was a bit surprised. At that moment, Bova was approaching. He approached them, wanting to ask about the situation. Why are those two fighting?" One of them turned to Louis, thought for a moment, and replied, there's no special reason at all." The knight gestured for him to watch the two of them going at it relentlessly. Then he started telling him what happened. "While cleaning up after lunch, we were bored, and we had an enthusiastic junior with us, so I suggested a sparring match." Just then, Bova silently came up from behind them and quietly greeted Louis. "Young master is here too?" He was surprised, wondering where he came from, and then responded. He greeted politely, "Sir Bova, you're here too?" He clasped his hands behind his back and replied with a self-satisfied smile. "Of course. How could I possibly miss such an interesting sight?" Hearing this, Louis glanced at the main event and chuckled to himself. "Interesting, huh?" He then looked at the knights standing around. If the knights here recognized Sir Bova, their reactions would be just as interesting. That's what he thought. Louis continued to watch the increasingly intense match, then suddenly turned to ask the man, "What do you think of this match, Sir Bova?" Without much hesitation, he immediately gave his opinion. His attention fell on the young man with light purple hair, whose face showed great resilience. He lacked the hesitation typical for his age. Bova, not knowing who he was, asked the young man beside him, "Is that young knight a friend of yours, young master?" Hearing this, Louis smiled and proudly introduced his best friend. "Yes, his name is Han." Bova's voice grew more serious as he slowly analyzed from his perspective. He's clearly being pushed back a bit, but just holding out this long against a gold knight is already admirable. His words made Louis curious. A gold knight? He knew Louis was wondering, so he began to explain what he had just overheard. "Yes, I happened to overhear it during lunch. I heard he's considered the elite of the kingdom, but I'm not entirely sure." At that very moment, there was a breakthrough in the center of the arena. A dark figure shot forward, attacking so fast the opponent couldn't react. With incredible speed. Needless to say, that dark figure, we can guess it was the knight whose power had just been mentioned. He swung his sword just once, and Han's sword was knocked into the air, flying far behind him. It made him cry out in surprise. Serbova continued his analysis of the young man. Of course, that kid, Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. Hearing this, Lewis looked at him thoughtfully, admiring how Serbova could see Han's talent if that's the case. He stepped forward, looking at him with a serious expression. As if having made an important decision, he said formally, Serbova. Seeing his sudden seriousness, Bova grew curious. Yes, young master? Louis stood before him and asked, if possible, could you teach Han a move or two? Serbova didn't answer immediately, only offering his usual friendly smile. To have Serbova teach him, even just one move. If the legendary Holy Spear Knight, Serbova Peterson, would agree to teach even a single technique, it would be a huge benefit for me, Han, and even all of Adele. Yes, just receiving guidance from this legendary knight, even a little bit would be enough. I can only imagine how much Han would improve, but the important thing now is to get his agreement to teach. He is a very decisive person. Serbova closed his eyes and sighed. Young master, that's not for me to decide. You'll have to ask the boy first. This surprised him, making him exclaim, huh? The man replied with a truly menacing, wheezing laugh. Somehow, his entire aura had changed. It was much colder than before, Bova explained. Just like when I taught you swordsmanship, I am very strict with knights. He gave a wide, rather eerie smile. He even winked suggestively. Back to the main scene, the knights were standing in the freezing snow. They were so utterly bewildered, their jaws were hanging open. They must have been witnessing something shocking. One of them couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell is that?" They stood to the side, whispering to each other. Is that really the kind of crude training he's making him do? I heard he's the commander of the Adel Knights. The man in question was smiling leisurely, looking as if he was thoroughly enjoying himself. He followed Han step by step, the most miserable boy in the world who was carrying a boulder heavier than himself. Panting heavily from exhaustion, Serbova watched the young man struggle in the freezing snow, his teeth chattering. His teeth were chattering, and he had collapsed, now crawling on his knees. Bova then condescendingly asked Han, "Is it that hard?" Han immediately turned and denied it. "No, sir, I'm fine." Bova was just waiting for him to say that and immediately retorted, "Then don't be so slow. I told you to be prepared." The knights watching nearby looked on, exasperated. This situation was unbelievable, watching them go back and forth. Louis looked at his best friend and felt sorry for him, but oh well. He just sighed, as if to encourage his friend, while silently pitying the poor guy's fate. He said he would be strict, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I'm starting to feel bad for Han. I feel bad for him, but then again, just a few minutes ago, when Louis made the offer, Han was like an overjoyed puppy. The only thing missing was a wagging tail. He agreed immediately without hesitation. Really? Serbova Peterson is training you? He warned him. I heard it's extremely difficult. Maybe you should. I'm confident. I'll definitely succeed. He was that determined. Louis was left speechless. I did give him a choice. Feeling helpless about his friend, he was startled by a voice from behind. Oh, it was the knights from before. They cautiously approached Serbova. Oh, it seems they've figured something out. The one in the lead asked softly, "Excuse me, sir. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Serbova was silent. His eyes were shut tight, and he didn't answer, lost in thought. He was probably trying to figure them out. Why did they only realize it now and not from the beginning? Seeing his silence, the knights glanced at each other. Worried by his silence, one said, "Why isn't he answering? There's a rumor he once took down 5 assassins by himself. Maybe I should ask about that." The other replied, "Nah, that must be just a rumor. How could he possibly defeat 5 assassins by himself?" Just then, as if on cue, the inevitable happened. That fool Han quickly ran over, shouting loudly for Serbova, panting as if someone had stolen his air. He was completely out of breath, standing right in the middle of their conversation to make his report. "All 10 spears have been moved," he said exhaustedly, looking up after catching his breath. The response didn't come from the person he expected, but from the knights standing there. "What did you just say?" Han, not understanding a thing, reflexively asked. "Huh?" Both sides just stared at each other, one side with faces full of question marks and bewilderment, the other with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were hearing. They had to confirm it again. "I didn't mishear that, did I? Who did you just say this man is?" Meanwhile, Louis and Bova were the calmest ones there. Sometime later, the procession of knights set off once more. Carriages and a long line of people moved through the whiteout blizzard. A white carriage led the way, while the 2 Adele siblings were relaxing in the second, black carriage. Louis and Louina sat next to each other. She turned her head to look into the distance and asked him with great curiosity, "Brother, is Serbova really that admired by the knights?" He glanced in the direction his sister was looking and replied, "It seems so." Inside the carriage, the 2 chatted away, a stark contrast to the sounds of the panting knights outside. The steady huffing and puffing continued. It was the result everyone expected. Han and the knights, under Bova's special training, struggled behind the carriage, drenched in sweat. They each carried a heavy sack on their backs. One of them whined loudly. "Does he really have to push us this hard? This is the training method Serbova himself recommended. Stop asking questions and just do it." Another one scolded back. They kept whining back and forth outside, but complaining only made them more tired. Meanwhile, the man they were talking about was relaxing inside the carriage. His eyes were closed in enjoyment. Seeing this, Louis sighed helplessly and softly called out, Serbova." Hearing him, Bova's expression remained unchanged as he also lowered his voice. "Yes, young master? So, about that training. Is it really effective?" From what I can see, it seems a bit crude. Louis quietly voiced his opinion. It was true, but it was also because he saw how hard they were struggling. They looked like they were about to collapse, drenched in sweat in this freezing weather. It was a pitiful sight. Yes, Bova understood his sentiment. He didn't criticize, but gently explained. It's not necessarily a good method. If your posture is wrong, you'll sustain chronic injuries. Louis was confused. Not understanding what he meant, he asked again. Huh, then why are you making them do it? Bova's lips curled into a wicked smile. He gave a nonchalant, half-joking answer. Well, there's not much to do on the way to Adele. I just wanted to train my new disciples after such a long time. At that, Louis and Louina fell silent for about 10 seconds. Hearing their miserable complaints outside and looking at Bova, they were speechless. No wonder people called him the Tiger of Adele. A while later, the group arrived at a barren land, colder than any place they had traveled through recently. And this was the first place they set foot. Louis stood before countless small, slimy, and grimy monsters. The person beside him exclaimed, "There are so many of them." Louis, wrapped in a dark winter cloak, was used to this place. But he still couldn't help but shiver at the intense cold. That's right, we're finally here. Louis and Avatar stood in the middle of this land. Below them were hordes of monsters, surrounded by towering, overlapping mountains. The wind was bone-chillingly cold. The Red Plains, this land is located south of the southern mountains. It was once part of Adele's territory. But ever since the Mudmen tribe occupied this area, humans no longer ruled this land. Instead, it was the Mudmen. Yes, the tribe Louis just mentioned are those round-bodied creatures. They were mushy, monster-like creatures swarming below, and because of their terrifying reproduction rate, this land, seen from a distance, appears like crimson fields, hence the name Red Plains. Avatar looked down at them. Their maws snarled hideously, looking incredibly fierce. She felt helpless and didn't know how to deal with them, so she turned to ask Louis, "What's your plan of attack?" Louis crouched low, observing the horde, then pondered. How about we charge straight through the canyon near the coast? It's narrow there. We might make it." The quick-witted Avatar immediately suggested a plan, but Louis immediately shot it down. "No, that's definitely not going to work. They'll attack from the cliffs above." She continued with another idea. "What if we put Sir Bova Peterson at the front? He could lead the charge and crush everything in his path." This time, Louis thought for a moment, but it still wasn't feasible. That won't work either. There are too many of them. The Mudmen have a core in their heads that can't be destroyed by conventional attacks. Oh, I see. Avatar immediately understood the problem. Even Sir Bova would struggle if he had to eliminate them one by one. This is really troublesome. Now I understand why all the previous subjugation campaigns failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to advance, so they're bound to suffer heavy casualties. So there's no other way? Louis helplessly accepted the fact. A moment later, he looked up into the distance. He pondered something. Maybe there was still a way. The next day, the loud voice of an unfamiliar man was heard. He shouted powerfully, echoing through the room. There is only one way. A direct breakthrough. He slammed his hand on the strategy map on the table, standing before his superiors. He showed no signs of being intimidated, his expression resolute and unwavering. This man was Morrow, commander-in-chief of the capital forces and captain of the Golden Knights. He growled, making his stance clear. If we hesitate to fight, how can we possibly achieve victory? A direct confrontation is the best choice. The man facing him, Louis's father, the Lord of Adele, knew this as well. But he disagreed with this choice. He hesitated. What the commander says isn't wrong, but the projected casualties are too high. But Morrow stood firm. He tried to persuade him, "Sir, initially, without the support of the capital army, weren't we planning to launch the subjugation campaign with only 300 men? Louis's father answered calmly. "Yes, that's right." Morrow laughed coldly. He didn't understand. We were ready to fight with just that many men. So why the hesitation now that we have such a large force? Louis's father looked at the man before him. He began to explain. Because this isn't an issue of numbers. To defeat the Mudmen, we have to cross a narrow canyon, and those bastards will never let us pass through peacefully. Whether we have 300 or 3,000 troops, it makes no difference. That was why he disagreed with Morrow's plan. But then, the Lord suggested a slightly more feasible method. He continued. In short, instead of advancing into the canyon, we have to lure them out. Morrow expressed his concern. But sir, we have no way to do that. In any case, a frontal assault. Before he could finish, the calm voice of the young man who just entered the room spoke up. That sounds good. It was Louis, agreeing with his father's solution. His sudden appearance surprised everyone. Caught off guard, Morrow was the first to react. Good? What do you mean, young master? He questioned them in a raised voice, not understanding their thinking. Louis chuckled and answered him. Father just gave the right answer, didn't he? That instead of us going in, we should lure them out. Based on his earlier reconnaissance, he had formed a battle plan he wanted to discuss. I have a good idea. We'll attack from the top of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. Morrow knew the cliffs Louis was talking about. He turned away, showing his displeasure with the idea. Those cliffs, no one can climb them, can they? Are you saying we all have to climb a place like that? This guy was really difficult. Louis had to explain again. We don't need a lot of people up there. We just need 1 or 2 mages up there. They can use magic to lure them out. This time, even the difficult Morrow found it reasonable. He seemed to agree. That's a good idea, but the problem is how to get up there. Mage, can you use flight magic? He said this to Jackson, who was standing next to Louis. Jackson was already startled, and then Louis poked him half-jokingly. No, this guy can climb up on his own. Hearing this, he stammered in fright. What? What are you saying? How could I possibly climb that cliff? No way. I could never climb that. But Louis' words were sincere. He wanted Jackson to try without backing down. He patted his shoulder reassuringly. No, you can climb it. Jackson blinked, stunned, unable to believe it himself. Me? He, of course. Louis suddenly broke into a devilish grin. He smiled like a friendly lamb. Yes, because I'm going to throw you onto that cliff. Nothing good ever happens when he makes that face. The already timid Jackson turned pale after hearing Louis. His shocked eyes still looked innocent. What? A beautiful, sunny winter day began. The clear, cloudless sky proved it was a good day. Light snowflakes drifted down. A booming voice echoed through the open space. The day of battle has finally arrived. Is everyone ready? Came the soaring voice. Only Morrow would be this cheerful going into battle. But all the knights also let out a clear, loud cry. They stood solemnly, their faces radiating bloodlust. At the head of the column was the banner of House Adele. Everything was ready. The commander was in the lead. Morrow took a deep breath and roared out the order, all troops, advance. And with that, the subjugation campaign began. At the vanguard were Commander Morrow and the Golden Knights. Both his father and Sir Bova Peterson had donned their armor after a long time. Everyone was serious about this march. Everyone carried a solemn responsibility as they headed towards that land. And at the back of the formation were me and my friends. That's right, following us was a carriage carrying 4 people. Luin, Seta, Irene, and Avatar. They all looked very tense. No one was sure about the outcome of this battle, not knowing what awaited them ahead. But above all, they were fighting together. As a carriage was rolling along, the command halt rang out. It was an order from the commander. Everyone stopped and made camp nearby. Morrow and the 2 leaders gathered. All right, everyone gather around. We will review the plan one last time. So our young friends also walked over. Before the main character could even stop, a timid, fearful voice called out. Mumbling his name for some reason, "Hey Louis." He turned to see where the voice was coming from. Oh, it was none other than Jason. But his appearance at this moment was rather unique. His body was completely covered in a large cloth sack, leaving only his face out to breathe. It was also tied tightly with a rope, making him look just like a cocoon. Jason had no other choice. Being forced into this, his face was full of resentment as he said to Louis, I know this is for my safety, but still. Is this really the best method you could come up with? It's so pathetic. Louis struggled to hold back his laughter. No, I think it looks pretty cool. Then, as if to prove his point, he glanced at the knights who were looking at them and laughing. They were laughing and whispering among themselves. He proudly said to Jackson, look over there. Even the knights are looking at you. He was speechless. Are you kidding me? They look like they're mocking me. It seemed he couldn't convince his best friend this way. If one plan fails, try another. So he started to lure Jason with a new approach. Pretending to be regretful, he said, What? You don't like it? That's a shame. It's a great opportunity. Hearing that, his naive friend got curious. Huh? What opportunity? Lewin knew his best friend all too well and saw he was taking the bait. An opportunity for you to become the main star of this expedition, he explained. Jackson was predictable, after all. Just imagining the girls from the academy chirping in admiration was enough to make him swell with pride. The main star? Just as expected, a few seconds later, his eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. His jaw dropped, completely thrilled. He even put on a righteous act. Louis, just leave it to me. I'll handle everything perfectly, Louis smirked deviously. So, naive. Morrow walked over to them and asked, Young master, are you ready? Louis answered without hesitation, Yes, no problem at all. After saying that, he didn't stop. Instead, he tossed this hot potato to the silly cocoon next to him. Right, Jackson? Put on the spot, he timidly replied, Of course. But there was one thing. Jason struggled to glance down, his eyes filled with utter resignation. At the muscular hand tightly gripping the rope around his neck, his brows furrowed in annoyance, and his twitching lips seemed to want to say something. It's hard to breathe, bro. In the end, he had to complain, but Louis, please be gentle. The moment he asked him to be gentle, he was forcefully yanked upwards. Jason screamed in terror. Gently, gently. Fate is fate. He was still mercilessly thrown high into the air by Louis in one swift motion. And Jason's unending, sorrowful cries echoed as he was launched, because the force of the throw was truly powerful. It was so powerful it created a gust of wind, making both Irene and Morrow give the poor cocoon a look of pity. The calm one sent the tragic one off. Jason, now one with the blue sky and clouds, cried his eyes out. My head is throbbing beyond words. I feel like my heart is about to stop and I'm going to die right here. Before his soul could even return to his body, he had to face the harsh reality. He was now on a mountain peak, and more importantly, he was being held in place by some strange magic vines. He let out a long, confused, Huh? Well, this is a surprise. I guess it's not that scary. Are you kidding me? Jason, having somehow escaped his fat cocoon form, plopped onto the ground and glared at the people below who were praising each other. Irene exclaimed, Wow, that was so accurate. Maybe we don't even need blankets and ropes anymore. Haha, Lady Irene. Your skills are still as sharp as ever. He stood up, dusting off his pants, seemingly much calmer than before. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he was halfway safe. Phew. All right, now I just need to do my part. As soon as he said that and looked up, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Jason saw a sight he never wanted to see. What is this? He knew the mudmen here reproduced quickly and that there were many of them, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. Thousands? No, tens of thousands. Just by looking, I can't even count how many there are. You want me to lure out that many mudmen? The very thought made him break out in a cold sweat. This is tough. Real tough, buddy. Jason was utterly panicked by the task ahead. It seemed too difficult for him. I can't do it. How can I possibly? Jason, you can do it. It was Louis's voice cheering from below. Just that one word of encouragement was enough to make his self-doubt lessen by almost half. Down below, Louis understood his best friend well. He just wasn't ready yet. He just didn't trust in himself. Right now, the best thing for him was more encouragement from someone. Louis's encouraging voice echoed up to him. You're my friend. You can at least handle that much, right? Now, go and give those mudmen a good beating. As it turned out, his encouragement was very effective, because Jackson was now a different person. His heart was now filled with determination. He gritted his teeth and swore to himself, yeah, I can't let Louis down. He trusted me enough to bring me here. Jason summoned a ball of fire energy about the size of his palm. A moment later, the sky turned bleak and gloomy. The sunlight vanished behind the clouds, making way for an impending storm. He looked incredibly cool, a complete change from his goofy self from before. He raised his hands as if calling upon a great power from the heavens. Meteor-like fireballs weaved through the clouds, along with snowflakes. Suddenly, they shot straight down towards the mudmen below. Lewin, meanwhile, had been watching Jackson's fierce battle. He was truly worthy of my trust. The main character smiled with satisfaction and pride. All right, Jackson, you're doing great. The fire clusters hurtling from the sky like small meteorites carried an explosive power, cast by Jason. It was called Fire Rain, also known as a level 3 magic spell. Jackson's level wasn't very high yet, so the cloud wasn't that big. From this, we understand that the dark, gloomy clouds covering the once clear sky were summoned by him. However, it had not yet reached its highest level. In the current battle, the mudmen were being mercilessly attacked by the Fire Rain, with every shot aimed at them. It made them cry out in agony, growling, as the attack was enough to startle them from their lazy nap. At that moment, Lewin tightened his gloves, ready for action. He turned to Moro and gave his order. Captain, now's the time. As I said before, I'm leaving it to you. He immediately obeyed. Understood, young master. Irene was walking at the front. She looked over and urged him, Lewin, let's go too. He replied, yeah, let's go. The monsters began to swarm out all at once. He was glad everything was going as planned. Excellent. The mudmen are gathering at a single point to avoid Jackson's attack. They were using their stubby little legs to run as fast as possible toward the ocean exit over there. The place they were gathering was, it's a side path out of the canyon, but things wouldn't be so easy for them. Hey, because the extermination trio was already here. They were done for. The other three leaped down and rushed forward, with Lewin standing to block the path. The difference was staggering. Up close, you could see these mudmen only came up a little past his ankles. I can't let them escape the canyon this easily. But he couldn't help but remark, damn, this species is a real pain. Damn, there are so many of them. Seto was the first to attack with his flames. Alright, come on. From this point on, the real battle began. Snow fell, blanketing the cold scene in white. The wind howled, and the air was freezing. And yet, it felt strangely scorching hot. Irene and Louis stood silently behind. But their icy gazes were fixed on the center, where Seto stood, his face blazing with fighting spirit. His hands summoned a blazing flame as he spoke with contempt. Welcome, you filthy mudworms. From a distance, he launched a fierce flame that engulfed the mudworms. His voice was full of arrogance. I will burn every last one of you to ashes. The brilliant orange flame blazed, swirling like a firestorm and swallowing the mudworms in a sea of fire. Their faces contorted in anger, their mouths wide open as they roared in pain. All right, Seto felt quite satisfied after that attack. With a triumphant face, he smiled brightly. Ha ha, Looney, how were my skills? I've improved a lot, haven't I? Looney, with the same calm expression, calmly replied, yes, it's even better than I expected. Louis only paused for a moment. But a moment later, he said frankly, but I think it's still too early to be proud. Just one gentle and simple sentence made the person in front freeze on the spot. After hearing it, Seto started sweating bullets and worry was clearly written on his face. Reactively, he blurted out, it seems these mudworms are incredibly resilient. Their mouths are always wide open, just waiting to snap their beaks and screech like a flock of ducks. And now they're trying to crawl up the high cliff to attack. Suddenly, from above came Jackson's desperate scream, but they're climbing up the cliff. So they're climbing up to attack him. Pretty smart between choosing to attack one person or two. They chose to attack the weaker one. Jackson was overwhelmed by their resilience. They're really like leeches. Meanwhile, the mudworms were still trying to climb up faster, their faces full of resentment. Staring at him wanting revenge, he sat on the cliff, trying to back away, panicking and scrambling backwards. He didn't forget to scream for help. Wah, save me. Louis clearly heard the commotion above. He was worried and confused, not knowing how to resolve this situation. He quietly hissed, cursing Jackson. Damn it, Irene was just as worried, but a solution suddenly flashed in her mind. Not sure if it would work, but saving someone was the priority. Then without fear, she firmly proposed, Louis, please throw me up there too. He glanced at Irene, truly surprised by this, but he was also bewildered. This decision was a bit dangerous, so he asked again. What? Irene smiled, expressing her firm attitude. Her eyes remained steady, full of confidence. Looney pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment. In this situation, anything was dangerous, but life safety was the top priority. So he made a decision. At that moment, the mudworms had already nimbly climbed onto the cliff. With their two short legs, they let out a growl. Jason was still terrified but could only sit there. Not caring if they understood human language, he kept shouting, "Back off, back off." In this precarious situation, Jason thought he was really about to die to the mud creatures and could only blurt out, "Damn it." He was utterly terrified. His eyes widened in fear and tears welled up, about to cry, his teeth clenched tight. "I can't be here, not now." Jackson was still regretting his passionate school days. He hadn't even been in a romantic relationship yet. Oh, so he's a young man who's never been in love. That's why he has regrets. Jason screamed in utter despair. "I don't even have a girlfriend yet." Before his regret could fade, suddenly, Irene appeared somersaulting in the sky. Preparing to fight the mud monsters, he must have been trembling with joy. Irene was in a free-fall pose. Her eyes filled with killing intent, no longer gentle. A beautiful blue aura appeared from her hand, the elegant magic she always used. On one hand, she was fighting intensely, but on the other, her mind was on Jackson's almost last words. "So you've never been in a romantic relationship." A powerful blue light flashed from Irene's hand, piercing through the mud people, engulfing them in that aura and instantly freezing them solid. She landed on the stone ground. Ah no, this stone ground was now affected by the spell and had turned to ice. Looking at the desperate Jason, who wanted to dig a hole and hide, she cheerfully teased him. "Jason, are you okay? Thanks to you, I learned something interesting." He had no regrets left. "Thank you for saving me." Then Irene stopped joking, returned to his serious demeanor, and turned to look below. By the way, just as Looney said, everything is going according to plan. The clueless Jason didn't understand anything, huh? She intently watched the mud people straggling below and sighed as she explained it to him. The mud people can't escape through the side path or climb the cliff, so now they're retreating towards the coast. Jason just thought of something and had a sudden realization, his face hesitant, as if he just understood everything. That means, yes, exactly. From now on, it's time for the capital's army to take action. At that moment, our valiant knights were also ready. The army advanced, led by the Lord and Sir Bove, and even though they were being led by capable people, the knights couldn't help but worry about this battle. Their hands were fully armed, but their hearts were in turmoil. The atmosphere was tense. They are coming, and a moment later, the mud people slowly appeared from behind the ice blocks. Then they swarmed forward in hordes like a storm. The situation was getting out of control because too many of them were pouring in. Their faces looked much angrier than usual. They must have been enraged by Louis's group. A knight in the ranks shouted a warning. The mud people are coming. He was terrified by the massive horde of mud people. There are too many, this is impossible." Morrow, as expected of the captain of the capital's knights, still maintained his iron will. He raised his voice, trying to calm the team's anxiety. "You bastards, do not retreat. Are you trying to tarnish the reputation of the Ridian Kingdom?" After saying that, he persuaded them again. To reassure everyone, he gave them his absolute confidence. "There will surely be support from the mages behind us. Our mission is to hold out here for as long as possible." Gaining some confidence, the knights no longer hesitated like before. One by one, they raised their bows and swords and shouted the order to attack under the king's sword. Towards a glorious victory, while the leaders had already charged forward, the rank-and-file knights were ready, but they were still waiting there. The knight was surprised by the leader's unwavering decisiveness. They weren't like him, they lacked the ideal of fighting with all their heart. All the knights here, aside from fear, were also wary. The one who had just complained, discouraged by the horde of mud people, gritted his teeth. He felt he had to do the same and not lose to them. He immediately charged forward to attack. All the knights did the same. They attacked in unison, with the greatest courage, facing thousands of terrifying mud monsters together, under the king's sword, towards a glorious victory. On the other side, Seta and Looney were also intensely focused on dealing with this horde back-to-back to guard against danger. They knew the army on the other side had started. Seta whispered over his shoulder, "I hear sounds of fighting. It seems the capital's army and the mud people are clashing." Looney's jaw tightened. He racked his brain thinking about the next move. That means the number of mud people on this side has decreased, which also means the rest have been driven towards the beach. Considering the situation, he saw that the mud people on this side were no longer a major threat. On the other hand, the struggle on the other side was more intense. He then made a decision that surprised his friend Seta. "I'm leaving everything here to you. I think I should go lend a hand." He couldn't let everyone be in danger. "All right," Seta just gave a slight smirk. He knew Louis trusted him, and he also had complete faith in his own abilities. "Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Just leave this to me and go. I can handle all of this." As soon as he said that, Louis vanished, not forgetting to send his thanks. "Thanks." Seta dodged out from behind him. After twisting for a moment, he flew back towards the mud, people weaving through them at extreme speed. Dazzling them, he broke out and returned to the other side. The soldiers relied on their enduring teamwork to relentlessly slash at these monsters together. Each blade pierced through without retreat, without fear. The ones who should be scared now are probably them. Their bodies were ravaged by the sharp blades, torn to shreds and emitting a strange smell. Sir Bove and Captain Morrow looked much more relaxed than the other knights. They were still on horseback. Each leisurely sword stroke danced through the air, aimed straight at the enemy. It looked effortless, but the damage was immense. Worthy of their reputation as the strongest, the other knights heard the sounds and couldn't help but glance at them in admiration. So incredibly cool, so skilled, so amazing. It dazzled their eyes. Their eyes couldn't believe what they were seeing. One person couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, are they even human?" Suddenly, the knight with the goatee's eyes widened in shock. He was completely shaken. The others also started to react. Hearing the loud noise from behind, they couldn't help but turn around in horror, their jaws agape. What was that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? They were confused, not understanding what was happening, and couldn't help but wonder. "I'm not sure what exactly is happening out there, but one thing is certain. Someone is wiping out the mudmen." And of course, it was obvious who this person was. Who else could it be but Louis? He appeared like a savior. He helped everyone escape the perilous situation with blazing fireballs that continuously slammed into the mudmen. It made them writhe and melt in an instant. Both the people and the mudmen blinked in stunned silence at Louis' sudden and unannounced appearance. The knight with the goatee and his companion were stunned, their hands frozen on their blades. It took them a few seconds to gather their thoughts. He slowly came to his senses, his voice choked with joy as he gritted his teeth, his words trembling. Sir Louis is here. It's support from the mage. The knight shouted joyfully, announcing it to everyone. To everyone around, Louis, the most anticipated person at this moment, quickly flew up and threw a powerful fire fist. It pierced through the mudman's body, shattering it to pieces. Sir Bova saw it too. He smiled, watching him fight with unconcealable pride. Oh, just as expected from young Master Morrow. The capable captain didn't waste a single moment. He raised his sword and gave the order. Now is our chance. Everyone, advance, destroy every single mudman. The tide of the battle. With the constant help of Louis' legendary magic, they powerfully swept through the enemy. Every horde, big or small, was completely pierced. As their numbers dwindled, Louis took the chance to relax a bit. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the tragic past. He recalled the horrors this land had endured when it was ravaged by those mudmen. Those beasts act on instinct and probably remember nothing. But I remember every detail of how Adele was destroyed by them 15 years ago. The houses, the streets. Even the great trees couldn't escape being incinerated by the raging fires that were everywhere. The rising smoke seemed to illustrate the tragic fate of this place. My people were attacked by those monsters. They chased and pounced on the people here. They didn't care who they were or how they screamed, and those innocent people had to suffer terribly, fleeing in chaos and getting wounded. But worst of all, they had to face a devastating death. And my mother, she lost her life because of them. A woman with a kind face and shimmering chestnut brown hair, but she was in agony, cornered, her life slipping away at their hands. The more Louis recalled those painful memories, the more his heart boiled with rage. His hatred seethed. His eyes were firm with the resolve to make them pay a price far greater than anything they had done. With that, he erupted with killing intent, unleashing a violent heavenly fire fist upon the monsters. The mud was no longer intact. These beasts have no reason or thought, only instinct. I will not stop. Louis said this to bolster his own spirit and to avenge the past. With a defiant look, he continued to pummel the horde. In the blink of an eye, dusk fell. A bright full moon high above illuminated the world below. In a quiet, tree-shaded area, a man's chattering voice could be heard. So, the next thing I did was, "You wicked mudmen! I, Jason Damon the Mage, will destroy all of you, right here and now." After that loud shout, the boisterous chatter predictably continued without end, and he was even puffing his chest out, bragging about his exploits. Who else could it be? Jason sat on a long wooden bench. He was bragging to two girls in front of him. In the middle of his story, he suddenly stopped, looking exasperated and annoyed. He complained to the girl, "Hey, wait, are you even listening to me?" She laughed shyly, sorry, I think I dozed off. Haha. Well, that's understandable. She really tried her best to listen for this long. Meanwhile, Louis and Seta were leisurely walking towards them to see what was going on. As they approached, they heard that tone of voice. As a complaint from some naive fool. Please listen carefully this time. This is the last time I'm telling this story. These wicked mudmen. Louis couldn't help but chuckle as he listened to the guy's story, feeling sorry for the two girls. Indeed, he was feeling relaxed and content. The conquest of the Jinhum Plains was over. Over 1,500 people were injured, but there were no fatalities. After more than 2 hours of fighting, it ended in our complete victory. Although he felt for the injured knights, the final result was a victory worth celebrating. Even Sir Morrow seemed pleased, saying the princes would be delighted with this result. I'm glad he seemed satisfied. Actually, it wasn't just an appearance. He even let out a hearty laugh. Seta, who was walking beside him, suddenly called out, "Hey, Louis." He looked over and answered, "Whom?" Seta pointed to himself with a smile and announced, "I'm going back to Toyota tomorrow. You might not believe this, but the Holy One has been looking for me all this time. I'm actually a rather promising mage in Toyota, so that's why you have to go back." And he wasn't sad at all. In fact, he was grinning from ear to ear. Louis nodded in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I know. You've gotten a lot stronger." This was a genuine assessment, because since they started fighting together, he had witnessed all of Seta's progress. Seta replied with a radiant smile, laughing loudly. He, you just wait, you little brat. One day, I'll pay you back for everything you've done for me." After that pleasant conversation, things started to settle down. Louis returned to his house. As soon as he walked in, he saw the butler standing in front of his room. He had been waiting for a while. The butler greeted him, "Ah, young master." Louis immediately smiled. "Yes, butler. Where is my father?" He pointed to the door, gesturing for him to enter. "Sir Melvin is on the terrace," the butler also added, about his father's behavior since returning from the conquest. "He seems to have something heavy on his mind, so I think he's taking some time for himself." Looking at the portrait of his mother on the wall, Louis figured his father must be feeling somber, lost in sorrowful thoughts about his late wife. Hearing the butler, Louis pondered, he seems to have something heavy on his mind. He thanked the butler, but the butler replied, "Not at all, young master, I am the one who should be thanking you." Yes. His voice was more serious than usual, filled with indescribable emotion. He choked out, "Young Master Louis, Not understanding, Louis replied seriously. Yes? The butler placed a hand on his chest, reverently expressing his feelings. I have lived in Adele for a very long time. But today is one of the happiest days of my life. He paused for a moment after speaking, then closed his eyes. He bowed his head, expressing his deep gratitude. Thank you again, young master, for what you have accomplished today. No one in this domain, myself included, will ever forget it. Oh, Louis felt emotional and teary-eyed hearing the butler's words. Butler. The butler seemed worried his master would be sad from waiting, so he urged him. You should go in. He is probably waiting for you, he replied politely. Yes, I understand. Louis' hands gripped the door handle, feeling both hesitant and emotional. Today's victory was indeed worth celebrating, but not everyone could bring themselves to smile. That's right, especially his old father, a man whose heart had been deeply gouged by a dull blade and would never fully heal. Louis slowly stepped through the doorway. He had never stepped into the hallway feeling such a weight of suppressed emotions. As he looked up, he saw the man. The years of hardship had taken their toll on him, but standing before the wine table, he hadn't lost any of his distinguished air. Yet, there was also a deep, contemplative sadness about him as he gazed up at the sky. Gazing at the distant moon, Louis stopped, lost in thought, just as his memory of losing his mother was still vivid. His father must also be remembering that day. His father, Sir Melvin Ancho, was surely recalling that day from 15 years ago. Amidst today's victory, amidst the domain's celebration, he chose the most sorrowful path, reminiscing about that horrifying, dust-covered memory, grieving for the beloved wife who was no longer with him. While Louis was lost in his feelings, suddenly, his father called softly. Louis. He was startled. Ah, father, you knew I was here? He could only scratch his hair awkwardly, unsure of what to say. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you, father. His voice was as gentle as a breeze, yet firm. Louis, come here. The father and son stood before the wine table, where 2 glasses had been placed as if in anticipation. Melvin picked up the wine bottle invitingly. Would you like to taste the wine I'm offering? Yes, he agreed immediately. The man gently raised the glass and poured the wine. He then slowly introduced it. This wine has been aged for 17 years. It's called Selrock, but Maria and I used to call it by another name. Louis's heart skipped a beat for a few seconds when he heard that name. Maria, his mother's name. This was the first time in a very, very long time. His father had just softly mentioned that name from his memories. His father continued, holding the glass with one hand while handing the other wine glass to him. We used to call this wine Amorous Lewin. It means lovely Lewin, a name as meaningful and lovely as the wine itself. Then, Mr. Melvin continued the story, which was the first time he had ever heard it. On the day you were born, I made this wine and promised myself that you and I would drink it together one day, a day even happier than that one. Louis looked at his reflection in the wine glass, his heart heavy. The day his father considered happier than that one was today, when they had won a glorious victory in the subjugation battle, or what he considered settling an old score. Mr. Melvin's heart was just as heavy, but he remained calm, proudly raising his glass with his son. Though I couldn't keep my promise to drink this with your mother, being with you now makes me feel like I'm drinking with Maria. After taking a gulp, Louis smiled and praised his father. This tastes amazing. He smiled, I'm glad. The two of them quickly changed the subject. To break the somber silence, Mr. Melvin spoke up, asking about his son's future plans. Louis, what do you plan to do next? He didn't hesitate to reply, I will expand our territory. Now that the subjugation is over, we will cultivate the canyon immediately. Suddenly, a strange blue screen materialized. A system window suddenly appeared, making Louis' eyes widen in utter shock as he read the information on it. Huh? What is this? In the system window was a message that left him completely bewildered. The little bear, who had gone to the middle of nowhere to meditate and hadn't been seen for a long time, suddenly appeared on his shoulder. It immediately started talking non-stop. Louis, something's wrong. I think something has happened to Kingram. Before he could react, he reflexively uttered, Trang. The bear spoke with an annoyed grimace, its brow furrowed. I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we have to get to the academy quickly. But Louis wasn't listening. After reading the message, his head was in the clouds, completely distracted from what was happening around him. Trang urged him again. Snap out of it. Louis, we have to go now. Only when the loud voice shouted in his face did he come to his senses. Damn it. The notification message was finally revealed. Defeat the threat approaching the academy. And save Kingram. No matter how many times he read it, Louis wondered, you want me to defeat a threat heading to the academy? What happened to Kingram? Gradually regaining his composure, he turned to his father and said with regret, Father, I'm truly sorry, but I have to leave for a while. His father looked at him in surprise. His eyes seemed to ask what was going on. They had just reunited after a long time, and now this. The news that Louis had to leave again was like a bolt from the blue. What are you saying all of a sudden? Louis could only remain silent, feeling guilty, because this matter truly couldn't be revealed. But Melvin understood his son. He could only sigh, his voice softening. All right, if you're this serious, there must be a reason. Then go. Hearing his approval, Louis didn't hesitate for a second. Since they were on this spacious rooftop, he decided to leave from there. He leaped away like the wind, his heart complaining, why of all times? Why did the mission have to appear right after the subjugation? Louis left, filled with resentment, furious that his relaxing break with his father was ruined, but he had no choice. What the hell is going on at the academy? The scene shifted to the academy, where a cloaked mage was casting a thunderball towards the green monster sitting on the throne in the middle. It seems he was being targeted. So what evil was happening at the academy that Louis needed to resolve? The black-cloaked man was gathering power into an orb in the palm of his hand. Kingram, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't help but get angry. Unbelievable. You just barge in and attack me? Are you insane? Kingram threatened angrily. I've heard the rumors about you at the academy. It turned out the figure in the black cloak was the Fire King, Terran. Then Terran recounted. Everything has been strange ever since Ruin Aiden was chosen by Kunkin's Fang. How could he wield power on par with an ogre? So I started digging into Aiden, which led me to the academy. I finally solved the mystery. Then, Terran's voice suddenly became solemn. Ogre King, Kingram, you did something to ruin Aiden, didn't you? Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. Whatever your reason for being here, I will hold you responsible. Terran was slightly surprised, but it didn't faze him. Terran immediately recognized him, Tyrion Ignis. At this point, Tyrion Ignis no longer hid himself, stepping forward and saying, You truly are on another level. To notice my presence immediately. But then his tone turned serious. Terran, are you prepared to bear the consequences of all this? How so? But Tyrion Ignis was adamant. Terran, however, replied indifferently. Consequences? If I worried about that, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. And Terran continued to explain. I sensed it during Ruin Aiden's graduation exam. If he continues to grow, my position will one day be threatened. If I eliminate all the key targets here, that will no longer be a concern. And finally, I will find Ruin Aiden and end everything. Suddenly, someone ran in and shouted, Kingram, startling everyone. It was Louis. A girl was with him. He was surprised by the scene. Huh, Fire King, Terran, and the principal too. What's going on here? Hearing this, Terran looked smugly. Ha, thanks to you, I don't have to go looking for you myself. Terran suddenly interrogated Ruin Aiden. What's happening? But he ran towards Louis with a hint of anger. How did you figure it out and track me down here? Then he continued, No, it doesn't matter whether you answer today or not, because you're going to die anyway. Tyrion Ignis stepped forward and warned, Louis, get out of here, quickly. However, Louis hesitated. Seeing this, Tyrion Ignis carefully reminded him, Listen to me. He's not someone you can handle. With that said, Tyrion Ignis charged at Terran. However, Terran's power was unfortunately overwhelming, causing Tyrion Ignis to collapse. Seeing this, Louis shouted worriedly, Principal. Then, the vicious Terran turned his attention to Louis. Ruin Aiden, now you die too. Terran then launched an attack, and Louis was prepared for it. Kingram, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly roared with anger. He used his power to strike the aggressive Terran. Terran was hit by Kingram's attack, slicing his body into pieces. Furious but helpless, he cursed, You damn ogre. How dare you? Louis, who was nearby, was also affected by the blast and fell, unable to keep his footing. Confused and angry, he thought to himself, Damn it, what the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here for Kingram? As he was lost in thought, Kingram's voice startled him. Louis asked with concern, Kingram, are you all right? Kingram didn't answer but said resentfully, Damn it, even after sacrificing all the underground artifacts, banishing him was all I could do. I'm sorry, Kingram said apologetically. I'm sorry for putting you in danger in the end. But Louis didn't think it was a big deal. Please don't say that. I wasn't able to do anything. Then he looked at Tyrion Ignis with concern. Are you okay, Principal? Tyrion Ignis, unharmed, replied, Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry. But he immediately remembered something. But Ruin, I sensed Terran's energy because I was nearby. You, however, should have been back in Aiden. How did you find out about this? Kingram was also curious. I'd like to hear the explanation too. Hearing this, Louis found it difficult to explain. But in the end, he answered honestly. What I'm about to say may be hard to believe, but I hope you will listen. And so, Louis began his story about an artifact called Player Andraka, the incarnation of a sorcerer. After listening, they began to understand. So that was why Ruin could use power related to the ogre race. Now everything is clear. Ruin felt a bit regretful. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. Headmaster, this information is too sensitive, but everyone understands you. It's all right. Now we finally understand the situation. And Tyrion Ignis voiced his opinion. There's no way the Fire King Terran could know all of that, but with your growth rate, along with his personality, there's no way he would leave you alone. He must have thought that one day, you would become a threat to his position. Hearing this, Louis frowned angrily and thought, It seems the Fire King is really targeting me. Damn it, I'm still a long way from being able to defeat him. Suddenly, the system notified Lewin that the quest was complete. Quest reward, you can break Kingram's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to achieving greater power. Lewin was extremely surprised to learn this. What according to the introduction, Kingram's contract was made hundreds of years ago. After being defeated by Freyan Ignis, the headmaster's ancestor, he was sealed in an ancient artifact and forced to serve the academy for the rest of his life. After learning this, Lewin suddenly became unusually stern and questioned Kingram. What exactly does it mean that we can break the contract? Kingram was surprised by the sudden question. How do you know about that? Kingram said that breaking the contract means I can return to my original form and leave this place. Louis asked again, the artifact player can break the contract. Kingram calmly replied, That's right, the contract can now be broken as a reward for this event. But right after Kingram cautiously warned, however, to break that contract you need the consent of the curse itself. Tyrion Ignis, who was there, said seriously. Do you really need my consent? My will is also Lewin's will. Hearing this, Lewin was overjoyed and thankful. Thank you, headmaster. Then Louis decided, let's leave this place Kingram. And as a result, the contract between Freyan, Ignis, and Kingram was now broken. Kingram felt his body being liberated and rejoiced. Unbelievable. Even player can break the contract. Kingram expressed his sincere thanks to everyone. Kingram asked Lewin, you seem very worried about the upcoming challenges, don't you? Yes. Lewin didn't hesitate to share. That's right. I'm too weak to face the Fire King Terran. Hearing that, Kingram suggested, very well. I've just thought of a good method for that. However, it comes with a condition, but I'm afraid this place isn't suitable for it. Then he proposed, what do you say? Would you like to come with me to the Heavenly Mountain? Louis was a bit surprised to hear that. A moment later, there was a commotion. Urgent report, urgent report. The underground prison has been attacked. Hunt for the escaped prisoner. This caused a stir. Who in the world would attack a prison? Is there any description of the suspects? We don't know. They look like some damn mages. Who on earth would dare attack the capital's prison and the escaped prisoner? Has he been identified? Yes, so far only one prisoner has been confirmed. It was Josh Jerry Hill. Caught in the act, Josh Jerry Hill wasn't scared but rather proud. It is an honor for you to personally come and rescue someone like me. The fully hooded person calmly replied, don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm particularly fond of you. The other person looked menacing. It's just for a bit of fun. It turned out to be the crown prince of the Somerton Empire, Renan. Under the clear blue sky, a group of Kingram's kin were chatting. Suddenly, someone shouted, Amarat Chieftain. The person announced, the Great Human Warrior. The Great Human Warrior has returned to the Heavenly Mountain once again. With those words, Lewin and the orange-haired girl appeared. Seeing this, Amarat wondered, and who was that behind him? Then both Amarat and Haken were confused because they saw Kingram. The two said in unison, have you finally returned? Kingram replied in a strong voice, yes, I have finally returned, back to my homeland. Haken observed the situation happily, two great warriors appearing at once. We must throw a feast to celebrate, but immediately after Amarat grew worried. But Kingram, your arm... Hearing that, Kingram calmly said, I'll tell you about it later. It's a long story. Suddenly he spoke. Haken, I'm sorry for the sudden request, but I have something I must ask. Hakan replied cheerfully, it's fine, just say it. No matter what it is, we'll listen. So Kingram casually said, the refined ogre tendon elixir. Hearing these words, Haken's expression suddenly changed. Yes. While Kingram calmly explained, it's for our dear friend the Little Destroyer. Can you prepare that elixir? An old coconut bowl held some kind of liquid. This is the secret elixir of the Heavenly Mountain Ogre tribe. It is considered so precious that it's used to nurture young ogres until they reach adulthood. Louis was now gazing upon this treasure, feeling a strange emotion. But now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he asked Kingram with some concern, do I really have to drink this? Without any hesitation, Kingram replied, you must. He explained, didn't you say you needed strength to defeat the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving it to you, so you must drink it. Hearing that, Louis felt reassured. Okay, if Kingram is this insistent, there must be a good reason. Then with all his might he lifted the coconut bowl, whatever he thought, determined to drink it all. As soon as he finished, Louis immediately felt a strange change in his body. Then he put the coconut bowl down thinking, that was horrible. Seeing Louis finish, Kingram asked with concern, how was it, Little Destroyer Louis? Honestly, that's the worst thing I've ever tasted. But that wasn't what Kingram was asking. Don't you feel anything strange? Hearing this, Lewin was startled. Huh, what do you mean? Then Lewin understood, but he found it unbelievable. What is this? Lewin wondered. My strength increased by 100. This was not a lie as the system had also recorded it. You have consumed the special ogre tendon elixir. Strength has increased by 100. Lewin was confused once again, just from drinking one bowl of the elixir. This left him completely bewildered. Kingram, is this even possible? Can the ogres here get stronger just like this? Kingram quickly explained, no, it's not like that. For ogres, it only works the first time. After that, it's no longer effective. Lewin had just one question. So what about me? If I drink more, will my strength keep increasing? However, contrary to his expectations, Kingram didn't answer and changed the subject. Why do you think Draka stayed at the Heavenly Mountain for 100 years? It was all because of this elixir. Then Louis proposed, don't tell me there isn't any more, I'll drink as much as you have. Kingram said seriously, the bowl of elixir you just drank was the last one in stock. To make more, we need more ingredients. Louis sighed at that. However, Kingram immediately reassured him, but you don't need to worry about the ingredients. Louis was a bit surprised. He suddenly saw a large group bringing back ingredients. Kingram calmly explained, when I told them we should help you, everyone went all out to gather some heartwood fruits and tendon-strengthening herbs, rock, ginseng, and many other things. They all wanted to personally bring the ingredients back for you, Little Destroyer. Upon learning this, Louis was secretly overjoyed that everyone had done so much for him. But then Kingram mentioned a problem. But there's still one final ingredient they couldn't find. Ogre tendon. It's incredibly difficult to find, so that's understandable. Lewin wanted to help as well. So what do we do now? Kingram consoled him. Don't worry. Ironically, that bastard Fire King has already prepared it for us. As he spoke, Kingram held up his arm. However, Louis still didn't understand. What do you mean? Kingram explained. Here, use this. My arm alone is enough to refine dozens of doses of the elixir. Hearing this, Louis objected, but Kingram just said calmly, don't refuse. Just take it. Consider it my token of gratitude for freeing me from that ancient oath. Louis was deeply moved. Thank you, Kingram. Kingram also added, also drinking too much of the elixir in a row will put a tremendous strain on your body. Even Draka took 100 years, so it's hard to say how long it will take for you. Hearing this, Louis grew anxious. Then what should I do? The Fire King Terran is hunting me down right now. I have to face him. Kingram maintained his commanding presence. There's no need to worry about that. He revealed, I've already come up with a plan. Then he began to share. A moment ago, we expelled the Fire King. You remember when we used the artifact's power, right? Kingram explained. Among the artifact's abilities is a type of time-related magic, and the right to use that magic is still active. Finally, Kingram concluded, in short, we're going to use that magic. Kingram began to cast this magic, creating a flame. He was demonstrating how to slow down time inside that cave. From now on, time inside the cave will pass countless times slower than it does outside. Then he asked Little Destroyer, are you ready? You're about to go through an extremely harsh time. Lewin firmly affirmed, yes, I'm ready. I've mentally prepared for this. With that, he walked away. Well, then I'm off. After Lewin left, the orange-haired girl asked Kingram, are you sure about this? It'll take even Lewin quite a long time. Kingram didn't deny it. Yes, it will be very harsh. 1 hour outside is equivalent to 15 inside the cave. The orange-haired girl was still worried. Even though you don't age inside, it's still a terrifying ordeal, isn't it? I'm an incarnation, so it's fine for me. But Lewin is only a human. But Kingram had faith that Little Destroyer would surely overcome this without any problems. So let's go back. We still have to reorganize. Someone curiously asked Kingram, where are you going? Everyone turned towards the voice, and it was Lewin. No one expected him to get out so quickly. Hey, Little Destroyer, Kingram wondered, did you really drink all of that? So how much time passed in there? Lewin tiredly recounted. I'm not sure. I counted for about a week, and then I stopped. Then Lewin declared majestically, anyway, I've done what I wanted to do. Kingram was confused. What do you mean? What was it you wanted to do in there? Inside, Lewin drank a bunch of elixirs with empty bottles scattered everywhere. Then he stood up again on his own. Lewin recounted, every day in there, I made a promise to myself that if I could get out of this damn cave. Then he suddenly gathered his power. I swear I will destroy it. As a result, the cave was destroyed by Lewin. Everyone there witnessed this glorious event. Only Kingram spoke up. Phew, you've gotten much better now. After completing the mission, Lewin suggested, so, shall we go now? At this point, according to the system, Lewin's power level had reached 20,000. Lewin also felt more confident. Fire King Terran, I will destroy that bastard. At the royal castle. With some insincere pleasantries, I thanked the crown prince once again. Then Somerton sat politely on his throne. I've already said it, no thanks are necessary. I just need you to keep an eye on Lewin Adel for me. Josh then asked, by the way, where's the Fire King? Wasn't he with you? Somerton shook his head. I don't know either. He just wanders off without a word. Somerton then thought with some annoyance, even if he is my adoptive father, it's strange for him to wander around as he pleases. I will make him take responsibility for this. Yes, Somerton turned and asked Josh, you said you would handle Lewin Adel, right? Do you have a good plan? Josh knelt respectfully, yes, of course. The old man began to lay out his plan. The sword tournament is being held in the Empire, right? Somerton agreed. Yes, its scale is on par with the competition festival. Hearing that, Josh was reassured. That's right, it's a tournament just as grand as the competition festival. I heard Lewin Adel's sister will be participating as the representative of the Adel family. And since that guy dotes on his sister, he will definitely come to watch the tournament. The old man continued rambling. At that time, the dark mages and I will ambush and eliminate him. If Tyrion Igreen hadn't interfered last time, we would have already killed him. This time, we will surely succeed. Somerton sat imposingly on his throne, looking satisfied and majestic. All right, I will trust you this time, but a second later, his expression turned serious. Don't disappoint me. On the day of the sword tournament, according to the introduction, if the competition festival exists to honor mages, then the knights have their own sword tournament. And this tournament is just like the competition festival, held for young knights from across the 6 regions to compete. In the qualifying round, the goal is to select knights to represent each region. Kicking off the sword tournament, Lewin's sister Lewina was chosen as the representative of the Adel family. As she walked in, the whole auditorium erupted in applause and enthusiastic cheers. However, it made her feel overwhelmed. Phew, I'm so nervous. The old butler beside her sadly announced, it seems something has happened to Lewin, so I think this time he won't be able to join us at the tournament. Hearing this, Lewina thought for a moment, gosh, it would be great if Appa could make it. She felt a bit down. He promised he would come to cheer for me. While she was lost in thought, someone suddenly called out, Lewina, you can do it. It was Irene. She encouraged Lewina, everyone and I are cheering for you. You have to win. Some gossiping spectators commented, isn't that Irene Bruce? Her connections are really impressive. Hearing this, Irene didn't get angry, but instead smiled with pride. Thank you, everyone encouraged. Lewina became more determined. She resolved, I will definitely win. The referee then announced, all right, you two get ready. Then he gave the signal the match begins. Immediately after, Lewina and her opponent engaged in an incredibly intense battle. One was fire, and the other water, each trying to defeat the other. Somerton and Josh were also watching the fierce match from above. Somerton spoke first. What's going on, Sir Josh? Somerton sneered. Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? Even after searching the entire stadium, there's no sign of Lewin Adel. Josh was now so anxious he was breaking into a cold sweat. Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. If we just search a little more. However, unfortunately for him, Somerton was fed up. I was wrong to trust you. The plan has gone awry. Then he said mercilessly, in that case, I will take my leave. Josh looked remorseful. I'm sorry, we'll withdraw as well. However, Somerton suggested no wait if we eliminate his sister. Wouldn't Lewin Adel come to us himself? Then he gave the order proceed with the plan as intended. Down below, Lewina and her opponent were still evenly matched in their fight when suddenly the entire hall grew strange. People started scrambling to escape. What's that? It exploded. Run the Adele family saw everyone running in panic, but they remained calm and observed. The man with Luina wondered. Wait, he shouted loudly. Luina, Luina. But Bova managed to hold him back. Sir, it's dangerous. The old butler couldn't keep his composure any longer. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening right in the middle of Luina's match? He pleaded, please be safe. Luina down below, everyone was knocked over by the explosion, and Luina was no exception. Luckily, she was still conscious. She then turned to ask the other person, hey, are you okay? Luina's opponent replied politely, yes, I'm fine. Luina was suspicious. Why did it suddenly explode? Was it an accident? Suddenly, a voice came closer. There you are. The sinister man said if only Luin were here it would be perfect. Hearing that, his underling commented, no wait, brother, eliminating his sister and making him suffer immensely is even better, right? With Luin's personality, he'll surely blame himself for not being able to protect his sister. The ringleader laughed heartily. That's right, you truly are my brother. Hearing these words, Luina was frightened but remained brave. Who are you people? Why are you talking about eliminating me? The ringleader said, mysteriously. Who knows? Is there any need to explain to someone who's about to die? The guy suddenly felt talkative. Let me tell you one thing. We are the ones who hold a bone-deep grudge against your brother. As they spoke, they also acted, causing Luina to panic. Wait, you haven't finished talking. The girl was hit with a cheap shot. Well then, goodbye. They began to unleash bizarre techniques to destroy her. Luina stood and watched the situation unfold. What should I do? It's too late to run now. Please someone, please save me. Suddenly, something happened that turned the tide. The three of them, Irene, the old butler, and Bova, watched from above with stunned expressions. Meanwhile, Somerton sat in his room watching the scene and smiled with satisfaction. What a wonderful sight. What a wonderful sight. Yes, Josh saw this and felt relieved. Good, at least the Crown Prince's mood has improved. Well done, my children. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. Wait a minute, and the three in the stands were also extremely surprised. Luin appeared from nowhere to block their attack. Luina was completely shocked to see her brother, while Luin just spoke gently. Sorry, Appa's late, isn't he? Seeing her brother, Luina could only sob. Why did you only come now, Appa? Luin could only make an excuse. I'm sorry, a lot has happened. He then assessed the situation. Anyway, I heard the Fire King was here, so I came to find him. But I didn't expect this to happen. The ringleader found it amusing. You came at just the right time. Just you wait, our father will obliterate you. Hearing that, Luin sneered, your father, so that bastard was behind all of this. With that, Luin used his power and flew right in front of the guy, making him stare wide-eyed with surprise and confusion. Brother Luina gently advised in a threatening tone, hey Miko, who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister? After that, he taught that guy a lesson. And if you don't want to suffer the same fate, then you'd better answer me right now. Luin's tone suddenly turned serious. Where is that bastard Joseph Jerry Hill? At this moment, both Tron Mountain and Josh felt a bit scared. Luin had punched someone until his hand bled. He threatened. If you don't want to end up like this, then spit it out. He emphasized, where is that bastard, Josh Jerry Hill? A voice rang out, Luin Adele. It was Josh. He flew out of nowhere and reprimanded him. How dare you? This was accompanied by his anger and his battle stance. He was furious. Someone like you dares to kill my son, he said. Then he flew down with immense power, forcing Luin to step back. Now, Luin displayed his full confidence. Oh, so you came to me yourself? Good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Josh, still enraged, cursed, you bastard. Then he challenged him. I will kill you with my own hands. With that, he gathered his power to attack. Josh viciously shouted, die, Luin Adele. A large stream of fire rushed towards Luin. However, he was unharmed, standing tall and unafraid. He laughed mockingly. How ridiculous. Who said I would die? Then he got into his stance. The one who's going to die is not me, but you. With that, Luin launched a direct attack at the arrogant Josh. It threw him into a panic. Josh hastily put up a barrier to block it, but Luin was much stronger now. Josh struggled, breaking out in a cold sweat, but he still couldn't fend it off. Only then did he remember. Damn it, what's going on? Back in the capital, I could easily corner him by myself, Josh wondered. But now, after only a few months, the gap has become this huge. In the end, that man Josh was defeated by Luin. He now looked as worn out as a sick man. His face was bruised and his body was covered in injuries, yet Luin didn't stop. He continued to fight. The family of three in the stands watched this scene with their jaws dropped. All of Josh's subordinates were sweating nervously. A chill ran down their spines in fear. Luin flew over, stomped on Josh, and pinned him against the wall. Luin then interrogated him. Just one question, Josh Jerry Hill. The old man's hands were trembling in terror. Luin asked, how did you escape the underground prison in the capital? With the tarnished name of the Jerry Hill family, that should have been impossible. At this point, Josh had no strength left. He sincerely begged, I'll confess everything, please spare my life. But unfortunately for him, Luin was extremely decisive. He struck him down without any hesitation. After all, it had to be either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. It must be one of those two. In the end, Josh died at Luin's hands. Seeing this, his adopted children cried out, Father. One of them said bitterly, you damn bastard. First him, and now our father. Losing his senses in a fit of rage, he shouted, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He then gave an order. Everyone, charge, surround and kill him. He can't escape. If we don't kill him now, Jerry Hill will be destroyed. Hearing that, the whole group moved. They angrily roared, die, Luin Adele, you bastard. Facing the danger, Luin remained unfazed. Even now, he didn't understand why. and the entire group was using the same technique to target Lewin, while he fought alone with great determination. Scum like you are no longer worthy of being my opponents. According to the narration, the powers used by the two sides were different. On the villain's side was a brilliant sphere of light, so bright it was blinding, and on the hero's side was a raging fire that burned and pushed back everything near it. Lewin's power was eighth circle magic, while the group's technique was meteor. With a single blow, he could defeat them all. Goodbye, Jerry Hill. Meanwhile, Somerton stood watching everything that just transpired. In the end, Lewin had wiped out all those evil people. As for Crown Prince Somerton, watching from above, he sneered after the battle ended. He's insane. He's truly insane. Somerton was both sinister and fearful. Lewin Adele, you really are the strongest. Just at that moment, Taram burst through the door, calling out, Somerton, Somerton. Hearing this, Somerton was confused. Taran, looking worried and scared, asked, What the hell are you doing? Somerton found this over-the-top concern amusing. Godfather, why are you suddenly here? His godfather, Taran, scolded. You ask me why. Do you think I'm unaware of the chaos unfolding in the Empire? How could you act so recklessly? Somerton replied with cold contempt, Ha! You disappeared without a word and now you dare to speak to me like that? Taran was in disbelief. What did you just say? You saw that magic earlier and you still dare to say that? Hearing this, Somerton calmed down a little. Yes, it was impressive, but what kind of spell was it anyway that made you overreact like this? Taran explained. That was eighth circle magic. Somerton was utterly shocked to hear that. According to the system, eighth circle magic is a realm that only the greatest archmages can reach. In other words, Lewin Adele has now reached, or even surpassed, the level of the Fire King, Taran. Taran grew worried once more. Is this really the outcome your highness desired? Sending that trash from a fallen nation to provoke him? Somerton, confused by his godfather's overreaction, asked, Why are you so angry? Please calm down and listen to what I have to say. But Taran remained extremely anxious. You just saw it. He cast eighth circle magic. Somerton, far from being scared, was actually intrigued. Yes, I saw it clearly. He's reached the eighth circle. Seeing that the young man was still being stubborn, Taran tried to snap him out of it. Somerton! Now, Taran's anger transformed him into a different person. Your Highness, you have made a serious mistake. You absolutely must not underestimate him. He is very cunning and has likely already guessed that you are the one helping. Jerry Hill. Hearing this, Somerton remained calm. Godfather, honestly, do you really think I was trying to hide that from him? Taran was confused. Somerton calmly asked, Why are you so worried? And then explained. You are the Archmage who holds power over the 6 lands, and I am the Crown Prince who will inherit and rule this great empire. He's just an interesting plaything from a small neighboring country. Suddenly, Somerton's tone shifted. Or could it be that you're afraid? At this point, Taran stopped trying to persuade him. He decided to let things be. You have always done as you wished, so go ahead and continue. Hearing this, Somerton suddenly turned back, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Taran turned to leave. It means I have nothing more to say to you, Your Highness. But Taran said seriously, I will go and seek an audience with His Majesty the Emperor myself. The clear blue sky was dawning. Early sunbeams shone through the white clouds and into the tower's windows. I heard an 8th circle mage has appeared in a small country. I heard that too. Only 17 years old, right? The voices broke the silence of the place. To use meteor at that age. Below, 5 burly men were whispering among themselves. The reason for their reaction was simple. Lewin Adele of the Adele family reached the 8th circle at a very young age, meaning his learning speed surpassed even the Fire King, Taran. Lewin stood with his legs apart, raising one hand to summon a massive amount of power, like a bomb made of fire. This made the team on the right extremely cautious of him. That is why Lewin Adele, who is currently demonstrating a rate of growth, even faster than the Fire King, might be aiming for the position the Fire King currently holds. In short, public opinion increasingly suggested that the Master of the Mage Tower should be replaced. These opinions placed the 2 individuals mentioned in the conversation on a precarious chessboard. And naturally, the rumors reached the Emperor. A man with a golden beard spoke hesitantly, the next Master of the Mage Tower. What are your thoughts? Asked the charismatic man sitting on the throne in a lavish palace. Below him, 2 muscular men stood solemnly on either side of a red carpet. A mage from a small country is threatening the position of Taran. I wish to hear your opinions on this grave matter. He was Emperor Titan. Renek, clad in a military uniform that gave him a powerful aura, said, Yes, Your Majesty. A man in a white suit replied hesitantly. Across the 6 lands, there are many 8th circle knights, but only one 8th circle mage. The Fire King. The platinum-haired emperor listened to him attentively. However, now, another 8th circle mage has appeared, and at such a young age. Perhaps the one with greater talent is more deserving of the Tower Master position. Mage. His expression was cautious as he spoke on the matter. Your Majesty, please do not be swayed by their words. A sudden voice rang out, causing everyone in the hall to turn and look at the Fire King, Taran. They were so surprised they were nearly speechless to see him there. Taran quietly entered the grand hall, with a chestnut-haired young man. Taran, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Not letting Taran wait, the Emperor continued. Then I want to hear your opinion directly from you. Taran earnestly replied to the Emperor, Your Majesty, can you really accept this situation? Ruin Adele, who was said to have reached level 8. As he spoke, his eyes darkened and his eyebrows narrowed. Just a few days ago, he was far inferior to me. in terms of skill. So how could he have reached level 8 inches such a short amount of time? Emperor Renix pondered thoughtfully. He didn't answer and continued to listen to the cunning fox ramble on. Renix's eyes widened as Terran continued, becoming more fervent. He must have used a forbidden power. Whether it was dark magic or something else, he must have used every trick in the book. Otherwise, how could he have grown at such an absurd rate? He continued to drill his words into the king's head. He even uses a strange power related to the elves. And recently, he massacred George, the head of the once respected Jerry Hill family, Jerry Hill, along with all of his sons. Ruin's power is so overwhelming that as this old man spoke, he was reminded of the boy's previous feats. If someone like him becomes the Tower Master, he will surely plunge the Empire into chaos. His face was as taut as a bowstring. Every gesture he made caused the Emperor to believe him more and more. Dark magic. Everyone's eyes turned to Terran, whispering curiously amongst themselves. Yes, if that's true, then his growth would make some sense. The sophistry he was spreading seemed to make everyone half believe, half doubt. The Emperor was silent for a moment, then answered thoughtfully. You are right. As you say, something is definitely not right. This matter seems to affect not only the position of Tower Master, but also the stability of the entire empire. Perhaps we'll have to mobilize the army. In the Grand Hall, these brilliant people obediently listened to the words born from his jealousy and envy. Almost there, he thought, the corner of his mouth twisting into a vile smirk. With the Emperor's military might, even that brat Ruin won't stand a chance. Truly, these old foxes are cunning. They say one thing but think another. Father, you cannot do this. Please, stop. A plea suddenly rang out from a young man with pale orange hair at the gate, the Crown Prince. With his caterpillar-like eyebrows, he entered, making the cunning old fox Tyrone so frightened, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. The Crown Prince. He never expected Somerton to appear now. The prince with the thick eyebrows walked solemnly into the great hall. Somerton, do you have the face to come here? The Emperor said. Seeing his accursed son approaching, he questioned him angrily. I don't understand what you are saying, father. The prince's expression did not falter. He arrogantly dismissed the Emperor's words and replied, Do you think I don't know? Do you think I don't know? The Emperor was so furious, he repeated himself, shouting at him, his face contorted with a sudden rush of anger. And yet you dared to ruin it all for your own selfish feelings. How can a crown prince behave so recklessly? The weary father continued to lay into his son. He closed his eyes as if exhausted, hesitating for a moment before replying, That matter is finished. Are you bringing up the past just to scold me in front of everyone? At that moment, the handsome prince was like a pouting 3-year-old. The fact that you feel chastised shows you at least have some sense of shame, he said, turning his head away as if he'd had enough of this troublemaking son of his. Regardless, what did you mean when you said to stop? He asked, putting their personal issues aside. The Emperor sternly questioned his son about his earlier statement, because I have decided I will be the one to kill him. The prince's words were chilling to the bone. If he is to die, it will be by my hand. Somerton's purpose was to stop the Emperor from acting first. People thought he was an angel coming to save Ruin, but that was just wishful thinking. I too am desperate to see him dead, he continued with scathing words. It made even the Emperor frown. Is that so? He asked. As if unable to believe his son, he was about to speak again when his illness suddenly flared up, his eyes nearly rolling back. Cough, cough. The Emperor choked out several loud coughs, startling his attendants. Your Majesty, are you all right? I know you've already reached your limit, Somerton, he managed to say. The prince just watched him silently, his expression unchanged. Old Terran beside them still wore a fearful expression. If that's what you say, then go and make the best choice you can. The Emperor's verdict was like a splash of cold water to his face. The old man's expression twisted in alarm. It would make anyone watching cringe. What? It's ending so vaguely like this? He couldn't seem to believe his ears. Just because of one word from the Crown Prince, though furious, he had to accept it. Godfather, he spoke, making Terran jump and look at him. You involved my father, a man who needs to rest, just to get your hands on him. Is that really all you amount to? He asked with a frown. The sudden words made the old man even more furious. His eyebrows knitted together in frustration as he stared at Somerton. My father's illness is getting worse and worse. Even the most famous physicians have given up completely, he continued, gaining momentum. In other words, all the power you now hold will be mine in a few days. It was another splash of cold water to his face. Terran gritted his teeth and glared bitterly but couldn't say a word. Father, I shall take my leave then. Godfather. With that, he turned and walked off as if nothing happened, leaving him and the man named Doombram standing there, seething with rage. When did things turn out this way, he wondered, unable to believe his fate. I was supposed to be the wings that supported the Crown Prince on his path to the throne. Terran clenched his fists, which trembled with rage, but ever since Ruin Adele showed up, my wings had been crushed to pieces. His misguided thoughts flooded his mind when he thought of Ruin's silhouette. Absolutely not. The evil thoughts of this perversely wicked old fox were written all over his face. Terran's face looked ready to explode with envy. I will absolutely not forgive this. Perhaps he had decided on a different path. In an instant, he and his prized disciple were back in their room. Terran sat slumped on the long chair, while Doompram stood with his hands clasped behind him like a subordinate awaiting orders. Suddenly, the old fox called his name. Doompram. Yes, Tower Master. Doompram quickly answered like an obedient puppy. What if you had defeated Ruin Adele during the swordsmanship tournament? He spoke vaguely. If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have turned out differently? He continued, every word like honey, in his disciples' ears. Doom Pram seemed lost in thought. Not that there's any point in saying it now, he said, a smirk playing on his lips as if he were hatching a plan, some dark plot. Soon, the Tower Master will change. No matter how much the Crown Prince resists, he won't be able to stop Ruin Adele. His voice echoed in the room. So why haven't you abandoned me? The cunning old fox's expression suddenly grew somber. Because to me, the only Tower Master can be the Fire King, and no one else. If Ruin Adele is the source of all our problems, I will handle him myself, he replied to Terran robotically. I understand, but with your current abilities, that's impossible. A spark of hope appeared in his eyes. Doom Pram stood as silent as a guard, but this time, it might be different, he continued. His words made Doom Pram's eyes widen in shock. Because this time, I will personally support you, he said, laughing. His body emitted an eerie purple glow, and his eyes turned black with magical power. Doom Pram could only stand frozen and watch. Your eyes, they've turned black. The more he thought, the more frightened he became, his face turning deathly pale, as if drained of blood. Fire King, he stammered in fear. Don't worry. He swung his hand, pressing it onto the unfortunate Doom Pram's face. The deep purple magical energy from Terran's hand flowed into his head. You always craved to be my disciple, he said, pouring dark power into the young man's head. Doom Pram was helpless. He could only try to hold back Terran's hand and let out a few muffled sounds. Well, isn't this the very moment you've always wished for? He said with a grotesque laugh, the mass of magic behind him growing ever larger. So you should be smiling, Doom Pram. Those were nearly the last words Terran spoke to him. The old man's purple energy became so thick it burst out of the room, spreading everywhere. In the vast yet desolate arena, Louis wore a long black cloak surrounded by flames. The blazing red flames flickered. His back exuded a fearsome defiance, yet also a sense of contemplation. It seemed he was pondering something. Louis stood silently facing the stands, looking very thoughtful. Perhaps he was planning something, or the indignation in his heart left him unsure of what to say. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Messing with Vina was not enough. They had to drag innocent civilians into this. Louis's mind was in turmoil, and various speculations began to form. The sinister image of Crown Prince Somerton and the Fire King Terran appeared one after another in Louis's thoughts. Who did this? The Crown Prince or the Fire King? After a moment of grim contemplation, Louis suddenly seemed not to care who the culprit was. Well, it does not really matter. Suddenly, Louis exuded a terrifying killing intent, and a deep crimson aura enveloped him. His determined eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. His brows furrowed, and his voice was grim. It was quiet, but sent a chill down one's spine due to the terrifying killing intent. I will crush them both. In the Grand Palace, torches flickered along the corridor. They illuminated the space with a warm yellow light. There were only two lone figures. Irene, in an elegant and formal all-black outfit, was hastily running after Louis, retreating back. Wait, Louis, where are you going? Louis remained cold and grim, not turning back as he continued to walk forward. Louis maintained his fearsome, cold demeanor. The killing intent did not subside, but continued to envelop his entire body. His handsome face could not hide his growing anger. He frowned. His words were firm and resolute, laced with an unsettling indignation. This was definitely the work of the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them are now openly targeting me. Right behind him, Irene looked as if she had heard shocking news, unable to believe her ears. She placed a hand on her chest as if to calm herself, but her face still showed unconcealable worry and fear. Irene could not help but reflexively utter a doubtful question. The Fire King. The atmosphere immediately became terrifyingly serious. Louis confirmed Irene's suspicion in a low voice. Yes, but now that things have come to this, the only way is to see it through to the end. But Irene kept following Louis to get clarification. Her voice was soft, hesitant, and full of bewilderment, as she still did not understand what Louis had said earlier. What do you mean by suddenly saying that? Without stopping or looking back, Louis calmly replied to Irene. You saw it too, Lady Irene. They dared to attack openly in a place full of families and civilians. Louis continued to explain his thoughts to Irene. If we let them run rampant, not just Adele but the entire empire will fall into chaos. Irene fell silent, starting to think about Louis's words. I did not expect the Fire King to target you, Louis, but the overwhelming magic you displayed in the arena just now has surely reached the level of an 8th circle mage, and Irene kept staring at Louis' back deep in thought. Right now, you might be the only mage strong enough to face the Fire King, but what on earth are you planning to do? Louis did not turn back. Please step aside, Lady Irene. Irene was confused. What are you talking about? Her steps suddenly halted. The space grew tense with the appearance of Doom Bram. He stood before the door holding a longsword facing Louis and Irene. But Irene remained silent. Louis spoke up. Long time no see. Doom Bram, did the Fire King send you to kill me? Doom Bram's face darkened menacingly. Do not you dare speak his name with that filthy mouth. Louis's voice was full of sarcasm. Not at all. You, Fire King's dog. Doom Bram gritted his teeth in anger. You arrogant bastard. Suddenly, Doom Bram launched a slash towards Louis. The slash had immense power, carrying sparks of fire with it. I, Doom Bram, will never let you get near the Fire King. Louis raised both hands in front of him to block the attack. The sparks died out after the slash. Louis looked up with contempt and disgust. Still the same. That attitude towards the Fire King. Suddenly he was stunned, staring in disbelief. What is this? Doom Bram was emitting a terrifying dark purple killing intent. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were pitch black. deep and full of hatred. He stared at Louis, his hand still gripping the sword. Louis was suddenly doubtful and surprised. This guy. What is wrong with him? The space fell silent as if entering a flashback of Doombram's past. Terran's gentle voice echoed, Doombram, even if I grant you power, I am well aware that it will not be enough to face him. He stood before Doombram, who was kneeling respectfully before him, his hands clenched tightly. Suddenly, he let out a wicked laugh. Therefore, you have only one mission. Stall for time. That is your purpose. Terran said to Doombram. Back in the present, Doombram let out a terrifying roar. Doombram raised his sword. Gathering momentum, he prepared to swing his sword at Louis again, wanting to send him to his grave. Doombram's entire body exuded a terrifying killing intent. A powerful, decisive slash carrying a shockwave of fire shot towards his opponent. Louis reacted quickly, leaping into the air to dodge the slash. Irene also immediately retreated to avoid the impact of the attack. She looked at Doombram in astonishment, unable to believe it. Irene's eyes widened as she could not stop thinking. It is true that Doombram was once one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he is on a completely different level. What the hell is going on? Irene assessed Doombram with astonishment. In her eyes, he had become more terrifying, frenzied, and stronger than ever. Doombram was in a stance ready to fight at any moment, but Irene was too shocked to speak. Still looking at Doombram, she seemed to snap out of it. Suddenly alert, not taking her eyes off Doombram, she warned Louis in a hurried voice. Louis, be careful. His form reminds me of something I read in a book. It seems Doombram has undergone demonization. Irene's voice rang out, leaving Louis slightly stunned. Demonization? Doombram lunged at Louis in a flash. While he was still thinking, there is no doubt now. It is too obvious who is behind this. Truly despicable to the very end, Fire King, but Doombram is no longer sane, probably due to the demonization. He has gone mad and lost all reason. In that case, I know exactly what I have to do. Louis thought as he defended against Doombram. He was as aggressive as a wild beast, relentlessly attacking Louis. I will subdue him and help him regain his sanity. Louis stood firm, unafraid, looking at the wild beast that was after his life. Doombram was growing more insane. His pitch-black eyes glared as he yelled at Louis. Let's end this, Louis Adel A slash, with immense compressed power. All of Doombram's power was unleashed, creating a massive pillar of light that seemed to tear space apart. Phew, I barely managed to block that. Louis said with relief. Doombram looked up doubtfully. What? Because you swung your sword too hard, I finally got a chance to use something I could? Not before, Louis said calmly, stepping on Doombram's sword. Steel. Break. I can unconditionally destroy anything made of steel. Louis raised his hand high into the air. He began to cast his magic. Now let's end this, Louis punched down hard. The blade carried a powerful stream of light. Doombram jumped back, but it was too late. The sword broke. My sword. Before he could react, another fist from Louis flew straight at his face. Sorry, Doombram, Louis said as he delivered a powerful punch that deformed his face. I will try to beat you without killing you. So try to hold on. Louis continuously attacked Doombram in the corridor. A pair of long, slender legs were running like the wind towards Somerton's office. The old butler burst through the large door. Your Highness, he warned in a panic. You must retreat immediately. The Fire King is. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as if he had been struck. The butler fell unconscious in front of Somerton, who did not seem to be in a hurry at all. As if it was none of his business, he said with an annoyed tone. CSK, so in the end, Father still chose to play it this way. Somerton sat at his desk directly facing the Fire King Godfather. The air was suffocatingly silent. Behind Terran, 3 burly guards lay defeated on the floor. I apologize, Your Highness. In the end, I had no other choice, he said calmly. Somerton suddenly sneered as if he had heard something ridiculous. Ah, how absurd. He became enraged, yelling at Terran. Why on earth would you do this? Do you think you will become the Tower Master by eliminating me? No, I am no longer satisfied with just that anymore. Terran's cold words stunned Somerton. What? And Terran continued to speak of his goal because my position as the Tower Master is being threatened. So there's only one path left to seize overwhelming power and crush Louis Adel with absolute force. And not just to become the Tower Master, but the ruler of this entire world. And that power comes from the hidden energy within Your Highness, the successor to the throne. His eyes turned terrifyingly dark. His words were like a hand pushing Somerton into an ice pit, leaving him shocked and speechless. Then Terran continued speaking to Somerton. Do you remember what I taught you as a child? Never back down from your beliefs? His lips curled into a slight smile. The air grew heavy as Terran began to cast his magic. He raised his hand, which glowed with a bewitching purple light, and just as I taught you, I will make everything go my way. Somerton stood silently across from him, waiting to see what he would do next. Somerton's brow furrowed. He suddenly lost his composure and yelled at Terran. Do you think saying that will make me give up? Guards seize him immediately. Immediately, 3 guards jumped down from the air, pointing their swords at Terran. He turned around. He glared and cast his dark magic at the guards. Terran waved his hand. Instantly, a purple light flashed past them, leaving the guards too stunned to react. Then Terran gave a contemptuous smirk. He turned his back on Somerton after dealing with the henchmen. One of them collapsed right at his feet. Are you finished talking, Your Highness? The purple magical light still filled the air, creating a terrifying pressure. Somerton suddenly forced a laugh, but gradually lost control, breaking out in a sweat. Ha 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 ha, so this is it? Is this how everything ends? His voice was filled with bitterness. Terran's magic was powerful. It enveloped the entire room in streaks of purple and blue light. The 3 guards had collapsed on the floor, showing no signs of life. Full of hatred, Somerton said to Terran, fine, go ahead and try to defeat Louis Adel. I will curse you, even in death. The 2 of them winced helplessly and looked down at him. She asked with pity, Louis, will he be okay? You hit him so many times. His face was bruised and swollen red on both cheeks. His eyes rolled back unconscious and left to his fate in the arena. He stood there with his hands in his pockets. Well, he's still alive, so he's probably fine. Getting punched is better than living as a demon. She replied hesitantly. That's true, but he's still not moving. From a distance, someone slowly approached. He wore a white and brown outfit, exuding an aura of maturity. He spoke. Just as I predicted, he was no match for you, but you did well, dumb pram. As soon as he finished speaking, the two turned around in shock, unable to believe their eyes. He gave a satisfied smile. His hand clenched into a fist as he continued to speak. You have faithfully fulfilled your role just as I ordered you to buy me time. Irene hesitantly spoke. Your Majesty the Fire King, this bastard Louis said loudly, his face grim. Fire King Terran, so you finally decided to show your face. I swear I will destroy you. Suddenly his eyes widened. Something was wrong. This power far surpasses the Fire King I knew, an energy that is many times stronger. He stood there shrouded in a deadly aura. Then he gave a grotesque smile. Ha ha ha, Louis Adele. You can never defeat me, he said. The immense dark power in his body erupted. Lewin shouted in panic. Lady Irene, get away. Then a massive explosion rocked the arena. The aftershock sent debris, smoke, and dust flying everywhere. As the explosion happened, the people outside had no idea what was going on inside, leaving everyone staring in confusion as piercing screams echoed all around. The entire arena was a disastrous scene. Someone wondered aloud, what is happening now? Everyone fell silent, looking inside. Then Lewin's gaze landed on something that made his jaw drop. It was Irene's brother. From within the smoke, Lewin was holding two people in his arms. They were Bram and Irene, blown clear of the explosion. As soon as he landed, he yelled, Run, this place is dangerous. Get the citizens out of here now. The little girl's eyes narrowed with worry for her brother's safety. Then he landed safely, having rescued the other two from the blast. Before he could even catch his breath, he angrily confronted him. Fire King, what the hell are you doing in a place full of civilians? He slowly landed, lightning magic still crackling in his hand. Haha, what's the point of asking such things now? After saying that, he sneered, just die already. With purple lightning in his hand, he lunged at him. He used all his strength to block the attack, his two hands struggling against the immense power. With a somewhat fearful expression, he gritted his teeth and endured. What the hell is going on? I thought I could finally face this bastard, but this power is just too much. Terran grew more ferocious as he fought, laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha, that's it. Give it everything you've got, Louis Adele. His eyes widened in shock. What did you do all this time? Wait, I can feel an unusual magic. This energy, it can't be the Crown Prince. He was startled by the thought. Before he could finish his thought, Terran threw another lightning punch. He could only cross his arms helplessly to block it. He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Then he was punched and sent flying back. But his train of thought continued. Damn it, for your own ambition, you'd really stop at nothing, would you? Terran stood there speaking condescendingly. Louis Adele, thank you for provoking me. As he struggled to his feet, he couldn't understand what he meant. It is thanks to you that I have finally become a demon god. He was enveloped in a dark aura, his eyes glowing with a menacing light. He looked quite impressive. A demon god. He frowned slightly, a chill running down his spine. So in the end, it was all because of jealousy, that you dared to touch a forbidden power. This energy is so immense that I couldn't even recognize it. How many people besides the Crown Prince were sacrificed? He could only grit his teeth in anger on their behalf. Never. People like you should never exist. He began to get to his feet. If I let him do whatever he wants, this world will be consumed by chaos. With that thought, he started to form a different plan, then called out to him. Fire King Terran Actimus. Hearing his full name called out, he seemed a little surprised. He enunciated every word, his eyes filled with determination. I swear I will stop you at any cost. Hearing this, Terran smiled in amusement. A quest window appeared. Final quest, defeat the demon god and save the world. In a void, a voice called out, Sister, sister. Irene's eyes shot open in panic. She struggled to sit up, her face covered in sweat as if from a nightmare. Rena, what's happening? Rena explained the situation. Brother asked me to lead the remaining citizens out of the capital. Her expression darkened as she spoke. But the two of us aren't enough. What do we do now? Brother is fighting all by himself. At that thought, helpless tears started to fall. Sobbing, the little girl burst into tears in Irene's arms. Rena suddenly. Irene looked forward, her eyes wide with shock. Demons? Soulless townspeople were slowly advancing on the two sisters, so Dumbram wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They intended to eliminate everyone from the start. The two sisters stared in fear at the horde of demons. Rena, get out of here first. Leave this to me, a voice said from behind. Everyone stand back. Perhaps this will be the place where this old man meets his end. He closed his eyes, feeling the long sword in his hand. Sir Bova, I will fight with you, she pleaded in a firm voice. The young master would be heartbroken if he found out. No, my mind is made up. The demonized citizens frantically rushed towards them. If we can't protect the people here, I believe I would regret it for the rest of my life. After saying that, they both took a fighting stance. Before them was a sea of fire. Then their gazes landed on something in surprise. Damn it, we're late. A white-bearded old man said, my apologies, everyone. Bringing everyone with me took longer than I expected. In front of the white-bearded old man, there were countless people in black holding weapons ready for backup. Then we will fight by your side. With that, the group charged into battle. Some punched, some kicked, and some used swords and magic. One of them shouted, we must finish them quickly. We need to finish this quickly and go help Louis. In the distance, there was a loud explosion, sending smoke and dust everywhere. As the smoke cleared, Lewin's figure was revealed. He was on one knee, panting from exhaustion after a blow from Fire King Terran. Terran's body was surrounded by purple magical energy. He was hovering in the air, looking down. Lewin gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it, I can't even match his strength. I trained so hard for it to end like this. I have to protect everyone. Ha ha ha, Terran gloated. A fitting end for ignorant trash like all of you. The more he spoke, the more he enjoyed it, smirking widely. Your desperate struggles are meaningless now that I have reached the realm of a demon god. I will wipe you all out." As he spoke, his hand summoned a giant orb surrounded by flames. He prepared to bring it down on Louis' head. Louis could only stand there frozen. He yelled now farewell. With that, he forcefully swung his arm, hurling the orb towards Louis, his face radiating murderous intent. The orb drew nearer, its immense pressure cracking the ground around him, yet he could only stand and watch it fall. Meanwhile, Irene and Rena were terrified. "Brother," they both cried out in fear, their bodies frozen. Terrified by that immense power, he could only blink and watch. So is this the end? Just as he was about to resign himself to fate, a voice echoed, "Protect them." He opened his eyes, stunned. Beside him was a dragon with glowing blue eyes. "I cannot do it, but you can." He was startled, as if feeling a hidden power awaken within him. Her eyes widened and she narrowed them in surprise. "This energy, it's impossible." Then a powerful aura radiated everywhere, so strong that even Terran was startled. Lewin smirked sarcastically. "It's not fair for you to be the only demon god, is it?" he called out arrogantly, standing before Terran with Draka's power. "Come on, Terran Actimus," Lewin said confidently. "This time let's have a proper fight." "What is this?" Terran wondered in confusion. What the hell is happening? He thought in a panic, looking at Lewin in astonishment. This terrifying energy, it's as if a true god has descended. Lewin raised his fist. "All right." He then aggressively attacked Terran, shouting, "My turn." He summoned a shield, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I have to block this somehow." But it wasn't long before. Terran's defense was shattered, and his face took the full force of Lewin's punch, sending him flying. "What the hell is this?" Tyrion exclaimed in amazement. "Is that really Louis' power?" Trang was extremely worried. "That's the incarnation of Draka." "Did Lewin summon it? What on earth is going on?" He still couldn't believe it. Impossible. Is Lewin becoming the new god of destruction? Meanwhile, Lewin heard a familiar voice. "You're using dirty tricks to the very end, Lewin Adele." Terran yelled as he launched a massive energy blast at him. "I will not allow it," he yelled. He placed his hand on the ground and cracks began to appear on his face. "Anything that stands in my way." Terran stood up forcefully and declared, "I will absolutely not allow it." He channeled a large amount of magic into his palm and taunted Louis, "Let's see how long that arrogance of yours lasts." Countless electric orbs were summoned around Terran. He confidently declared, "In the end, your fate is to perish." Even Terran, as a demon god, didn't realize one thing. This was the Draka that Lewin had summoned. He was once known as the god of destruction. So confronting Draka now was more than just suicide. Lewin rubbed his hands together, creating brilliant sparks. Then before Terran's eyes, there was only the howling wind. What is this nonsense?" he wondered in horror. "My turn again," Lewin suddenly said, approaching Terran with Draka's terrifying power. He was getting beaten up again. Lewin landed another punch on Terran's waist, causing him immense pain. Terran was sent flying, and everyone watching was utterly shocked. Despite his injuries, Terran kept mumbling, "I acknowledge you, Lewin Adele." He suddenly shot up into the sky. But Terran raised his hand, creating a magic orb, and said, "Even if I use every trick I have, I still can't defeat you," he said in a low voice. "But if I can't beat you, I," Terran threatened loudly. "Then I'll drag both you and this cursed world with me and destroy it all with my full power." Hearing this, Louis's eyes widened as he yelled, What the hell are you talking about?" He unleashed a strike towards him with all his might. "Everything ends now." "Damn it," Lewin swore angrily. "You're insane to the very end." Terran wanted to destroy the world out of sheer jealousy. He said resolutely, "It looks like I have to stop this attack. I'll have to put everything I have into it." Louis raised his fist again. Then for this one last time, his eyes filled with determination. "Let's do this together, Draka." Lewin and Draka simultaneously raised their hands to meet Terran's attack. Lewin let out an enraged shout while Terran was still delusionally yelling, "In the end, you're nothing before a demon god. I'll wipe you out along with those other fools." The people below all looked up to watch. "No," Lewin quickly retorted. "The one who can't do anything." He pushed the explosive power back towards Terran and asserted, "Is you." He was stunned, wondering to himself, is it over? Is this really how it ends? Unable to accept it, Terran cursed inwardly. Damn it all." Before dying, he shouted resentfully, "Even in death, I will curse you. Louis Adele." A blinding light enveloped the area. Once the battle ended, Draka's power began to fade. Lewin ran over, worriedly calling out, "Brother. After all those battles, are you still okay?" she asked with concern. "Yeah, I'm fine, I'm safe," Louis quickly replied. His face suddenly turned pale. Louis clutched his head in panic. "What is this? My head feels like it's going to explode. What is this? Unbearable pain." He let out a pained roar. Finally, Lewin could no longer stand it and collapsed. Brother Luina called out in confusion. "Are you okay, brother? Wait, I'm coming right now," she tried to reassure him. "Don't come," Lewin shouted hastily, trying to stop Luina. "Don't come here. You absolutely must not get any closer, and you too, Trang." He stared blankly at the creature before him. It was as he expected, the dragon, known as the most perfect creature, and also the world's destroyer, Draka. He thought with some fear, just facing it. This overwhelming energy is unbelievable. Louis cautiously asked Draka, "Where are we?" He quickly answered, "I am borrowing your inner world for a moment. I felt that if I left you as you were, something terrible would surely happen." Draka then explained his current situation. "You are just one step away from being driven mad by power, just like I once was." His next words surprised Louis. "That is why, no matter what, I had to pull you into this inner world." Trang suddenly spoke up. "So what should I do?" He clenched his fist and said, I don't want Lewin to go through what you did. I don't want to have to watch another person lose themselves. Draka then reassured him that is why I came here, Trang. He explained the player artifact that connects me and the little destroyer. If a connection exists, it can also be severed. But Draka lowered his head slightly. So if I use all my power to destroy it, then nothing will be able to harm the little destroyer anymore. Hearing that, Trang hurriedly asked, so if you use all your power, does that mean you will disappear? He turned to encourage him. Don't be too sad, Trang. After I awakened as the god of destruction, all I have ever brought is harm to this world. If he can use this power without being consumed by it, he will become a much greater protector for this world. Secondly, Draka continued, severing the player link doesn't mean you will lose the power. So don't worry. Wait, Draka, Lewin called out frantically. Before you do, I want to ask one thing. He struggled to speak. Among so many people, why was it me? I really don't understand why you're doing all this. For me, I don't even know if having this power will be of any benefit to the world, but Draka firmly asserted it will help. He gently explained, I gave you this power because you remind me of myself. Draka recounted, sadly, before I gained this power, my life was also filled with nothing but pain. But in the end, I was consumed by that very power and destroyed the world. But you are different. He had great faith in Louis. As a player, I have watched your entire life from when you had no power until this very moment. Even after you became strong, you have always used that power in the right way. His next words left him utterly astonished. Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path. Finally, Draka let out a soft sigh. It seems our time is up. It was a pleasure meeting you, little destroyer. He also turned to Trang and said, and you too, Trang. Draka said sincerely in the past, and now I have always been grateful to you. Trang clenched his teeth. You damn lizard. In the end, he reluctantly parted ways. Goodbye, Draka. The sky gradually cleared. Lewin struggled to open his eyes as a voice calling his name echoed in his ears. Huh, Lewin said softly, finding everyone staring at him. Jason then scolded him. You really scared me. Suddenly collapsing like that, I thought something terrible had happened, Lewin replied with a forced smile. I see. I'm sorry for making you worry. Trang stood silently to one side, deep in thought. He sincerely thanked everyone very much. I called for help so suddenly, yet you all still came. Tyrion Ignis smiled and praised Lewin. Even though it was just a last-minute request, everyone still rushed over immediately. That just shows what a wonderful person you are, Lewin. Just then, someone approached. Pardon me for interrupting this heartwarming moment. When they saw him, everyone was startled. Huh, they exclaimed in alarm. Your Majesty. The Emperor spoke seriously. I need to see Lewin Adele. Jia Shan was so shocked he froze. The Emperor was standing right in front of him. Lewin wondered in confusion, did the Emperor personally come to see me? He fearfully thought that the Emperor had come to hold him accountable for defeating his trusted subordinate. The Fire King? It's very possible. The Emperor might not be thinking clearly right now. He just lost his son, the Crown Prince. Before Lewin could react, the Emperor called out again, Sir Lewin. Then, he bowed his head. Please, allow me to personally apologize. The Emperor frankly admitted to the chaotic situation in the Empire. It is entirely my fault. I failed to see Tehran's cruel nature, and even gave him more power. And he was deeply remorseful. My biggest mistake was failing to control my son. The Emperor recounted, and I just witnessed the battle between you and Tehran with my own eyes, he confessed. And in that very moment, I was completely convinced. At that moment, the Emperor thought that if that man fought for the world, this world would move in a better direction. He then stated his purpose. And so, I want to ask you, in person. The Emperor's next words stunned Lewin. Lewin Adele, will you agree to become the Tower Master of the Empire's Mage Tower? A few days later, laughter echoed from inside the house. You're really on another level, Lewin, Jia Shan said while drinking beer. I always knew you were on another level, but to be offered the Tower Master position at your age, Lewin mumbled. Yeah, I never even dared to dream of it. In his heart, he was still grappling with the offer to succeed the Fire King, Tehran. Becoming the Tower Master means becoming someone everyone looks up to. Lewin thought to himself, I defeated the previous Tower Master and traitor, the Fire King Tehran, and the Emperor himself nominated me. If I agree, the position could be mine immediately. He was very hesitant. With Tehran's rebellion and the Crown Prince's death, the world is in chaos. As the new Tower Master, there would surely be a lot to do. I only just graduated from the academy. Can I really handle all of this? Just then, someone called out to him, Sir Lewin. Lewin jumped and said, Ah, Lady Irene. She asked with concern, What are you thinking so deeply about? You don't look well. He confessed honestly to Irene. To be suddenly given such a huge responsibility, to be honest, I feel a bit overwhelmed. It's a wonderful opportunity, but I can't help but worry. Hearing this, she made a suggestion. How about a trip then? Somewhere you can relax without any worries. Lewin exclaimed, Oh, that sounds great. So where should we go? Irene smiled slyly. How about my place? She coaxed. Lewin was thunderstruck by her words. His scream suddenly echoed through the quiet night. The day Lewin went to visit Irene's home was a beautiful one. Trang, riding on his back, teased him playfully. Lewin, you've never even been on a date, and you're already jumping the gun. He looked at Irene walking ahead and asked, Are you really going to that girl's house alone? Trang nodded in admiration. Your friends are pretty helpful, huh? They backed off just enough for the two of you to go on this trip alone. That Jia Shan guy is more perceptive than I thought. Lewin retorted, But why didn't you back off? Trang quickly reminded him, Hey, have you forgotten? I'm your one and only incarnation, remember? Just then, Irene suddenly turned back and called out, Lewin, what are you muttering to yourself about? Ah, it's nothing, he immediately denied. As Lewin looked at her, his heart filled with an unexpected joy. Anyway, I'm finally on a trip with Lady Irene, just the two of us, he thought. This time, our destination is Prius. All I know is that it's Lady Irene's hometown, but I never expected it to be so mountainous. Still, there's nothing around here. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged at him, and Lewin was startled and looked over. He nimbly dodged a kick from the ambusher. Oh, Aduma muttered in admiration. You dodged my kick, Lewin demanded irritably. Who the hell are you, attacking me out of nowhere? The man retorted scornfully. Who am I, you punk? Are you tired of living? So, who the hell are you? Lewin exclaimed, confused. What? Irene lowered her head helplessly. Lewin, I apologize on his behalf. Lewin was stunned. Ha! What are you talking about? But then she revealed his identity. This is my older brother, Irene introduced. Hearing this, Lewin was shocked. Huh? Your brother? Then why did he attack Aduma suddenly cut him off? You dodged my surprise attack. That proves you're not some ordinary weakling. He slowly closed in on Lewin. But seeing you wandering around with Irene, don't tell me you're her boyfriend. Without waiting for an answer, Aduma grabbed Lewin's shirt and threatened in a low voice. In that case, let me punch you once before we talk. Lewin quickly said, I don't know what you're talking about, but can you please let me go? When he saw what was in front of him, he was shocked. A system window displayed, 8-star martial artist, Aduma Prius. Lewin thought in astonishment, wait, an 8-star martial artist? Why would someone so powerful be here? Seeing Lewin's blank stare, Aduma got angry and yelled, What is it? Why aren't you answering? You think this is a joke? Irene snapped irritably. Can you stop it now? He quickly let go of Lewin. Irene turned away and scolded, Even though you're my brother, this is going too far. Hearing this, Aduma was deeply hurt. You're really taking his side right in front of me. What's so special about that guy? Irene retorted loudly, I'm the one saving you right now. Finally, she told Lewin, let's go. What a foolish brother. He quickly replied, all right. Lewin wondered anxiously, but I hope the rest of her family is normal, right? Behind him, Aduma was still fuming. Lewin reassured himself, I'm sure they are. Just a few minutes later, Akan, Irene's father, smashed a table right in front of him. What did you say? He muttered angrily, my precious, unbelievably lovely daughter, Irene. The apple of my eye brought a man home. Akan's face turned red with rage. Bringing him all the way home means he's here to ask for her hand in marriage, right? I will never, ever approve of this marriage. The system window quickly showed 9-star martial artist, Akan Prius. His yelling continued, if you truly want my daughter, you'll have to defeat me first. Aduma chimed in. That's right. That's the way, Dad. Irene could only facepalm helplessly. You too, Dad? Seriously? Lewin felt a tinge of regret. I shouldn't have come here. I want to go home. Just then, someone stepped in to intervene. Stop it, Seda shouted angrily. What do you two think you're doing? Irene finally brings a guest home, and you can't even welcome him properly. She bluntly demanded, apologize. Now, hearing this, the two men were heartbroken, calling out, my love, honey. In the end, they both had to bow to Lewin. Sorry, I apologize as well. Lewin's mood instantly improved. Lady Irene really takes after her mother. How can someone be so gentle yet so noble? Lewin looked at Seda's system window. 8-star martial artist, Seda Prius. His smile froze on his face. What in the world is this family, the famous Great Prius clan? They once owned vast territories and were bathed in brilliant glory. However, that fame vanished as they fell into decline. A few descendants wandered far and wide before finally settling in this remote region. Their descendants lived in seclusion in the mountains. They devoted themselves to arduous training day and night without rest. But Lady Irene, who possessed brilliant magical talent, succeeded in becoming a mage and held the ambition of restoring her family's honor. After the conflict subsided, Seda said to Lewin while preparing a meal, I'm sorry. This is your first visit, and we've been so rude, right? She continued. The men in this family are just like that. The two men who had been kicked out were repeatedly mentioned. They're very emotional and act without thinking. But honestly, they're not bad people, Seda said gently. They just love their daughter a little too much. I hope you can understand. Yes, Lewin replied agreeably. I understand. When a precious daughter like Lady Irene brings a man home, anyone would be a little startled. She tilted her head teasingly. Is that so? I'm not that surprised at all, Seda thought. If our daughter brings a man home, she must be serious about him. She turned to Irene and asked, Isn't that right, Irene? She blushed and stammered, Mom, about that. Akan suddenly burst through the door and shouted, Absolutely not. He brought a few others with him and warned loudly, If you want to marry my daughter, you must defeat us first. Seda was speechless. These people, honestly. Louis was shocked again. And who are the people behind them? She has more brothers? Akan asked him seriously. You said your name is Louis Adele? Louis quickly stood up and replied, yes, that's right. Akan then spoke his mind. I believe the most important thing for a man is strength, the strength to protect his woman and his family. No matter the adversity, Akan continued, and with that comes a natural sense of responsibility. That is how I live and how I've taught my children to live. he stated bluntly. To me, you look like a nobleman raised in luxury. Do you really possess the kind of strength I'm talking about? Louis just smirked slightly. Strength, you say, he affirmed confidently. Of course. The thing I'm most confident in is my strength. Akan looked up at the ceiling and laughed loudly. Strength is what you're most confident in. That's bold. I'll give you that. Louis' tone became firm, no longer joking. If you're asking about responsibility, I dare say I'm second to none. And as for physical strength, I'm confident I won't lose to anyone. Father, Aduma, who was standing behind his father, interjected sarcastically. Second to none? That sounds just like a professional swindler. Isn't it obvious, father? A swindler like him has surely seduced our innocent Irene, he said with a cunning smile. Then why don't you prove what you just said? We were just about to head out for some training, between father and sons, but Aduma didn't forget to add a threat. It won't be easy. Even skilled fighters tend to avoid our training sessions. However, contrary to what they expected, Louis wasn't scared but seemed interested. Sounds good. Louis turned back and said, Lady Irene, I'm going to go warm up a bit. Irene asked doubtfully, with the men of my family? Louis gave a reassuring smile. They're all about training. So the fastest way to get close to them is probably through training. Then he followed the Prius men outside. Before leaving, he added, Okay, I'll be back. Seda rested a hand on her cheek and comforted Irene. Don't worry, look at his eyes. He'll handle it just fine. But Irene's words startled Seda. No, I'm not worried about Sir Louis. She asked back, puzzled. Huh? Then what are you worried about? Irene emphasized every word. I'm worried about those reckless men. Meanwhile, in the forest, loud laughter was echoing. Aduma was shaking with laughter, asking, How about that? Those around him praised him. That's a new record. Well done, kid. Suddenly, a voice rang out, silencing them all. You boys still have a long way to go, Akin remarked, reclining on a rock ledge. Indeed, reaching 9 stars is still a long way off, Aduma said in awe. Surpassing father is truly difficult. Akin looked down at Louis below and thought to himself, How about that, you flirt, daring to woo our Irene? He sneered inwardly. That should be enough to crush your spirit, huh? Louis finally spoke up. Your strength is truly incredible. He rotated his ankles slightly to get his footing, and then spoke. Well then, the young men whispered. What is he doing? No way. Is he going to destroy that entire rock mountain? A golden light flashed in Louis's eyes. As he swung his arm, the golden light spread. Akan frowned at the unbelievable sight, his expression growing more and more serious. As it turned out, a single blow from Louis had sliced through the rock mountain Akin was sitting on. Aduma stared in shock and exclaimed, Impossible. Aduma looked at the clean cut and wondered. A mountain that big, with his bare hands? Louis's expression was nonchalant as he listened to them whisper. What kind of mage is that strong? In Brios, the most important quality for a man is the strength and stamina to protect one's family. Just as I thought, they were probably planning to use this training to crush my spirit. Now, Louis was running in the lead, with Aduma right behind him, and the others, who were chasing him desperately, shouted, So you want to compete, huh? But this just became an opportunity for me to prove my strength and stamina. He panted and laughed at Aduma's challenge. All right, I'll take you on. A few days passed like this. The whole group was sprawled on the grass, panting. A figure stood over Aduma and asked, Are you all right? Louis offered a hand. Can you get up? We still have to have dinner together. Yeah. He took the offered hand in acknowledgement, replying, Yeah, thanks. Aduma then asked, Are you training tomorrow too? Louis nodded. Of course. Then Louis suddenly looked straight at him and said, Hey. Aduma, not understanding the serious tone, just gave a quiet, Yeah? Louis smiled and asked, Can we call you Big Brother? Aduma looked at the others behind him, who were scratching their heads awkwardly. After a moment of embarrassed hesitation, he agreed. Sure. The barrier was broken, and the group, having found common ground, chatted and laughed lively. They didn't notice someone watching them from nearby. Akan's gaze was pensive. He was silent, lost in his thoughts. Time flew by, and soon it was evening in the Prius family home. A surprised voice rang out. What? For real? Aduma jumped up and asked again. You were really acknowledged as the successor to the Tower Master? By the Emperor himself? Yes, Irene nodded, answering for Louis. That's right. He's the mage who stopped the rebellion of Fire King Terran, so it's only natural that he was chosen. Gasps of admiration filled the air. Such an incredible person is visiting our home. We're meeting the successor to the Tower Master in person. Akan said reproachfully, Why are you only telling us now? He seemed a bit awkward. If you told us sooner, we would have treated you differently from the start. But Louis's response surprised Akan. I don't care about titles, Akan exclaimed in surprise. What? Louis said sincerely. I want to be acknowledged by Lady Irene's family. In that process, I don't think the title of Tower Master is important. Akan stood frozen. He never expected that answer from Louis. Seda covered her mouth and smiled knowingly. He really is the type of man Irene would fall for. Isn't that right, dear? Her words made both Louis and Irene flush red with embarrassment. She stammered, Mom, and Akan fell silent once more. Everything was so sudden it left him a bit stunned. It really seems that way, Akan thought. By now, it was the middle of the night in the large bedroom. Each of them lay in a separate bed. Steady snoring echoed in the dark room, but Louis was still awake. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey! Seeing Akan standing by his bed, Louis shot up in surprise and exclaimed, Huh! Father? He motioned for Louis to follow him. Before leaving the room, Akan turned back and said, "We need to talk." The two of them then moved outside. A full moon hung in the sky, along with millions of twinkling stars. As Louis followed Akan, he wondered to himself. He said he wanted to talk. I wonder what he wants to talk about. Akan stopped and called out, "Louis." Though he didn't understand, Louis still answered, "Yes, father." Akan said gravely, "As I've said many times, Irene is an incredibly precious daughter to me." "Yes." He turned to face Louis and asked, "Can you take responsibility for a daughter like her?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes." Akan closed his eyes and listed things off. "All right. Your skills, effort, and personality, even though we treated you quite rudely. Your attitude towards our family has been impeccable." Then he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp yet full of love for his daughter, and said to Louis, "But if you ever make my daughter shed a single tear, I won't let you get away with it." Then his voice softened. "Please take good care of my daughter, Louis Adele." He replied with sincerity, "Thank you, father." Time passed. The time came for Louis and Irene to bid the Prius family farewell. Aduma said reluctantly, "Are you really leaving already? This is a bummer." Louis promised, "I feel the same. I'll visit again another time." Aduma waved and said, "Oh, no need. We'll come visit you ourselves." Aduma's next words made Louis and Irene freeze in embarrassment. "We're planning to have the formal family meeting in Adele, so just keep dating until then, okay?" She, angered by her embarrassment, walked over and kicked her brother hard in the shin. "What are you talking about, you idiot brother?" While Aduma was crumpled on the ground, clutching his leg. Feeling a shiver of excitement, Irene called out to Lewin, "Let's go." Lewin quickly waved goodbye to everyone, then replied to her, "Uh-oh, right, take care." After a moment of silence, Irene spoke up, "Lewin." He looked at her, confused. "Yes," she asked with an awkward expression. "Now that both our families have approved and no one will stand in our way anymore." Irene looked at Lewin with a gentle gaze and asked, "So then, what are we to each other?" Irene asked. "Now that both our families have given their blessings and no one can stop us anymore," she questioned. "What are we to each other, really?" Hearing this, Lewin froze. His face flushed as he stammered, "Lady Irene." Irene suggested, "Let's date seriously," a slight smile playing on her lips. Her voice was sweet as she said, "Please take good care of me, Sir Lewin." 5 years later, at the Mage Tower, she recounted, "Just thinking about that time is insane. You were the one who confessed, Lewin, and I remember every single word. Let's date, Lady Irene." Irene let out a sigh. He asked, "You talk too much. It's been so many years, and you still remember that?" Lewin then ordered, "If you want to help me, then focus on your work. Stop reminiscing about the past. As for the current situation, thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I became the Tower Master." "Yes," Irene replied dejectedly. Yeah, I know. On his part, ever since becoming Tower Master, I've led a busy life. Trang has taken on the role of my assistant to help me with my work. Adele has undergone many changes. Thanks to continuous development, it has become a stable and strong city. That was thanks to Hansen, who became Adele's engineer, and with the help of Jackson, who was in charge of administrative work. Of course, the one who worked the hardest was my father. A sudden voice rang out, "Oh!" Father Lewin looked over in surprise. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't it our sword tournament champion?" Luina brushed it off. "Oh, come on, father." With my skills, it was a given. Meanwhile, Luina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordsman, and a few years later, she entered the sword tournament again and won. Now, she is by the Emperor's side, who has recovered his health. He asked, "So, what brings you here today?" She replied, "I came to check if our Tower Master is working hard, and to see how your preparations are going." Lewin was surprised. "Preparations?" The girl frowned. "Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about." He smiled. "Of course I know." Lewin assured her, "Don't worry. Everything is perfectly prepared. No one will have anything to complain about." A few days later, in the Adele territory, the people in charge were there giving directions. All right, everyone. Don't push. Please walk slowly." "Hey," I said, "no, pushing." Lewin called out loudly. Hansen said at hearing him call, they looked up. "Huh." The two of them said in unison, "Oh, Lewin. One of tonight's stars has arrived." Murmurs of admiration arose from the crowd. "Oh, is that the Tower Master? Is that Sir Lewin?" He said politely, "Thank you for coming and helping out so much." Seta laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. What's this between friends?" Lewin then asked curiously. "Especially you, Seta. It's been a while. How have you been? I heard you became the head of the Senate in Oyota." "Yes," he replied with a laugh. "Ha. News travels fast." "Yes, that's right," Seta then asked. "So, how does it feel to be getting married? I thought with your talent, you'd beat me to it, but I didn't expect it to be this soon." He gave an awkward laugh. Then, suddenly, a loud wail was heard from some young nobleman. "Irene is getting married. Isn't it too soon?" Someone tried to calm them down. "Come on, people are watching. Stop crying." Seta remarked, "Your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit." Lewin could only manage a forced smile. He said, "It's about to start, so I'm going to get ready. It seems everyone is here except for one person." They wondered, who? Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. People grew anxious. What was that? Don't tell me. It's an earthquake. He reassured them, "Everyone, please calm down. It's just the invited ogres arriving." An ogre said with a laugh, How could we miss the wedding of little destruction? Now that all the guests had arrived, Jashin stepped onto the stage. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Ahem. Can everyone hear me? First of all, I am a mage from the Mage Tower. Today, I will be officiating the ceremony. My name is Jashin Diamond. The wedding will begin shortly, so I ask all guests to please be seated. Jashin said proudly. I introduce myself as a mage from the Mage Tower, but in reality, I am better known as a friend of the Tower Master. Thanks to that, I am able to stand in such an honorable place today. Not long ago, I met with the bride and groom. They asked me to convey their thanks to everyone who has traveled from afar to celebrate with them. He announced loudly. And so, let us welcome our groom for today, Luwin Adele. Luwina shouted excitedly, Brother, congratulations. The guests applauded enthusiastically. Congratulations on your wedding, Sir Luwin. Yes, Jackson was excited. And now, let us meet the bride. Irene Prius, please enter. Seeing her, he was momentarily shaken. Thanks to her relentless efforts to restore her family, she had become a world-renowned mage, a name everyone had heard at least once, and now, she was about to become my wife. Luwin took her hands, gazing at her lovingly. He vowed to her father, I promise to be a good husband. Irene's father smiled. All right, I believe in you, Luwin. Then Jackson continued. Next, it's time to welcome the presider of the ceremony. Today's presider is the master of the Tower Master, as well as my master, Headmaster Tyrion X, Nick of the Academy. The headmaster began to speak. First of all, as the presider, I would like to congratulate you both. The two of you standing here today have overcome many hardships to be here side by side. Even if similar challenges arise in the future, this couple, bound by marriage, will overcome them once again, relying on each other in times of hardship and sorrow. That is the meaning of marriage. Now, let us listen to the vows of the newlyweds. Luwin began. I still remember the first day I saw her at an antique shop called Ten during the Great Festival. To think that I would marry the person who once seemed so cold and stubborn. I still find it hard to believe. He turned to look at his wife. Looking back, I think I was captivated by her confidence and intelligence. He affirmed, Luwin Adele, will be my wife's closest friend. She then spoke. I, Irene Prius, will be my husband's loving companion. They said in unison. And finally, to everyone present at our wedding, we sincerely thank you. Fireworks were then set off. Colorful lights bloomed across the sky. Everyone happily offered their congratulations. Congratulations, Tower Master, congratulations, my lady. Even now, he couldn't believe that someone as insignificant as him could have accomplished all these things. It must have been thanks to everyone's help. I ran without rest and faced so many dangers, but in the end, I completed it perfectly. Luwin wished, if only Draka could have witnessed this moment. A sudden voice rang out, congratulations. He vaguely recognized the voice and wondered, Trang, did you hear that just now? It turned to him, puzzled. Huh, what sound? I didn't hear anything. Luwin was stunned, but then he smiled. Never mind, I must have imagined it. He told himself, if one day in the distant future, someone were to ask me, how will you remember yourself today? I will answer like this. This is a conclusion I have reached completely, and one that I do not regret.